15. Bass walked up from the temporary landing, saw the large garden and cultivated fields that surrounded the fort on its west, north, and northeast sides. He stopped a moment to allow Thornbrew and his Indian woman to catch up with him as he marveled at the extensive cultivation. "Most times you will see many workers in the gardens and fields," said Gerald as he came alongside the trapper. He gestured across the well-cared-for property. "You will likely not see such greenery at your American posts." "I ain't got me nary a idea if they do," Scratch answered, "but I imagine you're right, friend. Real civilized this place is, just as you said, just as I'd been told it were. From these massive gardens, the good doctor supplies the fort's own larder, besides those of many of the inland posts. The bread you ate last night at Pambroon's table, the wheat was grown right here. It must have been some time, Scratch, some time indeed since last you had bread to eat." He snorted in agreement. "It be many a robe season since I last ate me bread." "I mentioned this Wyeth, a fellow American," Gerald continued. "Pambroon served this Wyeth his first bread since he came out from your settlements, some many months before. Such a simple fare, yet many a man would find himself endeared to another who gives him something so simple and mundane as a loaf of bread. Yes, my friend, here are grown timothy, oats, and barley, besides Indian corn, peas, potatoes. The seeds for the wheat to make breadstuffs came to us directly from York factory." "A factory?" "Not really a factory, as such," Gerald replied. "That is oft the term used to describe one of our larger posts where things are produced for a substantial portion of the trade." Gerald strode on, followed by his woman. Bass followed them up the wide path, once looking over his shoulder at those gathered near the landing. He saw Guillaume, along with the others, finish tying the barge off, then head for the small village. "The Frenchie not coming with us to the fort?" Bass inquired. "No, that he is not," was the reply. "He himself lives in the village with his woman. I likewise." "You mean you don't live up here?" He nodded toward the tall palisades. "That is correct, Scratch." "Where are you figuring on me to be staying then?" "Sir, you will be afforded very fine accommodations here at the doctor's post." He smiled over at the trapper. "Better than those accommodations afforded you the last 2 nights. Better it will be than our Walla Walla." He circled his arm around the shoulders of the short Indian woman. "I myself will have me a warm sleep-mate this night, and you, in turn, will not be kept awake by my nocturnal soliloquies, nor my poor excuse for singing." They entered the open gate at the southern wall, near the western corner. Another stood open further down the wall toward the eastern corner. After he passed through the gate, some 10 feet wide, Bass saw 2 large 2-story buildings some 80 feet long by 30 feet wide. The ground rose slightly before him all the way to the northern wall of the fort. To his left, he noticed a small wooden building. "Whoo-wee! That be a big un. If'n that be a big outhouse?" he asked almost tongue-in-cheek. "No, Scratch," smiled Thornbrew. "That's the powder magazine." "Ah. It's a big magazine," Gerald finished, "where the powder for this fort and other posts is stored. Stone-reinforced for safety, I might add. Come, we will secure your quarters with the rest of the single men in the bachelor's hall, the big dwelling house." Thornbrew led his woman and Bass to the right, past the warehouses and into the massive open courtyard. Ahead of them, along the south wall, were 2 small buildings and a larger 1-story structure. Turning there, the party made its way toward a long, high, single-story structure some 150 feet by 30 feet, which Bass assumed was this bachelor's hall, the dormitory and apartments for the single men. Then Gerald stopped suddenly. Titus looked back and saw why he had halted. Thornbrew peered upward at a man of huge bulk. The man stood on the porch of a large house directly northwest of the dormitory. The man's long, flowing white hair contrasted starkly against the stately, full-length black frock coat he wore. His right hand gripped a stout cane, the molded gold head of which barely jutted from his massive hand. Thornbrew saluted. Then the large figure on the porch lifted the cane in acknowledgement and turned to enter his house. Gerald saluted again and caught up with Bass and the woman. "Who be that?" Bass asked. "Your benefactor." Bass's expression went blank. "The good doctor," Thornbrew explained. "That was John McLaughlin." "That be the old boy his own self?" "Yes," he answered. "And surely someone had told him upon our landing that Titus and myself did not come down river alone." "I gotta talk to that man," said Bass. "Your ghosts, I take it?" "Yep." "I am sorry, but I do not understand what McLaughlin himself has to do with your haunting." They stopped outside one of the doors of the dorm where the Indian woman seated herself on a long wooden bench. "This is a real ghost, Gerald." "I am sure it is." "Ain't no reg'lar hoodoo now," he replied. "Kind that just devils you for the fun of it. I've been followed by a real ghost." "Is it that you mean the ghost of a real person, then?" "You got it, friend," Bass answered, following Thornbrew into the dorm and down a long row of beds and lockers. At the foot of many of the beds rested large chests, the cassettes of Hudson's Bay Company, in which a man's personal effects were kept. Near the north end of the long room, the Englishman stopped and motioned toward a bed that had no cassette at its foot. "Here is your bed." "Don't like me any bed," Scratch replied, plopping his parfleche on the foot of the mattress. "It is yours to use should you choose to do so." Gerald smiled at his American friend. "Or you may sleep on the floor if you desire." "Use me them blankets?" He tapped the thick red woolen blankets at the foot of the bed. "Put 'em on the floor be all right?" "Certainly. That is why I told you yesterday you had no need of bringing your buffalo hides along on this leg of your journey." Bass fingered the clean blankets. "These be in a lot better shape than mine own, you know." "I would not doubt that," Gerald responded. "These are cleaned on a regular basis." He sat on the adjoining bed and brought his legs up as he leaned back against the wall in a relaxed posture. "You have no body lice?" "Lice?" Bass asked. "Oh, them graybacks? Nah." "Your name, how it was given you, is what I meant to make light of, to make a joke of such an infestation." Infestation, he laughed lightly. "Having a case of the lice." "Ain't had me that since I gave up on wool. Linsey woolsey, too. These here Injun leathers don't give them nits no place to roost, I suppose." Thornbrew nodded at the trapper. "I suppose you knights of the wilderness have it all the better on us for that, too." Bass sat on the cot and stretched his legs, wiped his open palms up and down the clean blanket spread across the mattress. He and Thornbrew were quiet for some moments, each in his own thoughts. The Englishman pulled away from the wall, sat up straight on the bed when 5 men entered the dorm and went to their beds at the other end of the room. The look on Gerald's face grew pensive for a moment before he finally looked over at the trapper. "I do not know if McLaughlin will want to see you. He has recently been troubled by the Americans. Much more of late, it seems." He shook his head a bit. "It may be that he will harbor resentment for you, merely being an American." "How he know I'm American, first off?" "My dear Mr. Bass," Gerald smiled widely, "none of our people dress in the custom of the wilderness." He gestured at Scratch's clothing. "You are dressed as one of these American trappers." "I ain't nothing else." "I understand, and so does he. McLaughlin could see that when he examined you from afar a while ago." "He were looking me over real good, huh?" "As he will be doing for some time now." "What you mean, some time now?" Scratch asked suspiciously. Ain't I gonna get me a chance to see him tonight? Tomorrow, maybe?" Thornbrew leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and chuckled lightly. "Things had best take their own time, Scratch. It is better that the good doctor send for you rather than you request an audience with him." "I need to talk with him." "This is why you came to Vancouver?" Gerald inquired. "How you wish to exorcise the ghost?" "No exercising," Bass objected. "Just gonna get some questions answered, and maybe the ghost'll be at peace and leave me be is all," he answered quietly. "Yes, to your question, Gerald. Yes, it be the doctor I'm needin' to be talking to about those things." "It would be best to let things take their natural course in that event. Give him the time to request you visit him." "I ain't got the time," Bass shot back. "I'm sorry," he went on. "I feel I ain't got the time to be waitin' for him to take a likin' to me, Gerald. He's got to have him some answers I'm needin'. I come all the way here to get me those answers, and I can't be waitin' on this doctor to take a shine to me first off." Thornbrew sighed. Then the smile flickered back on his face. Just what sort of information is it that you are needing of the doctor?" "You mean you'll be going to him and rushing things a bit for me?" Bass asked, almost childlike. "Yes." Again the Englishman sighed. "If it will serve us all in the end, I will do so for you." He rose to stand beside the bed. "What is it you require of the doctor?" "I'm needin' him to tell me about a fella I knowed once," Bass began slowly. "More'n that, a fella what was a partner of mine some time back. This fella, he up and left me 2 times. Fella was a ol' ex-Bible thumper, and his God told him to take 'nother path from mine, twice it was. Especially this last time, some moons back now, he up and took off from me and a partner I had me last fall." "I am afraid I do not understand any of this." Thornbrew stared at the American trapper. "Maybe I can make me some sense to it all for you," Bass sighed. It was a relief merely to be talking about it now. "This old partner come back then last winter. I was staying with the Crow then, Rottenbelly's people they was, and this fella come back with his Napercy woman to spend the winter with us. Then something happened. Maybe made him go real crazy like." He looked up at Thornbrew, hoping to impress upon the big Englishman the need for answers. "I don't know why," Bass continued, "but he had led him some Blackfoot down on this same Crow camp couple of moons afore me and this other partner, a young'un, got there for the winter. But this older fella led them goddamned Blackfoot down on the Crow." He paused to ponder his thoughts. "For some goddamned reason." Bass shook his head and stared down at his moccasins. "I know this ain't making much sense to you, friend, but it all don't make any sense to me, you see? If'n it don't make sense to this nigger, just how can I be making it come clear to someone else? Can you tell me?" Thornbrew shook his head almost sadly. "Your affliction must be great, dear Scratch." "My what?" "Your affliction, your trouble. How you are troubled at this confusion you carry around with you." He thought a moment, then continued. "Have you thought that it is merely your own self that is causing this haunting to confound you so?" "You mean I'm bringing it on my own self?" "Perhaps." "You ain't hittin' center there," he shot back a little testily, glancing over Gerald's shoulders at the men down the long rows of beds. "You ain't gonna say I'm the one what's gone crazy now?" "Farthest thing from it. I am sorry if you believed that what I meant was that you were the prime cause of your own confusion." "You gotta know I ain't crazy." The sob clutched at him. It's just that I can't get this ghost of him to stop devilin' me." "You say this old friend is dead now?" Thornbrew wanted to be certain. "Yeah," he replied sadly. "Leastways his body's dead, and I done me what I could for his spirit, buried him proper and such. Still, his goddamned spirit ain't at rest, so he ain't givin' me no rest neither." He meant much to you, I take it? Was a time that he did. He shook his head sadly again. I got me a trouble with people, howsomever. Just like yourself, Gerald. I take folks to my heart, and then they sort of, well, it seems they do wrong by me. Is it that they betray you, friend? I suppose you could call it that, Bass replied. Yes, I put my faith in 'em, and they go and do something to destroy that faith I had. Always, damn it! It always happens. Should make a man like me not want to have him any friends, shouldn't it? He looked up at Gerald with a look of genuine concern in his eyes, a genuine need. Then I must do what I can to merit your faith in me, my dear friend, the Englishman responded. I will see what I can do to gain you an audience with the doctor, and with all expediency. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day following. I cannot promise for sure, but I will do what I can. Yes, Mr. Bass, this is the least I can do. If you can do that, get me in to see the doctor, this McLaughlin, Scratch paused, sighed, and maybe I can get myself healed up. I can be at peace if I can get Asa to be at rest himself. Asa? Thornbrew responded quickly, jerking his head up to fix his eyes on the American. Yeah, Bass replied. Asa McCafferty. That be the old fella's name. Yes, Thornbrew nodded, then lowered his head. You not telling me something? Nothing, my friend. Nah, Bass injected. You know something you ain't telling me right off, Gerald. I need me to know. Need me to know all of it. You knowed him, right? No, Gerald answered too quickly. No, I did not know him. He did not like the way the conversation had gone. You must have trust in me, Scratch. You must trust me when I say I did not know him. But you did know of him? Some time ago it was, perhaps, he finally answered. Yes, knew of him, and that was all. Strange it is, he shook his head, you bringing up that name out of the past. To bring that ghost with you to Vancouver now, after all this time. Why? Are you hungry, my friend? I asked you why. I can bring you something to eat from the kitchen. Bass quickly rolled his legs off the bed and stood before Thornbrew. The Englishman's evasiveness made him testy. I ain't that hungry. For food, leastways. Need me some answers. And if you can give me 'em now, all the better. But you've not eaten since breakfast. The pig you say you do not enjoy eating. Gerald attempted to make light of things. That don't matter. I can always find me something to eat. Perhaps you should rest, then. It has been a long journey for you over the mountains, and you have not actually rested well the last 2 nights. Damn it, I got me enough sleep. I gotta know what you're hiding from me. I am not keeping anything hidden from you, Scratch. I am merely trying to see what needs you have as our guest, to feed you and see that you are well rested before your visit with the doctor. I got me other needs what need tending to, Bass broke in. You're making this here child feel mighty squamptious about this whole shittery. Squamptious? Huh, Bass replied. Found me a word I got to explain to you now, huh? He watched the Englishman nod. Funny feeling. Something I can't put my finger on for the life of me. And that's just the way I'm feeling about how you're not answering my questions about McCafferty. Gerald sat down on the edge of the bed and waited for Bass to seat himself on the one across from him. Scratch leaned forward with his forearms on his knees, waiting expectantly for Gerald's reply. You must believe me, Thornbrew finally said after long moments of thought. I need you to trust that I speak the truth to you, as will the doctor. There will be no deception there, as there have been from others. This McCafferty, for sure. But I did not know the man. Believe me, Scratch, his name is familiar, yes, but I did not know him. Do you believe me? He looked the trapper squarely in the eye. Yep, I suppose I gotta believe you that. I am gladdened that you do, for it is the truth. The look of pain that had filled his eyes slowly vanished. I'll have to take it for the truth then. True it is, Gerald replied. And for that reason, I will aid you in all ways to gain this audience with the good doctor. He rose to leave. This doctor, this McLaughlin, Bass began. He know McCafferty? He saw Thornbrew stop and look at the floor, almost as if he were studying the wooden planks. McLaughlin know him, Gerald? Still, the Englishman did not answer. McLaughlin knowed him, didn't he? Bass persisted. He waited a moment more. Didn't he? Yes. Gerald turned to face Bass with a look of some small relief on his face. Yes. McLaughlin knew McCafferty. Bass plopped to the bed. His body sagged. He felt close to the answer now. This pilgrimage he had undertaken, that was the word Gerald had used, pilgrimage, was to prove itself worth the starvation, the blood, the fight with the wolves, the whole of it after all. Something buried deep within him, down deeper than he often dared to look in his soul, had told him here he would find the answers. And his guts had not steered him wrong again. No, sir, his intuitions had been right. He had long ago learned to rely upon his guts, what they told him about something or someone. And they had not betrayed him now. It was worth it, all he had gone through getting to Vancouver now. Just as his guts had assured him months ago, this Dr. John McLaughlin held the key to ridding himself of McCafferty's ghost. And with the chief factor's help, Scratch would put Asa to rest with his own soul intact. He felt his body sag a little more as some of the tenseness, the nervous expectancy, was shed from both his body and mind now. He looked up to see the Englishman staring down at him. I think I can use a little sleep now, Gerald. Of course. If'n you can see to it that I can palaver with the doctor as soon as he gets the chance? To be sure, Gerald said. I will, Scratch. He turned to go. The small cabin with the red-painted door, same color as the cassettes, the chests here, Spanish red door. What? I don't understand what you mean. If you have need of me before the morrow, he began and paused. Down in the village, our place, the woman and I, our place with the red door. Come for me if I can be of help to you, my friend. You've helped this old nigger much already, Bass responded. And you are a friend, a true friend. He closed his eyes at last and let out a long sigh. Thornbrew turned and walked down the long corridor between the rows of beds. He stopped at the door to look back at Bass. The American seemed to be falling to sleep now with the dimming light. And he was glad for it. The man needed his rest. Being haunted must surely take much out of the man. This American trapper felt things so deeply. Thornbrew sighed. He had not lied to Scratch. No, he told himself, he had not lied at all. But neither had he told the whole truth of the matter. McLaughlin would need to hear of this. He must hear of this at once. The doctor must be told who this American is and why he had come, who he had come to inquire about. Thornbrew's loyalties to McLaughlin were strong, forged in a special fire over the years. Yet he felt some strange new loyalty to this buck-skinned mountain trapper also. Perhaps together, the doctor and the trapper, McLaughlin and Bass, they would each end their own private haunting. Together. They would help each other put the ghost to rest at last. You do rise early, the voice sounded beside him. Bass was sitting on one of the long benches against the dorm wall, enjoying the early morning. He had been watching the large Hudson's Bay Company flag catch and flutter on the breezes from its flagpole near the warehouses at the south wall. Now he saw beside him a tall, slender, clean-shaven young man who looked to be about 24 years old. Howdy, Bass replied. Old habit, I suppose it be. Getting up early, I mean.
Solomon H. Smith.
He presented a hand to Bass, who shook it.
The H is for Howard. I am recent of New Hampshire by way of Vermont and the Newfoundland banks.
You American? Bass asked just as quickly.
Why, yes.
The man seemed startled that he had been asked such a question.
As I said, born in New Hampshire. My father was a doctor. After he died, my mother moved us up to Vermont. Tried medical school for a time. Just not cut out for being a doctor, I suppose. Disappointed my mother, it truly did. Dropped out and became a fisherman.
Oh, here I am, really rambling on,
but American, yes.
Didn't know there was any more of us here. Bass turned to get a better look at the new acquaintance. You a trapper? He squinted one eye, looking Smith's cloth garments up and down now with a discerning gaze.
No, sir, Solomon answered. Oh, I came out to this country thinking I would be. However, matters have a way of taking us along their own course. I am schoolmaster here at Vancouver.
Teacher, huh? Bass squinted again.
Nothing wrong with that profession, is there?
Suppose not. Bass grinned to put Solomon more at ease.
Howbeit you come out to trap and end up a schoolmarm. Teacher, that is. Don't strike you as a schoolmarm, do I? Solomon laughed. Well, sir, had been fishing on a schooner off the Newfoundland banks. We were returning home when a British packet rammed us in the fog. Our ship was sliced clean in half. Not a soul lost, I'm lucky to say. We were taken aboard by the British and brought into Boston. That's when I ran onto this fella called Nathaniel Wyeth.
That's him, Bass interrupted.
Seems he's popping up everywhere I go. Was down to Fort Nez Perce couple of days back, and he'd been down there too. Made his first friend in months there with little French fella name of Pambaroon. French Bouchway even give him a suit of clothes. Pambaroon did that, yes, Smith agreed. Got to his fort around the middle of October. The rest of us were treated well, but I had to wait until my arrival at Vancouver on the 29th of October before I could acquire some new clothes. He gestured toward his own cloth garments. My other clothes were in terrible shape by the time we arrived here, the horrendous journey and all. Country'll eat a man up, first whack it will. And it came close, Solomon continued. We were brought down the river here on a barge by 2 Canadians. But with all the troubles, Indians and all, by the time Wyeth got us all here to Vancouver, only 12 of us by that time, it was just to find out his ship had not come in. That was the crushing blow. You see, he had planned for a ship to leave from Boston loaded with trade goods and supplies to travel around the Horn of South America and meet us here on the Columbia. Wyeth would construct a post to serve as competition to the British here in this great Northwest. We also planned to catch salmon, have us a profitable sideline in the fish business.
Son, Bass slipped in,
you making my head swim. You mean to say this Wyeth fella had him plans to get his fort outfitted with goods brung here by ship from back east? Yes, Solomon nodded. That's right. Why the devil didn't Wyeth just bring you all here on the ship? Not sure why not. Solomon pondered the ground beneath his boots. Perhaps to save room and passage costs on the ship for the essential goods and construction supplies for the post he had dreams of building out here? And, well, he didn't take us along. His voice became moody for a moment. The ship, the Sultana, was lost in the South Seas, wrecked, we received word. And with that wreckage came the end to Wyeth's plans. The doctor here, McLaughlin, he had to tell Nathaniel the bad news. Wyeth and you boys all end up joining up with the Britishers, huh? Oh, no, sir. Smith turned toward Bass. The group that was left to Wyeth, not many of us, to be sure, after the journey west and after so many saw the reality of dying at the hands of some Indian, we disbanded for the most part. Some left with Nathaniel to go back east last March with a spring fur brigade. He pulled out for the East Coast with the Spring Express the 1st of March. Nathaniel still entertains his illusions of re-outfitting himself and returning to become a thorn in the side of the British out here. Build that fort of his, set up trade, and drain some of the valuable fur business off from the Hudson's Bay Company. Grand plans they were. He paused and shook his head slowly before continuing. A noble effort. But he really had no idea, no conception at all of what trouble it would be to establish a fort out here, much less be able to compete with this mighty company. Smith grew pensive again. However, I had to choose my own way at that time. I had had enough of the uncertainty and whims of weather, geography, and the red man alike. I've been working around the post here, odd jobs for my keep. When John Ball, he was the first of Nathaniel's men to be the schoolteacher here at Vancouver and started last fall, quit the doctor first of last month, March, to build a place of his own down in the Willamette Valley and try his hand at farming, I asked McLaughlin if he would want me to continue what Ball had started with the children. McLaughlin immediately agreed, and here I have been for almost 2 months now. Traded your traps for a slate, huh? Titus remarked. Trapper turned teacher. I suppose it does sound a bit dull on the face of it, doesn't it? Don't mean to be belittling your trade, son, Bass apologized. No offense taken, sir, Smith replied. I just had a choice to make. I didn't know for sure what Wyeth would ever put together for himself and the rest of us. However, I was certain of what I could put together for myself, and I grabbed for it. Something I could do, something which made me feel very good, on my own to boot. The young teacher chuckled. There are times when the job has its own rewards, sir. As with bright students, such as Dominique Pambroon and Ranald MacDonald. The doctor let the rowdier ones know he will thrash them soundly if they do not behave. Why, young David McLaughlin was the first and only student who could speak English for a while. So, if a pupil lapses into French on me instead of using English, that student has to wear a heavy leather medallion around his neck for the rest of the day. But, by and large, I get to reward most of them daily with barley sugar as a treat for good behavior. It is just the few, the rascals, he chuckled again. Whenever I think back to fighting Indians, I often wonder what is really worse, fighting an Indian that wants to scalp you, or fighting the rambunctious, rowdy students in my class. You fought Injuns, you say, son? Only once, Smith nodded. Not really fought them. We were told to stay back out of the way and leave the fighting to those veterans of the mountains. Some Blackfeet had cornered us down in the bottom of Pierre's Hole last summer. You was at that rendezvous? Why, Solomon said, a puzzled look on his face. Why, yes. Wyeth and the 11 of us left to him had hooked up with Milton Sublette to head for Snake River country and were heading out of rendezvous with Mr. Sublette's brigade when we were surprised by this large band of Blackfeet. Got pinned down and the rest of the rendezvous camp come roaring in to finish the fight. Never did get us that and finished, howsomever. Why, yes, Solomon turned to face the trapper. Sounds to me like I was there, Bass said softly. Saw many a good man go under that day. Good friend I lost there. Really never knew why we didn't take us the fort them Injuns built 'em in the trees. It was your kind I saw that day take over the fight, riding in from the rendezvous encampment, jumping from your horses, stripping your clothing for battle. In a sober, morbid way, it was yet a very grand sight to behold indeed. I had to decide after we arrived here that I did not have a stomach for Indian fighting. Most of us really don't, son. I mean to say I would, if I can, I would prefer never to have to go through such a thing again. Bass put an open palm on the knee of the young American beside him. I think you made the right choice, son. You really do? Yepper. He rose from the bench. Each man's got to find his own way, and you ain't got nothing to feel put under 'bout giving up trappin' for teachin' here. Then he remembered his manners. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Name's Titus Bass. recent of Pierre's Hole, Three Forks, winterin' with the Crow, and a mighty long walk here.
Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Titus Bass. He stood up to shake the trapper's hand. Bass looked around at the buildings of the compound.
You don't know where a fella might find him a bit of victuals, does you? I ain't et for most of a day now.
Why, certainly, Solomon replied. You can come with me to breakfast in the kitchen. I have an early breakfast most days, then wander back over here to the bachelor's hall where I hold classes for the youngsters. I have some quiet time to prepare my lessons for the day before the children show up. How about this morning after breakfast together, I give Mr. Titus Bass of the long-legged journey a tour, a guided tour to be sure, of Fort Vancouver.
That'd be just fine, Bass said.
Yes, sir, that's something this old nigger'd really appreciate. Nigger? Smith seemed to look at Bass's deeply tanned face all the more closely. You don't look to be...
Jumpin', Jeho, I ain't a negra, if'n that's what you're askin' about, Bass replied to ease the young man's sudden tension. Just a way of talkin' for a lot of coons, lot of us trappers. Nigger don't mean a darky, nigger don't mean something bad no ways neither. Just a way of sayin' something, I suppose. Don't know how we all got to usin' the word.
An expression, Smith interrupted. It's just an expression you and your kind are wont to use at times, then.
I suppose what you're sayin' is right.
Interesting.
He pondered for a moment.
Very interesting. I might use such a thing in class this day.
Talk about niggers?
Smith laughed lightly. Oh, no, Titus. I may call you Titus, may I not? Bass nodded. I will not talk about niggers. Not at all, in fact. The children have no idea what a negra or darky is, for that matter. But sometimes the ones who are slow in English, learning good English, that is, might be excited to hear some real earthy, homey expressions used in everyday speech. Those expressions real people use to describe things, those descriptions, those ways of saying things that are very, very descriptive.
You ain't taking me to class with you now, Bass protested.
Why, I hadn't thought of that, Smith grinned. But it would be a marvelous thing. Yes, you could talk to the children and I would translate for you. Yes, you have struck upon something good here.
You just get you that notion right on out of your head, son, Titus protested again.
Why, sir? Have you plans for this morning?
No. Well, no, Bass stammered. Not as far as I know. Gotta talk with the doctor.
You have an appointment, then?
No, not rightly, I don't think, Bass replied. But you ain't getting me near no schoolhouse.
Ah, Solomon remarked. McLaughlin does not see visitors until the afternoon. After lunch it is. He put a hand on the trapper's upper arm. Then you have the morning free for me and the children. Oh, come on, sir. It is the least you can do. I am going to take you to break your fast. Can't you smell the aromas coming from the kitchen now? Bass could not help it. His nose filled with the savory fragrance coming to him from across the large compound. His mouth watered at the prospect of another warm meal pushed down into his belly. What do you say? Huh, Titus Bass? Pretty fair trade, eh?
Oh, shit.
Then Bass clamped his lips shut.
I'm sorry. Sorry for cussing in front of a teacher. In front of you, son.
Smith laughed heartily, squinting his eyes at Bass. Oh, shit, Mr. Bass. You have no need for apologizing to me. I have heard sailors all my life. Shit, I'm not offended at all. Come, let's get your belly full of hot food now. Then, I'll give you the tour. 16. After a hearty breakfast in the kitchen, which was situated behind the doctor's house, Smith and Bass began their tour. By this time, the fort was itself beginning to come to life. The sounds of human industry floated on the air, the ring of an axe on wood, the clang of a blacksmith's hammer, oddly disembodied, floating on the morning air, the faint chime of a hammered nail driving into a whipsawed board, the whiskey voice of a teamster calling out to his mules, the whisper snap of harness leather as the slack jerked out of the traces, the creak of wagon wheels rolling under the strain of cargo. Solomon had explained that most of the clerks would take their breakfast with the chief factor in McLaughlin's house in the dining room, while the 23 workers would eat in Bachelor's Hall. But Smith's own personal habit of rising early precluded having his first meal of the day with the doctor or in the main hall. Instead, the young American schoolteacher always arose early and went directly to the kitchen itself to request his breakfast firsthand, taking his meal almost directly from the many skillets that were warming. The two men emerged from the passageway that connected the house with the kitchen and circled the back of the chief factor's house. Boards groaned under their weight as the two men stopped for a moment. "This place, the house, is called many names, Mr. Bass," the teacher began. "Although the chief factor is not properly authorized to employ the title, the place itself is called the governor's house or the governor's mansion, then variously referred to as the commander's house, the manager's residence, even the Tyee house, which is the native word meaning chief. Some simply call it the big house. Any one of the terms may be used, and it is readily known you mean where McLaughlin himself dwells." From the outside, it looked as if it were a single-story building. However, the manner in which it was constructed had made for several rooms in an attic area with no exterior windows or dormers. Near the side of the house lay a supply of lumber and tools covered with oiled canvas. Smith pointed out that workmen were still finishing the second floor of the house this spring. Along the south wall of the large house ran a wide front porch. It was elevated about 5 feet from ground level, with 2 central sets of steps that wound toward the main door of the house, located in the middle of the south wall. On either side of this front door were 3 large windows with their curtains drawn. On either side of the 2 staircases sat ancient 8-inch cannons, both mounted on naval carriages and pointed directly at the main gate at the south wall of the post. "Perhaps you'll get a chance to see inside the big house one of these days," Smith commented as they strolled around the southwest corner of the house. Somewhere, a meadowlark trilled its morning song atop a palisade. "That be one thing I'm counting on, young fella," Bass replied. Solomon pointed to his left at the Owyhee Church, just west and north of McLaughlin's residence. He explained that religious services were held there for the Indians. Between the church and the kitchen along the north wall was another 15-foot-wide gate that remained locked most of the time. Further west of the church sat a small, 1-story structure, square in construction, its windows barred with straps of heavy, blackened iron. "Looks to be a hell of a lot like a jail to me," Bass remarked. "Right you are," Smith said. "That's what it is." "I'll be damned," Bass said. "Even got a jail here? What, you get too drunk maybe? Gotta spend a night in there?" No, Smith answered. "The jail here is reserved for much more serious crimes than merely getting drunk and raising a ruckus. The doctor himself doesn't take much to imbibing spirituous liquors, but the jail is not used to hold drunks." Near the southwest corner of the jail, another medium-sized building was under construction. Smith pointed out that it would be what they would call the new office. To the southwest of it, however, was the old office, where the clerks did their accounting and handled the large northwestern operation of the company. "I myself am not much of a church-going man, Mr. Bass," Smith remarked. "But I find that each Sunday I do enjoy attending one of the doctor's religious services. He is not Catholic, as so many are, so he holds a service where he reads a portion of the Church of England prayer book, I suppose it is. We have the services back there at times." He pointed to the Owyhee Church building. It is not the rigid letter of religious creed that is so highly important to McLaughlin. Instead, Mr. Bass, he is a man who often speaks of the need for a community of worship, a spirit of worship that remains upmost in the mind of the chief factor. The gathering of his people under his large wing, and he takes this chore very seriously, is something he genuinely loves to do. Sometimes we have held our Sunday services in the big house, in the main dining room where the doctor will conduct our prayer and songs from a hasty pulpit following breakfast. Some clerks will read from the Bible, mostly the New Testament passages. Then McLaughlin might read from his Anglican service, followed by his son James finishing the morning with another short reading from the Bible before we sing a few more songs to conclude the service. Smith nodded his head. Sundays, traditionally a day of rest for most, appears to be the busiest day of the week for the doctor. Besides our own Anglican service, he also holds a separate service for the Catholic employees, French mostly. So he will read in their native French tongue. McLaughlin has requested the company to dispatch a priest to the Columbia on countless occasions. Although he is greatly distressed by the repeated rebuff, he keeps up with the services for the welfare of his employees. Along the north wall, to the west of the jail, stood another small structure. Outside, more rough-hewn lumber lay stacked under oiled canvas. Solomon explained that this lumber was not for construction of the fort's buildings. Rather, it was for the construction of furniture. This was the carpenter's shop. The rasping sound of a saw burred in counterpoint to the rhythmic tap of a hammer on soft cabinet wood. The smells of fresh shavings mingled with the heady scent of cut cedar and pine sap. "There is a sawmill some 5 miles above here on the river," Smith explained. "Several workers are kept busy for about half the year cutting lumber down and hauling it here from the mill. Those same carpenters then build the fine furniture you saw in the kitchen, the fine furnishings you will see on your visit to the big house. They also build furniture for many of the inland posts, chairs, tables, desks, chests, beds, and such." Continuing west of the carpenter's shop, Smith pointed out the larger one-story structure, some 80 feet by 30 feet, that was known as the wheat store. Here were stored the wheat and other grains grown in the fields surrounding the fort walls. Bass sniffed of the musky scent of wheat, barley, oats, and corn. A mule brayed in protest across the compound. A whip cracked. A man cursed. The mule whimpered one last time and was silent. "Back in 29, Smith explained, Governor Simpson, that's the doctor's boss, hell, the boss of the whole damned company, had McLaughlin build a new grist mill down on the falls of the Willamette. The river runs south of the post, its mouth pouring into the Columbia just a short distance west of here. I have been there myself once, and I must admit, it is an ideal spot for a mill to grind the wheat into flour. But McLaughlin knew the natives were, shall I say, sensitive about having construction near the falls. Perhaps they were fearful of some gods or something, but the doctor knew there would be resistance to the company building the mill there. Nevertheless, the governor ordered the doctor to build the mill, and he did so in the fall." He let out a long, sighing breath. "That winter, when the mill was abandoned for the season, after the harvest had been ground into flour, the natives came in and burned the whole of it down. I believe, as the doctor does, that it symbolized to the natives the worst of white intrusion into their land. And right on the heels of a terrible epidemic of ague among the Indians. But McLaughlin persisted. The next spring, the mill was again raised on the site of the burnt and hacked timbers, and the mill race itself was finished just last year. Did you enjoy the sweet cakes you had along with breakfast?" "Been some time, son," Scratch answered. "Yes, I did. Some time it's been since last I ate so much bacon goods." To the west of the wheat store along the north wall stood a long, one-story structure called the beef store, where the ground was hard, tromped and packed by many cloven hooves. There hung the butchered meats, both cattle and swine, some smoked. Bass's nose crinkled as he sniffed the heady scent of hickory, smelling like mulled wine, like the stale ashes of a cook fire. Behind the beef store against the north palisade was a well. In the event of a siege, the fort would not go without water. However, as Smith explained, such an attack by the natives on the fort itself was thought to be a very remote possibility. The Indians in the area had at last become aware of the chief factor's stern, yet benevolent hand in dealing with them. While the natives had done damage from time to crews of ships or destroyed structures such as the mill, they dared not entertain the idea of attacking the fort itself. In fact, the walls of the fort were simple palisades, lacking inner ramparts and loopholes. They passed the root house, a small, narrow structure where many of the vegetables grown in the gardens and fields were stored. "Would you like to get a good view of the countryside all around?" Not waiting for an answer, Smith led the way up a narrow set of steps running along the inside of the northern wall, ascending toward the northwest corner of the palisades. The two Americans emerged at the top of the steps to stand upon a small, rough-hewn landing. Bass slowly turned, looking in each direction for long moments to marvel at the view he had of this wild, beautiful country. To the north and east, he could see his Pilot Peak, that single snowy mountain that had helped guide him to Vancouver. To the west, Bass watched the mighty Columbia fall away to the sea. And to the south, he could see the Willamette as it fell into the Columbia, issuing forth from its beautiful valley. "That fellow John Ball lives down that way," Smith said. "I told you about him. He was with Wyeth and me, too. Came out with us. Last year, when we all wandered in here, Ball began to fall in love with this land. More quickly than even I, it must be said. He himself was a New Englander, teacher, even said he was a lawyer, too." He saw Bass glance at him for a brief moment. "Sours my milk," Bass exclaimed. "Country getting too damned civilized when lawyers come tromping round out here." He snorted in derision. "Law and constables. Never would have thought there'd be that foo-for-ah out here. Time was only one law for us, taking care of yourself and your compañeros. Man does that, and ain't nothing else needed. Nigger can expect to be treated square by most, and he can treat most coons the same way back. It's them few low, snaky bastards who make things bad for the rest of us." Scratch chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Laws and lawyers pushing you around, and if they ain't pushing you around, they fool you with all the fancy foo-for-ah palaver. Lawyers and government niggers, they be the same, taking what ain't theirs to begin with and live off an honest man's earnin's. Both of 'em the same, word benders is what they is. Rattles my ass, word benders." "I suppose you are right, Mr. Bass," Solomon continued. "But Ball was a different sort of teacher, or lawyer, I think. He so enjoyed the spirited discussions and arguments held in Bachelor's Hall each evening after supper till long into the night. He said he had not had so much intellectual stimulation in many a year until he arrived at what he called this bastion of civilized wilderness. Also, we were all treated so kindly by McLaughlin as his guests that Ball was the first to leave Wyeth's service, offering to repay McLaughlin's kindness and generosity." Bass turned and followed Smith down the steps to the compound once more. A pair of swallows whistled overhead, then darted from view like the shadows of leaves. The doctor would not hear of a guest of his working, of course, but McLaughlin did suggest that if Ball wished to repay him, a school be formed to educate his own and the rest of the children. Since there had never been a real school out here, in 1826 the doctor had to send his son John Jr. east to the Red River Colony for an education. Well, Mr. Bass, that was the perfect offer for a man like John Ball. He set up classes every morning, excepting Sundays, of course. The students came to his quarters in Bachelor's Hall for instruction, as they now come to my apartment. Ball quit serving the doctor back the 1st of March, and I took over the teaching chores. Ball told us he wanted to try his luck at farming. Got him a nice place started down the Willamette. They strolled along the western wall of the fort, passing 2 large, high buildings that Smith explained were storage houses for trade goods and furs, as were the 2 others Bass had seen along the south wall the previous evening when he had entered the fort. They turned at the southwest corner near the small powder magazine and moved along the south wall, past the open gate, and toward the wider gate, it being some 15 feet in width when fully opened. Smith smiled, shook his head. "I've taken on a tough job, Mr. Bass, this teaching of the fort's children. Young ones from the village, too. May not seem like it to you, however, but my pupils speak a variety of tongues, so it not only makes it hard to get my lessons across, but also keeps things very, very lively, and interesting to boot." He chuckled. "The children can all get very excited about something, and I can't make a hide or hair out of all the babble coming from so many tongues. Klickitat, Nez Perce, Chinook, Cree, and French. I'm slowly learning a little French, and I'm getting quite good at Chinook, the language used by most natives we see, it seems." "Want someday to go back and learn to read better," Bass remarked. "Knowed me how once. Didn't keep up with it, howsomever. Now it be just scratching on paper. Can't make no sign of it, though." He snorted and shook his head. "Even got me some books I have read to me, I do. Shakespeare, one is, some plays." "Shakespeare, you say?" Smith was more than a little amazed. "Why, that comes as a bit of a surprise. I mean to say, no offense, but to have a trapper here in this wilderness having read Shakespeare? Why—" "I ain't read it my own self," Bass corrected. "Had me a play called Macbeth read to me round the evening fires by—" The memory tugged at a lump suddenly shooting into his throat. "It was a young fellow what read it to me. Got me the book and another, it called Pilgrim's Progress, back to my truck and plunder, back on the Walla Walla at Fort Nez Perce, where my ponies be." "Somewhat an amazing character you are, Mr. Titus Bass," Smith concluded. "You are ready to lift scalps," he said as his fingers flicked at some of the scalp locks that adorned the sleeves and quillwork of the trapper's shirt. "Yet you have still found a place in your heart, nay, your very soul, for Shakespeare, and other good reading. You truly are an astonishing man. Not at all like most I met down in Pierre's Hole, nor on my way here with Wyeth." "Not all that dad-blamed different, really," Scratch protested. "Yes, you are, Mr. Bass," Solomon replied. "You are not like anyone else I have met before, or likely to again." Smith stopped beside the long, tall structure. Its log walls, like the rest of those in the compound, had been plastered and whitewashed. "This is the trading store. Some call it the Indian shop or the Indian store. Here, the trading takes place with the natives of the surrounding areas. It was put here close to the main gate so that when the Indians come in for their trading, they would not be allowed any further access to the fort's interior." They continued east along the southern palisade to the blacksmith shop, beside which stood the iron store in the southeastern corner of the fort walls. Stored inside were various sizes of the forged metal, standard strap, bar, plate, and rod iron. A few men passed them and entered, only to emerge shortly, carrying strap iron into the blacksmith shop where 2 other men were engaged in firing up the furnaces for the day's work. Bass listened to the alien sounds of metal banging on metal, the wheezing lungs of the bellows, the small wind blowing from its spout onto fiery coals. He turned away from the acrid smoke stinging his nostrils, let out a breath. "I'll be damned if you don't have it all here, Solomon," Bass commented. "They do. We do, here," he replied. Besides the carpenters who make the furniture, some are coopers for barrels and such as that. Then we have these men here, the blacksmiths and tinsmiths, who are constantly kept busy with work for this fort and many of the other posts. Work is already underway on another post, so these men have much to do, hinges, nails, frames, and all the iron goods necessary. A few of these men are gunsmiths, too. Up there, he pointed past the dormitory, by the kitchen is the harness shop where the leathersmiths craft all sorts of things and repair the leather harness, saddles, and other goods we make from the cattle hides taken in the butchering. He turned to look at Scratch. Is your outfit in good repair?
I be hoping it'll make it through to Rendezvous, son, Bass answered. Good truck it is. A saddle I got me down to Santa Fe some time back. Injun pack saddles for the ponies. Best damned things I ever saw for such, too.
I was just wondering if you might need some repairs on your outfit, Solomon said. Some 20 craftsmen here, not counting clerks, who can repair anything you have need of fixing.
Even if I did, ain't got it with me here, son, Bass said. Back to Pambaroon's place. Stayed me one night afore comin' on down river.
With Thornbrew.
You knowed that, huh?
Yes. Not a man I would suppose doesn't know of you being here, having come in with Thornbrew down on the supply barge.
Thornbrew tell everybody?
Oh, no, not Thornbrew, Solomon said. I was told by the doctor himself about your arrival.
I know, Titus said matter-of-factly. He come out to see just who Thornbrew brung with him when we come into the fort yesterday.
He looked over at Smith again as they came around the back of Bachelor's Hall, moving toward the north wall.
He asked you, the doctor himself, to come meet me?
I would have done that myself, Mr. Bass, Solomon replied, you being American as I am and all.
Nah, I mean, McLaughlin asked you to check me over, huh?
Well, to be honest, he did ask me to do that, Smith admitted. Now this is the wash house, where all the laundry is done, everything from clothing to bedding and blankets. And there, he said, pointing to the well just behind the east of the wash house, is another source of water.
I see you don't have to draw your water from the river, Bass observed wryly. Just the same ways, I see you don't want to answer my question about McLaughlin's son.
He looked at Solomon, who quickly averted his eyes.
You answered it a bit, son, but not all of it. He wants you to read my sign, right?
That's the bakery. Solomon pointed to the structure nestled within the east wall of the fort, directly opposite the wash house. And north of the wash house here is the harness shop, where we can mend anything you might have need of.
I need my questions to have 'em some answers, damn it, Bass grumbled.
Why's it so damned blue blazes, gall-fisted, bow-legged, bust-jawed hard for a man to get him some answers round this place? Smith stopped and looked squarely at Bass, surprised at the sudden flash of anger in the trapper's response. I suppose you are owed some explanation, aren't you?
Damned right I am, son.
Smith paused a moment to mull over his reply. The doctor was visited by Thornbrew after the Englishman left you last night.
He went straight to McLaughlin, huh?
Yes, but that is normal procedure, Mr. Bass. The doctor likes to know what is going on in other posts. Has to know. He is in charge.
And he's in charge of all the folks round here, too, Bass observed. That it? So he gets Gerald to come up to his house and spill him his guts on me.
To report on the status of the Walla Walla operations.
To report on me, Bass broke in. Thornbrew had to tell him about me. But now I think on it, that be just what I wanted him to do, son. So don't you worry none about that now. I asked Gerald to go see the doctor and tell him I'm wanting to talk with him soon.
I see.
Ain't nothing at all wrong with that now, Solomon.
Doesn't seem to be, if you asked Gerald to do it.
Smith was more than a little relieved. Gerald's my friend, you see, Bass went on. Got to know the man some on the way down the river. Like him, I do. Might even take a liking to you, too, son. He grinned. Thornbrew's a good man, that he is, Smith replied. He works directly for McLaughlin. And he shut his lips. I thought he worked for Pambaroon, down to Walla Walla. Smith's evasiveness had not been lost on Bass. He does. Thornbrew does work for Pambaroon. Yes, you're right. Smith tried to smile. It's stupid of me to get confused this way. He used to work for the doctor directly, and now he works under Pambaroon. I thought so, Bass commented. But he really felt there was something strange about it all. And strange, too, he began to sort through it now, that the Englishman was supposedly assigned to Walla Walla far away upriver, yet had a woman here at the fort, down in the village. Why, if he worked at Fort Nez Perce, why didn't Thornbrew take her with him down to Pambroon's post? You had problems with Gerald, Thornbrew? Bass inquired. No, not in the least. Thornbrew's a very nice fellow. Despite his size, one of the best of gentlemen I know. I don't know of a person who has had a bit of a problem with Thornbrew. He doesn't seem to have a mean bone in that whole huge body of his, Mr. Bass. Everyone, they have all been very kind to me since coming here. And now they want you to be repaying that kindness by spying on this old boy, huh? Not at all, sir, Smith protested. The doctor does not work in devious ways at all, and he would be highly offended if you accused him of such a thing. Hold on now, Bass put his hand up. No one accusing you or the doctor of doing anything underhanded. Just meant to say that McLaughlin sent you to get to know me better afore he wants to see me, right? I suppose you must be right there, Smith agreed quickly. Bass chewed on it a minute. It seemed to make sense to him. The chief factor was talking not only to Gerald Thornbrew about him, but also to Solomon Smith. This doctor wanted to know a lot about the American. So, he reasoned, McLaughlin must be getting ready to call Bass in for a visit. That wasn't so bad, after all was said and done. Might just speed things up. You gonna talk with him about me, right? Scratch asked. Yes, but later, after classes this morning. I'll be having lunch with him and others in the big house. Please feel free to go into the kitchen and get yourself something to eat whenever you get hungry again. Can't have me lunch with the rest of the fellas? Not all of us regularly eat there, Smith answered. Just the clerks, officers, some of us others, you see. Seems I work directly for the doctor, too. He paused. Teaching school, that is. Ain't nothing to this, is there, Solomon? Not at all, Mr. Bass. He turned and walked back toward the dorm with Titus. I must be getting to my wards now, the students, you know. Some already here, waiting for me, he said, after they entered the dorm. He pointed to 6 children gathered outside his room in the hallway. You like children? Bass inquired. Seems I have to. But yes, I think I really do. I enjoy the job. Now you, he said, patting Bass on the upper arm, you go and make yourself at home. Go down by the river or stroll down to the village. Visit the Indian trading house. Anything you like. The place is open to you, Mr. Bass. Anything you need, all you have to do is holler for it, right? Yep, Bass answered. And what I need is to talk with the doctor. And he will be visiting with you soon, I'm sure. I know that, son, Titus replied. I know he's getting himself all ready to have a little talk with this here child. Yes, sir. He knows him that this old boy got him some questions to ask him right off. He moved away, then stopped and turned to look back at Smith, who was ushering the youngsters into his room. He nodded at the young schoolteacher and continued down the hallway between the other apartments toward the large, open dorm room. Smith lingered near the doorway, a bit confused in his own mind at why this American trapper was so much more important to the doctor than most others who had visited Vancouver. Why this hardened veteran of the Rocky Mountains, this man of many winters in the wilderness, why should McLaughlin take such an interest in him? Smith could not quite piece together why the doctor had sent for him late last night. Solomon had gone up to the big house as the chief factor had requested of him.
The chief factor had gotten straight to the point in requesting the young teacher to acquaint himself with the visitor, who had come here requesting to talk with McLaughlin. It did not seem all that strange to him at first. Smith had agreed, saying he would enjoy the chance to meet the trapper. That was all there was to it. Almost. McLaughlin, in his heavy robe, had escorted him to the porch. But since then, Smith had wondered about it, especially what Thornbrew had told the doctor about the trapper. Now there was a bit of a mystery in itself. Gerald Thornbrew. Smith had often thought it strange how the Englishman had worked so closely with McLaughlin for a couple of years, so closely one would have believed he was grooming Thornbrew to take his place at Vancouver. Then, in 1830, James Douglas came on the scene to take the place of Edward Ermatinger. Douglas was now to be in charge of the company's accounts in the Columbia District, and Thornbrew had been moved. Smith considered Gerald Thornbrew to be one of the men most loyal to McLaughlin, accepting the transfer to the Walla Walla post in early fall of 1831 without a grumble. And yet he left his wife here at the village. Every chance the big Englishman had, he returned to Vancouver on this mission or that, very often at the personal request of the chief factor himself. Seemingly, too, to visit his wife. Thornbrew returned so frequently, even in the harsh winter months. And he spent so many hours around the post, not just down in the village in his modest cabin. Instead, he spent hours with McLaughlin around his dining table, or in the doctor's office, or plopped comfortably in a soft chair in the chief factor's sitting room. He walked over to the window and pushed open the shutters to allow the light to pour in. Perhaps more light would be shed on this whole matter very soon, too, and some fresh air. Then he would know why the good doctor had asked him to find out if the American trapper were going to the big rendezvous that coming summer. The chief factor wanted to know specifically about that. Smith had forgotten to ask that of Bass, but as he turned to look into the clean, bright, expectant faces of the children, he knew he had time to find out. The mountain lion paced back and forth along the rimrock, snarling and roaring with a grating, skirling sound. Suddenly there was another lion, and finally a fourth, all setting up a horrible howl above him on the rocks over his small camp. They were poised above him, looking down on the old trapper, snarling and crying, each one crouched to leap on him at any moment. He twisted away a moment to grab his rifle, but it wasn't there. The howl suddenly increased, and he turned quickly to see the four cats lifting off from the edge of the rimrock, flying through the air straight toward him. Bass just as suddenly awoke. He felt the thick woolen blanket beneath him. His eyes adjusted to what dim, narrowing light slipped into the room through the windows. The trapper propped himself up on his elbows and only then realized where he was. It had been just a dream. He was on a bed in Bachelor's Hall at Vancouver. He sighed and let his head plop back down again. But the howling mountain lions persisted. He sat up on the side of the bed and slipped the moccasins onto his feet. He tied the wangs around his ankles and stood. Where was the noise coming from? It sounded like quite a passel of mountain cats fighting, howling, snarling mad with one another, perhaps over some kill and how it was to be divided among them. Never before had he heard such a peculiar racket. Titus moved down the long room into the hallway between the apartments, just as Solomon stepped from his door. "Just what the hell is that?" Scratch asked. "What is—" "Sounds like a whole shittery of cats setting up a howl." "What?" Solomon asked. "What did you say?" Bass turned. "Sounds like'n you got some painter cats out there," he pointed. "Sounds like they got something down, and now they's figuring which of 'em gonna eat first." "Surely you are joking." "What?" Smith came out into the hallway to face the trapper. You surely are making a joke with me, thinking—" Then the look changed from one of confusion to sudden-found inspiration. "You don't know, do you?" "I know about mountain cats, all right," Bass retorted and stomped down the hall. "Painters be tricky critters, they is, for certain." No, Smith chuckled as they walked out to the compound. "I mean, you don't know. You've never heard the kind of music. You've never heard bagpipes before, have you?" "Bagpipes?" Bass stopped and stared at Solomon. The sound was clearer now, and he tried to discern where it was coming from. "What the blue blazes you talkin' about, son?" "A musical instrument," Smith replied. "Scottish, from the Scottish Highlands." "You mean to tell me all that caterwauling be something you call music?" "Yes," Smith chuckled. "I see now that you never have heard them before." "I've heard such a racket afore, son," Bass bellowed. "Up to the mountains, them big cats get to—" No, Mr. Bass, I'm asking if you've ever heard bagpipes." "You tellin' me you be certain that be music? Real, honest-to-goodness, what some folks call music?" "Yes, sir." "What the hell it playin' for?" he asked, still somewhat confused by the high, skirling sounds with the heavy, constant drone beneath the higher notes. "Every evening the piper comes out to play before the supper meal," Smith replied. "Then just tell me how come I ain't heard it last 2 nights, son." He squinted at the teacher. "Of course." Solomon finally realized that Bass had not heard the piper before. "Of course you haven't. He's been sick. The bagpiper, that is. He was down with a touch of the fever, perhaps ague, for the last week or so. The doctor has sorely missed his piping." "I ain't heard it 'cause he's been sick to now?" Bass inquired. "From the sound of things, fellas still be pretty some sick." The teacher did not know if the trapper was serious or not until he saw a smile creep across Scratch's face. "That's a good one, Mr. Bass," he finally agreed. "That is good. Come with me, you'll see." Past them moved a small knot of workers, 5 dark-skinned men. Bass turned to watch them go into the dorm. "Them Injuns work here? Mean to say they live here?" "Yes," Smith replied. "However, they are not Indians, Titus. Those men were Kanakas, from the Sandwich Islands." "From where, you say?" "Sandwich Islands, out in the Pacific Ocean. Hudson's Bay trades out of some of the islands, and those fellas were brought here to work at the fort. More of the islanders working at other western posts." "I'll be go to hell and et for the devil's tater," he muttered. "You mean to tell me sides Frenchies, Englishers, and them natural Canadians, plus a American thrown in for good measure, you got niggers what come from a island out to the ocean working here too?" "Again, you are right. But come with me, and we'll show you the man who makes the mountain lion music." The 2 Americans ambled across the compound. They passed under the flagpole where one of the clerks was just retrieving the flag for the night, and began to circle behind the 2 large storehouses toward the powder magazine when the piper turned the corner and headed toward them. The piper paced slowly, in rhythm with his music, a slow, plaintive dirge. Utterly amazed, Bass stopped and stared at the piper. "I ain't never," Bass stammered. "That nigger's got a skirt on." He shook his head, as if to clear his vision of its odd image. "This infernal place has gone beaver. Man prancing round here wearing a dress, and a real short 'un to boot." Solomon Smith laughed. Bass turned and glared at the young teacher. "It's pretty goddamned funny, I gotta say that," he snarled at Smith. "This place does have it some funny." "No," Smith said, still chuckling. "No, Titus, that is not a dress." "Looks to be a dress to this here child's eyes, it does." "I mean to say," Smith said, controlling his laughter, "that's what the Scots call a kilt." "Like you kilt something?" Bass asked.
Like you gone out and kilt a animal?" "No, no," Smith said with a new burst of laughter. "McLaughlin make him do that? Just how can a fella let himself be caught out like that, wearing women's clothes? Son, I just don't understand." "The doctor is from Scotland himself." "Don't tell me he wears skirts too." "Dear Lord," Smith laughed. "I can't take this anymore." Bass studied the piper's odd uniform, then stared at the baffling bagpipes. The piper didn't even glance at the two Americans as he paced up to them and marched on past them. He was dressed in the pleated kilt, the plaid running over his shoulder in thick folds, the bagpipe tucked securely beneath his left arm. Tall, knee-high stockings of gray ran up his legs, and strapped to one leg was a sheath with a small knife in it. At the man's waist hung a small fur bag attached to his belt alongside a long, thin scabbard that held the Highland weapon of choice, the Scottish dirk. His thick black leather boots that reached just over his ankles scuffed up little puffs of dust into the air with every step as he tromped away from the pair in time with his own music. "McLaughlin, he's Scottish, Bass," Smith explained. "He had to have a piper from Scotland to play for him when he built Vancouver, you see." "He don't wear him one of them skirts, too?" Bass asked again. Big fella like him look even more stupider'n that in there." "He does not wear dresses, the doctor doesn't." Smith shook his head, trying to imagine how it would be to have spent almost a fourth of your life in the mountains, coming across that mountain spine to this refuge in the wilderness, and finding someone playing a strange, howling instrument and wearing a short skirt that barely reached to his knees. "The chief factor has the piper play each evening as a call to supper. See, Mr. Bass?" He gestured toward the big house, where the tall man stood on the porch, wearing the same long, flowing black frock coat, the white hair wisping across his shoulders in the evening breeze. "You see, he's not wearing a dress." "I can see that now, damn it." Bass felt offended when Smith started laughing again. "I'm sorry," Smith stammered, his laughter fading. "Well, you should be, you damned pup." He grinned at Smith. "Things round here mighty queersome. Queersome indeed." He walked back toward the bachelor's hall with the young teacher. "First I meet the doctor's boy down to the trading house. He tells me he be some 25-year-old. Can't rightly believe me that. The doctor can't be old enough to be his pappy." "Yes," Smith answered. "McLaughlin he's about 52, as I was told." The trapper shook his head. "Hard to believe, even with the white hair and all. And I thought I was getting on in the years." He shook his head again, then nodded to Smith. "Ain't seen the likes of all that foo-for-ah in some time it's been. Even to Rendezvous. They had 'em all the truck what comes with trading to the Injuns, blankets, beads, and such. But they also had 'em some fine and pretty earthwares, glass doojedads, and fancy clay pipes. Whoo-wee, I was getting a eyeful of all the fancies when Gerald come up to fetch me and take me on down to his place, down to the village." Bass glanced at the teacher. "Nice little place he has him there. Get down there and I see what he wants me to do. Got him this big wood tub and got him his woman filling it with hot water, coming out of big kettles she been warming in the fireplace. Well, sir, that tub was smoking and steaming like the mud pots down to the land of smoking waters, just like it. And this here child ain't had him nothing like that it'd been many a robe season it has. Gerald tells this old boy to strip off my clothes and climb in that little tub of his. He says he's going to scrub some on me." Titus chuckled a little as they got near the dormitory, the wheezing sound of the bagpipes now faint in the air. "I got me some manners left and asks him to have his woman leave the room. He up and tells me she's the one what's going to do the scrubbing on me. Now if that don't take the circle, man having me get naked in front of his woman and having her scrub another naked man right in front of him." Bass snorted. "Gerald told me to get in the tub and sit down, hanging my feet outside over the edge like, you see. I sat down, feeling real squamptious about the whole thing, and Lordy, that woman of his come up with a brush and some real soap. Here. He presented his arm to Smith, holding it just below the teacher's nose. Smell me now, son. He waited for the young man to sniff. I ain't smelled like this for a real long time, it's been. He dropped the arm. Sat there in that hot water. Ain't had my ass in hot water since I found me a nice little pool up to the land of the smoking waters. That be up where the Yallerstone River gets its birth. Been some long robe seasons since last I plopped my old ever-lovin' white ass into some hot water. Gotta say, it did feel good to my old hide, howsomever. Today I must have washed off more grit and shit from my skin than I would have ever knowed was possible to be wearin' on one nigger. You do smell different, Smith began. Not so much, he searched for tactful words. Not so much like... You don't smell so much anymore like an animal of the forests and mountains. Gamey? Bass responded as they got to the door of the bachelor's hall. Well... I know, he interrupted, to ease the young man's self-inflicted discomfort. Most time I ain't got no one smellin' me but me, son. And the more like a animal I smell, all the better. Man got his own peculiar scent, you see, different than any other animal. And now, he sniffed at his own arm as they stopped just outside the doorway, I smell like soap. Don't smell all that bad, I suppose, but I roll my truck and plunder and plews into Rendezvous. Why, them niggers take 'em one whiff of this here old coon, they gonna laugh themselves all the way back to St. Lou. Gonna have to stink myself up some afore then. Won't be a hard thing to do, no ways, not with a long trail to take me down afore getting to them Rendezvous doin's. You're not heading straight from here? To Rendezvous, as you said? Nah, like I tried to say it to you, Solomon, he said as he thumped down on the bench against the wall of the dorm. I got me a cache of furs up north, well, east of here now, north of where we havin' Rendezvous this year. Where's that? Down to the Green River. They say it's to be near the Green and Horse Creek. Yes, now I remember you mentioning that you were heading first to your cache. You mentioned that yesterday, Smith replied. He had inquired of Bass about his rendezvous plans, and had taken the information to the chief factor yesterday evening. Raise me that cache of furs, last fall's catch it be. He stared pensively at his toes a moment before he spoke again. I suppose my ex-partner, ain't gonna have no use for 'em. Ain't gonna be needin' them furs leastways. I be the only one what's headin' to Rendezvous. So, he looked back up at Smith. I take 'em and trade 'em in for supplies for another year in them mountains back there. 32, last year. It was my first. Oh shit, you know that already, Smith apologized. That was a good 'un, son, Bass replied. A good one if'n it be your first. Then he thought of the young trapper who had been his partner at the last rendezvous. A good 'un if'n it be your last, too, he smiled. I reckon Gerald was a-wantin' me to be smellin' right, for when I was to be seein' the doctor himself this night. You'll see McLaughlin tonight? Smith was surprised. Yes, sir, Bass replied. I do that. He rubbed the lower part of his neck. Gerald, he even shaved me a bit. Some shavin' lotion he got him up to the engine store, something called ambrosial shavin' cream, come in a small pomade jar. Does not look to be you shaved much at all, Smith commented, and your hair is still over your shoulders. Said I let Gerald just trim things a bit, Bass responded. Wasn't about to give up my warm beard and the hair. Scratch looked back down at the toes of his moccasins as his mind suddenly shifted to last summer and those early days with his ex-partner. Ain't got no reason to cut hair up here no ways, son. You can let it grow down to your ass if you likes. Times was when Ashley didn't want no man with a beard and long hair comin' up river. You see, most Injuns don't take real kindly to a man with hair on his face. Just let it grow, son. Your hair. All the better up here anyways. Keeps the sun off the back of a man's neck, Keeps his ears warm like some furrysome muffler when them winds get to growlin'. It's decoration, too, just like them red nigger bucks decorate their hair for lovin' or warrin'. Besides, man's got better things to do than be cuttin' hair back all the time. The old trapper lifted his eyes to gaze at the young American and snorted. Thornbrew even says McLaughlin likes things clean and all. Suppose that'd be all right for him to think that way, him being a doctor and all. Don't really see nothing wrong with it. So I don't mind me getting that hot bath with all that scrubbing till I thought me the woman was going to wear off a couple layers of hide. Made my skin feel good, too. Just like a old grizz stropping at a tree. So good old Titus Bass went on up to that Injun store and buyed himself a brush. Yepper, I did. Got me a scrub brush now. When I go to cleanin' my old hide, ain't gonna have to scrape away with sand off the bottom of some stream where I'm plopping my ass down no more. Do it up right. I must say I'm surprised somewhat. That I want to get me clean once a while? I suppose so. Nothing surprising about a man that gets to where he can't even stand to be with himself anymores. He rose from the bench. You gonna feed this here nigger tonight, or you gonna stand there flapping your jaws at me? I gotta fill my meat bag afore I go over to meet this here doctor. Gerald says me to watch out for the liquor the doctor might be civil and offer me to drink. Says it be some strong stuff. Shit. I drink me all the time on some old John Barleycorn that be nothing but harnessed thunder and lightning. That chief of yours ain't got him nothing what can turn this old belly of mine. But, afore I start drinking, I takes me some grub. Always better to have a full belly under your belt. The doctor serves the finest whiskeys I've heard, very old, aged in charred oaken casks. I ain't never had me old liquor afore. It gotta be smoother'n a young woman's ass, it does. He smacked his lips. This old nigger's just used to him drinking shit that's rougher'n 5 days' growth of beard on your face. Solomon laughed. Well, I am glad you will finally be seeing the chief factor. It came quickly, although I know you feel it has been a long time. He led Bass into the dorm, where they headed toward the main dining room of Bachelor's Hall. I do think on it being a long time, son, Bass said as they finally reached the long tables where other men were beginning to seat themselves. Not long since I came here to your fort, that is. He sat down between Smith and one of the dark-skinned Kanakas. Bass watched the kitchen help bring in steaming bowls and platters and set them down along the length of the table. What seems like such a long time it'd be a long time getting to some answers. Long time waiting for a ghost to stop his devilin' me, Mr. Smith. Gerald Thornbrew entered the dining hall as Bass was spearing a last slice of the rare roast beef from the large serving platter in front of him. Then he speared some more of the skinned, boiled potatoes and cut them with the edge of his fork into huge chunks that he stuffed into his mouth along with monstrous pieces of the slab of beef. You eat as if it were the last meal of a condemned man, Thornbrew observed as he came up behind Bass. Scratch looked at him and swallowed quickly. Got me natural appetite back, going to visit the man what's going to be able to answer some questions for me. Been looking forward to that for some time now, you know. Thornbrew placed a large hand on Bass's shoulder and held it there. Yes, I know. He looked around the table at the few workers who were still eating. You needn't hurry. I'm a little early. I have taken supper with the doctor himself and others. The doctor should be ready when you are finished. I'll be ready right off. Bass started to rise from the chair, but Gerald kept his hand on his shoulder. That is quite all right. He felt Bass relax back down onto the chair. Please, finish your meal first off. There is no real rush. The good doctor has allowed himself the luxury of having the entire evening for your appointment. Sounds to this child like you're making out that I'm something special. He stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth. And that you are. Gerald took a seat next to Bass as the Kanaka rose and left the table. I was sent to fetch you, but only when you're finished. Ain't right keeping such as him waiting, is it?
Such should be the furthest thing from your mind now.
You want you any? Bass speared a piece of beef and presented it to Thornbrew.
Heavens no, sir.
He held up an open palm to turn down the offer. You gonna be there, ain't you? Bass pushed back the table and started to wipe his mouth on the back of his arm. Then he stopped and picked up the linen napkin beside his table service. He swiped at his lips and then ran the napkin back and forth over his beard.
Yes, friend, Thornbrew responded. McLaughlin has requested that I be included.
That suits me just fine. Scratch rose from the table. Some fine victuals. That cow I just ate be pretty good for being slow elk. Can't touch elk, howsomever, but that be the best cow I ate in some long time.
Thornbrew rose also. If Lord Bass is ready, he glanced down at Smith, who quickly turned away, I would be pleased to take him to meet Lord McLaughlin.
The two men left Bachelor's Hall and headed across the open compound toward the big house, climbed the steps to the wide front porch. Bass stopped at the door, expecting Gerald to knock. Instead, the Englishman put his hand on the large knob and opened the door for the trapper, allowing Bass to enter the house first. He closed the door behind them and stood beside Bass in the large foyer. Bass hesitated, then walked to the base of the stairs that led to the attic floor and looked up with a question in his eyes.
No, Scratch, Thornbrew said. Only bedrooms are up there. Some storage room, bedrooms for the children, the doctor's children. Only 2 of his children left to him here. Joseph, whom I believe you met today at the trading house, and Eloisa. They room up there. David and John Jr. have both left for schooling. Here, this way. He steered Bass toward another door beside the stairs. Gerald opened the door, and they entered the large, nearly square room. In the middle stood a long dining table. The kitchen help were clearing the dishes and removing the linen cloth from the table. Bass looked around at the large room and figured it comprised a quarter of the first floor of the house. A smooth wood floor lay beneath his dirty, worn moccasins. The highly polished mahogany gleamed as he stared down at his own diffused reflection. Several kitchen workers scurried in and out through a doorway at the northeast corner of the room, a door that he supposed led into that passageway between the kitchen and the big house. Bass glanced around the room. He stepped over to one of the highboys where the china, silverware, and flat silver were stored. He leaned closer, peered through the etched glass doors of the cabinet. The finest of English earthenware, Thornbrew whispered. Spode's most popular patterns, the Italian and the Tower.
Bass nodded. He had thought the earthenware at the Indian store had been fancy.
These dishes were altogether startling in their beauty, with colorful glazes of blue, green, puce, brown, and pink.
He stepped back from the highboy and continued his exploration of the room. Across all 4 walls was a wainscot, wood paneling that rose about 3.5 feet from the floor and was topped with a narrow, rounded molding. From the molding, a patterned wallpaper began its climb to the ceiling, where exposed wood beams raced across the top of the room. The old trapper gazed around the room slowly, drinking in all the unexpected richness of the house. He edged toward the 2 large windows left of the huge stone fireplace. East of the hearth, another large window offered a different outside view. The room, its natural colors now subdued in the pleasant, warm candlelight, would be fairly well lit during the day with such large windows, he mused. Near the fireplace sat 3 men. They turned around to gaze at the newcomer. Each held a dainty glass in his hand. Thornbrew headed toward them.
Mr. Bass, he gestured toward the trapper, would you be kind enough to step over here for a brief moment?
Scratch padded toward the huge fireplace as the 3 men spread out of their tight knot.
I have the pleasure of introducing 2 of these gentlemen you do not yet know.
I made this fellow's acquaintance today,
Bass stuck his hand out toward Joseph McLaughlin. "Thank you for your help, son." "It really is I who should thank you, Mr. Bass," Joseph replied. "It was a genuine joy talking with you this afternoon. To hear of your travels and adventures, it was what I myself dream of. It is I who longs to share such adventure and not be cooped up here behind the counter selling goods to Indians and what visitors happen on to us."
"Your lot is not that bad, dear Joseph," said another young man, a dark, tall, and slender fellow who looked to be about 30 years old. "Here you have all the riches one could really need." He raised his glass and drained it. "Out there," his arms swept a semicircle, "Mr. Bass has to worry about the prime concern of all other Americans, do you not, Mr. Bass?"
"Afraid I don't catch your drift, sir," Scratch responded.
"The infernal Indians. In your case, out in your Rocky Mountains, they would be Piegan, the blood, what you Americans commonly refer to as Blackfeet. They likewise share no love for you Americans frisking about on their land, do they now?"
"Blackfoot got 'em a hard on," Bass stammered. "Yes, sir. Them Blackfoot don't take to us Americans one whack. They like to trade with you fellas here." His head bobbed as he looked at each man in turn. The stranger smiled slightly, the corner of one side of his lips turned upward.
"And well, it should stay that way, if I might say so. That confederation of tribes rules central Canada, quite a large territory, so you would not blame us at all for forming an alliance with them, now would you, Mr. Bass?"
"It'd all be fair in love, war, and the trade, I suppose."
"Aptly put," the man smiled. "Exactly my sentiments, sir."
"Titus," Thornbrew suddenly broke in, "I have yet to introduce you to James Douglas. Titus Bass, Mr. James Douglas, our post accountant, and our assistant chief factor." Douglas stuck out a hand as Bass presented his. "Pleased to meet you, sir," Scratch said politely.
"I have met but few Americans," Douglas said. "Only those who have come to the post. It is always a pleasure to look over one's own competition, is it not, gentlemen?"
He looked Bass over. The man to Douglas's left was the only one who nodded in agreement. "And this gentleman," Gerald announced as he turned toward the third man, "Elliot Morton, one of our clerks who works for Mr. Douglas, and the doctor." The two men shook hands. "When I get to meet the doctor?" Bass inquired of Thornbrew. "Gentlemen," Gerald placed a hand on the trapper's arm, "Mr. Bass has an audience with the chief factor. If you will excuse us."
"Perfectly all right," Douglas replied. "We were just going to retire to my sitting room."
The two others headed toward a door on the east wall.
"Mr. Bass, believe me, it was indeed a pleasure meeting you. We must sit and talk at length sometime soon, perhaps tomorrow. There is much I wish to know about you Americans and your trapping operations here in the Northwest."
"I don't get up here at all, sir," Bass replied.
"Come now, sir," Douglas said. "Such a rich, vital fur area, and you have never trapped here before? You actually expect me to believe you?"
He smiled wryly. "You got that right, son," Bass spoke quietly, firmly. "Don't work for nobody but Titus Bass, and I never set me a foot down round hereabouts afore in my life."
"Nevertheless," Douglas continued, "we must have us a chat. Nay, we should have us a nice long talk soon. There is much that you can teach me, and I dare say much I can teach Mr. Titus Bass."
He raised his empty glass in the form of a salute.
"Titus, how quaint a name."
"Quaint?" Bass inquired.
"Shall I say unusual?"
"Maybe so," Scratch replied. "Sort of fella I be."
"All the more reason for us to have our talk, then, Titus," Douglas pressed on. "If you differ from the other Americans, all the more reason I would like to get to know you better."
James Douglas lowered his glass.
"Please, Mr. Thornbrew, be good enough to get Mr. Bass something to drink before you take him in to see the chief factor. Help yourself, gentlemen. The night is young, and my wife refuses to afford me her company again."
He turned and headed through the door, followed by Joseph McLaughlin and Elliot Morton. Thornbrew and Bass were alone. "We can pour ourselves a drink," Gerald offered. He moved to a china closet and took down 2 large water goblets and set them down next to a crystal decanter. "No dainty drinking for us," he said, lifting one of the large goblets. "I like you better and better all the time, Gerald." Thornbrew poured the 2 goblets full of the sherry and handed one to Bass. "Shall we see the doctor?" "Ain't he drinking?" Scratch asked. "McLaughlin does not imbibe in spirituous liquors often." He led the trapper toward a door along the west wall. "He does not mind those who do, but prefers not to drink much himself." Thornbrew knocked at the door. From inside, a deeply bass-sounding voice replied, "Come in, Gerald." "The doctor," Thornbrew whispered to Bass. "Perhaps now your questions will be answered," he said, as he pushed the door open. 17. Bass looked about and could not see another person in the room with them. The light was dim, shed from only one candle. Then, suddenly, the bulk loomed through the doorway at his left. Gone now was the heavy black frock coat he had seen the chief factor wearing before. In its place was a light robe that was sashed at the waist. His long white hair billowed neatly over his shoulders as he lumbered into the room from his office. "Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen." His hands held candles and candle holders. "I will light these and be right with you." Scratch was amazed at the sheer size of the man. He was a couple of inches taller than Thornbrew. McLaughlin stood at least 6 feet 7 inches tall, and his frame carried the mass of muscle and flesh as well as Gerald's own gigantic, strong body. There was a rustle of cloth, and Bass turned his attention to the office doorway once more as 2 women emerged. "Good evening, Gerald," the older woman said as the 2 stopped near the center of the room. Thornbrew bowed slightly from the waist. "Madam McLaughlin, allow me to introduce Mr. Titus Bass of America." He gestured to the trapper. "Mr. Bass, Madam Margaret McLaughlin." She stepped toward the trapper. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir." She presented her right hand to him. Bass took the smooth flesh into his coarse paw and shook it slightly, gently, watching her gaze travel down to their hands with surprise before she quickly glanced over at Thornbrew with a look of wonder on her face. "Pleased I am to meet you, ma'am." She withdrew her hand and presented it to Thornbrew. He brought it to his lips, kissed it lightly as he bowed from the waist again. Bass looked on with amused attention. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he stammered with embarrassment. "I'm one dumb I'm really stupid about such things." He moved quickly over beside Thornbrew. "I didn't know what you was offering your hand to me for. Ain't used to such things." She accepted his apology by offering her hand once again to Bass, who raised it jerkily to his lips. "Mr. Bass, you have no need of apology. I am the one who should apologize for expecting you to kiss my hand." "Always the lady." McLaughlin had turned from lighting the candles that had gradually brightened up the room. "Always my lady." He came up beside her and put an arm around his wife's shoulders. She slipped her arm behind his waist. "And this beautiful young lady," he said, gesturing to the young 15-year-old girl near them, "is my daughter, Eloisa." "Ma'am, miss?" Bass stepped toward her as she began to lift her hand. She brought her hand up, her wrist limp in submissive presentation. Bass, in imitation of Thornbrew, took her hand in his, bent his head, and kissed it lightly. He stood up straight, stared into the young girl's eyes. So much she reminded him of Waits by the Water. And suddenly there was that peculiar pain inside him as he looked down at this young girl's face. The Crow woman would not be much older than this girl, he thought. Not much older at all. Perhaps 2 summers, 3 maybe, at the most.
Staring at McLaughlin's daughter, he had to admit to himself that there were times when he still felt that young hunger, the youthful yearning for the smooth flesh beside him throughout the long night. There were those times when the thoughts of young fingers running over his tired body, massaging, kneading, and teasing all those tight places would weigh heavy on his mind. But, he considered, perhaps it was better this way. Maybe a man didn't want to get close with a woman when there's medicine on him. He suddenly felt embarrassed and let go of the girl's hand, averting his eyes from her strikingly beautiful features. For many, many weeks now, he had been trying to picture Waits by the Water in his mind, and then he would quickly push the vision from his thoughts. But now, this young, striking girl made the memories rush in on him once more, causing him to draw upon that painful place in his heart where lived the wild, beautiful creature he had loved back in Absarica.
I forget myself too.
The doctor removed his arm from his wife's shoulder and presented a hand to Bass.
Please, do not kiss my hand, sir.
He gave a deep, gentle, and pleasing laugh. Gerald laughed too. Bass stepped forward and placed his hand inside the giant vice that held his hand with the kind of strong grip that told of a man with a gentle and powerful will.
You two beautiful ladies run along now, McLaughlin said. I would suppose Amelia is in need of company also. Let us gentlemen have our talk together.
He watched the women glide toward a door on the north side of the room.
And dear, do not wait up for me, he added. I have much to discuss, and we might be late into the night.
The 2 women disappeared. Bass took a moment to look about the room. At his back were several bookcases, boasting glass doors that shielded from dust, but not from view, part of the extensive library entrusted to the doctor's care. Beside the trapper was a small couch covered in rich velvet. 2 matching chairs graced either side of one of the bookcases. In the southwest corner of the room sat a stove where McLaughlin now stirred the coals. From a box on the floor beside it, the doctor removed splintered wood and built a fire to a comfortable glow.
There is still a chill to the evening air this time of year, McLaughlin commented. But there also is much to be said about the warmth in the company of good men, strong men, men both resolute and brave. A man who will not, he said, turning to face his 2 visitors, be deterred from a singular purpose. He drew himself to full height, his bulk formidable in the play of darkness and candlelight. Gerald, don't be so damned formal. Show Mr. Bass a seat, will you?
He gestured toward some soft, comfortable chairs. Thornbrew grabbed 2 chairs and brought them over near the stove, where the doctor was already ensconced in a stuffed, well-worn chair of his own.
You like the sherry? McLaughlin asked.
I ain't even tasted it yet, sir, the trapper answered as he sat down.
Please, please do.
He watched the trapper bring the goblet to his lips and sip slowly.
Yes, that is the way. Perfect. Slowly, for it is a drink to be cherished. I remember. Only remember those days. I have had to give up on much of my own drinking. How do you like it?
That be some smooth, Bass sought out a proper word. Fine, smooth drinkin' whiskey, sir.
Oh, please, Mr. Bass, he responded. Don't call me sir. It has become quite an occupational hazard of this job for me, to be called sir. I've become quite bored with it by now. My name is John. Please, call me John. May I call you Titus?
He does not like the name himself, Thornbrew interjected. McLaughlin glanced over at Gerald, who sat in a comfortably padded chair near the stove.
Oh?
He raised an eyebrow and looked back at the trapper.
You prefer the formality of Mr. Bass?
Gerald be talking about my nickname, I suppose, sir.
John?
Bass blurted out. Scratch, Thornbrew offered. Scratch? Yes, sir, John, Bass replied. A name what was stuck on me some time back, in the mountains many robe seasons ago. You prefer to have your friends call you Scratch? Yep. The fire crackled, popped, as flames licked at the wood. McLaughlin nodded once at Thornbrew. Then, if we are all to be friends, and you are in the company of friends, Scratch, then you must follow suit and call me John. Yes, John. Do you smoke, Scratch? Occasional, I do. Some of the time, that. Would you care for a pipe now? If it ain't no trouble to... No trouble at all. He gestured for Gerald to get a pipe. I understand you have come here from quite a distance, far away, I am told. He watched Bass nod. Likewise, I am told you come here to speak with me. That is correct? Right again, John. Gerald here, he gestured as Thornbrew handed Bass a large bowled briar pipe and a brightly painted Chinese porcelain container that was commonly called a ginger jar, which McLaughlin used to hold tobacco. Tells me you have questions to ask me about a man called Asa McCafferty. McLaughlin had said it. It was all out in the open now. Yes, Bass said as he started to fill his pipe. I come to you to find me out about this fella McCafferty. A past partner of yours, I understand. Gerald told you? Yes, Scratch. Gerald has told me all. I am going to ask something from you out of perhaps nothing more than courtesy, if not out of our new friendship. There will be great confidences laid bare in this room this night, and I must ask you not to betray those confidences. Gerald turned slightly toward the doctor as Bass finished filling the pipe bowl. Scratch is not a man to betray you, John. He, like you, has suffered many betrayals in his life, some in the recent past, as I take it. I, likewise, feel him to be a friend. A good friend. McLaughlin nodded and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Scratch, you have been afforded a supreme compliment. This man, Gerald Thornbrew, is my best friend. I have had no finer companion in either business or my personal life than the fellow who now speaks on your behalf. Yes, indeed. To have him testify to your fidelity is a most valid testimonial indeed. He's teached me a few things, John, Bass replied. Comin' down the river, he teached me about not being afraid of something just 'cause I wasn't one what could control what was happening. And he's teached me about having me faith in folks again. My friend here, the doctor gestured, never ceases to amaze me. He grew pensive for a moment. Twice in the last few days, dear Thornbrew has given you reason to hope, I see. And those two manifestations of hope both give rise to what I wish us to address this evening. I am in hopes that I will not bore my dear friend here with a recitation of my story, but I so wish to make certain you fully understand the entire framework into which you rode a few days ago, over the mountains and into our land to... You brought back the ghost of this Asa McCafferty. To bring his ghost? Hell, man. I can't really say that you brought the ghost back with you either. McLaughlin shook his head. Nay, instead, what you did, Scratch, was open up a long festering wound. A serious wound that needed that probing, that needed that purging of its foul infestation. That is what purpose you have served. We hope to begin the healing of this monstrous, noxious wound this night. And with your continued help, we both, you and I, Scratch, we both will be all the healthier for it. Bass stared first at the throw rug beneath his chair, then somewhat nervously looked about the room. The walls were not wainscoted like the dining room. In the center of the west wall, between two large windows, sat the tall secretarial desk. On its open surface lay an odd assortment of medical instruments. Beside the desk stood a large, glass-fronted case containing medical supplies and more instruments. The four walls were plastered in the same manner as were all the exteriors of the fort's buildings, except that these interior walls
were painted a light color, pleasing to the eye under the dancing light of the candles. A few paintings and engravings hung about the room. I ain't sure how I'm supposed to be answering you, John," Bass stammered at last.
"No answer needed at this juncture, Scratch." McLaughlin settled deeper into his soft chair. "I was initially assigned to come west in 24, but I didn't return east to bring Margaret and the children here until the next year. 4 years later, I was in charge of building this fort which now stands around you. Back in 29, I decided to move the post from the coastal site, Fort George it was then, at the mouth of the Columbia. It had once been an old American post, built and owned by John Astor of the American Fur Company. I traveled upriver to this place, Bellevue Point in fact, and discovered this beautiful rise of land above the river. I formed the conclusion, from the mildness and salubrity of the climate, that this was the finest portion of North America that I had seen for the residence of civilized man. And I wanted our fort to be just that, a piece of the old world, or as much so as I could make it, here in the new world."
He watched Gerald bring a lit twig over to help Bass light his pipe.
"My chief trader at that time, Donald Manson, the man is a good Scot too, remained at Fort George, our old site, to maintain contact with the Chinooks and to aid all of the vessels in navigating over the bar into the mouth of the river."
"Seems like he was the only one who stayed on, John," Thornbrew commented. "Chief Cassino of the Multinomas even moved his village to the south bank of the river, directly across from the new fort site. He considered himself such a good friend of the doctor that he would not allow John to leave Fort George without taking along his people."
"Yes, Cassino." The doctor seemed to lapse into reverie. "A good friend he was among the natives. But it seemed then in 29 that our troubles began with the Indians of the area. Whereas before there had been a peaceful commerce, that singular year marked an unfortunate change in relations between white and red man that very nearly destroyed my plans at the outset."
He nodded to Thornbrew, then returned his attention to the trapper.
"There broke out an epidemic of fever and ague among the Indians of the surrounding region, and it just so happened that this outbreak coincided with the first tilling of our soil here at Vancouver. The natives, therefore, quickly came to believe that we white men had, through our cultivation of the soil around the new post, released some malevolent forces, evil spirits. These forces were said to have been freed when we first turned the soil to bring forth new life in this place. In consequence, they all watched the epidemic raging through their villages and were very much set against us continuing our construction here at Bellevue."
McLaughlin shook his head, as if saddened by the recollection.
"The Indians, I am sorry to say, were the only ones to become ill at first. They took out their anger and frustration, nay, their very fears and rage, on our construction of the grist mill at the falls of the Willamette."
"But they were not the only ones to battle the fever," Thornbrew added.
"But the ones to suffer the worst," the doctor replied in his soft burr. "Oh, I know, my friend. You fought the fever off, as did Ogden. Peter Ogden. Both of you were strong enough to fight off its ravages, but the natives knew little to defend against it. I had quickly exhausted my supply of quinine used to calm the ravaging fever of the illness. Therefore, I was ultimately left to my own devices."
"And your resourcefulness, I might add," said Gerald.
"That resourcefulness led me to try the bark of the dogwood tree, Scratch. By boiling down the bark, I was able to manufacture my own quinine of sorts."
"Thereby saving not only Peter and myself, but the entire northwest region from a major epidemic of disastrous proportions."
"I am afraid you flatter me much, dear friend," he said, looking at Thornbrew. "I was almost driven mad by the inability to do as much as I wanted for the natives. From all around the area they came, whole villages. They encamped at the walls of our fort, those very walls so hastily thrown up for our protection. They came to those ramparts begging my help, soliciting the medicine, the cure that would save their peoples. They were sure I had in my power the magic to cure their ills, as I had been the one to free the malevolent spirits from the soil."
The chief factor paused, heaved a deep sigh. It seemed to Bass that he could still hear the man's voice in the ensuing silence, a voice that rose and fell like soft music, a voice that was almost like singing, with the lilt of the Scottish Highlands in its rhythms. Its trilling R sounds, its crooked vowels, all sounding so strange and lyrical to his ears.
"Regrettably," McLaughlin continued, "there were far too many to cure with my homemade antidote. My feeble efforts produced barely enough for our own people here in the fort, while outside our walls were the dying sounds of so many. We became like prisoners confined in our own miniature world. The wailing and the beseeching nearly drove the women here mad in itself, besides the constant uncertainty of not knowing when an attack by those crazed natives might press itself upon us. I, myself, was driven to the formation of another terrible decision. I sent my own men, at least those strong enough to move about, to drive the natives away from our walls."
"Scratch," Thornbrew remarked. The air had become rotten itself with the foul stench of the dead and dying. We were sure that if we ourselves did not drive them away from our walls, we should all perish from what was borne on the winds coming from without our fort. There are grisly scenes etched horribly upon my memory, pictures I shall not soon forget, if ever.
"That was when Gerald and I became close friends," McLaughlin commented.
We both would find it very difficult to forget those scenes of the natives plunging headlong into the icy waters of the Columbia to cool their raging fevers. Few, damned few, survived the consequent colds that took a mighty grip on their already weakened constitutions.
"Gerald was a source of strength to me then. He helped to heal me spiritually from the burden the whole ordeal pressed upon my private soul."
McLaughlin lowered his head, shook it sadly.
"Almost 9 out of every 10 persons living below the fort at that time perished in the epidemic. And it was at the height of the fever that the Clatsops attacked a company vessel that was stranded while crossing the bar into the mouth of the river. The William and Anne was spared, but not her crew. The natives butchered our men and stole the ship's cargo destined for our fort, some of the inland posts. Gerald here stepped forward and volunteered his services once more.
To head a strong detachment of our men in a campaign against the offending tribe, Thornbrew picked up the account. We severely chastised them at John's strong command. However, we recovered but a small portion of the cargo. Most of the goods had either been buried in secret places or already traded off to other tribes by the time my force struck the Clatsop village. A pitiful but necessary duty, that was. The village itself— Gerald muttered too quietly to hear, the memory a bitter picture to recall. The warriors were already so weakened, they hardly resisted. So many fell before us, fell on their own accord, before we could even strike them. And with our own men afraid of being reinfested with the dreaded fever, we hurried out of their country without pursuing those who escaped. Nor did we long pursue our search for the goods that had disappeared. We took what was ours from their village and let the victims run away to spread their infection. The Lord is the only one now to judge our crime in allowing any of them to live, to survive, only to spread the fever and its grisly death.
"We will all be answerable someday for our sins, Gerald," McLaughlin said quietly. "We will all have to account for those sins which remain unatoned for upon our passing."
Yet, Thornbrew continued, with that one act of omission, the chief factor became the undisputed ruler of all his domain.
"I believe it was more by the spread of the news among the various tribes," McLaughlin elaborated. "The spread of the word that this man would not take lightly an attack upon our people and property."
And at that time, they came to call him the White-Headed Eagle, with a fame that spread itself as surely as the fever raged through the tribes.
I can see why they calls you the white-headed eagle, I can. Bass grasped his own long, dark hair for emphasis. With the Spring Express from back east that year, 1830, McLaughlin continued, I believed I was receiving the help I so desperately needed here with the daily business affairs of the fort. While I had been looking forward to Gerald himself receiving some more official, more worthy post at my side, and while I was disheartened when he was not selected after my nomination of him to the committee, I nonetheless was hopeful that the man they had sent me would truly share my vision for this land and our people here. Instead, he slammed a huge hand down on the arm of the chair, then rose suddenly. Instead, they sent me Douglas.
The man you met in the dining room, Gerald said.
The one in the middle? That un with the coal-black hair, huh? Bass inquired. The one what seems to want to have him a long talk with me real bad?
One and the same, Thornbrew answered. But we both would advise you never to attend a discussion with that one. Black Douglas, they call him, and he has taken to the name, believing we mean the coloring of his hair. He chuckled wryly. If he only knew what the men really think of him, he would be a man who understands the truest meaning of his nickname, Black Douglas.
I trust my own soul to believe that the appellation refers to his mien, his cold black demeanor, McLaughlin advised. He is deliberate and highly adept, a methodical businessman.
But with a heart as dark as his name, Thornbrew interrupted.
Yet a very quiet and reserved gentleman, is he not, Scratch? John asked. Seems to be that. I am sure. McLaughlin sat down, tired of his pacing before the stove. However, Scratch, behind those cool eyes, that reserved exterior, I grew to see the darkness of his heart, his very soul. I came, in fact, to discern a plot, the subject of which we both find ourselves involved in, and the reason for your having arrived at Vancouver, I presume.
I'm afraid I'm not following you fellas at all now, Bass admitted.
You will, said Gerald. Yes, Scratch. We will be certain that you understand. But in due time, McLaughlin said. He glanced over at Thornbrew. The governor does not know the man I truly am, does he, my friend?
I would say not, John. But history will have the final verdict on His Excellency Governor Simpson, his arrogancy.
So we saw the plot, the chief factor broke in, the year after Douglas came to Vancouver to be my assistant. The company sent Chief Factor Duncan Finlayson from the Red River to our Columbia district.
That Red River of the North? Bass asked.
Yes, McLaughlin answered.
Finlayson, said Gerald, carried a dispatch naming him as a replacement in the event John wanted to take his furlough that was coming up the next year. We both immediately became suspicious that Finlayson was sent to check upon the doctor by none other than Simpson himself.
I was not alone in this belief, mind you, Scratch, McLaughlin confided. My closest friend shared the belief that Douglas had been reporting on his own to Simpson himself. And the culmination of those private reports to the governor was the dispatching of Finlayson to Vancouver.
Perhaps Finlayson was not himself privy to those communications between the governor and Douglas, Gerald speculated. I choose to believe that he was not.
And I likewise, McLaughlin agreed.
I see him as merely a pawn used by the antagonist in Douglas's plot to undermine the doctor and all that he was attempting to accomplish out here.
So much of it has to do with you Americans encroaching upon our territory out here, McLaughlin said.
But I've told you, Scratch has his own ideas on what land belongs to whom, Thornbrew reminded the chief factor.
Be that as it may, the threat of the continuing American presence in territory both the company and Great Britain regard as their own not only was judged to be an act of international significance, but signaled what the company saw as gross ineptitude on my part.
The doctor cocked a thumb at his own chest. If I'm reading all your trail sign here, Bass studied it a moment in his mind, you both saying your bosses all thought you was the one to blame for us Americans coming into this part of the country?
You grasp it, I see, McLaughlin smiled.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! How the hell can they blame one man for them goddamned fur companies coming in here to take 'em some beaver out?
They could not, would not, see it so simply. Gerald leaned forward in his chair. Or they might have, were it not for the devious mind and blackened heart of one James Douglas.
So he was telling this here governor that you was to blame for all the trouble with us Americans coming in here, huh?
Yes, dear Scratch, McLaughlin said more softly now. Yes, Douglas had much to report on regarding the Americans.
He rose and stood with his back to the stove, pulling the robe more snugly about himself.
There is a chill this evening, said the chief factor. Gerald, would you be kind enough to fetch your old friend a small glass of the brandy? You know which decanter I prefer?
Bass turned to watch the Englishman move out of the room, a little mystified that McLaughlin should feel a chill. The American felt fine, a little warm, if anything. The stove was putting out a generous warmth. Yet the chief factor shivered slightly and rubbed his hands together over the top of the stove as he began speaking once again.
It was in 26, Scratch, he began. Some 7 years ago now. It really does not seem to be that long ago. A group of American trappers with one of your companies first showed up in Flathead country. This company ran onto John Work's brigade. The men, our men, that is, were quite surprised to find your penetration that deep so early in your exploration of the Rocky Mountains. I later heard that the Americans were just as surprised to find us so far east, too.
He smiled a bit with the thought. Then his lips turned downward in a grim frown once more. Bass watched his eyes. They were of a color so light that they almost seemed animal-like in their soul-piercing quality. Their pearl-like color reminded the trapper of the heat of what only appears to be dead ash, an ash that disguises the glow of scorching embers beneath it. Scratch turned as he heard the door close softly and watched Thornbrew come across the sitting room to hand McLaughlin the small glass of brandy. The doctor took it without a word and sipped long at the thick liquid. After he set it aside, the chief factor continued.
It was later that year, 26, that Peter Ogden's brigade down in the Snake River country ran onto a group of Americans also. It was Ogden's damnable misfortune, and mine along with his, to wake up one morning and find that 23 of his men had deserted to the Americans, with all their equipment, their horses, and their furs.
26 seems to be the year when it all began, Gerald agreed. We were not yet in Vancouver. We had yet to consolidate our power after merging with the Northwest Company, and the Americans were already on our front step, knocking at the very door to our kingdom. I never would have thought it had been that long ago, Bass commented, then sipped at his sherry.
The next year, a young fellow named Jedediah Strong Smith came into our fort after his party had crossed the great southern desert, moved north through California, suffering terrible, uncivil ignominies at the hands of Spanish officials, only to have his company of trappers fallen upon by Indians at the Umpqua River. They nearly wiped his party out. Smith stumbled north for many days, at last wandering into our post.
Scratch, it was a mark of this man who stands before you, Dr. McLaughlin, that he took it upon himself to offer up an act of Christian charity to this Jedediah Smith. Yes, according to Governor Simpson, this Smith and his men should have been turned away. Instead, the doctor organized a command that would return to the site of the massacre and punish the offending tribe for their bloody-handed wrongdoing. It was during this time that the doctor and this Smith formed a close bond of sorts. Although relentless competitors, both were strong, able, courageous, and fiercely loyal to their own interests. I believe to this day this is something that is still lost upon His Grace, Governor Simpson. I believe it is lost on his kind, and the James Douglas kind of man, that the chief factor here believed he could best serve the interests of the company in this region by spreading the felicity and gracious strength of one company through the offering of an able, mighty hand when needed. It bloody well angered his grace, the governor, when he learned that John had not only helped Smith in many ways, but also resupplied the American, and on account, on credit to boot. He and John chuckled a little at this. Bass smiled.
This child can see how just such a thing could be pissing the governor off some now.
Yes, Scratch, Gerald continued. I still believe this Jedediah Smith's own resolve, integrity, and strength were traits with which the good doctor could readily identify.
I think I heard Jed Smith gone under down on the water scrape, Bass said, on the way down toward Taos, Santee Fe. That be as I remember hearing it.
May I get you some more sherry? Thornbrew offered.
No, my friend. He waved off the Englishman, who started to rise from his chair. I have me a nice warm spot down to my belly now, and that's just where I tend to keep it for now. But it were back to 31 as I recollect that I heard he went under. We had heard rumors drifting in and out of this area in regard to Smith's death, that he had been on his way to the Mexican provinces to establish a base of trade with those Mexican population centers, the doctor said. We were not sure of the report's validity, however. It is a shame. Such an honest, strong man, even though he worked against my own interests. I can say he would have been an asset to any employer in the fur trade. It is a shame to have him gone from the field for all eternity.
Well now, said Bass, they be more to it than that now, eh? Thornbrew nodded and continued his account. It was in 29, while this fort was under construction, that an American ship, the first we had ever heard of along the coast, began to trade with the coastal tribes. The ship even dropped anchor near the mouth of the Columbia. I must say that Donald Manson, was frantic down at old Fort George, he chuckled.
Indeed, said the factor, chuckling himself. Donald was frightened at this new turn of events, but he was given 2 peach trees as a peace offering by the captain of the ship. They were then to be given to me for my new orchard here at Bellevue. A shame I cannot place the captain's name still.
29 also saw Jedediah Smith return to retrieve some of his men he had left behind, and he returned with an enlarged contingent of trappers and riflemen. This during Governor Simpson's visit to view the construction of the new post.
Yes, as it had to be,
McLaughlin muttered, clenching a fist and thumping it repeatedly on the arm of his chair.
Simpson saw firsthand the Americans on the grounds of Vancouver. From that point on, Simpson would be mere clay in the hands of the like of James Douglas, to be molded, shaped, guided, and goaded into underhanded, black-hearted deeds against my person and my position here.
The governor met this Jedediah Smith, and in fact traveled with Smith east on our annual spring express. Simpson had now seen firsthand the American incursion deep into the heart of the Columbia district. Gerald finished his sherry and set his goblet aside.
The governor, his grace, harshly instructed me in no uncertain terms, as a schoolmaster would chastise a wayward student, to deal swiftly and with all means necessary with this American menace. That fall, in the annual supplies, Simpson's visit with Smith perhaps paid off.
At first, John, Gerald replied. Yes, at first we believed all would be much quieter now that Simpson had viewed firsthand the American incursion into our district. For as John already mentioned, in the fall supplies we began to receive more luxuries, as it were. These, John was told in a dispatch from Simpson, were to combat the trade the Americans might be having with the Indians. Little did his grace understand that the Americans, by and large, were trapping on their own, and very seldom traded with the natives.
Our normal markup, Mr. Bass, the chief factor said, is a mere 70%. That was before the Americans were first seen in the region. Then the company saw a depression in the pricing structure following these repeated incursions by your countrymen. What had been at one time a table of trade that allowed for a rate of exchange of 5 large beaver for 1 4-point blanket, now gradually disintegrated until it took only 1 large beaver for that same blanket, about $7.62 in your American currency. I am most heartened that we have finally passed over the hill, so to speak, and some of the trade is once again turning itself around. Our current rate of exchange is approximately 2 beaver for 1 blanket, or about 20 beaver for a trade gun. So, you will be able to understand what the bouncing, fluctuating rates of exchange meant to us when you realize we normally deal with about 30,000 pelts annually.
I believe it was about that time that you began your fiery tirades against the unscrupulous practices of the American traders, in that they were using liquor in their Missouri River trade, and you were concerned that such a practice might eventually find its way over the mountains, Gerald remarked.
That is correct, my friend, McLaughlin answered. Yet, I remained under orders to cut my rate of exchange if necessary. I was to undercut the Americans' pricing at all costs. There were times that I traded many bundles of goods below cost, merely to cement our relations with the natives, to keep firm their bond with the company. Fortunately, my books still showed something in the way of a profit at the end of each fiscal period.
You had to have been a magician, as you have heard me tell it before, Thornbrew commented.
You flatter your friend much more, and his head will hardly fit on the pillow tonight, the chief factor replied. But by 1830 the stage was set for the beginning of this dastardly plot that began to take shape with the arrival of James Douglas. He was followed, as I have mentioned, by the arrival of Duncan Finlayson, and my worst fears for my personal and professional integrity were confirmed. I knew I must react, not only to the rising American threat, but also to the encroachment of the Russian presence to our north. We had even been selling some of our wheat to the Russians in exchange for pelts. So, in 31, I sent a ship with a large contingent of men northward to construct a new post to drain off some of the Russians' coastal trade.
And John here? Thornbrew smiled as he turned to Bass. He wisely christened the new post Fort Simpson.
The doctor responded to Gerald's grin. You make me out to be some devious, black-hearted bugger myself, my friend.
Far be it, John, the Englishman answered. Merely a wily businessman. Yes, wily you are, but your methods are unimpeachable.
Perhaps that is why my star has been falling in the company committee rooms of late, he lamented. I dared not, could not, utilize some of the tactics I was advised to pursue in answering the American threat. And well this James Douglas knew of my predicament. He waltzed right in and took advantage of me where I was most vulnerable. My own integrity.
But there is a strength yet remaining in that integrity, friend.
That winter of 31-32 came and went, and with it the departure of the spring brigades to the east. It was to be the last year for a profitable return on our snake country expeditions. The summer rushed in upon us here at Vancouver, and with it the arrival of another American ship, the Llama, under the command of one Captain William McNeil.
You will not soon forget that, Yankee, will you, John?
I should say not. The bastard, he smiled. And I say that in an admiring sort of way, Mr. Bass. Now there was a cagey competitor. Or at least his backers were.
Scratch, Gerald began. It seems McNeil arrived at the mouth of the Columbia with his cargo hold full of toys.
Toys, you said? Bass cupped his ear. What good be toys to them brownskins hereabouts? He shook his head. Can't see why you'd get all squamptious and fearsome over a fellow what only got him toys to trade the Injuns with.
Little wooden soldiers, tiny wagons, jumping jacks, and whistles, all brightly painted, Gerald continued, all to catch and mystify the eye and heart of the simple native. Indeed, McNeil's backers were wise men, too. I knew immediately that this McNeil would bear some close watching, but I was not sure just how much. Had I been perhaps more careful, it would not have cost me so much to wriggle myself out of that spot we were in with this Yankee and his ship full of toys. We quickly found out that with such brightly painted trinkets, the Yankee captain was trading for furs at rock-bottom prices. He was getting those pelts for next to nothing because, while we were offering essentials for their furs, this McNeil was offering the natives fun.
A masterstroke of someone's genius, I must add, McLaughlin said as he shifted his position. My hat came off to the procreator of that trading expedition. It quickly became apparent that I had little choice but to buy out the Yankee captain, which I did.
Ship and all, Gerald interrupted, and at a price that was close to robbery itself.
I should never have let the man get started, McLaughlin grumbled. Should have run his arse out of our district, swiping at it stoutly with my cane.
The bloody plot rolled on, picking up speed with every month, Gerald confided. Douglas, this damned James Douglas, sped on to consolidate his power and prestige with the company officials. Damn their hides. The lily-livered, soft-living, bloody, buggering fools!
Easy, man, McLaughlin quieted Thornbrew. It does one no good to agitate oneself needlessly.
The chief factor waited a moment until Thornbrew had calmed himself.
Yet Gerald is speaking the truth. Last year saw much that hastened my demise here in the Columbia District. My dear friend, he said, turning to Thornbrew, although James Douglas is a bastard and a conniving snake, events have a way of sweeping us all up and carrying us headlong down the path of time with them.
Now he returned his gaze to the American trapper.
1832 was a year of reckoning for John McLaughlin and his future, not only with the great company of adventurers.
I'll be damned to hell for a bloody eternity if they are a company of adventurers, Gerald blurted. The only adventure in their lives is what perfume to splash on, what slippers to wear to what party, perhaps their greatest adventure being whose wife they will bed next, just which of their friends and fellow adventurers they will try to out-cuckold.
McLaughlin quaked gently with laughter at Gerald's sudden anger, until Thornbrew began to laugh with him. Perhaps you were right, Gerald. But as I was saying, last year was a year of reckoning for me as concerns my future with Hudson's Bay, Vancouver, nay, even to having my mind torn in regards to staying on in this great land about us at this very moment.
Bass watched the chief factor turn somber.
Mr. Scratch, McLaughlin began. You already know that Nathaniel Wyeth arrived at our fort last October.
A lot of folks been telling me about it. Him, I mean, Scratch answered.
I am sure you are aware of the fate of his attempted enterprise here in this part of North America.
I ain't too sure just what it is.
What I mean to say is, McLaughlin pondered for a moment, is that I am sure you know that Wyeth failed to establish this post of his dreams. Do you not know?
That's right, Scratch replied. He come in here to have to find out after all that time and work that this young fella's work, he be unable to finish what he'd set out to do.
Precisely.
The doctor clapped his hands together.
Precisely, Scratch. Nathaniel arrived here at Vancouver only to learn his dreams had been shattered, his hopes sidetracked for the moment. He had to determine whether or not to continue to pursue his dream or to lay that great vision aside in exchange for another.
McLaughlin leaned forward, brought his hands together, raised them to his mouth.
This last winter I had much time to gain a knowledge of the man. This young ice merchant dreamer, you see, was not so different from myself. Although he was much more naive than I, we nonetheless share common qualities of character. I took a genuine liking to this sincere, gentlemanly soul, whose very naivete seemed to wear off not long after he arrived here at Vancouver. At first, Wyeth wished to travel south to the Umpqua region to visit the site of the horrendous massacre of Jedediah Smith's men. I had no choice but to refuse, both for his own safety and the future safety of my brigades in the area. It was my belief, and still is, that had Wyeth been allowed to journey south to the site, the Indians there would have believed that all had gone there solely to avenge the deaths of Smith's party. In addition, McLaughlin continued, I could not allow Wyeth to venture south to Umpqua because of my already weakening status here in the district. for if the natives did attack the party, word would quickly pass amongst the tribes, and the power and prestige of our efforts here would be consequently lessened. We would have to redouble our efforts to reconsolidate our position amongst those southern tribes for the future safety of our brigades venturing into California.
You see, Scratch, Thornbrew said, by this time the doctor had determined the Snake Country expeditions were no longer profitable. We had stripped the country almost bare of beaver, forming a wasteland of sorts as a means of providing a buffer between us and the American companies trapping the Rocky Mountains. Therefore, John here determined that men and material would best be employed to the south, toward California.
Yet events were taking place outside the Columbia District, over which I had no control whatsoever, McLaughlin said.
You mean what this Douglas was saying about you and them bosses, your bushways? Thinking about you and all the Americans coming in here to your part of the country? Bass inquired.
That too, McLaughlin answered, but I am speaking specifically in regard to American events that would determine the shape of my future here in the Northwest. Nay, the shape of that future for both the company and Great Britain here in this great land.
He sagged back into the stuffed chair.
From Nathaniel Wyeth, I learned of a firebrand back in your United States who was stirring interest and zeal in colonizing this Oregon country.
Kelly, Thornbrew offered.
Yes, Hall J. Kelly, a fiery, philosophical type who was stirring up public sentiment once more for the rapid settlement and annexation of this country. In your houses of government, this Kelly was igniting fires that would not be tamed, fires continually exciting and aggravating the demarcation dispute between our two countries.
I don't understand what you mean, Scratch said.
The border question, McLaughlin explained, between our two lands, the United States and Canada, where the border itself will be drawn.
And in the midst of all this news, the doctor continued to receive dispatches from Simpson reciting that bloody fool's worry about American involvement here on the Columbia, his dread that eventually events would indeed overwhelm us and this land would become American territory.
Gerald and I have a real difference of minds on this point, McLaughlin confessed. This is one time, perhaps the only occasion, where I find myself agreeing with Simpson. In this matter, I unfortunately have to put aside my philosophical difference with the governor and say that he may have legitimate reason for his concern.
We are bloody here, Thornbrew protested strongly, and it would take an army to remove us. He slapped the arm of his chair. They are playing with war.
Yes, McLaughlin agreed. You are correct. The seriousness of this question cannot be underrated. However, there are men such as this Kelly who zealously bypass such considerations when foisting their own programs on the unsuspecting public.
Bass scratched at an itch on his leg, still studying the face of McLaughlin. The eyes, those light-colored eyes with a personal haunting all their own. One moment they were peaceful, like the surface of the snow on a quiet, cold morning, and the next instant they could fill with a strange, fiery intensity, like the wisps of wind-whipped foam on the surging waves of the Columbia.
All of this was not lost on our friend James Douglas, mind you, the chief factor went on. It is here that I find Douglas and Gerald Thornbrew in a strange alliance.
I dare say not, sir, Thornbrew protested again.
Albeit unwitting on your part, John replied. However, you believe as strongly as does Douglas that the American threat must be countered, and mightily, I must add.
I would not have my name linked with that skinny, black-hearted bastard.
Yet you share the same concern, Gerald, McLaughlin pressed. Yes, Scratch. In so many ways, 32 was a pivotal point for us here at Vancouver. I frantically took certain measures to assure some future for both myself and the company.
Finlayson? Gerald asked.
Yes, Finlayson. Last summer I dispatched him to the Sandwich Islands to establish a trade station of sorts to trade away some of our furs, excess produce, and salmon to the islanders.
Keep the fox away from the henhouse, Gerald commented.
sending Finlayson on this mission or that, and all the while you could do nothing about the real seat of the problem, the stone that had been rolled into your garden."
"Agreed. I was suspicious of Finlayson, but Douglas was indeed the stone that had been rolled into my garden. I attempted to keep our enterprise moving forward here on the Columbia, for the company, of course. However, what I would do for the company would only assure me of a restitution of both power and favor in the eyes of the governor and his committee. I believed that I still had within my grasp some might to wield in staving off the doom to our enterprise. Late last fall I rushed John MacLeod into the field, along with French-Canadian trapper Michael Laframboise and a detachment of men, to finally establish a trade station to the south in Umpqua territory."
"And when Finlayson arrived back from the islands in early winter," Gerald said, "you had laid plans that he would not tarry here at Vancouver."
"Exactly. So, this spring, I dispatched Finlayson, along with Donald Manson from the old Fort George site and Alexander Anderson, to journey northward with Captain Kipling in his ship Dryad. They were to have their men construct a new post northward along the coast to check the penetration of the Russians into North America."
In addition to naming this new post at Millbank Sound in honor of the man on whose ears fell so much of Douglas's scheming, Fort Simpson, Thornbrew remarked, and on Finlayson's heels another expedition was organized under Archibald MacDonald, sent overland to the north to found a post on the Nisqually River, close to Puget Sound. The new site was to be along the northern route between Vancouver and MacDonald's own northern post, Fort Langley. It was at this new post that horses and boats could be exchanged in the commerce of furs and supplies between Langley and Vancouver.
"So, you've been building forts and trying to keep Finlayson busy and all." Bass shook his head with the complexity of it all. "But what I don't figure be just what all this got to do with McCafferty." He looked first at McLaughlin, then at Thornbrew, both of whom had fallen silent. Bass shifted in his chair and leaned forward expectantly. "Well," he asked again, "just how Asa McCafferty figure into all of this?" "Aye, McCafferty is the answer to so many questions, Scratch," said the doctor. "The man was an instrument, affecting both of us. You do not ken it yet, but you will when this tale is told." "Thornbrew told me you knowed him," Bass said. "Really didn't have to tell, I just knew me you did." McLaughlin nodded. "I made the acquaintance of this McCafferty back in the fall of '31. A terrible misfortune had overtaken the man. He had lost his right hand, the upper wrist on down, from a rifle ball, he said." "That be true," Bass commented. "Leastways, what he told me, too." "He rode in here early that fall, on his own, and completely alone, just as you yourself have done," the doctor went on. "I ministered as best I could to clean up the healed flesh over the amputation he said he had begun on his own. He said that Crow Indians had completed the job for him when he had passed out from the pain. It must have been a horrendous ordeal." "So you helped heal him up?" Bass inquired. "Yes, but it was through his own ingenuity that he fashioned the hook to replace the missing hand." "I've seen it," Scratch said. "Then you have seen McCafferty since he left here in the early winter of '31-'32? "Yes," Bass answered softly as he stretched his legs out. "Suppose that was when Asa gone and went down to the Napercy tribe. Even got himself hitched up to a daughter of some chief. Gal went by the name of Rainfeather. She died in birthin' a young'un not long back. That be when he went off and done something crazy." "However, not the first crazy thing he had done, Scratch," Thornbrew said. "What do you mean?" "I want you to understand that this McCafferty was merely a pawn in a much larger plot." "I got you," Bass answered. "Finlayson and Douglas, right?" "No, sir," Thornbrew said. "Only Douglas." "Yes," McLaughlin nodded. "This was solely the doing of James Douglas." "Black Douglas," Thornbrew added. He used McCafferty's Scottish heritage and McCafferty's own grossly inflated self-righteousness to create a pawn for his own ends.
And just how'd Douglas do that? McCafferty was, of course, very grateful to me for the work I did on healing his wound, McLaughlin said. He wished, in any way possible, to repay what he saw as a tremendous debt. And that was the beginning of my own undoing, Scratch. McCafferty went to Douglas, my assistant chief factor, to inquire as to how he might repay me for services rendered. He identified with me so closely, his heart and mind proved fertile ground indeed for Douglas's monstrous plot against me.
McCafferty went to Douglas, as the doctor has said, Thornbrew interjected, unbeknownst to the doctor or myself until of late. Consequently, Douglas instructed McCafferty on how best to repay John here. He told McCafferty that the doctor would like to be assured not only that the Blackfeet Indians would constantly make war on the American companies and trappers, but also that they should be kept inflamed to wage constant war upon those tribes which were friendly to the Americans. That be why Asa up and left me back last fall, Bass observed quietly. Thought me it fit some way or another. Found out that nigger left me round the Three Forks country to get north to the Blackfoot. Whilst I was still trapping last fall, he was busy bringing them red niggers down on the Crow, Arapuesh's folks, kicked in their bellies. I have heard Douglas played McCafferty's sanctimonious self-righteousness like a finely tuned violin, even to the extent of appointing this McCafferty as John's field commander for tribal harassment and extermination. What you mean by that, field commander? Bass asked. Douglas made McCafferty believe I had appointed him to be in charge of leading the Blackfeet, setting the various Confederation tribes onto Indians who were themselves friendly to the Americans in the field. Why, I'll go to hell right here and et for the devil's own tater by a toothless nigger, Bass exclaimed. And then he come dancing right on into that same Crow winter camp some while later. Blackfoot down on Crow most time anyways, Bass mused. Been that way for a damned long time anyways. Yes, that much is true, McLaughlin agreed. It do all make the circle now. Bass stared at the toes of his moccasins. My ex-partner, he told me what McCafferty said to him the night he killed the old Crow woman. Bass stared directly into the white light pearl eyes of McLaughlin. Asa told him that you offered him a chance at riches to be got in the fur trade, but not as a trapper. Asa told him you was to send him into the Blackfoot country, seeing how he was one to know them Blackfoots, all to set them red niggers on the Crow, even to trackin' the American companies. He waited a moment, watching as the doctor eased back in his chair, his gaze never leaving Bass's face. Those Americans as he couldn't run out with them Bugs boys being sorely troublesome, Asa was to see that them Blackfoots did some steady killin'. I couldn't believe it myself, not to the time I first heard the tale of it. Scratch shook his head sadly. Hearin' that Asa was to see that them Blackfoots killed Americans? But McCafferty said he'd do just that if need be, to leave the English to this rich fur country all by your lonesome. The doctor glanced over at Thornbrew. Perhaps 'tis more serious than we had allowed ourselves to believe at first. Might be, John, Thornbrew agreed. If word is being spread by such as the like of this McCafferty, no telling upon just whose ears this odious plot has fallen. McLaughlin seemed to sink further into his chair. How McCafferty's part in this get to be so damned important to you fellas? Scratch. Let me answer this, John, Thornbrew interrupted. Douglas has his own vision of this Columbia district. Already you know that Douglas's vision does not include Dr. John McLaughlin, right? He watched Bass nod his head. And you agree that all this time McCafferty believed he was doing just as the good doctor had wanted him to do in his service to McLaughlin. In this manner, if Asa McCafferty were successful, Douglas could claim to the governor and the committee that he himself had orchestrated the brilliant maneuver to destroy the tribes that were aiding the American penetration in the Rocky Mountains and beyond. And if McCafferty failed? Bass stared at Thornbrew. If he failed, and the whole matter became a diplomatic political fireball of delicate proportions, namely the setting of one country, as the tribes are considered sovereign nations, against another country's citizens, in this case American trappers, then Douglas was to have it known that McCafferty was acting under the strictest of orders from none other than John McLaughlin himself. Just when you go thinking you got a nigger figured out, that be when he up and surprises you, Bass muttered. John McLaughlin seemed to pick up in some way the thread of the American's thoughts. You see, Scratch, he said, I would therefore be held personally responsible for the consequences of all of McCafferty's actions in regard to Northern Plains warfare, perhaps even the harassment of American trapping parties. McLaughlin sagged again. However, you say that Asa McCafferty is dead. Is this absolutely certain? His body, Bass answered softly. I beg your pardon, John said. I did not catch that. I said his body. His body's dead. He spoke almost in a hoarse whisper. I'm afraid I do not quite ken ye, McLaughlin said, lapsing into a thick Scot brogue. What you are saying is that the man is dead. Just his... Let me try to explain this to the doctor, Thornbrew broke in. What Scratch here is trying to tell you is that McCafferty's ghost still haunts him, which is why he has come to see you. He was deeply hopeful that in some way you would be able to aid him in laying this ghost to rest. Aye, McLaughlin replied, glancing at Bass briefly. Scratch is saying that McCafferty's body may itself be dead, although he does not believe his soul to be. It has been a very private and personal haunting for him. No, McLaughlin said suddenly. No, it has not been private at all. McCafferty and what he was sent to do has been a manner of haunting for me also. His ghost following you round too? In a manner of speaking, yes, the chief factor replied. And it appears his ghost is going to haunt me the rest of my days. Then it be true what Gerald told me that you really knowed Asa, Bass stated. That is correct. And it be the truth, too, he said, turning to Thornbrew, that you didn't know him, right? Yes, I did not know the man myself, the Englishman answered. But you knowed of him, just like you told me. As I promised, Scratch, there has been no deception on our part, neither John's nor mine. You two fellas, you're good men, Bass said. I think you two would sooner spit face onto the wind than tell a lie. I gotta believe that about you two now, he stammered. To think me that a old friend, a old partner got himself hooked up in such a way, it just don't make much sense to me that McCafferty, that he'd go and be bringing Blackfoot down on tribes what been good to us. He sighed as his body sagged with relief. Turning his back on Americans? No offense meaning to you fellas. There is none taken, McLaughlin said. I suppose for a few of us fellas, like you two and me, we all in this together, like it or not. Meaning we all out here for the same thing, and we watching it roll on away from us through no power of our own. Just them big stuffed shirt niggers making all the plans, playing the tune, and we each having to decide on dancing to that tune or not. As much as I would have enjoyed thinking differently, McLaughlin answered, I believe you are close to the real truth of it, Scratch. As much as I would have liked to believe I was the power out here, I have begun to see that I am not. And that realization is truly my haunting. Asa McCafferty's ghost, if you will, has brought home to me that I am truly like all of you. My feet are clay. Yet, what has been all the more difficult to admit to myself is that Great Britain and the Company share my mortal affliction, and neither of them any longer possesses the might to hold on to this great land here. The Union Jack will not soon fall from the Columbia, exclaimed Thornbrew. Not soon, the chief factor agreed. However, my friend, our day has passed its zenith. The Empire does not wield the power, either economic or political, that she once did. The sun is setting on our little empire out here in the northwest. He began to nod his head.
Aye, the Union Jack will come down, here at Vancouver.
Never,
Thornbrew protested. Do you see why I love this man so? He asked of Scratch. His loyalty and resolve are unshakable. Now he turned back to Gerald. We differ in opinion, so be it. But my vision of what this great land holds has been tarnished. That youthful vision lies rusting beneath a sky darkened with clouds of deceit, sloth, and duplicity. Vancouver is doomed. Thornbrew leaned forward in his chair once more and started to speak, but the doctor raised a hand to silence him. Let me speak on, Gerald, he instructed. Vancouver is doomed. It was doomed from the moment the company of adventurers empowered a man such as Simpson, who is controlled by innuendo and deceit. Simpson will retire a man much impressed with his own worth. And I will merely retire. I cannot envision myself returning to Canada now. The torch is passing to new hands in this great land, and I cannot envision myself being far from it. Fear not, dear Thornbrew, I am not giving up, not yet. However, my efforts will be more wisely expended in the future. No more will I attempt to resuscitate the dying corpse that drew its own death upon itself through its very own blind, inept duplicity of purpose. The time is yet to arrive for John McLaughlin to leave Vancouver, but when that day comes, we will not leave vanquished. We will leave to travel a new trail, one of our own forging, alongside others who will forge that future for this land with us. We, Gerald. We.
I had thought several times of leaving the service of the company, Gerald said. But I had never really entertained the thought of leaving Vancouver. I suppose my vision always held John McLaughlin at the helm of this region, and I saw myself as his first mate, come whatever bastard storm to rock us. He reached over and placed his hand on McLaughlin's arm. I am with you, John. Whatever be the course you set sail to, I'm with you.
I never entertained a doubt as to that, the chief factor replied. He leaned back in his chair.
For a long moment, the only sound in the room was the crackling of the wood in the stove. Then came the sound of the front door closing and a pair of feet shuffling off the porch and down the steps. A second pair of feet clambered slowly up the steps.
My son, Joseph, McLaughlin said. He spends more and more time with the bastard himself. My greatest hope lies in David. He gazed at Bass. My youngest, David. With Ermatinger, he left on March 3rd with the Spring Express. I sent him east on his way to Paris. My hopes are that he will complete medical school. Such a sad, melancholy parting that was. The last of my sons moving away from the wharf along with David Douglas, who had been out here collecting botanical samples. He sighed once again. And I am going to be bidding adieu to this new American friend also. Soon, I take it?
I gotta be getting back soon, yep, Bass answered.
And where is it you are bound now, dear pilgrim? McLaughlin inquired.
Back over, he answered simply. Back on over them mountains.
Is there someone to whom you return? Someone who is waiting for you?
Bass dropped his eyes from the chief factor's gaze. I ain't thinking so. Just gotta move on back to my country. This is country for men such as you, Scratch, Thornbrew said. Make no mistake of that. This country and what is taking place out here are for the few such as yourself. I ain't so ready for things go changing on me, like the doctor got himself ready for, he replied. I like me things just the way they is now. Things back there, he said, gesturing with a thumb toward the east. They ain't about to change soon like they is here. I'll be long gone afore I see any of them farmer folks this Kelly fellow whips into coming out here to settle. Damn the corn crackers, sod busters, and shopkeeps whilst they're still buffler in the hills yet. By God, I'll be long gone under afore I see their kind out here. He looked up at Thornbrew, then at McLaughlin, and smiled. This here fort be just about as close to settlement doin's I care to get me close to,
Things set by me just fine back there. Don't figure I'm ready for a roof and 4 walls just yet. Things have a way of rushing in on a nigger so fast, howsomever. Might just find my walls be a hole in the ground and my roof be 6 feet of dirt. If I'm lucky. But nah, I got me plenty time left afore I'm settling in somewheres. I thank you for the invite, if and that what it be, fellas.
Truly it was, Thornbrew answered.
Well, I thank you most kindly, too. But I gotta keep on moving to find a healin' for my small heart now. Believe I can lay ol' Asa to rest now, I can. That be done. And I gotta find rest for my ol' heart.
He rose from his chair and rubbed at his knees a few moments. They were getting stiffer and stiffer on him every day.
Gotta be moving on. Get me some shut-eye. Figure me out a way to get back up to your Percy post next couple of days. Get on out of here and get my heart right.
I will see that you get back to Nez Perce, Gerald said. I'll take you myself.
I was hoping you'd be saying that. Scratch beamed at the big Englishman. The trio strolled out of the sitting room and through the darkened office to the entrance hall.
And have you laid to rest the source of your haunting? Gerald inquired as they stopped at the front door McLaughlin opened.
Believe so, Bass said quietly. Believe so.
McLaughlin led the 2 others out onto the porch into the cool night air. The fort was quiet. Wisps of smoke floated aimlessly across the compound from many stoves and finally drifted over the palisades to the forest beyond. The chief factor turned to the trapper.
McCafferty is dead, he stated. McCafferty is dead for both of us now.
Bass looked up at him and laughed. Ace is dead. Yes.
How did the man die? McLaughlin leaned against the porch rail near the top of the steps.
McCafferty didn't. He didn't die.
He was killed then? John asked. Perhaps in battle?
No, not rightly like that, Bass answered after a moment. He was killed by an old friend.
McLaughlin stood straight up. You are saying...
I killed him, Bass rasped. I hunted McCafferty down in the snow this past winter. It come down to him and me on something. Man choose his own time, his own place, and I just come along to do the rest of it for him, I suppose.
Scratch, McLaughlin said. That was not the beginning of your haunting. He saw the trapper stare up at him. That was the beginning of the end of your haunting. And a haunting for so many of us. No, you must be assured that your travail did not begin with you killing the madman. You had only taken into your hands the fire that needed to be extinguished. And it has been a long time in coming for you. The Lord will find his own rest for the madman, as he will find for all of us mad enough to believe there is something better, all of us who aren't content with the way things are, and for those of you who aren't content to rest in one place. The Lord will find peace for you. Yes, this haunting is over. The fire you took into your hands has died. The cold ash you must leave behind. Leave behind to begin seeking an answer to the fire in your heart. I pray you will find that answer soon, my friend. He presented his hand to Bass. I bid you a fond farewell and Godspeed.
Bass took the man's large hand and held it. The 2 did not shake hands, but only stood there in the darkness looking at each other. Scratch released his grip on McLaughlin and walked down the staircase 2 steps before he turned around. I'll not soon be forgetting what you done for me this night, John.
Nor I, Scratch.
Nor I, Dr. McLaughlin answered quietly. Bass walked on down the steps and into the dark. He walked quickly, loosely once more, as if he were again at peace with the darkness. There was a lightness in his frame, a weight gone from his shoulders. He stopped after the darkness had completely enveloped him, when he knew for certain that the 2 men could not see him any longer. Scratch turned around and gazed back at the big house. There, under the starlight and the silver of a new moon, against the whitewash of the porch woodwork, he could just barely make out the two tall figures, backlighted against the candlelit windows. The two men stood still, staring after him into the darkness, both perhaps even now yearning for the trapper's freedom. Perhaps, he thought. I'll not soon be forgetting what you done for me this night, John. Nor I, Scratch. Nor I. 18. It was almost summer once more. Josiah lay there in the buffalo robes, his mind in that halfway place between sleep and wakefulness. His time had come. Josiah had thought and thought many times on this day. He knew it would come. Lord knows he had tried, but he could deny it no longer. Yesterday he had even walked down to check on the ponies in the compound where they were returned each night. Watching the animals with the spotted rumps had again made him restless. They were the animals acquired last summer at Rendezvous when he had been with the Indian woman. He remembered smelling her, nestling his head in that gentle valley of flesh where neck and shoulder blended so soft. Hers was not the sweet, false musk of a St. Louis tavern maid, but the fragrant perfume of sage and earth and wildflower and wilderness. He had reached out to caress the firm mounds beneath her pliant buckskin blouse and felt his penis stir after more than a year of flaccid dormancy. He looked down at the tattered ribbon lying across his pistol. Perhaps that deep wound had finally begun to ooze its poison. Perhaps he had begun the slow process of healing. Scratch had been right about him. He had been burying a deep pain within himself, holding it in, guarding it. And now, a piece of him lingered in the valley west of the Tetons, across the river with the Indian woman. It had been the first time for her, and she had filled a deep void with him. She had released the poison in him, brought light after so long a time of darkness and pain. We'll wash all the others away tonight and make it a first time for both of us. Those were the words he had spoken that summer night in Pierre's hole. Words she could not understand. Words he had made her understand in some primitive, fundamental way with his gentle caress. Lord, he wanted to feel her flesh against his, to feel her soft fingers tending to his wounds. He ached for her. Yet hope was dimming that he would ever warm himself again with her intimate gift. Only the coals of memories remained for him now. He was anxious to be moving once more. How quickly such a nomadic existence had become a way of life for him. And with the tribe now packing up to leave this winter camp, Paddock had finally come to a decision that night and discussed it in hushed tones with Arapuesh. He had spoken to Rotten Belly, telling the old chief that he did not want to migrate with the tribe. Rotten Belly had already known in some way, already known that Josiah wished to move on by himself, for a while anyway. He had not asked the young trapper, but he was sure his young adopted son would return again and again to the Sparrowhawks, just as Poteani had over the recent years. What now seemed to be the hardest part for Josiah was pushing the robes aside and sitting up. Not that his chest still hurt. He had been gaining strength more and more over the weeks. In fact, Josiah had been riding some, out with a few of the young warriors, sometimes with Waits by the Water, and many times with his adopted father. No, the hardest part was sitting up to get the day started by pulling his plunder together for the journey. Arapuesh was awake. Paddock looked over at the old man in his robes, saw the chief smile back at him. The young trapper leaned forward to brush some dead ash to the side of the fire pit in search of some still live coals. The small fire finally blossomed to life, and he pulled his moccasins onto his feet. The young woman stirred and rolled over in her bed. Paddock looked over at the beautiful creature with those big, round, sensual eyes that began to flutter awake with the growing early light that was creeping into the lodge. She smiled at the trapper. Looking at her now, it made him wonder again if he were doing the right thing, if he had chosen the right path. Yet, the strongest, most powerful part of him remained resolute in his decision. He would leave the Crow and undertake this journey, and he would be taking Waits by the Water with him. She pushed aside the blankets and rose to one elbow. This young woman had been patient with him over the months, finally coming to realize he could not get a full grasp of the Crow language. He had learned some words for important objects, animals, and such, but Josiah had not been able to put thought and concept together enough to carry on a conversation with anyone else but these two, the old chief and the young woman. Whenever he had used one, perhaps two words to express what he was wanting, they had always understood. Besides, Rottenbelly knew more of English than Josiah knew of the Crow tongue, and that helped immensely. And Waits by the Water, with her quick, bright mind, had picked up much of the language of the white man during the past 3 months. That was one of the reasons Josiah had decided to take her with him on the journey. She would be a big help in translating for him or signing with other Indians they might meet on the trail. "Eat soon?" She pulled the edge of her dress back down below her knees when she sat up. She watched his eyes travel down the length of her brown legs and knew that he was studying her again, and knew, too, that he was studying himself. Over past weeks, their growing relationship had been one of testing. He had wanted her for himself, to fight off his loneliness, his need for warmth, perhaps to answer his need for closeness with another human being. Perhaps he was vulnerable. The testing had been hers to share, as she asked herself continually if what she really wanted for her heart would ever come to be. Or if she were going to have to settle for something else, perhaps something less. "Eat soon?" she inquired again, keeping her eyes on his as his gaze rose from her legs back to her face. He nodded once and rose as Arapuesh pushed himself up on one elbow. "My son goes this day," the old chief observed. Josiah stood by the warm, cheerful fire and nodded. "Yes, I go today. I am ready." "You decide it is good for you?" "Yes," Josiah answered softly. "Yes. The trail may be long, but this one must see what waits at the end of that trail." He stared down at the flames for a moment. "When your bellies are empty and you go to hunt the buffalo, do you worry how long the trail is?" He watched the old man smile, then smiled back at the chief. "It is the same. The trail will be as long as it has to be, Father Man." Paddock edged around the fire pit, between the flames and the young woman, and stopped at the door. "I am sad to be going away from you, Arapuesh." Then he quickly ducked outside. He stood for a moment beside the bundled-up half-dome shelter of hides that belonged to the old trapper. It was wrapped and bound and ready for travel. The shelter was big enough, as big as a small lodge, so it would serve them well if they had need of it for refuge from the long, sudden spring storms that had been dotting the sky the last couple of weeks. He could always cut and strip branches for the short poles it required to set up if the shelter were needed. Paddock set out for the compound. Each morning, Waits by the Water had helped him walk the ponies farther and farther away to forage along the river's bottomland, along with the tribe's horses. Each evening, as the sun began to sink, she had gone with him to cut his ponies out of the herd and bring them back to the compound. Waits by the Water had finally come to understand why he did not leave his ponies with the rest of the tribe's horses under the young crows guarding the herd, why he preferred to return his to this compound. The white man did not steal horses, and that was strange to her mind. If a Sparrowhawk man lost his horses, He could always go out and steal some more to replace those gone from his herd. Eventually, she had come to understand how special each of these 8 animals were to him. Almost a year now he had owned them. He leaned against a tree and watched the animals. Perhaps they would enjoy the journey too. Perhaps they could again accustom themselves to the rhythm of the trail. It would be another long one, nowhere near as long as the trip across the plains to get to the mountains 2 years ago, but at least longer than the tedious, circuitous route he and the older trapper had taken to get to this Crow winter camp. Josiah ducked beneath the rope tied between the trees and moved toward the closest animal. The pony did not shy and prance away from him as the horses had weeks ago. They had not been ridden much, nor had they had that much contact with a man for those long months of winter. They had grown suspicious through the days and nights of white cold. It had taken a few days of wrestling with them to get the ponies used to his touch once more, used to his smell, and once again accustomed to being ridden. He dropped the rest of the lead ropes and slipped a halter over the muzzle of the first pony. That done, Josiah moved to the rest of the horses in turn until each was strung to the pony in front of it. Then he went to the tree and untied the rope, moving from one tree to the next until the rope had been coiled and the bundle circled over his shoulder. He picked up the halter rope and led the animals out of the compound that had been their home for the past months. The 2 trappers had owned 8 ponies when they came here to Absarica. Those, along with the horses Asa had left behind last winter, made a total of 13. One of the animals had been killed in the winter manhunt for McCafferty. Bass had taken 4 along with him when he pulled out suddenly late last winter. Now, there was 1 each for him and the young woman, leaving more than enough to pack all the plunder he had readied for the journey. And the shelter. 1 pony would carry the shelter on its back. "Buakakana," an older warrior greeted Josiah. Paddock nodded and continued to the chief's lodge. Then he tied a few of the ponies off to the cover pegs and ducked back inside. After allowing his eyes to become adjusted to the light, the young trapper seated himself on the robes near the back of the lodge with his adopted father. Arapuesh handed him a flat wooden bowl. Waits by the water rose from the fire with her kettle and served him some of last night's elk stew. He tucked the bowl between his knees and was handed a spoon. He had to admit he was pretty damned hungry. Hadn't had much to eat. Didn't have an appetite at all yesterday. Perhaps some pre-trail jitters. "You have eaten?" he asked, glancing over at the young woman and the chief and seeing that they had no bowls in their laps. "We are done, my son," Arapuesh answered. "You eat. Awukstpe. We finish work." He motioned for the young woman to leave with him, and the 2 ducked out of the lodge. Awukstpe. Sunrunner. He heard some of the ponies snort and the sounds of their hooves stomping the ground. It seemed he was always being named after another, after someone else or something else. His mind suddenly flooded with the memory of the white hair telling him of the young King Josiah in the Bible, knowing he had been as foolish as the man his mother had chosen for his namesake. "There be a tale of a young King Josiah in the good book, lad. He was a likely youth, as ye be yourself, at first sure to set what was right with the Lord God." Hunting the white hair down. He had been just like that young king in the Bible, figuring on going after McCafferty himself. "This young king of Judah named Josiah was so wanton of getting a name for himself in battle that when some older king of old Egypt come to his land to do battle with some other one, this Josiah made him up a plan to trick the older man. You see, that Egypt king was not wanting to fight Josiah, but the young king of Judah was itching for the fight and dressed himself up to look just like the one the Egypt king was wanting to fight. He come on down into the valley they call Megiddo, then called out for the Egypt king to come out and fight him, making it look like he was some other one. Bad doings it were,
for the Egypt king was never a man to be dealin' fair. When the man he thought was the king he was wantin' come down in the valley, he just had his men kill him. And the archers shot at King Josiah, and the king said to his servants, 'Have me away, for I am sore wounded.'" The ponies snorted again. Then Waits by the water came back inside the lodge to pick up a bundle which she carried outside. It was then that he noticed that his things were no longer hanging from the dew-cloth rope in the poles inside the lodge. He stopped chewing a moment, studying the place about him. She had completed their packing, stuffing everything into blanket-wrapped bundles, everything she did not have space for in parfleshes and rawhide cases. All that remained was laid out near him: his old worn blanket coat, his rifle, and the otter medicine bag. All were stacked neatly on the bed where Arapuesh had been sleeping. He started to chew again, both on the meat and on the thought that the old chief must have finally accepted that he was leaving, that this was indeed something he had to do to complete his own healing. Paddock continued to eat as he watched the young woman duck in and out of the lodge, carrying the baggage to Arapuesh, he supposed. His old man must be packing the horses. He was wiping his mouth on the back of his sleeve when the young woman knelt by the doorway and looked in at him. "Go soon?" she inquired. "Yes." Paddock rose from the bed and set the bowl aside. He stood motionless for a moment, letting the lodge itself speak to him now in their parting. So much had taken place here. So much good, so much evil. So much he wished could be changed through some magical wave of his hand. But he felt all the older for it, all the smarter, maybe even wiser. He was not the same person he'd been when he had first come here last freeze-up to sit with the old men as they welcomed the two white men to the Crow winter camp. Neither was he the same man who had been carried back inside after a cold winter manhunt to heal his serious wound. And, he reflected, he was not even the same man who had left this lodge in late winter for a sweat lodge ceremony, carried out, but able to walk back under his own power. Josiah sighed and looked up at the sky through the wide smoke hole. Clouds danced across the opening. Might yet rain this afternoon, he mused. Bass had taught him that much. Hell, the old man had taught him so much more. And that was perhaps why his soul had continued its healing process after the sweat lodge ceremony. It must be finished between them. That much he knew. Paddock reached over and picked up his old coat, pulled it over his arms and shoulders. Then he stopped a moment to pull his shooting pouch over his shoulder. The lodge had seemed to speak in some mystical, whispering way to him. He knelt again by the fire and scooped up a small handful of the ashes from the edge. Holding the warm ashes in his hand, he studied them for a few moments. His adopted father had told him the difference would someday make itself known, that difference between the finality of ash and the everlasting quality of the earth itself. Then, Arapuesh had instructed, and only then, would his adopted son know the true nature of the difference between the man who had come to the Crow last freeze-up and the man who was leaving that camp this morning. Yes. Quickly, he dumped the ash back into the fire pit and dusted his hand off as he scanned the lodge, his glance taking in the bed and the dew-cloth rope. Then he spotted something he could use. Near the doorway, hanging from the rope, was a small pouch, almost unnoticed because it was so small. He slipped over and untied it from the rope. It was empty. Yet, in studying it, he was gently washed with the feeling that he had seen it someplace before, in another time almost. He scooped up another handful of ashes and dumped what he could into the top of the brain-tanned pouch he held open with his fingertips. When the small pouch was about half full, he leaned down and scraped at the earth that was hard-packed from the many feet that had trampled over it. He pulled out his knife and scraped at the soil,
loosening some of the dark, rich earth. Then he scooped up the earth and placed it within the pouch along with the ashes. When the pouch was full, he sheathed his knife. His fingers fumbled at his greasy leggings until he found some long fringe. He yanked the fringe loose until he had enough to tie into a cord that would circle his neck loosely. When he was done, the new pouch rested on his chest against the other small, soft-skinned pouch. Josiah stared down at the two of them, the new with its medicine of this time and place held within it, the older he had carried for almost a year. She had given it to him last summer. The woman beyond the Tetons, the woman of memory, her image tugging at him now in the silence of the lodge. She had finally spoken to him as they cradled each other before dressing, teaching him a few flathead words for those objects he pointed out. Paddock had walked the young squaw back to her people's village later that morning. But beyond the edge of the lodges, she had stopped him. There she had turned and lifted from her neck the small pouch she had tied to the skin blouse the evening before. She had held it against her breasts, then put the short loop over Josiah's head as he bent forward. Before he could say anything more, before he could touch her, she had fled into the village, turning only once to remind him, with a wave of her hand, not to follow. In the late moments of each afternoon, he had ridden to the edge of the village to seek a glimpse of the elusive, plain-faced woman. The two pouches together. Now, he thought, he was ready. He picked up the shooting pouch and the rifle. Scratch had bought it for him last summer, trading those cold-won beaver pelts. He felt the warm security of its wood and metal, its solid heft as he delicately ran a finger over the huge flintlock. "Heavier 'n my rifle," he had remarked to Bass at last summer's trading counter. "Why don't you like percussion?" "What you gonna do when you run out of them nipple huggers? Your life ain't gonna be worth a grizzly shit then, son," Bass had answered. "You run out of spare flints with that rifle, well, most men can find themselves something work about as good." A J.J. Henry it was. Sublet's clerk had told the trappers the gun was built for the mountain trade. Henry had been putting the weapons together for more than 16 years, on contract with the American Fur Company. Damned sturdy it was, built to take whatever a man dished out. And they bought it for the inflated mountain price of $110, with Bass insisting that the clerk throw in a mold, a couple of screws, and patchworms. The wood was suddenly damp beneath his palm. Paddock pulled on the otter fur cap he had won at Rendezvous in a knife-throwing contest. He lifted the otter-skin medicine bundle. The two old men had taught him much. First the trapper, damned ass that he could be sometimes, and the old chief, his adopted father. He drew a deep breath. He was ready. Josiah hunched through the doorway and was greeted by more light than when he'd gone out to fetch the horses earlier. The village was beginning to stir. Tiny knots of people stood in small, separate groups some distance away, watching the young trapper stride to the ponies where the chief and the young woman stood waiting. Josiah scanned the curious onlookers, then went to his pony. He tied the medicine pouch to the saddle behind the cantle. Ace's old saddle. Much like Scratch's Santa Fe saddle. He had been glad these last few weeks of riding and healing that the old trapper had brought the dead man's saddle back. He was glad that he had the white hare's saddle. Paddock could not stand the pad saddles the Crow used, stuffed with thick, coarse buffalo hair. He smiled, glanced at the pony Waits by the Water had chosen to ride. Long trip as this was going to be, no way his ass would take sitting on some flimsy pad. From horse to horse he stepped slowly, inspecting the work the young woman and Arapuesh had done in packing the baggage. He turned and found Arapuesh and the girl watching him expectantly. "It is good," he smiled. "You done good." Josiah slapped his pony on the rump gently. "You wait, my son," the old chief said. He turned, entered the lodge, rummaged through his belongings. A short time later he emerged, carrying a blue woolen blanket folded across his arms. Arapuesh stepped close to the tall youth before speaking. "Your coat," he said. "What about my coat?" Paddock fingered his old blanket garment that had seen him through 2 winters, countless rains, and many cold days and nights when he lay helpless on a travois. "Give me," the chief said. "Make trade." He thrust the blanket toward Josiah. "You want it?" Paddock asked, taking off the shooting pouch and handing it to the young woman. "Not sure why you do, Father Man, but you can have it." He pulled his arms from the sleeves and handed the red and black coat to the chief. Arapuesh took the garment, presented the blue blanket to Josiah. "We trade." He smiled as Paddock unfolded the blanket. It was actually a capote, hood and all. The light blue wool was set off by the black stripes near the bottom of the coat and near the base of the long sleeves, which were turned back into cuffs. "Put on," the young woman instructed. "Sure," he said, excited about his new gift. He slipped into it and saw that it was a good fit. The chief stepped back to look him over, then nodded. "Look good, son." Paddock ran his hands over the arms of the blanket capote, feeling the newness of the material. "You make this capote?" he asked Waits by the water. She shook her head and lowered her eyes. He did not quite understand. A new blanket fashioned into a coat. If she did not make it... "Yours?" He looked up at the chief. "Yes," Arapuesh answered. "No, yours now." He smiled at the young trapper. "Mine now. Thank you." "Wife, sleeps by the door, make me come last winter time," he explained as he slowly bowed his head. "Last thing give me, then she killed by Whitehair in moon when trees pop. My heart on the ground. I tell her she give coat I know wear." "Why didn't you wear the coat?" "I say her it much, heap much," he sought the English word for the expression, "pretty for me. I warrior, no need pretty coat." "I see." "It make her heart small for some sons me no wear coat. Never wear coat. You wear coat now, my son." He grinned broadly at Josiah. "Yes." He placed a hand on the old chief's shoulder. "I am very happy with this pretty coat. A very pretty, fancy coat from my father-man." Paddock, with his other arm, encircled Rottenbelly's shoulders, giving the older man a firm, warm hug. He felt the old Indian's arms come around his waist and returned the gesture with an intimate fierceness, a surprising strength in one of his advanced years. The old man's hug told him much. At the side of the lodge, Josiah noticed Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly. She stood apart from the other spectators, watching silently. Paddock smiled and nodded to her. The older woman smiled lamely at him, then swiped at her cheeks. He supposed there were tears in this parting after all. Waits by the water ran to her mother, and the 2 women embraced for long moments without saying a word. It was then that the girl's brother appeared. Strikes in camp stood to the side, his arms crossed, his blanket wrapped about him. His face wore a blank expression. His sister turned to say something to him, but he jerked his head, turning his face away. Waits by the water pursed her lips in frustration, anger, perhaps, and embraced her mother one last time before scurrying back to the ponies. The young woman climbed easily onto the animal and adjusted her thick capote around her legs. What of him?" Josiah gestured toward the chief's nephew. "I know not what you mean." "Trouble from him?" Josiah asked, always conscious of having to phrase his questions carefully. "Yes, I think," Rottenbelly responded. "This one I will watch carefully, Father Man." Paddock stepped to his pony with Arapuesh at his side. He hauled himself up into the old Santa Fe saddle. His feet rested comfortably in the stirrups adjusted for his long legs.
No, in Absaroka. The old chief gazed intently at the young trapper.
You mean not in Absaroka, Josiah said patiently. You mean I will not have to worry about trouble from him while I am in Crow country?
Yes, Arapuesh nodded. When you go from land of sparrowhawks, he say you no more sparrowhawk. This one you have wounded his pride. Pride a bad thing. It hurt more than body, yes?
Yes, Father Man, pride a very, very bad thing.
You know that, Arapuesh said, you all time be stronger than him.
I do not want to fight with this one, her brother. He saw the chief nod knowingly. You already know that, don't you? Yes, you do. But I will not walk away from a fight with this one. You can't figure I would. If strikes in camp come after me, after us, you tell him, you say to all Sparrowhawk here, your son will not run from that fight. If it is my day to die, my father, then I will die having drawn his blood first. Arapuesh looked up into Paddock's face with melancholy eyes.
A bad heart he has for you. Him bad heart for all Master Sheila, all white man now. I send you away with present. That make his heart trouble for you. You take his sister away. That make his heart trouble for you. You go on hunt for killer Master Sheila when winterman come. That make his heart trouble for you.
Finally, the old man reached out a hand and placed it on Paddock's thigh.
You, Master Sheila, Poteani and you, come Sparrowhawk with white hair. Make his heart bad, bad trouble medicine for two Master Sheila. For two, Poteani and my son.
Got him bad heart for both of us, huh? Paddock said. Well, Poteani is gone now, and I am near to his bad medicine heart. I suppose I got my own problems to worry about, Father Man. Josiah shifted his rifle, patted the back of the old man's hand. Arapuesh squeezed Paddock's fingers, then dropped his arm and stepped back.
Know where find him?
Rottenbelly inquired, squinting up into the morning sun. Who? Paddock asked.
Friend. Uncle to you now, Poteani.
The chief watched the young trapper sit back in the saddle and study the ground for a moment.
Know where go find? This journey not for great circle, my son, he said as he swung his arm in a wide arc. This journey, his gesture was now a straight extension of his arm, go straight to heart of trouble. You find, make heart strong again.
So the old man knew. Josiah realized he had not been able to keep a secret from the cagey old fart after all. He had to smile at his adopted father. Rottenbelly smiled back warmly. You fool me, Josiah chuckled lightly, thinking I was fooling you. Come over here, Father Man. Arapuesh stepped forward to stand directly beneath Paddock. Quickly, Josiah bent to the side and planted a kiss on the old man's wrinkled cheek, then sat back up straight.
What is this? Arapuesh touched his cheek. Not for women to kiss?
Josiah chuckled again. No, not just for women do I kiss, Father Man. Also kiss all I love. I love you, my Father Man. He looked up at the sky a moment, then met the eyes of the Crow chief. I have two men who teach me many things about the heart. His left hand tapped his chest for emphasis. You finish job Poteani start. Both men big in my heart, Father Man.
Yes, the chief replied. Both men big in heart.
He tapped his own chest with a bony finger.
You stay big in my heart. Poteani stay big in my heart too. You find?
Yes, my father, I find. Arapuesh squinted into the sun before his eyes found Paddock once more. His smile was brave, though his heart was saddened by the parting.
Awuxtpe, Sunrunner,
Your medicine races over the sky." He lifted an open palm toward the bright globe climbing into the early morning spring blue. "You must follow and take this trail. Find Poteani for your heart, for her heart. My heart waits for you. My body is tired. I go now. You go now too. Run on the sun, your heart. Find brother man. Bring home." "My father," Josiah started, then felt the hot lump in his throat begin to choke him. He swallowed hard against it. "I find him. I talk with him. I make things straight between us. I make things straight between them." He nodded toward the young woman beside him. "Then I bring him home to you." "Not long I live more," Arapuesh said. "You will live many winters, father man, many winters yet," Josiah smiled. "Perhaps, but time short now. Bring Poteani home, see brother man before I go over." Arapuesh brushed his fingers along the fringes of Paddock's leggings. Josiah thumped a fist against his chest as he kicked the pony gently. He could not say anything more as the ponies headed into the trees toward the river crossing, toward the turbulent, snow-melt-swollen waters. He finally stopped and looked back. The old man stood in the center of the lodge circle, watching them leave, his right arm raised high. "Say a prayer for me, father man," he called back to Rottenbelly. "Say a prayer for Awuxtpe and Poteani." When he saw the old chief nod, Josiah turned back in the saddle and heaved a big sigh. On Tuesday, May 7th, the caravan pulled out of Lexington, beginning its long march across the flat, grass-filled land toward the Rocky Mountains. The nights were still cool and damp, and each man was thankful to have been assigned his bedding of 2 3-point blankets. The keelboat Gallant pushed itself out into the current of the river and began its trip north, towed by the steamboat Otto as far as Fort Pierre. After the caravan passed the old Shawnee Mission, messes were organized, with approximately 9 men to each mess. These groups each elected their own mess captain and determined their rotation of guard duty for the caravan. Campbell, Stewart, Brotherton, Edmund Christie, and Dr. Harrison messed together with trader Luis Vasquez and clerk Antonine Jeunesse, among others. Redman and Newt found their mess augmented with Charles Larpenter and some French voyageurs, men who found this overland travel something novel. However, the food that was offered to the groups huddled around the fires each morning and evening was not novel. The voyageurs had come to know well the fare of such a journey. Each man was sparingly given his daily ration of bacon, hardtack, and cornmeal, at least until the caravan reached buffalo country. And each day the men eyed the 20 head of sheep. It was a 3-day march from Muddy Creek along the Missouri River on to the Kaw River, where stood the shanties of the Kaw Indian Agency, short sod hovels that looked as if they had been pushed up from the ground rather than built of earth themselves. They were an anticlimax after having passed the empty buildings of what remained of old abandoned Fort Osage. At the Kaw Agency, the great muddy river rolled off on her climb to the north. The men crossed the junction of the Blue River and the Republican, a coming together that formed the Kaw, and began their trek to the northwest, following the Republican. When that watershed twisted almost directly west away from them, the caravan struck out overland toward the Platte River. On the afternoon of Thursday, May 23rd, the men finally reached the forks of the Platte. Some were jubilant, for in the hazy, shimmering distance, they believed they could at last make out the low blue belt that promised the Rocky Mountains. That night, the men camped in small groupings around fires built with buffalo wood and cooked their meals before the sun ran from the sky. Most of the men turned in early, as they had become accustomed to doing on the journey. The 5 men of the first watch took up their stations as the camp grew quiet with the rhythmic waves of snoring. After about 2 hours, the second watch was awakened by the first, and assumed its solitary vigil. These men later awakened their counterparts, and the third watch began. Sir William accepted every duty assigned him by Campbell, including the task of acting as captain of the guard. To him fell the lot of watching over those men who had been elected by each watch to be their officer. Each night he would awaken and take a stroll through the darkness to check upon the 5 men who guarded the camp during each watch. They could not move about here in Indian country. Such movement would make a man an easy target for a sniper. Instead, each of the guards on each watch had to sit in one place during his duty. Every half hour, the watch officer would sing out with, "All's well," and would wait for the same response from the 4 other men to assure himself of their wakefulness. Stuart awoke, restless and anxious. They were closing in on the great mountains. The shimmering sunset behind the faint blue line on the horizon had told him that the evening before. And yet, Campbell had told him they were still a little less than half the distance to rendezvous. With each day there was a growing excitement among the men as well as for Stuart himself. This great, boundless land was where he had come to taste freedom again, that freedom in answer to what he saw as a kind of slavery, a slavery he was escaping, a slavery imposed upon him by his family back in Scotland. William slowly pulled the blankets back and stood. Moving as quietly as possible, he brushed by Brotherton and stopped. His friend merely rolled over and continued his peaceful snoring. Stuart smiled, then stepped out of the tent. The sky was black, without much of a moon to brighten the canopy of stars. He sucked in a long breath of the chill late-night air. He wondered if the water in those mountain streams would taste as good as this air. Silently, he pushed toward the first post. As he drew near the man sitting near some of the animals, Williams saw the figure turn at the sound of his approach. "Good morning," he whispered. "Good morning," came the quiet response. "Perhaps I should say good night," Stuart said. "Yes, sir," the man replied. "A black 'un it is." Stuart stalked on toward the next station, where the officer of the guard should be. He could see the dark form before he heard the man singing to himself, singing softly, perhaps to ward off the sleep that always seemed to come like a thief to men who must sit still for so long. William stopped and listened carefully so that he would not disturb the man's song. Down in the canebrake, close by the mill, there lived a yellow girl. Her name was Nancy Till. She knew that I loved her. She knew it long. I'm going to serenade her, and I'll sing this song. Come, love, come, the boat lies low. She lies high and dry on the Ohio. Come, love, come, won't you come along with me? I'll take you down to Tennessee. The guard stopped singing after the verses and merely hummed the tune. Stuart eased toward him and was almost on the man before the hunter turned in his direction. "Good night," William whispered. "Hello, sir." The young man looked a little embarrassed. "I didn't hear you coming till you was close up on me. Sorry." "That is quite all right, son," William responded. "I don't mind finding a man awake on his watch, no matter how he keeps himself awake." He knelt beside the big youth. "Are you from this place called Tennessee?" "Oh, no, sir," he whispered hoarsely. "I'm from Kentucky, that is." "A beautiful place, I imagine." "Oh, yes, sir, very beautiful. Hills all wooded, and just waitin' for a fellow what to come along and hunt hisself something to eat." He looked upward. "Sky out here nice and purty, but back in Kentucky, sky even purtier, sir." "Sounds much like my own home, son," William observed. "The rolling, wooded hills." "Yes, sir. I'm sure your home is as purty as the one I remember my own self." "Sounds as if you miss it. Home, I mean to say." He looked down at his knees. "Yes, sir, that I do." Stuart swallowed hard. "There are times when I sorely miss my own home, son." "Good night, sir," said the Kentuckian as William walked away. "Good night." Stuart penetrated farther into the inky darkness, trying to pick out the clumps of sage and bunch grass so that he would not stub his toe or make any noise. A large lump loomed in front of him, at first almost inseparable from the clumps of vegetation across the plain. Then the Scotsman discerned that the lump was the form of a man sitting on the ground. As he drew nearer, it looked as if the man's head was slung between his shoulders. Stuart stopped suddenly and listened. Then he was certain. "The goddamned bugger is asleep," he muttered angrily. Stuart stomped up to the guard and began to tap the man on the small of his back with the toe of his boot. Still, the sleeping guard did not awaken, merely muttering something groggily before he went back to snoring. Now the Scotsman was angry and gave the man a swift sound kick. Hickerson Newt rolled to the side with the force of the blow and jerked to his feet. "God damn you, bastard!" he shouted. "I see now that you have awakened," William remarked calmly. "Just who the hell are you to come and kick a man?" Newt demanded, bristling forward. Stuart was not to be bullied. He stepped forward until he was almost at the large man's chest. "I am the captain of the guard, sir." He watched the man's shoulders sag a little, but was still watchful of the mule tender. "And you have been caught sleeping on duty. A grievous error on your part, young man." He pointed back to the ring of tents up the rise, watching Hickerson rub his ass where the boot had landed. "I suggest you take your sore arse and go sleep where you are supposed to sleep, back there in camp, not out here where all our lives depend upon your wakefulness." "Yeah," Newt responded. "I'll do just that. And I'll settle this with you come daylight." "We will talk of this in the morning, sir," William stated flatly. "No goddamned fancy rich bastard gonna tell Hickerson Newt what he gonna do or ain't gonna do." "I am afraid that I might become angry should you stay here any longer." Stuart began to circle the American. "I suggest you return to your camp now and continue your slumber." "I'll see you to the mornin'," Newt snarled. "Yes, then we shall talk about your 3 walks and the monetary penalty to be imposed upon you." "You gonna do what?" "As I have said," Stuart began, "we shall see in the morning. Good night, sir." "Goddamned fancy bastard assholes!" Newt finally stomped away, grumbling. "Thinking they better'n us anyways." William watched the tall man disappear into the edge of darkness and sat down on the spot left by the sleeping guard. The ground was still a little warm. He would assume the rest of the watch, and he would take up the matter of penalty enforcement with the offender in the morning. He smiled. If these men only knew the discipline needed in battle. That Kentucky boy probably had some idea, and through Stuart's head strolled the words of the song. "Come, love, come, the boat lies low. She lies high and dry on the Ohio. Come, love, come, won't you come along with me? I'll take you down to Tennessee." He was groggy when Brotherton nudged him awake. Stuart opened his eyes wearily and looked out the flaps of the tent. "Another long night, friend?" "Yes, my dear Brotherton," he replied. "Found one asleep on his watch." He rose and sat on the edge of his blankets. "It feels as if I just put my head down on the pillow." "Perhaps you did," Brotherton remarked. "Breakfast is ready. If you tarry, the rest of the mess won't leave you much to eat." "That is quite all right." He rubbed at his eyes and yawned. "I do not have much of an appetite this morning." "Come on, at least have some coffee." "Now that, my friend, does sound like an inviting offer." They ambled out to the small, smoky fire and sat on the ground with the rest of their messmates. Christie handed Stuart a steaming mug of black coffee. The Scotsman held it between his hands, savoring both the aroma and the blazing warmth it gave to his hands to fight off the damp morning chill. Finally, he began to sip at the thick brew. Over the edge of the cup, his gaze wandered about the camp, almost with a purpose. Then he spotted the one whom he believed was the offender. "I will be right back," he excused himself.
"Problems?"
Campbell inquired as Stewart walked toward the sleepy guard.
"No, sir," he responded. "No problem I can't handle."
William strode purposefully over to the group of hunkered, huddled men gathered about the smoky remnants of their breakfast fire. He peered closely at the men's faces in the gray pre-dawn light. He circled, watching each man in turn look up at him, then gaze back down at his tin cup full of morning coffee. Finally, Stewart stopped opposite the guard he had found asleep. "You, sir," he said quietly. "You." Newt raised his head, feeling the other's eyes fixed in curious stares upon him, and let the blanket fall back away from his head.
"You talking to me?"
"That I am." Stewart stepped forward so that he was right behind another of the offender's messmates. "You were found asleep on watch last night."
"So? What of it?"
Newt guffawed.
"Man needs a little sleep. Riding all day, pulling them goddamned mules along. Man needs himself a little sleep."
"Yeah," laughed Obadiah Redman, who sat next to his friend. He glared up at Stewart. "What you gotta say to that, Cap'n?"
"I would say simply that such a man is a coward."
Newt shot to his feet, with Redman at his side. Obadiah held his friend's arm tightly. "Hick don't like being called a coward, Cap'n."
"Such a man is no better than a coward," Stewart persisted.
"He would sacrifice his own life and the lives of all his fellow travelers for the sake of a little extra sleep." He watched Newt wrestle slightly with Redman, who was holding him back. "Hickerson don't like being called a coward," Obadiah repeated. "He just got sleepy," he grinned. His face sobered when he saw the look of anger on Newt's face. "You want a piece of this fancy one's ass, eh?" Redman watched Newt nod silently. "I wonder if he's any good with a knife, Hick?" He turned to look at the Scotsman. "You any good with a knife, Cap'n?"
"A dirk, perhaps."
Stewart saw some of the other men quickly spread away from the circle.
"And after I am finished, and if you are still alive, you will walk for 3 days. "I ain't walking nowhere but over you," Newt roared. "Just 'cause I was sleeping, you ain't made me think you can make me walk."
"Walk you will," Stewart said firmly.
"I'll gut you first before I have to walk," Newt spat.
Stewart pulled aside the left flap of his coat to expose the handle of the long dirk.
"Perhaps you should reconsider this. You will walk for 3 days, and forfeit $5 of your pay." "Won't do no such thing," Newt shouted.
He lunged at Stewart, but Redman yanked him back. Stewart's right hand shot to the handle of the dirk and waited for a cue to pull it free from its sheath. "3 walks, sir, beginning today. No man's sleep is worth the life of his fellows. No man—" "Just what the hell is going on here?" Campbell demanded, as he rushed up with Christie and Brotherton at his side. Vasquez was close behind them.
"I am forced to discipline a guard who was caught asleep last night," Stewart answered quietly.
Campbell looked about him, noticed the rest of the men swarming into a tight circle. "You say this man was sleeping on his watch?"
"That is correct, sir,"
William answered, his eyes never leaving Newt's. "Is that true?" Campbell turned to address Hickerson. Redman turned to Newt and saw the anger in Hickerson's eyes. He knew his friend's temper.
"Hick," he whispered, "you gotta let it be. Just let it drop for now. We gotta get to them mountains. Got us a job to be doing."
He continued to watch his friend until Newt finally looked over at him. "That's right. Just simmer down and we make it to the mountains first."
"Then I have him?"
Hickerson snarled in a whisper.
"Yeah, then you can have him."
"Is it true that you fell asleep during your watch?" Campbell demanded, his voice more powerful.
"Make him walk," grumbled a mule tender named Holmes. "I don't want no man going to sleep watching out for my ass."
Other men muttered their disapproval of Newt's actions. Newt stared wildly at the more than 40 irritated men, hoping he would find some support among them. But there was no hope of that. He would have to wait until they reached the mountains, until the rendezvous. He wanted to gut the son of a bitch here and now, but he would never make it to Stuart. He would have to wait. "I suppose I was dozing off some," he mumbled.
"And what fine have you imposed, William?" Campbell inquired.
"What was declared to be the penalty when we undertook this journey," Stuart said, glaring at Hickerson Newt. 3 days' walk and $5 forfeiture of pay."
"So be it,"
Campbell declared, and turned to walk away.
"Sir,"
Redmond called out to Campbell. He waited until Robert Campbell turned to face him.
"Don't you think that penalty be a little stiff for a man's first crime?"
He smiled politely at the caravan leader.
"No," Campbell answered flatly. "If I had been captain of the guard, the man might be walking all the way to rendezvous."
Redmond felt suddenly deflated. His appeal had not worked. He saw Campbell turn away again.
"Sir, I'm thinking it be just a little unfair this here greenhorn noble fella giving us orders, telling us what to do and ordering a man to walk for 3 days. We all good hands out here, and we don't have to take none of this shit from no greenhorn fancy fella." "You're saying you are not going to take orders from a greenhorn?" Campbell inquired, stepping close to Redmond. "That's right."
He backed up a step and lamely tried to smile.
"Can't see how we should. We all better'n him out here anyways. Know what's what out here, him being just some foreign fella anyways."
"A greenhorn, you say?" Campbell said mockingly.
"That's right."
Redmond looked around at the gathered men for approval. Some of them nodded.
"A greenhorn he might be to some,"
Campbell snapped and took another step forward until he was almost on top of Redmond. He gestured toward the expanse of rolling hills to their west.
"A greenhorn in prairie travel, perhaps."
Then his arm dropped.
"But this greenhorn, as you call him, is a veteran of many commands, many battles on the continent of Europe. A true hero of the Battle of Waterloo, where time and again he rode into the face of stout rifle and cannon fire to lead his men into battle himself. He was not content to stay behind and direct his men. Never did he ask of a man something he himself would not do."
Campbell watched a lot of the men now turn to stare at Stuart.
"A hero of that battle that spelled the end to Napoleon in France. A greenhorn?"
He peered closely at Redmond.
"He has faced death more often than you have taken a piss, I'd wager."
Laughter rippled through the crowd of men. Redmond nervously eyed the crowd, glanced up at Stuart, then over at Newt, before his gaze dropped to the ground. Watching Redmond, Campbell waited until the laughter subsided before he addressed the man again.
"And I dare say, had your friend here pulled his knife on Sir William, there would have been much bloodshed. Your friends." "Maybe he ain't a greenhorn after all, sir, but that still don't give him the right—" "He has my orders," Campbell snapped. "My orders. And what he says in regard to the guard of this camp each night, whatever Sir William says, is law. Any man who disagrees, any man who has problems with that, he can start walking now, all the way back to St. Louis."
He glared at all of the men in the circled throng.
"Do I make myself clear?"
He waited until there were murmurs of assent.
"Sir William has commanded men on the field of battle. He has watched many fine young men die around him, and he has killed many a man on that field of battle. He well knows the need for discipline, and if we are to arrive at rendezvous for those trappers with our supplies and hair intact, then this camp will be run with such military discipline. Do I make myself understood?"
Campbell again scanned the group of men, most of whom were no older than he. Most were bigger than he was, perhaps stronger.
"You won't have no trouble from me,"
one of Redmond's messmates remarked.
"Me neither,"
another commented as the throng of men began to voice their general agreement.
Then I see we have no argument with the penalty for sleeping on guard duty, Campbell said.
No, sir,
several of the workers answered. That's good. His voice was somewhat quieter but remained firm. I would hate to think of someone falling asleep who has to watch out for my hair.
Won't happen again, will it, fellas?
The man named Holmes asked of those around him.
Will it now?
He glanced at Redmond and Newt.
Don't think none of us wants a fellow what goes off to sleep when he's supposed to be watching the camp. Can't have that happening.
Won't happen again, Redmond finally said, feeling himself overwhelmed. Will it, Hick? He said to his silent partner.
No,
Newt whispered, glaring at the Scotsman.
It won't happen again.
He wondered if the nobleman was really any good with the dirk. If Stewart was indeed good with the weapon, it would have been a good test of Hickerson's skill. It had been a long time since he'd had a good fight with sharp blades. Most of the time, his type of killing required him to sneak up on someone and slit the man's throat. Not a real fight of steel and cunning and strength and blood.
Then we are in full agreement, Campbell said. We have wasted much time here. Finish your breakfast and coffee, then get the animals rounded up and packed. 30 minutes, and we're breaking camp.
Campbell turned on his heel and stalked off toward his tent. Stewart remained a moment more to stare at Newt. He knew it was not finished between him and the big American. Hickerson pushed Redmond's hands away from his arm.
Ain't gonna pack no animals today.
You will pack them, William interrupted, and walk beside them for the day. Tonight you will unpack them. Tomorrow you will pack them again and walk beside them. For 3 days you will walk while the men you might have sacrificed ride.
Right, added Holmes. We'll be watching you, Newt. You're a lucky man it wasn't Campbell who caught you sleeping. He'd have made you walk all the way into rendezvous camp.
Stewart turned and walked back to his tent with Brotherton and Christie. Vasquez looked over at Holmes. You have things in your hands, all right? He asked in his thick accent.
Yeah, Holmes said. We got things under control here now. Things be fine with all of us here.
19. The giant felt the land change as the days stretched long, the rivers ran full and muddy, the streams thrashed with snowmelt. He squinted at the glare of sun burning through the morning mist and drew a clean breath, the air fresh with the changes in the land, scented with the mountains. He was running lean now, like the deer, avoiding people, eating up miles, living off the land as though he owned it. The young one he sought must be like himself, going wherever he wanted, with whomever he wanted, not answering any call but his own, working for no man but himself. Emil Sharp smiled as he broke into a run just to feel his muscles flex, his sinews stretch and contract with the freedom of movement. His moccasins seemed to make him light-footed, and he knew he was quieter than a deer as he ran, quieter than an antelope. Was his prey as good a woodsman? Was he strong now with the freedom? He must be strong, yes. Ezra's son, yanking and tearing his existence out of the brutal wilderness. Perhaps young Paddock was some better than those Frenchmen who had contracted for his death. Men like Leclerc lined their silk purses with the profits brought them by the toil and deaths of other men. The giant stopped and leaned on his long rifle, his breath coming heavy now in his lungs. The scent of the mountains was strong now, laced with pine bark and spruce, the evergreen aroma he remembered. Strong now in his nostrils, almost as strong as the fear he had smelled in many of those he had killed. Young Paddock would be a particular victory for him. Perhaps he would be able to smell the fragrance of real nobility on the lone mountain trapper he hunted. Not the perfume of the rich dandies and noblemen of St. Louis, but the true and unmistakable fragrance of a man in his element, answering to no other, a king over his life and destiny.
At least until he, Emile, found him. The young had been lord over his own destiny, until now. For the giant knew where Josiah would be this fine spring. He would find him and smother that noble flame. Perhaps, he smiled, as his breathing smoothed, the real pleasure of victory would be in smelling the lordly fragrance for a moment before he replaced it with the foul stench of fear and death. Yes, that was the moment he sought, as he hefted his rifle and loped toward the mountains, to the place where he knew Josiah Paddock would be, to the place by the river where Ezra's son would draw his last breath. There, in that shining mountain wilderness, he would blow out that single candle, snuff out the flame that had glowed for so long in those high and terrible places. May. Thornbrew had said it was May already. May, and with it the longer days, shorter nights. The big Englishman always kept track of such things. Bass smiled, thinking about those pleasant days at Fort Vancouver. Thornbrew asked Bass to lay over one more day while he arranged for horses for the trip back to Fort Nez Perce on the Walla Walla. It was one more day running through his fingers like the sands through an hourglass. Time with each grain, lost, and never to be recovered. There was always the unsettling feeling, like a slow nausea, that told him he had to seek relief. The pain in his soul seemed healed now, but the gaping wound in his heart still ached. It must be salved. Rendezvous and Shining Times would take care of that, he thought. There he would no longer be tormented by the aching loneliness for her. Would he ever be able to return to the Crow? To his brother-man Arapuesh? Ultimately, he decided, it would not matter. He would have to make it so that it just did not matter. Thornbrew came up with 3 horses McLaughlin let them use for the trip back up the Columbia. 3 small Indian ponies which they placed on the barge and ferried over to the south bank of the river along with 4 other men. On the brief trip across the waters of the mighty river, Thornbrew told Bass of the magnificence of those spring brigades, the spectacle as they left for the wilderness beyond, the pageantry McLaughlin enjoyed in the annual dispatching of those men to the far reaches of the Northwest. Those French, those voyageurs, a very, very merry lot they appear to be, Thornbrew said, as the waters lapped at the sides of the barge. He stood at the railing with Titus, watching the fortress slowly drop away behind them. Vancouver, on its high ground above the river, rising from the center of a small plain that overlooked the river, presenting a commanding view of the waters and the barge some 2,000 feet back from the Columbia. From down here on the river, the fort looked all the more awesome, all the more powerful and imposing as the barge bobbed and swayed on its line toward the south shore. As soon as the oars in the bateau touched the water, those merry little voyagers set themselves up in song, Gerald continued. McLaughlin loves his music. We have stood on the platform in the lagoon, the piper above us on the hill, the notes of the bagpipe washing over the party there for the leave-taking. Then those strong men break into song. He smiled over at Bass. It was always a joy to McLaughlin, and never ceases to raise his spirits. There seems so little these days to raise those spirits any more. Gerald sighed. When the boats are taking their leave, there is a genuine smile on the good doctor's face. He is a Canadian, after all. He has always enjoyed the colourful leave-taking of the bright flotillas. As they neared the south shore, Thornbrew looked back at the fort. In earlier years, John was wont to ride out with the northern overland brigades for a few days, some 100 miles or so, scratch. He did so enjoy those brief sojourns. Such a beautiful sight, the doctor with his dark-skinned Margaret at his side atop our finest horses, she arrayed in her very finest, brightest colours. Ah! He leaned against the railing, reminiscing. The French and their little boats. I, sir, prefer the full rigging of a fast schooner that plies the oceans.
a matter of man against the water and wind. At full sail, running close hold before the wind, that is a sight for a man's eyes."
"Never seen the ocean," Bass commented. "Didn't know me no better, thinking I heard Vancouver was on the ocean. Thought I'd see the ocean this trip west."
"Aye," Gerald continued, his eyes wistful. "A man needs to see the ocean at least once before he dies." His deep voice burst into song. "'Tis advertised in Boston, New York, and Buffalo, 500 brave Americans a whaling for to go, singing, 'Blow ye winds in the morning, and blow ye winds high-o. Clear away your running gear, and blow ye winds high-o.' They send you to New Bedford, that famous whaling port, and give you to some land sharks to board and fit you out. They tell you of the clipper ships are going in and out, and say you'll have 500 sperm before you're 6 months out. It's now we're out to sea, my boys, the wind begins to blow. One half the watch is sick on deck, the other half below. Then comes the running, rigging, which you're all supposed to know. 'Tis lay aloft, you son of a bitch, or overboard you go. The skippers on the quarter-deck are squinting at the sails, when up aloft the lookout sights a school of whales. Now clear away the boats, my boys, and after him we'll travel. But if you get too near his fluke, he'll kick you in the devil. Now we've got him turned up, we tow him alongside. We over with our blubber hooks and rob him of his hide. Next comes the stowing down, my boys, 'twill take both night and day, and you'll all have 50 cents apiece on the 190th lay. And when our old ship is full, my boys, and we don't give a damn, we'll bend on all our stewin' sails and sail for Yankee Land. When we get home, our ship made fast, and we get through our sailing, a winding glass around we'll pass, and damn this blubber whaling."
"Sounds to me like'n there be a good bunch of niggers to stand at your side. Something I'll have to see me afore I pass on over," Bass commented.
"There is something I myself have to see before I too pass on," Gerald said.
"What's that?"
"Your rendezvous. From all that I have heard, that occasion must be something to behold. To be in the company of good, strong men who daily face the possibility of death, as were those seamen of the great ships. Yes, rendezvous must be quite some experience, with as much noise and colour and excitement as a man could want."
"A child's got to cash him up a full year's worth to rendezvous," Bass said. "Get him a full year's worth in his belly before he has to take off for the high and lonesome again."
"After you left the governor's house last night," Gerald confided, "while John and I stood on the porch watching you leave for the hole, he commented to me that the company would someday have to attend this rendezvous as a regular practice. He has been considering this for some time now, and evidently is formulating some plans in that regard, that one day the company of adventurers will indeed come to rendezvous. There, he said, to meet the American competition head-on, eye to eye, on that competition's own ground, so to speak, perhaps as early as next year."
"Hudson's Bay down to rendezvous," Bass clucked. "Now that'd be something for this child's eyes to be seeing. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, how things is changin' quick round about me."
Bass thought about the rendezvous many times on the ride across the Columbia. It lifted his heart just to think of those shining times yet to come. There were years left in him yet. The prospect of living that life few others had chosen gripped him and gave him strength for the journey ahead. A journey through the days and weeks that would take him south and east along the Snake River, plotting out in his mind those rivers and landmarks about which Gerald had instructed him. The old Snake would take him back to his beloved Rockies, the big Stonies of his youth. Thornbrew chattered those 3 days of travel back to the post on the Walla Walla. It was almost as if the Englishman were trying to store up his experiences with this American trapper, neither one knowing if he would ever see the other again. That evening, in the quiet of the Nez Perce sleeping dorm, the two friends talked for a long time, sharing some of their last thoughts before they were to part. Thornbrew again attempted to entice Scratch into returning to the Vancouver area, perhaps even to settle down along with the others who were leaving the fur trade and setting themselves up on small farms. "I ain't cut out for it, damn it," Bass muttered, exasperated by Thornbrew's tenacity. "Perhaps not yet," Gerald replied, "but you would not be the first to leave the fur trade to settle down and live the rest of your years in one place." "It just ain't for me, Gerald." "Perhaps not yet, as it has been for others. Such beautiful land, a spot I myself might choose for my final home, where my wife and I could live out our days." Thornbrew sighed. "It would be down on the French prairie, some 50 miles south of the Willamette's mouth, near the falls of the river. The place has earned its name from being first settled by a French ex-employee of the company. In 1830, Louis Lebont left us after some 6 years of service to settle in that beautiful valley. Soon thereafter, Etienne Lucier also left to stake a farm near Lebont's. Then, in 31, Joseph Gervais settled down there. He had been up north at Fort Colville until 30. They make out all right, farming very little, really. It seems they live off the land to feed their families, trapping when they can to buy things at the fort. An easy, comfortable, enviable existence, yes?" "Maybe so, for some it be." "But not for you. Not yet, anyway." Gerald turned over on his bed and sighed in the darkness. "I can see myself becoming quite the country gentleman before too long. I would grow peas and wheat and barley, perhaps some Indian corn, even grapes and apples. We have apples and peaches here, those beautiful budding trees in the fort's orchard. The seeds were brought to us from halfway round the world. Apple seeds themselves were brought to us from a young lady in London back in 1826. She wished to have her apples grown in the New World. Captain John Pearson of the good ship, atoll ship, Cadborough, had the honor of handing over the precious seeds to Robert Bruce, our Vancouver gardener. John has told me he would stake me to some beef cattle and a milk cow, 2 brood mares also. Why, I could even raise some hogs, goats, and sheep. Might even talk John out of some of his chickens. What do you think of it?" Gerald waited a few silent moments. There was no reply. The Englishman assumed Bass was asleep and rolled over, closed his eyes. Scratch smiled in the darkness. Perhaps someday he would settle. Not soon. There was still so much wandering to do, so many different winds blowing him this way and that. Scratch thought about that in the darkness of the small dorm at Nez Perce. Maybe things could be different. No longer was he being chased by the ghost. Asa had been put to rest. But now the trapper was running after something he could not quite describe, could not quite grasp at yet. Where the haunting of his soul had been something tangible, something to taste and feel and experience, this elusive something was a sought-after vision he held secretly inside his most private place. Bass was no longer being chased by McCafferty's ghost. Instead, he was the hunter, running after something even more elusive than the ghost, something that haunted his heart, something that had no name. On that final, melancholy morning at the Walla Walla post, Gerald Thornbrew gripped the trapper's shoulders, making Bass repeat the route he would take east and south toward the Rockies. Then, suddenly, the big Englishman hugged him fiercely before he took a step back from the trapper. Thornbrew smiled somewhat lamely and sped away, leaving Bass alone to mount his pony and pull the other animals behind him out of the gate. Those first days out of Fort Nez Perce, Scratch traveled faster, easier than he had when he'd arrived. He was able to cover more ground each day, the earth now clear of snow, the daylight hours becoming longer and longer with each passing sun. Many times those first days, toiling up the Snake River, his mind played on the route plotted for him by the friend he'd left behind. Bass would follow the Snake River south past the Clearwater, on south past the Salmon, south past the Weiser and the Payette.
When the snake finally curved back east, he would pass the Malade before the river curved north, and he would reach the Blackfoot River. There he would take that sixth river north and east until it ran out. From there he would ride overland east toward the Green River and the rendezvous at its confluence with Horse Creek. French names for some of those watercourses, named after company trappers. The rest just named by company trappers. The long arm of those Britishers, extending so far to the east, at least until he got to the Green and Horse Creek. Back to the real Rockies, back to American territory. So long ago he had first come to the Rockies, and those 3 trappers had taken him under their wing, taught him a lot about the ways of the mountains, much about the ways of men. When was it? The last time he had seen them? Years gone by so quickly. Last time seemed to be up near the 3 Forks as Bud, Billy, and Silas were fixing to head down to trade for whiskey and women at the first post they came to on the big river. He had given the trio his own clues, and never saw them again. "Others 'd tell me as them 3 made off to St. Louis with my catch and quit the mountains," he had said often, with a sad shake of his head. "They must have lost hair down the Missouri or something such." There had always been that hidden part of him that couldn't bring itself to admit they had gone under. That tight, hard, guarded place deep within him that kept telling him they had abandoned him and stolen his furs. Only once, when he could finally deny it no longer, had the old trapper finally spoken of one day looking for the 3. "If'n the truth be knowed 'bout it, a time or 2 I thought real hard on it. Then got me thinkin' 'bout other whatnot. But that ain't to say it ain't been in the back of my head all the time, right there, thinkin' someday of lookin' them fellas up. Back there, east, where it would never be home again. Never really could be now. But the Rockies, there it was after all, back home again." There was still some magic left in those words. He only wished that he would have more to return home to, something more. Someone, perhaps. Damn! If it hadn't grown into an actual physical ache inside himself by the evening when he reached the Clearwater and decided to camp there. Perhaps it had been a little early to end the day's travel, but there was a restlessness that was not easily salved with the trail, a great deep empty that yawned open, gaping and bloody, a pain still only a little duller than it had been more than 3 months before. It was a young man's world out here, and he, like so many others, had come out here to cling to the richness of his youth, as if those early years in the mountains were something personal, something private, something to be carefully guarded. Where did it say a man had to age before his time? Titus shook his head again, feeling the braid brush against the side of his cheek. 2 fingertips went up to touch the hills and valleys of the crusted hair. Here was youth, he thought, wearing his hair like this for years. When had he first put it up this way? Something else he could not remember. The same spring he had first taken the snake gal to his lodge. Again he sighed. As Scratch stood with his back toward the setting sun, he stared into the east, into the land whence he had come, the land where he had felt that special comfort that comes from a singular love and wholeness. And there was for him a realization that it was a feeling as much as it had been a place. It had been a dream he held tightly within himself, a dream as much as it was the soil and the rocks and the trees and the waters. He had tried. Lord knows he had tried, damn it. Tried to turn that feeling, that dream, into reality. And just as he had thought it was about to become real for him, things had come crashing down around his shoulders. It was so hard to make sense of it all, how a man could hope and pray and wish so much for something, then see it all taken from him. All that time, all those years of cold, lonely nights and bitter, blazing days had told him, had convinced him he was not asking too much. So he had kept on hoping through the years. Then Bass had found first the boy, and in him found someone he thought would be the first real, true friend who would not desert him. A person he could rely upon until death. And when Scratch had thought that Josiah had been killed, that hope began to wither inside him. But Josiah had lived, and Bass had found reason to hope once more. Had he come to want too much? Was it in having his prayers answered with Josiah that Bass came to believe that his prayers would be answered for a woman? She had come to him, the beautiful Indian girl, wanting him, loving him, making him feel strong and young again. And for a while, he thought he had everything that mattered. Yet in one fell swoop of the axe, it had all come crashing down. Perhaps so. He had wanted too much. The boy had grown to be like a son to him, a son he had never had. Bass had finally learned patience in the time he had shared with Josiah. Most of all, the need for patience with himself. And waits by the water. Oh, there had been one woman before, but Scratch had not been ready to love her. The settler's daughter back east had loved him, but he had moved on those many years ago. He had not been ready until the Crow woman stepped up and took control of that void, that empty place in his heart. Like poultices, those two people had been for the two noxious wounds in his life. The friend he had never had, and the love he had searched for when he was finally ready, the love that had found him. Son and friend, woman and friend. The poultices that would draw out the poison in his heart. But where had it gone so wrong? Where was it said to be just or fair that both people would be wrenched out of his life through one single act? Both gone at once. And with both, just about everything else worth living for. He turned to see that the sun had fallen completely from the sky. Bass went to his robes and stretched out upon them in the cool evening air. It was then that he began to sob, quietly, softly, most of the racking pain still held tightly inside. And with the sobbing, eventually came the relief of knowing where his trail would lie. The tears finally slowed, and Bass felt a relief from the pain in his knowing that with the coming morning, his trail would no longer take him to rendezvous. Instead, Scratch would follow this clear water east from here, head over the Bitterroots and on east, forever east until he got back to Absarica. Home, and always in the right place. There it would remain, in his heart. As the tears dried, the certainty became all the stronger, and with its strength grew his resolve. He was man enough, his heart was big enough, he could and he would forgive the two of them. Perhaps it was to be all the better, he decided that night. He could live out the rest of his days with the two of them, knowing they were happy together. He was strong enough for that. He needed both of them more than he needed his stupid, childish pride. It was such a thing that had driven him away from them. But he was so much more now than that person who had ridden off that dark winter day months ago. The words began to pour gently over him now, those words from the old song Hatcher loved so dearly. Old Jack Hatcher. His voice quivered and crackled in the darkness as he sang. Last summer, when they had the Blackfoot at bay and forded up, Hatcher had died singing the song that seemed so fitting now, so right as the words poured over him. I'm just a poor wayfaring stranger, traveling through this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, no toil, no danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my brother, who's gone before me, that good one. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I know dark clouds will gather round me. I know my way is rough and steep. Yet beautiful fields lie just before me, where God's redeemed their vigils keep. I'm going there to see my brother, who's gone before me, that good one. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. His eyes were dry as he finally closed them. The low flames of the small fire licked at the darkness around his camp. There was such a newfound strength that came in knowing that what he was going to do would be the right thing for all of them, if they would take him back as a friend. It was all he could ask any more of anyone. He could forgive, truly and without reservations he could forgive, if they would only forgive him too. He would push on in the morning, a faster trail, perhaps a longer trail now, but he knew it would be a more peaceful trail. The sleep that came to overtake Bass was a gentle, rocking peace that he had been lacking in so many, many weeks. Since last he had been in Absarica. Since last he had been with the both of them. Since last he had felt whole. For now, the fact that he had finally forgiven himself was enough to carry him on over and back to them. The strength that came from forgiving himself, the one person he would ultimately have to live with all his days, that strength was enough to give him peace. That night, for the first time in a long time, there came no bad dreams to rob Bass of sleep. No more dreams to disturb his slumber. His heart was at peace. His heart had forgiven him. It took Bass less than 2 weeks to climb up the Clearwater and over the mountains down toward the long north-south valley. He had been here before, he remembered, through the years gone by. Back into his Rockies where there was comfort at being home. By evening he would be down from these foothills and into that valley where he would camp for the night, and in the morning he would strike south and east over the next range until he was south of the land of smoking waters, there to turn east and climb again. Then he would push north into the land of the sparrowhawk. "That's God's country, ever there was one, Josiah," he recalled saying to his young partner. "That be the place God lay claim to if he had to settle down." He smiled with the warmth of it and nodded his head unconsciously. Comfort washed over him once more. Yes, sir, that was God's country. Only most think God stays on t'other side of the Missouri. Some say he's got no place out here. Titus Bass don't feel that way. No, sir. God made this here country for himself, and the likes of us, he did. Sure, there ain't no churches pushing steeples and bell towers toward the sky down that valley or any other out here. Damn! Look at them mountains. Them are the house of God he made with his own hand for the likes of us. He had cleared the bitter roots and was on his side of the mountains now, coming back into familiar territory and heading home. Out of the hills, down into the rich bottomland along the river. And that was when he smelled the smoke. Bass slid his left leg over and dropped from his pony before tying the string of horses in the trees. Then he crept to the top of the rise. There in the bottom, along the river, were the lodges. Damn, if his luck wasn't getting worse all the time. First he ran onto Blackfeet going west. Now he had to run into them again heading back home. His fist slammed into the grass. The frustration of it almost made a man want to cry, if not damn near give up. But he could not let himself do that. His heart had cried out in pain far too long to allow him to just give up his ghost now. Not this way. "God-damned Blackfeet," he muttered. "Why them sons of bitches Bugs boys this far south?" Bass continued to study the camp as if something were out of place, something on which he could not place a finger. Something disturbing and unsettling about the camp. Perhaps the horse herd nearby, maybe the way the lodges were thrown up. Something was damned sure off of Plum Center here. The sun would slip behind him in less than an hour. Bass shook his head and thought of another all-night ride to hightail it out of dangerous country. Such seemed to be his lot once more. The cards dealt him now were the same. Blackfeet then, Blackfeet now. "Damn all the luck," he muttered and slammed his fist into the same smashed clump of grass out of sheer fatigue and frustration. Only reason those Blackfeet down this far south, penetrating this far into these hills, he mused, be the search for buffalo. God damn, he repeated the oath. Maybe so the same sons of bitches I run onto coming west. Even that don't take the circle. That'd be the turn of it. Same goddamned redskins again. Lesson they were Flathead. Yes, the Blackfeet could be driving the Flathead south for the season. Long had they been bitter enemies. Yes, moving the Flathead. Then something clicked in his head, and he rose to his knees within the thick underbrush. That was it. That was what was so damned disturbing to him. He knew something had been wrong. Getting old, you bastard. Scratch scooted back to his ponies and untied them. He vaulted onto the horse and gave it his heels. As weary as they were, the pack animals followed obediently at a quickened pace. Over that last rise and down the hill toward the camp. He could see some figures turning to look at him in his zigzagging approach down the slope. Some pointed in his direction now. Some scurried back among the lodges. Others walked slowly out to meet him. Damn, he was addled. Pretty soon he would be able to carry his brains around in a priming horn. Lord, was he happy to see these brownskins. Flathead. Bass pulled up on the reins some 50 feet from the warriors who had swarmed out to greet him. He stopped his animals and waited until the Indians were close enough to read his sign. Friend. He laid the rifle across the tops of his thighs and raised both arms in the air so they could see that his hands were empty, palms out. Now he became sure as he signed for them. Now he could see the way those braves fixed their hair. They were Flathead, all right. The lodges had finally made him realize it. They were not set up the way the Blackfeet erected theirs. Blackfoot lodges did not have as much of a slope to the rear of the lodge as these here in the valley. The warrior in front finally signaled that he too was a friend and signed for the trapper to come on in, slowly. Bass tapped the pony's flanks with his heels and was soon surrounded by the escort for the rest of the ride into the encampment. Near the center of the lodges, Scratch slipped from the pony's back and waited for the head man to come greet him. Maybe things weren't going to be all that bad after all. Perhaps his luck was going to get better from here on out. Lord knows it was about time. He turned at the sound of the approach of many feet. Bass watched the head man move through the assembled crowd. The chief was tall, almost as tall as Josiah would be, and he looked distantly familiar, too. He could not place him, but this old boy looked like someone he had run onto before. The chief came up and presented a hand to Bass, who realized that this Indian had been around white men to have picked up that particular custom. The chief spoke in his native tongue until Bass finally put a hand up to stop him. "Hold on," Bass said. "Don't know me no Flathead, never did. Not that I ain't willing to try some, but you talk you any English? Any white talk?" "We talk good," the chief answered. "Well now," Bass was surprised. "You talk something we can understand ourselves with. Good." "Yes, I know some so of your tongue," the chief said. "Other white men call me Big Blue, my paint. You American, not French like many others. It is good, like English, better on my mouth than this French. Jocko, I like American talk better. You welcome to camp. We make home for you." "Why, I thank you kindly. I was hoping you was going to be saying that. Could use me some supper and a place to set my ponies out for grass. We eat, and then we can palaver. Make big talk. Maybe so a good smoke, too. Been some time since last I had me a good smoke. Damn." "What this damn?" "Hell, it's cussin'," Bass grinned. "Don't suppose you Flathead ever cuss, now do you? Talk good English, and you don't know how to blow a blue streak? Cuss, I mean?" "Don't know this damn cuss, I don't," the chief said. "Damn is what?" "Damn, it's good to see me some friendly Injuns again." Bass smiled widely now. The chief smiled along with him. "We eat and smoke. We talk, too. Then we damn and cuss.
Sounds just fine with this old boy, Bass remarked, as the crowd behind the chief parted. A young woman appeared at the Indian's shoulder, perhaps no older than Waits by the Water, no more than 17 summers, and her presence suddenly twisted something inside him. She was studying him closely and making him all the more nervous for it. But there was something strangely familiar about her. Finally, she stepped closer to Bass and peered into his eyes. Another older warrior came up behind her to scrutinize the white man's face. Then this second warrior talked some flathead with the chief. Bass felt uncomfortable. He wondered just what the hell was going on now. Here was this young woman studying him, measuring him, and the old boy behind her talking flathead with the chief. What's? He waited until the two warriors had finished talking and the chief had turned back to the trapper. What's going on here? Don't know me. I know now, I see you before. That right? Where's that? You see me before, I mean. Valley of Fight with Pied Noir. Last season of Dry Grass. South of here. We fight. White men fight. Kill many Pied Noir. Pied... Blackfeet? Yes, Blackfeet, how you say. Many we kill with white man. Rendezvous? You was down to rendezvous? Yes. How you say big white camp in season of dry grass. This rendezvous? Yeah. You was there? I'll be damned. Maybe all this was going to make sense after all. You seen me down there, huh? I think, the chief answered. I not only once see you there. Oh? He asked. Some of your fellas here? Braves down there for the big fight see me too? No, not them. Her. The chief slipped an arm over the young woman's shoulders. She stepped forward and continued to gaze into Scratch's eyes. Her? She say her father she know you from big camp. Bass peered down into her face. The features were not extra noticeable. He had seen so many young women over all the years, but still, there was something disturbing about her eyes. She say I know her? She say she know you, the chief answered. How she know me? She say know you and your friend. Last season to Big White Camp, your friend, she say her man. Now, hold on a minute. It was buzzing too quickly for him to make sense of it all. She's saying a friend of mine she knows from rendezvous, right? That is right. And she say my friend is her man? Bass looked down into the wide eyes and images rose up in his memory. Yes, she say your friend her man. I know what she's saying now, Bass said. He remembered her now. A bright moonlit night beneath the Tetons in Pierre's hole last summer. The boy had been sliced up a bit in a fracas over some stupid horseplay that almost cost another man his life. Then some young girl, this young girl, had come looking for him. It was a foggy memory at first, foggy at best. Everything was out of focus because Bass had been damned near dead drunk that night. But the girl's eyes had finally reminded him of that evening when she had come looking for Josiah. This was the one who had taken Paddock back to their place in the trees that night. Bass had merely passed out, but he remembered those eyes. What she say of you? It is right? The chief asked. Yeah, she's right. I know her. And what she say about your friend? He is her man? I don't know about that now. Bass was confused. The chief turned to address the young woman. Without hesitation or a word spoken in reply, she dashed through the crowd. Her father stayed with the chief. She says this friend of mine be her man, Bass continued. I don't know about that, not rightly. I only know she knowed my friend back to rendezvous. He dropped his gaze to stare at his moccasins. He was hoping Josiah hadn't gotten himself into a bunch of trouble with these folks. Maybe the young gal was married up to some warrior or something like that. Indian morality had some mighty strange bends, like the twisting, tortured course of the Snake River. But one thing a man could hold to, though, that morality would not be violated, no matter how strong or how sweet the temptation. Hell, and all he was wanting was a little grub, some grass for the ponies, and a fire to curl up beside. She say she's sure about all this, huh? He was sure already. She sure. The chief turned as the crowd behind him bustled and jostled again, making way once more for the young woman. She say you be sure when you see. See what? Then he knew. Bass knew what she was going to show him. Oh, Lordy, he exclaimed softly as she came up to present the cradle board to the white trapper. It be a baby. Scratch took the cradle board and turned it clumsily in his arms. He was awkward at such a thing. Gently he pulled a flap of the deerskin back from the infant's face. There were the same curly locks. The locks not as dark as its mother's black hair. More brown than anything. And with all them curls, too, just like Josiah's. At last it was making complete sense, coming home to him now. The child's skin was not as bronze as his mother's either. Chances were pretty damned good this baby did have a white father. He already knew for sure before he asked the question. She say who? She say your friend. The chief looked over at Bass and smiled. She say your friend her man. His child. My friends, huh? He repeated quietly. A girl or boy? Man-child, this one. A boy, huh? Bass was suddenly filled with the joy of it all. A real, honest-to-goodness, genuine joy that made his heart giddily leap and dance while holding this infant who was not more than 2 months old. A boy, he repeated. Yes, Josiah has him a boy. Now Paddock had him 2 wives and a child. Bass smiled widely and pulled the deerskin further from the child's face. His old partner now had everything Bass had ever wanted for himself, a wife and a son of his own. Damn, what a lucky bastard Paddock was. But Titus could be genuinely happy for him. That he could do. A boy, he spoke quietly, almost reverently as the tears welled in his eyes. Josiah has him a boy. 20. Scratch pulled out of the Flathead camp as their lodges were coming down for the day's travel. He was not alone in the early light of the new day. Behind him, with the pack animals, were the woman and the child, Look's Far woman and her son, Josiah's son. They climbed south and east over the hills into that big hole of a valley, following a river that would run into the Jefferson before it raced toward its junction at the Three Forks. He calculated this would be the shortest route, although the most dangerous. From the Jefferson he would move east, avoiding the Blackfeet, ever moving toward Absarica. Over the days and nights, Bass began to learn the Flathead tongue so that he could teach her what she could learn of English. Josiah. She kept repeating that young man's name since the night he had come onto the Flathead camp. She had been catching on to the white man's tongue quickly over the last few days. Better than a week since she had turned on her pony to wave a final farewell to her parents and sisters and the Flathead band moving on south toward Rendezvous. Rendezvous, where a small part of him itched to be headed. But that larger, more urgent, more immediate part of him drove him on east along a trail of uncertainty. Not the first time he'd taken such a trail. He smiled, knowing it would probably not be the last. Whereas the way west to Vancouver had been a trail taken for the soul, this one had become a trail traversed for his heart. Josiah. The boy had him an instant family now, 2 wives and a son. Pretty good work for a fella's second winter in the mountains. Bass could be happy for him. He had forgiven himself and could be happy for Josiah. In some way, Scratch was a member of that family, too.
That had already happened in his heart weeks before Looks-Far woman had recognized the old trapper. She knew the two were tied to each other in some way. Pa Duck. She had eventually learned the rest of the young trapper's name. Bass taught by saying a word and making Looks-Far woman repeat it. Scratch spoke it again slowly, and she repeated it just as slowly in imitation. The chief had told Bass the young gal's name, both in English and in Flathead, so Titus had begun to teach the girl her own name, in English. Looks-Far woman. The words sounded strange on her tongue. Sitting in the warm light of the small fire they shared each evening after the long trail, she repeated the words he taught her. She nuzzled the young infant, let the boy suckle at her swollen breast. Josiah's boy. Titus watched with a peaceful glow spreading inside him each time. The young woman was not ashamed before the white man. For her, it was natural to untie the side of her dress or deerskin blouse and bare her firm, milk-laden breasts. Scratch watched the mother and child, his own amazement never ceasing at this life-giving feast, his own wonder never diminished at this miracle of life passing from her body to the infant's. She often watched those eyes of the old trapper, with their own soft glow of peace and contentment behind them. And she patiently repeated the English words for him, making the sounds as best she could. Repeating the words for camp gear, horse trappings, and clothing. At times, Bass would watch her unnoticed as she murmured quietly to the infant while suckling the child through the night, or at their morning breakfast fire. Other times he would sit where he could not be seen to watch Looks-Far take the cradleboard to the streams each day to wash the excrement off the child and his deerskin wrappings. The young woman cooed and murmured to the child happily as she bathed the boy, cleaned the cradleboard, and packed new moss around the child's genitals before rewrapping the ties that securely bound the infant. Sometimes she sang softly to him as the cradleboard swung and rocked gently in the early summer breezes from its place in a tree above her. She was good with a knife, good at butchering the game Bass brought in for their meals. The old trapper would sit by the fire, sharpening the knives he carried, or cleaning the rifles and pistols, watching her cook and scamper about the campsite, all the time chattering to him or the infant. What a warming sense of completeness it gave him to watch this young mother and her infant, Josiah's son. Bass favored a route south of the Land of Smoking Waters, hoping to avoid the Blackfeet and their roving bands of thieves and war parties. For their safety, the two he watched over, he led them south and east. Up into the thick stands of pine and alder, then across the snows until the valley finally lay before them. Here, the Snake River began its mighty race to the Columbia and the Western Ocean. The three breasts, the pilot knobs, were no longer to his right, steering him, guiding him onward. Now they lay at his back, as he led his small party toward the rising sun into the mountains that formed the eastern border of that beautiful whole. As soon as they broke over these hills, it would seem all downhill as they headed almost due north again to Absarica and the home of the sparrowhawks. There would be so many old friends, at least familiar faces, getting close to rendezvous by now. But it ceased to itch at him anymore. Bass only thought about it through the days into the nights. Those men, the great numbers who had hired on with the companies, the fewer still, like himself, who worked for no man, laboring through the mountains and down into the valleys toward rendezvous, where they would be resupplied for the coming year, paying with the profit of a hard year's labor in the freezing waters after fighting the mind-numbing cold and the flesh-raking grizzlies and the Indians to extract their beaver dollars from these western mountains. There would come another year for him and the young trapper. They could go to rendezvous in 34. He hadn't missed one it was many years anyway. But the two of them would trap this fall and then again into the spring. And the partners would just have to make sure they had enough lead and powder to make it through 2 years now, They would just have to do without the sugar and coffee and raisins. He smiled in the remembering, warm with the memory of 32 and raisins. The small, shriveled fruit he had given to Arapuesh that night late last fall when the whole tin had disappeared very quickly with the childlike appetites of the crow. Yes, he figured. He and the young trapper would just have to make it for another year. And he was certain they could in Absarica. From the position of the sun behind them, Bass calculated they had been riding about 4 hours since they had taken a short midday break. Looks-Far had gone into the bushes, and he had sat with his back against a tree, holding the cradle board. So much had he wanted to ask her to unwrap the child, to take the infant out of its restricting cradle, so he could hold this little miracle of life. He wanted to bounce the boy on his knee and study his tiny fingers and toes. So many times Bass had wished to ask her to hold the infant himself after the child had finished suckling at her breast. But he had stayed his words. Josiah should be the first to hold his child, to hold his son. Scratch would wait. They topped the ridge and came to the edge of the trees where he signaled the young woman to halt behind him. There below them was a wide, open meadow stretching away from the bordering trees. The creeks raced toward the small river below him. Perhaps on the other side of this draw, down and across this valley, up and into the trees and the higher ground once more, perhaps there he would choose a place for camp. He did not have to push now. There was no particular rush when you were going home at last. He could enjoy another evening by the cheery fire, watching the young mother play and cuddle and give her son suckle. Something caught his eye. He studied the valley closely. Something moved. Something was down there. He dropped to the right side of the pony, then began nudging and coaxing the animals backward into the trees. He signaled for the woman to stay put and to remain quiet. He hoped the infant was asleep. The baby's cry now would alert whoever was down there. Along the top of the ridge he scooted in his prairie hen waddle, staying to the timber. Then he stopped, after about 70 yards, and poked through the branches and limbs. Out of the corner of his right eye, he caught the movement again and turned in its direction. There they were, the black shapes moving through the trees, heading down toward the water. Black shadows back in the dark timber. Pieces of brief light and color between the play of sun and shadow back in the trees. Elk. Gotta be elk down there, heading from their beds down to water, out for some early evening feeding perhaps. Get to the water and feed some before the night comes on. Had to be elk. How many were there? Looked to be a small herd, maybe a bull and some cows, maybe some calves too. He counted them slowly as the light dappled the shadowy shapes back in the timber. 1, 2, 3. He watched them cross the hillside. 4, 5, 6. They continued down into the bottom of the valley. 7. Was there 8? He was not sure. There was meat down there. Good meat. Prime doings for a man, he whispered, and the woman with her baby. They'd have elk for supper. His mouth watered. The elk would come out of the trees soon. He would have to stalk carefully and drop a young, tender cow. There, they were just about to come out of the darkness, from the safety of the trees. The old bull would be wary, however. The old bull who carried such a harem with him would have to be a good-sized fella. Damn. If it... God damn, he murmured quietly. They ain't elk. He squinted into the late afternoon sunlight. The first one emerged. No dull colors there, no blonde and brown. The first one wore a pale blue coat instead of a furry hide. He had the fur cap pulled down over his head, and behind his saddle was a spotted rump. Bass shook his head. It just did not figure for him. The first rider turned and motioned now for the second to come out of the trees. From the shadows emerged the second horseman, this one with long black hair. Indian for sure, but it was not a man at all. There, along the side of the pony the second figure was riding, there, below the edge of the capote, was the bottom of her dress and the leggings emerging beneath it. This woman also rode a spotted rump pony. The old trapper was confused with it. What would Nez Perce be doing this far to the east and south? He could not imagine that a small group of them would be heading to rendezvous, and they were coming from the wrong direction anyway. They should be coming along from the west, the direction from which he and the woman and the baby had come. This was all wrong. They were coming out of Absarica country. He stood at the edge of the trees and studied the figures as they crossed below him, stopped at the wide creek. The man swung his left leg over and dropped from his pony, look around quickly. The woman dismounted and joined the man at the creek bank. He kept his head up, alert, while the woman knelt to drink. When she had taken her fill, only then did the man drop to his knees to taste the cold water. Bass studied the scene below him. He watched the way the two of them handled the ponies as they brought the animals to the bank to drink. He was becoming more and more certain with every moment. The woman walked as no other woman could. He had learned her habits, the way she moved, the way she held herself among the animals, the way she held her head in the sunlight. Waits by the water. The coat was new. Something she would have made for him, he supposed. But it had to be Josiah. The man finally rose to his feet and removed the fur hat. Paddock. He seemed to be walking around well enough now. He had healed. Bass smiled with the thought. He had healed, and the young son of a bitch was able to ride again. He watched them for only a moment more before scooting back into the trees and skittering along the ridge. What a surprise he would make for the two of them. Scratch reached the ponies and the woman, almost bursting with the news. But he would wait a few minutes to tell her. She would be part of the surprise he planned for Paddock. He gestured for her to remain quiet, then motioned for her to follow him on horseback. They began to pull the animals down through the trees. When he neared the border of the pines, Bass signaled for her to halt and come alongside him. He motioned toward the figures a couple 100 yards below them and signed for her not to move. "Stay," he whispered. "I call, you come then. Maybe I come get you." She nodded obediently atop her pony, shifting the weight of the cradleboard on her shoulders. He smiled at her. Bass touched the sides of the pony lightly with his heels and set the animal into motion out of the trees. As soon as he shot into the sunlight, he began whooping and hollering at the top of his lungs. "Hurrah!" he bellowed. He saw Josiah and the woman suddenly dart back into the circle of ponies. Paddock swung the rifle up and over the back of one of the pack animals. Waits by the water used the animals for cover, staying within the small group of ponies that milled nervously about her. The old trapper watched Josiah's head drop as he placed his cheek against the rifle stock and swung the muzzle up the hill toward the intruder. Bass knew the joke was over. The boy was a good enough shot at this range. "Josiah!" he shouted. He continued his headlong rush down the hill, holding his rifle aloft with a full extension of his right arm. "Josiah Paddock!" He saw the young trapper's head rise from the cheekpiece and study him as he raced toward the circle of animals across the stream. "Don't kill me, you young nigger!" "Bass?" "You ain't stupid enough to shoot your old partner, is you?" He brought the pony to a dust-showering halt across the stream from the young man and woman. Why, no." Josiah pulled the weapon off the pony's back and came around in front of the animal. "That really you, Bass? It truly you?" "Ain't none t'other, son." "Lord, I can't believe it. I mean, I gotta believe it. It's really you." Josiah started to race toward the old trapper. Bass turned to watch Waits by the water emerge from the circle of animals some 10 feet away from the young trapper. Paddock studied Scratch's eyes and then glanced over at the Crow woman. "Well now, son,
Bass looked back at Paddock. You best be believin' it. For sure. Here I is in the stinkin' flesh, and you was ready to put a ball to my meat bag. Suddenly, Josiah leaped forward and grabbed for the older trapper. Paddock yanked Bass out of the saddle, and both of them fell to the ground. It all happened so suddenly that Bass did not have time to recover as Josiah rolled him on over across the grass. Scratch felt the young man's bulk moving atop him, pinning him to the ground as the confusion mounted in his own heart. He had come to tell Josiah and the woman that he had forgiven them. He had come to let them know that his love for both of them was strong enough to allow them to be together, if they would only allow him to be together with them both. He needed them both more than he needed either one singly, and he needed to tell them. But the air was squeezed out of his lungs as Paddock sat atop him. Bass fought to rise. "Stop it!" Paddock hollered down at the struggling man beneath him. "Got yourself worked up into some fine, ferocious fiddle." "Ah!" Bass growled through clenched teeth, his arms flailing beneath Paddock's grip on his wrists. "Said simmer down." He tried to quiet the trapper. "You gotta listen to me. Get yourself all worked up to a fine blue funk, don't you? Damn it, now Bass, damn it, stop fighting me." Josiah realized he had to soothe. He could expect Bass to act like this. His former partner believed he had stolen his woman from him. It was understandable. And he had rushed the old trapper in his own excitement, surely confusing the old man with his intentions. "Maybe I should have gut-shot you," Paddock said. "Better'n wrastling me to the ground. Maybe should have taken you to the lights, old man." "Been better'n this," Scratch barked as he arched his back off the ground in an attempt to free himself. Finally, he simmered down, breathing hard and raspy from the weight on his chest, from the exertion. His arms ached from the struggle. He dropped them to the ground. "That's better, Scratch. Better." You learned a lot, son," Bass said quietly. "I want to talk to you, old man." "You come a long way, Josiah Paddock, able to pin Titus Bass to the ground. Will you just shut your yap?" Bass tried to raise his arms again, but they were quickly pinned. His shoulders went limp as his muscles relaxed. "Oh, all right." "I want to talk." The words burst from Josiah's lips. "We gotta talk, you and me. We gotta talk about some things between us." It's all right, son. I understand. It be all right with me. I understand about you and—" His eyes rolled in their sockets as he tilted his head toward the crow woman a few feet away. "You and her—" "You don't understand a goddamned thing," Josiah snapped. Then, more softly, "You don't really understand a thing about it all. What I want to tell you, what I need to tell you. It's over between us, me and her." He looked back up at Paddock. "That's something I want to tell you both. But it be all right about you two being together like—" "Just shut up and let me explain things, will you?" he pleaded with a softness in his voice, a tone that already asked forgiveness of the old man. "You gonna be quiet while I talk it out to you?" Bass studied his face, gazing into the young eyes for a long moment, not sure what all this meant. "Yeah, I'll let you speak your piece, son. If'n you let me explain that it be all right tween the two—" "There ain't a damned thing tween her and me, old man," Paddock said. "You gonna keep your mouth shut while I tell you about how stupid I feel?" "You ain't the stupid one. You gonna keep your yap closed?" Bass nodded. "If'n you let me get this goddamned carcass off me first." Josiah rolled to the side slightly onto his right knee to come off the older trapper. Then he sighed. He watched Bass sit up and rub his hands back and forth across his ribs where they had been squeezed under the young trapper's weight. It was the moment for which Paddock had planned all the words, all the things to say to settle the rift between them, heal the raw, gaping wound that tore at him when he thought about what he had done to the older man. "Well," Bass rose, brushed off his clothes. "You wantin' me to shut up, so talk." Paddock stood and glanced at the crow woman. Then he dashed over to her and yanked her back over to the older trapper. He pushed her at Bass. "There,"
Josiah said with a tone of finality. There now, she's yours. Naw, son, Scratch replied. I come. Just be quiet while I tell you. Bass stared down at the girl. Tears began to pool at the edges of his lower lids as the feelings washed over him again. Just hush up. Josiah held up a palm toward the old man to signal silence. That's where the two of you belong, with each other. I know that. Known it all along, too. Even since the day you come in on me and her in the lodge. Bass looked down at the woman's face. Now, Josiah continued, now you gotta make it right for her. Make some good medicine out of all this for her. Scratch studied the woman a moment before he gazed back into the brimming eyes of the young man. What you mean, son? Her, he answered simply. She's the one you gotta make it right with, old man. She's the one who you run out on. Bass looked at the woman again, then to Josiah with eyes squinted to shield out the afternoon light. Near as I can recollect, I run out 'cause I found my woman and my partner in the robes together, he said. But it ain't what you thought it was. Seems to me I wasn't thinking back then. Oughtn't been different, Bass said. You didn't give me a chance to talk to you about it. You just run. Josiah shook his head and stared at the ground. Didn't give us a chance to talk about it with you. Then talk. Paddock sighed. All right, you found us together, right? That's right, son. And what you saw, well, it weren't what was really happening. Just how that be now? He asked quickly. I got me my own two eyes, Josiah, ain't I? Got me my own eyes to see what was happening. But what you saw happening weren't the way things was really going on. You can spare the words, all them words, son. He let the breath out of his lungs. No need for us bringing it back up again, Josiah. Let's just be shed of it. Just let it be. I want to be with the two of you. And you will be, Scratch, he broke in. Just let me get this all said, will you? The old trapper nodded. He started, then came to an abrupt halt. Paddock searched for the words. All those words he had put in proper order had suddenly flown from him, and now he felt at a loss. It were cold that day. Yeah? Cold that day, and I was having some real bad chills. Got the shakes so bad I couldn't stand it no more, Bass. He nodded quickly at the Crow woman. She seen me in such a bad shape and come over to tell me 'bout how she was kept warm as a little girl. Folks who was not shiverin', was not cold like her, stripped off their clothes and climbed in the robes with her to warm her up. She said she could do that for me, get me warm that way. You was really naked in them robes with her then, he replied softly. Yes, damn it, Josiah snapped, hating to admit it. Oh, goddamn, old man. Lord knows I was ready to take her if the chance come up, and of a sudden there was the chance. She and me in the robes, her naked body laying upside mine like that. Damn. I'd thought and thought about getting her under them blankets with me. But when I was getting rid of the shakes, when my body was getting warmer from her own skin, you see. Yeah? I was ready. Josiah hung his head as he felt the older man's stare boring into him. Get my hands on her, he paused. Thought maybe she'd want me, too. And she pushed me away from her. He lifted his head to meet Scratch's hard gaze. Damn, but the gal's strong, Scratch. He smiled lamely. And she was pushing me off her, knowing what I was fixin' to do with her, when you come roaring in on us. See? He begged, the pitch in his voice rising. See what? Can't you see that she didn't want to have no part of me? He shook his head and stared directly into Titus's eyes again. She's yours. The woman is yours. Scratch measured the young trapper for long moments, watching Paddock's eyes gaze back into his unflinchingly. Then Bass turned his head to look at the young woman. She held her head high, and without shame beneath his assessing gaze, her eyes mirroring a gentle, unspoken challenge. "Waits by the water?" He spoke her name in English. "Yes?" "You know," he began, then thought of what he was going to say in Crow. "You know what we have been talking about?" "Some, yes. Not all do I understand of your white talk. Some. You talk about him and me when you found us together. Is that not so?" "You are right," he answered. "What have you to say to all of this?" "I came after you." "I do not understand what you mean." "Poteani, I came after you when you went away with the horses and your bad heart for so long a time, for so many moons. After you came and found us together. Your mind was not right on it. What you see is not always what is. It was this way with the young one. We all were wrong, each of us. And I came after you, followed you to the edge of the river to scream out my love for you." She suddenly took a step, turned, and pressed herself into him. "Would you have me do such a thing in front of my people had I not truly loved you? Would I come after you had I not loved you very much?" He felt her cheek move against his chest, the caress of her hair against the bare flesh below his neck. And he could easily see the sense in all of it now. The only thing that made it all the more difficult was that he had been such a damned fool, putting himself through all that pain over what he thought was such an ugly betrayal. Instead, she had pushed Josiah away, had been faithful to him when he had come into the lodge. Bass watched her lift her cheek away from his chest and look up at him. The woman's eyes were strong in their reassurance for him, and he could draw the strength he needed from them now. Lord knows he wanted to be sure this time around. He had made a mistake before. She didn't make that there capote for you, huh?" he asked. "Back up on the hill yonder, thought me she'd made it for a love present." "Ain't no love present from her," Josiah answered. "She loves you, old man. It's you she keeps talking about all the time, chattering away in that crow talk I can't keep pinned down in my head. All the time talking about you. The woman didn't give this present to me." "How you get it then? Who it come from, brand new and all?" "Your brother man." "Rottenbelly? Arapuesh?" "Yep," Josiah answered softly. "If it were a love present, it's 'cause I'm his son now." Bass whistled low. "I remember that now, Josiah. Arapuesh said he was going to be doing that. Told all us in the lodge when we had the night of that big red stick eat coming back off the trail. Yepper. You be his son now, huh? For real? It were done up right by the old boy?" "Yes." "Then that make me your sparrowhawk
"Uncle."
"I'll be damned, Josiah." He shook his head. I got me my woman back and a nephew boy all at once."
"She's always been your woman, Bass. Nothing she done to ever change that. And you oughta known you had some trouble getting rid of me so easy, right?"
"Yeah," Bass said with a toothy grin. Bass looked from Josiah to the Crow woman. He tried to smile wider, feeling foolish, much like a young child who had thrown a temper tantrum. "Waits by the water?"
"Yes."
"You still love me like you did back then?" he asked in Crow.
"No,"
she answered clearly in English. What do you mean, no?" She started to smile first with her eyes, then her lips curled up at the corners.
"I don't love you as I did then. I love Poteani more."
Suddenly she flung herself against the old trapper, catching him by surprise. Her cheek went into his neck, her arms locked around his waist fiercely. It was but a moment before he responded. He began to crush her shoulders as if he feared he would fall if it were not for her support. At the same time, he began to sob, unashamed. "Why, what the hell you two doing down hereabouts anyway?" He sniffled out the words. "You heading toward rendezvous?" "Nope," Paddock answered. "Coming to find you."
"No, you wasn't coming to find me," Bass replied. "I was coming back for you, Josiah." "You ain't headin' to rendezvous?" Josiah swiped at his own runny nose. "Hell no." He smiled across at the young trapper. "Headin' toward Absarica, first off, son." "Really was coming back for me? Your hard feelin's and all?" Paddock looked down at the ground a moment as the knot seared his throat. Scratch knew, finally, and it warmed that special place inside him where both of them were held. "You hurt me bad. Thought you hurt me bad, son." "I was the stupid nigger, but you didn't give me no chance. I were the dumb one, hurtin' too bad to let you say anything to me back then, Josiah. But the hurtin' gone now. I come back 'cause I miss you both. I wanted the both of you to know." "I've missed you," Josiah snorted against the tears he felt welling up in his eyes, spilling over into a flood across his cheeks. "Missed you something bad, old man." Scratch suddenly dropped his arm from the woman's shoulders and roughly embraced the young trapper. Josiah was caught off guard, his arms dangling uselessly at his sides. Then he quickly answered the hug with a ferocity of his own. Bass felt his own eyes beginning to gush. This was what he had been planning for so many weeks now. Standing here with his arms around Paddock, he could not recall ever having hugged the young man before. He could remember only cradling him in his arms on one occasion, in the snow, with a dark red circle spreading over the boy's chest as he had wept when he had thought he'd lost Paddock. And over these last months, the old trapper had come to believe that he'd lost Paddock again. Paddock felt the older man begin to sob, Bass's upper body shaking with the struggle against the tears. He was dumbfounded again. First, the old man had come and put his arms around him as if he were asking forgiveness of Josiah, if not also granting forgiveness. And now the old man was weeping. It was too much, more than Josiah could handle, and he began to sob quietly along with the older trapper. Finally, Bass stepped back. "Damn!" He shook his head slightly and sniffled. "Look at us, will you? Bawlin' like a couple of young pups, ain't we now?" "Yeah." "Goddamn, Josiah. It's good to see you, boy." "And it's damn good to see you too, old man." The older trapper snorted to clear his freely running nose and looked over at the Crow woman. He held his right arm out for her, beckoning for her to slip within his embrace once more. She quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. He looked down at her, then nuzzled his chin into her dark tresses. He smelled of her hair, the scent that could belong to no other woman. The remembrance of her special fragrance had obsessed him for all these weeks. Then he remembered. His head jerked back up toward the hillside he had raced down long minutes before. "Yeah! Woo-wee, boy, have we all got us surprises coming this day, son." Scratch moved quickly from the woman's arms to the side of his pony again and put a foot in the stirrup. "Just you wait you hear a bit. I got me a surprise for you, Josiah." He swung up into the saddle and started to pull the pony hard around. "What the blue devil you talkin' 'bout?" "Just you be the patient one now, young'un." He nudged the pony down the slippery bank into the stream. The pony splashed across the stream. When the animal reached the opposite bank, Scratch gave his heels to the pony's flanks. The animal exploded up the opposite slope at full tilt, Scratch hollering and whooping in glee. Damn! What a glorious feeling this gave him, to have his friend and his woman returned to his heart in one fell swoop, and he was going to return the gift. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat! He yanked the reins back hard and felt the animal skidding to an abrupt halt. Bass flew off the pony before the animal stopped moving. There she was, some 30 feet back in the trees, pointing a rifle at his chest. The young thing seemed to be trembling some, too. "Hold on now," he said quietly, breathlessly, with a hand outstretched toward her. "You ain't fixin' to shoot me, is you?" "Shoot, I do," she answered in the words she had learned. "Scared they come get me, bad ones."
Just me, looks far. See me now. I hear, not see before.
Just me whoopin' it up, lil gal. He turned as she lowered the rifle. Where be the boy?
He over there, in tree, she answered. No good him killed, Scatch.
Scratch, he chortled. Damn, you never will get the hang of it, will you? He shook his head in sheer exasperation with the young girl. Get the boy, and be quick about it. Now.
We go?
She asked. We go and show you a big surprise. Big! He gestured with his arms to show her how expansive a joy he hoped it would be. Come on, damn it! Get your little ass galloping. She scurried off to retrieve the cradle board. She slipped the straps on the board over her arms and shoulders as he packed McCafferty's old rifle away. That's good, that's good. He was breathless with excitement. Come on, let's be going. She climbed aboard her saddle and watched patiently as he fussed with her capote and dress, straightening them out so that they flowed neatly over her leggings. He stepped back to admire his frantic work. Gotta make you look just some for meeting strangers. Bass looked up and smiled. She grinned uneasily.
Me look good?
You looking just fine, honey, he whooped. Just fine. Let's go. He grabbed up the long lead rope for the pack string and sprang upon his horse. They headed out of the trees and down the slope. Even from a distance, Bass could see Josiah's puzzlement and Waits by the Water's uneasiness as she realized Bass had a woman in the pack train with him. The prancing, tugging ponies crossed the stream, and Josiah pulled his animals back from the edge of the water to allow Scratch's animals to climb and jolt up the bank.
Why, you old bastard, Paddock whispered as he came up alongside Bass. You got 2 women now.
What the hell you mean? Scratch barked as he slid from his pony. Her! Josiah nodded toward the young woman who rode down the opposite bank and into the stream behind the pack animals. Her? Bass grinned. That other gal? Nah, Josiah, I brung her along as a present for my new nephew. He slapped the younger trapper on the shoulder. You can't go giving people away like they was... Josiah stopped abruptly, looked at the newcomer. Scratch watched Paddock's face, studied his eyes. Almost unconsciously, Paddock's fingers began caressing the pouch around his neck.
That ain't... Josiah began.
Yep, Scratch grinned proudly.
I can't believe it.
He stepped forward as Looks-Far Woman's pony bolted up the bank.
It is her.
He smiled broadly at Scratch, then at Waits by the Water. And that ain't the half of it, added Titus merrily as he saw Looks-Far smiling down at Paddock. Josiah raced over to her pony to help her down. What you mean? Then Paddock saw the cradle board. Quickly he looked over at Bass. His eyes flickered with the shadows of unspoken questions. Don't look at me, boy, Bass chirped.
Ain't my youngin',
Josiah snorted in protest. How you so damned sure?
It ain't been long enough.
It has too, long enough since rendezvous.
But, Josiah stammered.
Don't mean it's mine. She had many a man afore.
Bass let the young man's voice trail off before he spoke.
You really thinking that, son?
S'pose I am.
Your brains is addled, Josiah. This'n and me, we got us chance to palaver some on the trail over. This gal, well now, you was her first.
Me?
Josiah said, pointing to his own chest. That's right, nigger, you was. He pointed at Paddock.
Then that mean...
You right again, Josiah. That be your boy.
A boy?
He suddenly grinned widely. Yep. Paddock looked up at the young woman.
I don't even know her name.
Looks-Far Woman, Bass announced.
Looks-Far Woman?
Paddock looked up into the girl's eyes.
Josiah, she responded quietly. That my son? Yes, Josiah, I am your woman.
She spoke the words she had been practicing for so many weeks, the words Bass had taught her. Paddock put his arms up to her again, and she slid into them, coming off the horse a little clumsily with the cradleboard strapped to her back. Paddock held her at arm's length a moment, looking into her wide, doe-like eyes. Then he slowly embraced her, pulling her into him gently. She closed her eyes and nuzzled against his chest. As he slid his arms around her, his hands touched the cradle. Josiah gently pushed looks far away from him and turned her around.
My son?
Yes. She watched him stoop to peer into the shadowy cradleboard.
My son,
he repeated as he pulled a piece of the deerskin covering from the boy's face.
He's beautiful.
Josiah turned as Waits by the water slipped up beside him to peer within the cradleboard's shadows.
Good,
said the crow woman to Scratch. He nodded and smiled at her.
Good for man-child. Know his father now.
Bass signaled for Waits by the water to come over to his side. He slipped an arm around her shoulder and looked down into her face before he brushed his lips against hers for a brief moment. He watched her eyes close slightly with the sudden embrace. You give me son?
I give Poteani many sons, she spoke in English.
I'll be damned, he exclaimed. If'n that don't take the circle. You get to speak in white talk real good without me, huh?
Some good now, yes.
I'll be damned.
Know when you cuss me good, Poteani.
He drew his head back and his chin sank into his chest. I'll be go to hell and et for the devil's tater right here. Josiah? He looked over and saw that Paddock and Looks Far were cuddled against each other. Josiah? Titus asked again. Paddock looked up. You ain't changed one bit, old man. Still don't know when to mind your manners and let a fella do a little courtin' with his woman. Plenty time for that, son. Bass smiled and pulled Waits by the water along with him toward the other couple. We got us a camp to be setting up, son. Get them women folk get us a fire going. Have us a real feed this night. Woo-wee! Ain't this some now? Some shining times we got coming. We gonna sing and dance this night, Josiah Paddock. You sure an old man like you can put up with so much of singing and dancing, then get in the robes with your woman, too? Shit, he grinned. I can out-wrestle any nigger in these here hills. He gestured broadly. If'n that nigger don't sit on me first. And you think I'm gonna be whipped by this lil gal here? Yep, I do, Josiah winked at the older man. Only when I'm ready, boy. Only when I'm ready. So, let's do it, right here. Fine by me, Josiah. Later on we can talk about why you ain't going to rendezvous. Like I was saying, coming back for you. To make things right between us, if'n we could do that, Bass said. Give up on making it to rendezvous this year. Had to come get it straight with you first, son. Yeah, Paddock agreed. That's just what I had in mind, too. Paddock swung a hand up on the old man's shoulder. Why you down here looking for me, you old shit? You should be looking for me up toward Yellowstone country, shouldn't you? Heading there. This way? Josiah asked. Take you a sure enough roundabout way to get up to them Sparrowhawk, you do. Like to keep what little hair I got me left. Blackfoot? Yep. Run smack into gaggle of 'em coming out west. Had me chance to take on 2 of them bucks, I did. Still wearing all your hair, Josiah said, glancing at the sides of Scratch's head. That I am, you damned pup. Too onery to go under yet. Wanted me to be sure I made it back to Absarica to talk with you first, afore I gone under. Couldn't let the bad medicine between us sit on my heart like it was. Paddock dropped his hand. All the time I was as certain as I could be that I'd be finding you down to rendezvous. You'd been plumb center there, Bass commented. Any other time but now, with me coming to find you first. Good calculating, howsomever. You've come some long way, Josiah Paddock. Sometimes feels a lot farther than others, he answered. Yes, it truly do, he said,
his words soft and wistful as he gazed into the hills. "We can talk about rendezvous some, though there ain't that much to be talking about, son. We headin' there now, ain't we?" "You damned bet we are," Josiah grinned. "I remember an old man telling me about the two shinin' times of a year, rendezvous trampin' and headin' for winter diggin's. He said them was the times of mountain niggers in the clover, too. The prime squeezin's of a man's life, he told me. Everything else just makes it so a man can have himself such a time twice a year. The way that old man said it to me sounded like he just loved the livin'." "Sounds to me like something I'd be saying." "It were you, old man." "Thought me so," Bass had to grin. "Rendezvous. We can set us our truck down alongside other skin trappers, maybe so, sell us our plues to one of them big companies, then get us some gewgaws, gurloos, and foofer-off for the women here." "These women here gonna shine," Paddock beamed. "There'll be some now. Damned if they won't. We get us some whiskey down there?" Bass raised an empty hand as if holding up a large mug in his fingers. "Sit round with them other fellas to yarn and tip a cup or two of Billy Sublet's liquor all day long." "You told me I'd be bug-eyed to take a horn of medicine water come rendezvous time," Paddock said. "I'll swear to that, float stick, I will." "Said to me that a man swallers fire down to rendezvous 'cause he won't get it for another year. Maybe never again for some fellas." "Yeah, true that be," Bass nodded his head sadly. "Man swallers whiskey fire to forget them coons as'll never be drinkin' with him again. Drinks to forget all he's come through just to get himself that drink to rendezvous." "We got us enough pelts to be doing all this buying of fancy stuff for the women and have us some left over for whiskey, too?" "You damned betcha." Bass grinned broadly and slapped the younger trapper atop the shoulder. "Hudson's Bay tried to talk me out of my plues. A pretty penny they was offerin', too. But I like sellin' them beaver pelts we pulled down to rendezvous on this here side of the mountains." Scratch pointed toward the pack horses. "Only money we got us be right there, son. Yours and mine together. Furs we done us both. Beaver dollars to buy us good times and another year in the mountains till next rendezvous. Then we gonna bust our asses earnin' that other rendezvous. Bust our asses trying to save our hair. Many's the coon what comes away from them shinin' times, headin' out for the season, leavin' with a headache from the cups, maybe the clap to boot. If niggers like us come away from rendezvous broke, what's it all count anyway, son?" "Not a damned thing, Scratch," he answered. "Last year it bought you what you wanted. S'pose them pelts always will. Gettin' a man whiskey and the women. Got me a set of skins and a real mountain rifle, too, with some cups thrown in for old Titus Bass. Told you I'd work the devil out of you for the dead, I did." "You did it, too, old man," he chuckled. "Worked my ass hard." "You earned you a good spree, boy," Bass replied. "Earned it proper. Have you learned why you come to these here stony mountains, Josiah? 'Twarn't for the money. 'Twarn't for the beaver neither." He could feel the tears welling against his lower lids. "I know why I come to the mountains now, Scratch. It was for you, old friend. For you and them women there." He nodded toward the Indian women. "And for being a pappy, Josiah." He once again raised an imaginary mug filled with trader's whiskey. "We'll be drinking us a toast to Josiah Paddock's new son." "A lot of whiskey to that," Paddock replied merrily. "We drink, we fall down, we get back up and drink some mores," Bass smiled. "We drink to your new son. What you gonna name him, anyway?" He don't have a name?" Paddock looked at Bass seriously a moment before he turned to look Sfar. "Nope," Scratch answered. "Flathead boy folk only get they's first name from the men folk of the tribe, Josiah." Bass glanced over at Look Sfar, then looked back at Paddock. "What's it gonna be?" Josiah studied the three faces in turn, finally holding his eyes on Look Sfar for a long time before he figured this really was his alone to do. A hawk suddenly circled off the ridge to the west, dipping on the wing overhead, before it cried out as if to protest in its screech that the human beings were disturbing his hunting across the wide, stream-fed meadow. Paddock was immediately drawn to the large bird, watching its stalking flight pattern. Then he looked into the face of Looks Far. "Joshua." "Joshua," Bass responded quietly, having also witnessed the wide-winged hawk circle back over the ridge. "Joshua?" Paddock asked with his voice and with his eyes as he searched into Looks Far woman's. She smiled and nodded her head. "Joshua." "Joshua it is." He clapped his hands, then put them alongside the Flathead girl's cheeks to kiss her quickly on the lips. He brought his hands down to grasp her waist and raised both the woman and his new son into the air to swing them around and around in a tight circle. "For Joshua Paddock, for the one who carries the sun across the sky," he bellowed to the ceiling overhead. "For Sun Boy, for Joshua." The grumpy, irritable men had been asked by Campbell to practice a little patience, to wait until the caravan reached buffalo country. There they would all be fattened on the lean meat of the big, shaggy beasts. Until then, however, the clerks, laborers, and mule tenders had to satisfy themselves with salt pork and hardtack and cornmeal and rabbit. They ate their scanty fare and pushed past the Little Blue and the Big Blue and on to the south bank of the Platte River. And 3 days later, the brigade finally came into buffalo country. From there on out, the men were instructed by the few veterans of Western travel, the fare at each meal would be buffalo. So, for long weeks, the men experimented with various ways to cook the lean meat after their first experiences proved disappointing. Following all the buildup of expectations, all the monotonous wait for the flavorful, lean, red meat, the men were not able to see why buffalo was so highly praised by those veteran travelers. Only problem was, once the caravan reached buffalo country in earnest, they also ran out of easily obtained supplies of wood for their cooking fires each morning and evening. The men took to cooking over the smelly fires using dried buffalo chips, sunflower stalks, sage, and bunchgrass. Smoky, flaring fires were created with such tinder, but without much heat. So their first experiences with the meat of the plains were totally disappointing. The cuts were not cooked well at all. Each man had to chew and chew to masticate the tough, barely warmed, fairly uncooked meat. Even when they waded into some cows that had fattened themselves up that spring for the nursing of their calves, the men still continued to question why buffalo was so highly praised. They crossed the South Platte not far from the forks of that river, then moved from the north bank of the river to the south bank of the North Platte. The caravan labored west, ever onward, until they reached Laramie's River, where its mouth poured into the North Platte. It was at Laramie's Fork that Campbell called the men to construct bull boats out of willow and buffalo hides to cross the swirling torrent to the north bank of the Platte. While some of the men cut the thick willow limbs, others heated tallow, and still others tied and sewed the hides over the small domed structures that would serve as bobbing, bouncing boats to cross the runoff swollen river. Just above the mouth of Laramie's River, Campbell ordered a 2-day halt to dry out what goods had taken on water in the crossing. A week before, Campbell had dispatched Luis Vasquez and 2 others to ride on west ahead of them to see if they could determine for certain where rendezvous would be held on the green in little more than a month. Campbell put Sir William Drummond Stewart in charge of the drying out process for those trade goods soaked in the ferry crossing, and to set the animals out for a relaxed 2-day grazing sojourn. Campbell sent 6 others south and west along Laramie's Fork in search of honey. The 6 returned the next day with quite a prize, several large tin containers and iron kettles filled with the sweet, thick syrup. The caravan commander immediately set some of the workers to preparing metheglin, a hastily mixed concoction of pure grain alcohol and river water sweetened with the honey. Every man was most gratified to let the sweet, alcoholic drink swirl and slip past his tongue that evening around the smoky, smelly fires. The men were told that they were close. Perhaps a month more of travel, most likely less, before they made it to rendezvous. But here they would wait until word arrived as to the exact location chosen for this year's celebration and trade fair. Early the next afternoon, Vasquez and his 2 men rode in with Tom Fitzpatrick, who was still sporting his white hair earned after a harrowing escape from Grovant Indians the previous summer. He and Henry Frabe had been sent out this year, as Fitzpatrick had been last summer, to locate the supply caravan and spur them on. Last year, the hapless Fitz had unluckily happened onto that band of Grovants that had been south for a few years visiting their distant cousins, the Arapaho. Fitz had to run for his life from those Indians, who were considered one of the 3 branches of the Blackfoot Confederation. He had been forced to leave his horse and most of his plunder behind, including his weapons. For days he had stumbled about before he had been found half dead and picked up by 2 Delaware scouts sent out to search for him. Old Fitz had been brought back into Pierre's hole, riding behind one of the Delawares, badly sunburned, scratched and bloodied from his wilderness ordeal, and with his hair and beard turned a blazing white. Fitzpatrick and Frabe negotiated that evening with Robert Campbell, the trade talk wedded with the metheglin and reminiscences of the previous year's rendezvous in that valley west of the magnificent Tetons. Most of those who had been there in '32 agreed it had been the most glorious rendezvous yet, with more of everything, including a battle with the Blackfeet, to wrap up the trade fair. This year, it would be even better. Early in the evening, the 3 hunters who had been sent out in search of game came back in to tell of finding 3 dead buffalo not far from camp. Their news caused no small alarm, as Campbell and Fitzpatrick knew such evidence usually spelled the presence of Indians in the surrounding area. The brigade was camped, after all, on the main north-south route of the shaggy beasts of the plains, and where the buffalo moved, so moved the Indian. Fitzpatrick rode out with the hunters to inspect the carcasses in hopes of solving the mystery, only to find that the 3 buffalo had been killed by lightning. It proved to be a good laugh on the 3 greenhorn hunters. A little later, there came a second alarm when gunshots were heard south of camp, up the Laramie's Fork. Several men raced to the scene to find some hunters had cornered a sow grizzly, fattening herself up after a long winter's nap. She had no cubs with her, so the greenhorns had taken sport in finding out if all they had heard about the great strength of the blonde beasts was indeed true. Sir William arrived on the scene to find the men teasing the enraged, bellowing, snorting, and much bloodied monster. He was told that more than 50 balls had been sent crashing into her body. Still, she rushed at her tormentors, then paused to scratch and paw at a new sting in her flesh as another ball tore through her thick hide. After a moment, she pounced up and down clumsily on all fours and tried to rush the fun-loving hunters. Stuart dropped from his horse, calmly aiming his custom-made, big-bored Manton rifle, steadied atop a wiping stick, at the wildly gyrating, confused beast. His first ball brought the sow to the ground, but it took a second ball, well placed below and behind the animal's ear, to kill the huge bear. Slowly, the men ventured from their hiding places, gradually working up courage enough to approach the prostrate bear. She had been feeding on the wild currants that grew abundantly around Laramie's Fork. The delicious red berries on bushes flocked with tiny, delicate white blossoms. Stuart rose from his one-knee stance and approached the dead animal. He was very interested in having the animal butchered and some of the choicer cuts brought back to camp for supper. William had suffered, along with many others weeks before, what was called le mal de vache, known to the American prairie travelers as cow sickness. That peculiar ache in the bowels and the belly from eating too much lean meat. The bear meat had fat, and the Scotsman wanted it. The rumbling, aching dysentery he suffered seemed to dissipate the next morning when Campbell gave the marching orders. They were going to push on over the Continental Divide and rush to the confluence of the Green River and a stream called Horse Creek. There, Fitzpatrick and Frabe told Campbell, the trappers were already gathering. On westward they marched, climbing up the Continental Divide on so slight a grade that the newcomers and greenhorns could not believe they were actually crossing the Great Spine. On Tuesday, July 2nd, the caravan reached the top of South Pass, the high sagebrush flats and rolling hills belying the fact that they now would be following waters that flowed eventually into the Pacific Ocean. On the morning of July 3rd, they awoke to find ice in their water buckets. Most were surprised that here, in the middle of summer, here on what appeared to be no more than rolling hill country, there would be ice frozen in their kettles. The caravan made good time over the next 2 days, driving their mules and animals down the western slope. As near as Campbell could tell, they would reach the rendezvous site that afternoon, at least by tomorrow. With the joyful, long-awaited news, each man set about his own toilet, preparing himself for the long-overdue arrival at the great summer fair of the mountain man. That Friday morning, July 5th, Stewart set his small, cloudy mirror atop the bundles and began to shave himself as he had done every morning of the long journey. It had become a much-loved ritual for him to set out the ivory razor, soap mug, and ivory-framed mirror with which he had kept his face shaven with a military neatness. A former barber, now a mule tender with the caravan, had from time to time trimmed William's hair to keep the dark brown locks from becoming too unruly. The Scotsman looked himself over in the mirror, proud of his appearance and his military bearing. Perhaps, just perhaps, these lords of the wilderness that he would meet this day could appreciate him. He knew he would be one of the very few groomed men in the camp. While most of the men washed their long-used, smelly, well-worn shirts and breeches in a cold stream, beating them with rocks to agitate the dirt from the cloth, others had their hair trimmed and their faces shaved for the first time in months of travel. Each was preparing for his grand entrance to rendezvous, those last hours of the long march, enduring the final minutes before their arrival, keenly anticipating the assortments of supplies and the whiskey they would lay out for their buck-skinned customers at the end of their journey. Stewart watched Brotherton and Christie puttering about their own toilets as he wiped the remaining soap from his chin. He would always leave the mustache, he told himself again, as he glanced briefly at the mirror. He liked what it added to the sallow contours of his face. Unable to grow an attractive beard, even sideburns, Stewart wore his hair a little longer than was fashionable at the time on the continent. Yet he was very proud of this long, bushy mustache that he fought to keep groomed. William smiled at his reflection. He fairly glowed inside at the prospect for the day. They would finally arrive. All the anticipation, all the planning, all the disappointments suffered with the arrival of that final letter just before he had launched himself into his journey, they would all be gone within a few hours. Carefully, he packed the shaving set away, placing the mug, brush, mirror, and ivory razor away in his small toilet bag. Then he reached for a large leather valise that had not once been opened since he had closed it the evening before they had pulled out of St. Louis. The satchel had been lashed with rain and wind, drenched with blazing sun all along the journey. He fumbled with the buckles and straps that resisted his expectant fingers. Finally, he pulled the leather straps free of the brass buckles as some of the men set themselves into song around the camp in a festive mood of celebration and homecoming. "Come all you fair and tender ladies, be careful how you court young men. They're like a star of a summer's morning. They'll first appear, and then they're gone. They'll tell to you some loving story. They'll declare to you their love is true. Straightway they'll go and court some other, and that's the love they have for you. I wish I was some little sparrow, that I had wings, could fly so high. I'd fly away to my false true lover, and when he's talkin', I'd be by. But I am not a little sparrow, and neither have I wings to fly. I'll sit down here in grief and sorrow, to weep and pass my troubles by. If I'd a known before I courted, I never would have courted none. I'd have locked my heart in a box of golden, and pinned it up with a silver pin. First, he pulled out the white leather hunting jacket. The garment, with innumerable pockets, was set aside for later use. Next, he drew forth a pair of snug trousers, the Scottish trews, tailored of the Stuart family tartan, a hunting plaid of green, royal blue, red, and yellow. As he slipped into them, he once again admired the work of his favorite London tailor. He put on a clean, ruffled, heavy shirt. After he donned the white hunting jacket, he pulled the flat, low-crowned, Panama-styled hat from the valise and positioned it atop his head. He turned to find many of the other men staring open-mouthed at his outfit, which, he knew, was a strange mixture of style and color for the western mountains. Some of the Americans might have felt William to be dressed in a ridiculous, gaudy manner for their arrival at rendezvous, yet not a word crossed a lip. The silence perhaps spoke most loudly as a mark of the singular respect held for Stuart among those men who had, after all those months, come to respect the Scotsman's diligence, steadfastness, resolve, and courage. In a word, he had become somewhat one of their own. Stuart turned and appraised himself in Brotherton's mirror. No more were the men staring at him. Each had his own tasks to complete this last morning on the trail. Campbell flitted about from one knot of workers to another like some nervous prairie hen. He waited until they were finished rounding up the horses and mules and packing the animals before he gave the long-awaited orders. "Man," Campbell shouted from atop his pony amidst the braying of mules and the cursing of the handlers. "It's on to rendezvous." There were shouts and shoving, along with good-natured, profane exchanges among the men who had come to know each other so well over the past months. And then the caravan plunged west for its last hours before they reached the valley of the Green. After only a few hours of travel, a dozen horsemen roared from around the brow of a wide, low hill. They appeared suddenly out of the shimmering afternoon haze and headed straight toward the head of the caravan column. Campbell immediately recognized the fanciful Joe Meek at the head of the welcoming party, as well as several others of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company men. "Hyar ye now," Meek hollered, as the men behind him discharged their weapons into the air. Their shots were answered by a thunderous exchange of volleys from the caravan's weapons. Some of the trappers circled the caravan wildly, showing off their riding skills with crazy stunts from horseback for the amazed greenhorns and mule tenders. Meek drove directly for Robert Campbell and yanked back on the reins to send up a showering cascade of dust over those in the vanguard. "Howdy, Joe," Campbell yelled above the noise of gunfire and whooping. "How be ye, Bob?" Meek wiped the dust from his eyes and steadied his horse as it pranced alongside the caravan leader. "Fine," Campbell exclaimed, "and all the better for seeing this damned trail behind me." He reached over and slapped Meek on the shoulder, sending up a small cloud of fine dust. "It be some punkins to see your whiskey a-bobbin' back thar, too," Meek said. "You're lookin' purely some, Bobby. Some punkins to see you again." "I see you're still wearing your hair, Joe." "Ain't been so lucky to have some red nigger wantin' it bad enough for his lodgepole, I s'pose." They both laughed as Fitzpatrick rode up beside them. Fitz had taken off from Laramie's Fork after settling terms with Campbell and had sped back to rendezvous to tell of their impending arrival, having arrived only a day ahead of the caravan. He had been pushing constantly for more than a month now and looked tired. But a smile broke across his face, which was caked with dust and sweat from his wild ride around the supply caravan moments before. "Good to see you again." He nodded to Campbell and dusted off his hat across his thigh. "See you had the boys ready for us, Fitz," Robert replied. "Yeah, they was some ready for that news, too, they was. And when we saw your dust coming off all them hooves, why,
Every man knew it could be only one fella and his whiskey. Bob Campbell's best. Joe and me spread the word, and some of these others come along with us to greet you to camp. Rest of 'em back to camp already practicing getting rid of a year-long dry. They layin' in the grass playin' dead drunk. They ready for you, Bob. Real ready."
"So am I," Campbell agreed. "So am I. Let's get these mules on into camp so I can get my poor ass out of this saddle for a few weeks. Hell, it's good to see you boys. Almost as good as it will be to see that camp."
"She be over the next couple of hills," Meek directed.
"What are we waiting for?"
"Only you nigger," Meek grinned. "You're the bushway what's got to make his grand entrance to them shining times. We only the ones what's been waiting on you, Bobby."
"Let's go to rendezvous," Fitz hollered as he gave his pony heels.
"Let's go," Campbell shouted as he roared off behind Fitzpatrick and Meek. "Let's go to rendezvous."
21.
"Son, that's what we worked our ever-living asses off for a year to see."
Bass pulled up his pony and watched the others as they looked down at the scene.
"This here's the best of times, what a mountain man lives for. We come to rendezvous. That there be the Seedskiddy Aggie."
"The Green River looks far," Josiah smiled over at his flathead woman. "Big white camp," Waits by the Water commented.
"Looks to be the biggest ever, too," Bass answered. "Come on, let's go to rendezvous."
They had been following the high ground most of the day as they rode directly south toward the Seedskiddy, up and down over the rolling hills. Finally, from the long, low hill, Bass gazed down to his right to watch the Green River drift and flow around in front of him. There it was, being lazily fed by two large streams almost directly below them, one flowing into the Green from the northeast, the other from the northwest. It was green enough down there, with trees and brush, willow and some sage. Up here on the hill there were no trees. Bass glowed inside as they descended the slope. Good grass for all the horses, plenty of water too, an adequate supply of firewood. Bushways picked them a good site for the rendezvous, he mused, as he stared down at the fertile benchland below them. Looking down at the fortress situated some 300 feet back from the west bank of the river, Bass wondered who would be foolish enough to establish a post here. Surely the geography and weather looked pleasant enough at this time of year, but at this elevation of better than 7,000 feet, with the winds and open plains all around, this would be some cold winter doin's. Some goddamned fool must have thought he could make a right nice home here. From the west bank, the wide, lush grasslands spread around the fort. From this distance, the fort itself looked to be some 50 to 60 feet along each side. There were blockhouses on the southwest and northwest corners. The pickets surrounding the fortress were some 15 feet high and were each about a foot in diameter. Built sturdy enough, he figured. But what really held his eye was how far the encampments seemed to spread down the valley along the river. All about the fort itself were tiny knots of structures, canvas tents, blanket lean-tos, and brush bowers thrown up by the trappers gathering in the valley. Further downstream from the fort were the lodges of some several hundred snakes. The 50 or 60 Shoshone lodges pointed their cones to the late afternoon sky, as if in offering, each one pouring forth smoke that told of the preparation of an evening meal. Beyond the Indian camp was a large pasture where the hundreds of snake ponies were being tended by young guards who moved slowly through the herd. Scratch wondered if this were Slays in the Night's band, the old Injun friend who had insulted him last summer after the Battle of Pierre's Hole. Perhaps this year they could settle the matter, he thought. He hoped the Shoshone warrior harbored no resentment for him. If he did, so be it. His gaze roved to the white tents and lean-tos thrown up among the willows and trees as far as he could see, all down the green. Some big camp, he thought. Spread out along the river, much as was the rendezvous of 32. This already promised to be bigger, perhaps better. They came to the bottom of the hill and rode onto the narrow bench lapped by the lazy river. Across the water, some men dangled their feet in the cooling waters and looked over the recent arrivals as Bass and his party splashed across a shallow ford. They slogged onto the wide western bank of the Green and plodded slowly through the willow, passing groups of men who were heading for the river, for water, for bathing, for washing clothes, for cooling off. Scratch did not recognize a single one of them. Somewhere, off in the trees, a man in his cups sang an off-key lament. "Come all you sporting bachelors who wish to get good wives, and never be deceived as I am, for I married me a wife makes me weary of my life. Let me strive and do all that I can. Let me strive and do all that I can. She dresses me in rags, in the very worst of rags, while she dresses like a queen so fine. She goes to the town by day and by night, where the gentlemen do drink wine, where the gentlemen do drink wine. When I come home, I am just like one alone. My poor jaw is trembling with fear. She'll pout and she'll lower, she'll frown and look sour, till I dare not stir for my life, till I dare not stir for my life. When supper is done, she just tosses me a bone, and swears I'm obliged to maintain her. Oh, sad the day I married, oh, that I longer tarried, till I to the altar was led, till I to the altar was led." The ponies carried them through the blanket lean-tos and brush bowers while Bass searched for familiar faces. They rode slowly through the assembled structures around Bonneville's fort. There seemed to be a little activity in the fort itself, so Scratch figured the traders had set up inside the walls. He decided to stop and check on the going rate for beaver before they set up camp. Bass pulled on the reins and signaled the others to wait as he handed the lead rope for the pack string over to Waits by the water. He kicked his left leg over the saddle horn and plopped to the ground. It took a brief moment to steady himself before he could walk. The knees again. Maybe just stiff from being too long in the saddle. They were wobbly as he took the first few steps. He looked up at the Crow woman, only to find her staring at him with a worried look on her face. "Nothing to worry about, little darlin'," he muttered as he rubbed each knee in turn. "Just sore from a long trail gettin' here. Nothing to be worryin' about now." Scratch walked off, conscious that the others were staring at him. He planted each foot before transferring weight to the next leg in the peculiar prairie hen walk that seemed to mark a man who spent much of his life on horseback. Small groups of trappers passed through the gate, coming and going. Some carried huge tin cups, while others lugged small iron kettles sloshing with liquid. This seemed odd to Bass. They stumbled as if they had been drinking liquor. Against the pickets in the shadows near the gate squatted a large man whose monstrous hands dwarfed an otherwise large tin cup of whiskey. "Howdy, friend," Bass exclaimed as he approached the big man. The man looked Bass over quickly, then took a long drink from his cup. "Hello," he said in a deep voice after he swallowed. "Squat." "How's beaver?" Scratch asked as he knelt on crackling knees. "Going per pound, I mean." "Don't know that," the man said with an accent that was hard for Bass to place. "You ain't done no trading yet?" The stranger looked over at Bass with eyes that appeared to burn with the same intensity as the grain alcohol he was drinking. "No, mister. I do not do any trapping." Bass thought that one over a moment. What the hell could this fellow be doing here at Rendezvous if he were not a trapper? Clerk. Yeah, a clerk, maybe so. "Trader got him some business going inside, huh?" he asked. "No trader inside," the stranger answered, then took another drink. "Whiskey only. Trappers come in, trappers go away. Get good drunk here in fort." "Ain't no trader here yet?" Only whiskey here, I say, the big man answered brusquely. Ah, Bass crooned as he watched another group of men walk into the compound. Trader you want, he down south, of here, some way.
Traders down there? Bass said, looking off to the south. Why? Ain't this rendezvous here?
Many camps, the stranger said. Many camps there is, downriver. South, mister.
Traders down south, huh? S'pose that be where I need to go then, friend. Got me plews to be tradin', you see. You ain't a trapper, then you ain't got anything for tradin'. How you get your whiskey?
I have money to drink. Is no trouble. I have good money, plenty money. I drink on no man.
S'pose you let me buy you a drink here sometime, Scratch offered. One on the prairie. For free, I mean. I thank you for your help, friend.
He rose on the sore knees and wobbly legs once more. Thank you, no, the stranger said simply.
You ain't a trapper. How come you here? A clerk, maybe?
Clerk, no, the big man said. I work for no man.
Just the way I like it, too, Scratch said.
I no trap.
What you doin' to rendezvous?
I come visit rendezvous.
Huh, Bass snorted. He could not imagine a man just coming to visit a trapper's rendezvous.
I sit and watch. All men come in and all men go out, the stranger said. Like to watch men, this one. Bonneville's trappers here.
You just watch, fellas, huh?
Yes, that is right. Like just watch. And drink.
Yeah, Bass exclaimed. And drink. That's some now. I could do some of that, I could. Just sit and watch and drink. Been a long one for this here nigger, it's been. He pursed his lips. Your words, they's different. Whereabouts you hail from, friend?
The big man brought his eyes up slowly. North. Far away. Red River of the North.
Canada? You come you a long way.
You know Red River of North?
Yepper, Bass said. Know of it. Never been there. Never been me nowhere near the Canadas. Only heard of it, friend. You must be Hudson's Bay. Heard they—
No, the stranger snapped. Not Hudson's Bay. They murdering devils. I cut their hearts out.
Sorry, Bass apologized. Just knowed Red River and Hudson's Bay seemed to be something. Seemed to this here child to be tied up together.
Hudson's Bay bastard devils up to Red River, yes, but I know Hudson's Bay.
Sorry to rile you so, friend.
Me just carry bad blood for company.
This nigger's sorry he brung it up on you. Bass stuck out a hand. Name's Bass. T. Bass, it be. The stranger glanced at Bass's hand, then unfolded the fingers of one hand from around the tin cup to present his huge paw. Bass felt the vice-like grip grind at the bones in his right hand.
Sharp I am. Emile is Christian name. Emile Sharp, whole name, Bass.
Pleased making your acquaintance, Bass gritted, feeling the burning in his hand. The Canadian finally realized he was causing the American real pain. He looked down at the coupled hands and released his grip.
You miss finger. Trap bite off?
Nah, Grizz got that from me, Scratch laughed.
Grizz? What this Grizz you talk of?
Grizz? Grizz is a bear. Big, big bear out here in the mountains. He thought it strange that a man would not know about grizzlies. Hell, you almost as big as the Grizz come after me. Had her a little bite of me, but didn't like the taste of this poor old bull, so she moved on.
You not kill?
Yeah, I kill, Bass answered. It come down either her or me, it were.
You good man. Good man it take to kill this grizzly.
They big, Grizz is, Scratch agreed. Smart, too. Know 'em how to fight. Hide's tough, friend. Stop most any ball you can thunk against it for certain. Tough critter to kill. Just won't go down for most of nothing.
I like find me a Grizz before I go home, Sharp reflected.
They out here.
First, I drink and watch, Emile said.
Yeah, first you drink and watch men, right?
Bass smiled. He looked back toward his partner and the two Indian women. Best to get my outfit moving and set up for the night. Scratch signaled to Josiah and the women to join him. He watched Paddock nudge the animals forward, then looked up at the sky. The sun was dropping behind the fort walls. Perhaps as much as another hour of daylight left. No more than that. They would set up their camp nearby and wait until morning to look for the traders. We gotta do us some trading first off, Bass said. Then I can be buying whiskey. Buy you a drink, my friend, for your help. Me and my partner Josiah, we buy you— Josiah? The stranger asked suddenly. He leaned forward ever so slightly to watch the approaching trio and the string of pack animals. That's right, Josiah. Said me that. Josiah Paddock. My partner got him a new son, Bass beamed. Bass saw the Canadian's face lift slowly out of the dark shadows into the fading light of dusk. Emil's right eye was scarred almost entirely shut, the old wound showing white against the dark, tanned skin as it ran its ragged course down from the forehead, across the eyelid, and onto the cheek. Scratch had seen that scar someplace before. He was certain of it. Deadly certain. He watched the way Sharp studied Josiah. You know him? Bass asked. No. The word came out softly as Emil leaned back and the shadows fell across him again. I do not know this Josiah. Thinking you did, Bass remarked, way you was looking at him. Don't know this Josiah Paddock. Leastways, we owe you a drink, on us. How about it? Yes, Sharp said as he reconsidered. Yes, I take your drink, sometime, someplace. Emil Sharp like to drink. I see me that, friend. Bass walked over to his buffalo runner and placed his foot in the stirrup. How long you go to mountains? Sharp suddenly asked. How long afore I go back to the mountains? Be after we finish rendezvous. No, this question, Bass. How long you be to mountains, I ask. How long I been in the mountains? Been better'n some 9 seasons now, as close as I can recollect. Some 9 robe seasons. Why? You fight that she-grizz. Not the first neither, friend. You fight this she-grizz. He seemed to chew on the thought with a growing degree of respect for this American trapper. You up this mountain so long a time. You some man, Bass. Oui. Yes, you some man fight she-grizz and Indians. Be alive still. Why, thank you kindly, Sharp, Bass grinned. Such kind words as them there'll get you 'nother free drink on Titus, Bass. You take me up on it. You will, huh? Yes, Emil said. Yes, I drink your whiskey, Bass. I drink whiskey from Titus Bass and Josiah Paddock. Scratch and the others rode south of the fort to choose a site for their camp. The 2 trappers dropped the baggage from their pack animals, then picketed them out to pasture near the camp. They drove the picket pins deep into the soil and hobbled their 4 riding horses so they would not wander off to graze with the ponies in other herds. Titus and Josiah set about separating the baggage until Looks Far came up to Paddock and removed the cradleboard straps from her shoulders. She handed the infant to Josiah. Look on Joshua, she requested quietly. Paddock grinned. You mean look after Joshua? She nodded her head and returned his grin. Yes, look after Joshua. Be glad to look after my boy. He smiled as he gazed into the infant's face. Looks Far motioned to the Crow woman, and together they took off for the timber, each carrying a blanket. Well now, Bass sighed. Can see me now I ain't gonna get nothing done round here. He plopped against some of the beaver packs as Josiah slowly lowered himself and the cradleboard to the ground. Got them women folk off traipsin' round in the bushes for devil knows what. I don't, the older trapper continued. Probably gone to take a pee, Josiah commented. They best be getting 'em some firewood, Scratch grumbled.
My meat bag hollerin' for fodder and needs it something to eat. Want me some supper, I do.
Seems I remember an old trapper tellin' me 'bout when a man takes a Crow squaw to pack round with him, he don't have much of a say 'bout most everything then.
You talkin' about me again, boy?
Don't know any other old trappers, that I don't, Josiah grinned. That old fella told me the squaw runs the lodge, runs him just about. Told me you give a squaw so much say over a man, why you might just as well give that woman the right to take a pee standing up.
I say that? Bass smiled.
Yeah, Josiah answered. You did. Sayin' Crow women make the best robe warmers. Damned sight better'n them bang-tailed whores back to St. Louis what always want a man's money and a good time thrown in, too. The older trapper gazed toward the timber where the women were.
Crow women always been best in the robes. Not meanin' nothin' against the flathead, you know. Just want me some supper, I do. Best they be gettin' 'em some firewood.
Will you quit being so goddamned fussy all the time? Josiah chided his partner. You're just like a ol' mother hen.
What's bein' fussy about wantin' a fire and some warm victuals, huh?
Just them two is here for a good time too, Paddock said. We all here for a good time, the same as us. They ain't gotta work all the time, Scratch.
Why you so all fired high and mighty about what they gonna do and what they ain't gonna do?
Just thinkin' we come to play some. Been some long time since we last played, hasn't it?
It has, that.
So, I'm thinkin' we should let them women folk be playin' some here to rendezvous, too.
Long's the fire keeps goin' and the victuals cooked and the coffee's always hot.
Ain't got us any coffee.
We gonna have, Bass blurted, just as soon's I get some beaver traded off.
And whiskey?
Goddamned right, boy. We get us some whiskey, drink us a few goodly toasts to Joshua.
Paddock leaned back against some baggage, his knees drawn up and the cradle board laid against his thighs. You want to hold him?
Thought you'd never ask, Bass grinned as he took the cradle board. Getting pretty good at holding on to this little pup, I am.
Bass leaned back against the beaver pack and pushed the soft deerskin wrapping from the sleeping infant's face. Joshua stirred a little, but kept his eyes closed. Bass never asked. He always waited for an invitation to hold the infant. He didn't want his eagerness to show. But damn, if it didn't give him all the warmer a place inside to hold on to the infant strapped in his cradle board. Paddock smacked his lips. Come to think of it, coffee does sound good. Then Paddock smiled at the older trapper. Whiskey even sounds better.
Ain't no doubt to that, son.
We go trading tomorrow?
Should do us some of that, yes.
Buy us some pretties for them two women.
If'n they ain't up and runned off with some other niggers by now.
Aw, come on, Scratch. You know better than that. Way that woman feels about you? Why, Waits by the Water just pined and pined for you after you left. Woman's got her a strong heart for you, she does. Back then, seemed like she was going to die of a broken heart. You sayin' the truth? Nothing but, Scratch. The older trapper was quiet for long moments before he spoke again, looking from the infant in the cradle board to the dropping sun, then back at Joshua sleeping. Want to have me a pup someday, he muttered. Got you a good wife now. Why don't you have a baby? Yeah, Bass said quietly. Like to have lots of pups. You never been a father before?
Leastways I ain't a pappy as I knows of.
Josiah read the expression on Bass's face. Till you got a pup of your own, you can hold Joshua as much as you want, old man. Really? Really. As much as you want. 'Cept when he's feedin', something like that. Hell, you can't hold him all the time. His mama and me gotta hold him sometimes, too. I know. I appreciate it, son. Want little Joshua to know what's what about his old Uncle Scratch, I do. You'd be his great-uncle. That's right. I be your uncle 'cause Rottenbelly be your pap and I be his brother-man. Scratch looked back down at the infant's face as it began to screw up. That makes me Joshua's grand-uncle, wouldn't it now? Suddenly, Joshua began to wail, Bass bounced the infant on his thighs to quiet the boy, but when the crying grew louder, he thrust the cradleboard at Josiah. "Here, you take the boy." Josiah shrugged. "I can't do nothing special for him. You keep him. You're doing just fine. Good as me." "Just fine, huh?" Bass snorted. "I can't get him to stop his bawling." He glanced over at Paddock with panic in his old eyes. "Here, you just gotta take him, Josiah." "Told you I can't do a thing for him," Josiah grinned. Scratch rose clumsily, balancing the cradleboard in his arms. He rocked the baby, but it didn't help to calm the infant. I can't get him stop crying, son. Give me." Looks Far suddenly appeared with Waits by the water at her side. Bass eagerly presented the cradleboard to Looks Far woman. "I couldn't do nothing to stop him crying." "You couldn't," Josiah smiled. "Least when he gets hungry. You know about getting hungry, don't you, old man?" "Pup can't suck on this old tit." Bass cupped a hand beneath one side of his chest. He watched Looks Far settle herself against some baggage and untie the thongs along the side of her blouse. She pulled one swollen breast out and moved the infant toward the nipple. The baby began to suckle happily. "You two gals come back at just the right time," Bass said. "Get wood," Waits by the water said as she gestured toward the 2 blankets loaded with squaw wood. "Not much." "But 'nough there, little darlin'," he answered, and put his arm around her shoulders. "Camp's too big here. Gotta spread it out or we just gotta move. How about us moving on down a ways in the mornin' afore we go to tradin'?" "Sounds fair to me," Paddock answered. "'Nough folks round as it is." "Don't know who's set up in that fort there," Bass nodded at Bonneville's fortress. "It don't sound to me it'd be Campbell and the Rocky Mountain fur. Didn't recognize a one of the fellas comin' in and goin' out of that gate." "Looked like you knew that big fella you was talking to," Josiah remarked. "Naw, never seen him afore in my life. Least near as I can tell. Something about a scar on his face, howsomever." "Naw, I'm just dreamin'. Never seen him afore. Name of Sharp. Told him we'd buy him a drink of Campbell's whiskey." "Hell, you'd buy anyone a drink of whiskey," Paddock said, "just as long as you got the chance to drink along with him." "You be right there, boy. You be right there." "We gotta wait afore we start buying drinks for other niggers till we get us supplies, and get some gewgaws and pretties for the women here. Get the 'portant things first, Scratch. Then, what's left over, we buy us some whiskey for any nigger wants a drink with us. Fair enough?" "Where'd you get such a idea now?" Bass asked. "Buying the 'portant things first afore you go and drink your plews away in whiskey?" "You, skinhead," Paddock grinned. "It was from you. Titus Bass taught me that last year, you old bastard." "Why, I'll be damned. Can't rightly 'member doing such a thing now. Seems I only 'member getting drunk a lot with Hatcher and them others, round a kettle." "This nigger's smarter'n he thought he was," Bass said proudly. "Really teached you that, huh?" "Yep," Josiah answered. "But sometimes you ain't all fired smart as you think you are." "Just what you mean by that?" "Look for yourself." Josiah nodded over at the 2 women and the infant. "You mean 'cause I couldn't get Joshua to stop his crying?" No, Josiah chuckled. "Not 'cause of Joshua, old man. 'Cause of her. Waits by the water." Scratch looked over at Waits by the water, who was getting the fire started. He knew what Josiah meant. "Yeah," he agreed. "Sometimes this old child real glad to find out he's been wrong about something. Real glad sometimes to be wrong." The words to the old 18th century song carried on the gentle night breezes that rustled and nudged the blankets of the shelter, drifted to Scratch's ears. "Black, black, black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some rosy fair, the prettiest face and the neatest hands. I love the ground whereon she stands. I love my love, and well she knows. I love the grass whereon she goes. If she on earth no more I see, my life will quickly fade away. I go to troublesome to mourn and weep, but satisfied I ne'er could sleep. I'll write to you in a few little lines. I'll suffer death 10,000 times. So fare you well, my own true love. The time has passed, and I wish you well. But still I hope the time will come when you and I will be as one. Black, black, black is the color of my true love's hair. Her lips are like some rosy fair. The prettiest face and the neatest hands, I love the ground whereon she stands. He felt her before he even heard her, much less saw her shadow slip around the side of the blanket and brush bower he had thrown up for the two of them. He supposed that was what it meant, after all was said and done. Knowing she was near even when he couldn't see her, couldn't hear her, couldn't even smell her own special fragrance. Then, Scratch thought he felt his ears tickled with the soft padding of feet behind the shelter, just before his eyes caught the change of light that grew into her shadow creeping around the side of the blanket walls. Waits by the water was there, the moonlight framing her as she slowly knelt before him. Bass had been leaning back against some folded robes and now raised an arm toward her. She gave him her hand, and he held it, gently, without saying a word. The Crow woman put out a hand to tell him not to move. He relaxed back against the coarse, sensual buffalo fur. Her hand gently slipped from his. We have not really been alone since Absarika, he spoke quietly in Crow. Yes, Poteani, she answered in a whisper, kneeling before him in the moonlight. He could not make out her features in shadow, yet, he thought, if he were blinded at this instant, never again to see her face, he could none the less tell her from all others. He closed his eyes a moment to test himself, and drank in her sensual musk. Yes, he thought, he would forever be able to know her by her smell. There was no other who had ever made him rigid and ready just in the smelling of her fragrance. And he was hard now. He thought back to that first night after being reunited with Waits by the Water in those mountains east of Davy Jackson's Hole. A frantic, furtive, hurried coupling off away from Camp and Josiah and Looksfar and the infant. It was among the aspen and the grasses that he had pulled open her blanket coat and inched her dress above her waist, pushing her back against a tree roughly before he had begun to slow down. Waits by the Water had taken his rigid member into her hand and guided it into herself. At the same time, she had nudged a thigh along each side of his hips. He had forced her back against the tree, rocked her back and forth, moved in and out of her. She had kept her heels locked behind his buttocks until he had been spent in unison with her. Scratch's legs had shaken from the aftershocks, trembled until he could no longer support her. One leg at a time, she had deserted her perch atop his pelvis until his softened member fell from her. They had collapsed against the tree, cradled each other for long minutes before either one spoke. She had grabbed some fresh, damp grass and held it against herself to soak up the part of him that spilled when he had shot into her. There had been so few words that night. Much the same as the other nights in their travel south to the Green River and rendezvous. There had been no words necessary. Each was moving toward the other out of a pent-up hunger. Words would only have intruded upon what they shared, away from the others, away from the rest of the world, into one of their own making. Remembering now made him twitch with readiness. Lord, he hadn't known he could perform night after night with such power, and she had always answered him with a cat-like ferocity. She rose, and he watched her untie the leggings at her waist and let them slither down along her beautiful legs. She had gone to the bushes barefoot moments before, perhaps to assure herself that there was no one around to disturb them on this, their first real night alone together after so many moons of loneliness and desperation and desire. Bass, shirtless, felt a slight tingle, like a chill that needed warming, surge over his arms and chest. At this elevation, he thought, they would need the robes before morning. Perhaps the chill was not solely from the breeze that made the leaves dance at the edge of their bower. Perhaps it was more the tingle of excitement in seeing her finally naked before him for the first time in all those months. Waits by the water knelt again and began to untie some of the thongs at her waist that held the sides of her buckskin dress together. Bass went to his knees and gently nudged her hands aside. "Let me," he whispered hoarsely. "Why? I can do." "I want to, sweetheart." "What is this, sweetheart?" He stopped, realizing what he had called her. It is someone who is very big in my heart, the biggest." He tried to explain the white term in the Crow tongue. "Someone my heart is sweet on, sweet like our sugar, good to my mouth, you see. It is how I feel for you. My heart is the biggest when I am around you. As I love the taste of sugar in my mouth, I love the taste of you in my heart." "Sweetheart." She placed her hands gently alongside his cheeks and knelt to kiss his forehead as he continued to untie her dress. Bass could feel the impetuousness of his penis, buried in and straining against the breech clout. Lord knows he wanted to rush his hands inside the gaps at the sides of her dress, to put his hands on the mounds of flesh and push her down, push himself into her. But something else stayed him. That something else made him suffer the agony of expectation, the waiting to make the final climax all the sweeter for them both. She pulled back a little and anxiously grabbed at the bottom of the leather dress to begin moving it up her thighs. "No," he whispered. "I told you, let me do it for you. For us." Her hands relaxed beneath his and then floated away from the bottom of the dress. Bass slowly inched the leather garment up while she slithered out of it. She shuddered slightly in the night breeze as she kneeled, naked, before him. His gaze pored over her form, over the play of shadow and twilight in every contour. Bass grasped her firm, soft breasts. He could see the outline of the breasts against the moonlight. His member strained against the leather breech clout as his hands fondled and kneaded her breasts. He heard her moan low, moan softly, the sound rising from deep in her throat. She was sensitive there, and he remembered it well. He slid a hand down the firm, flat plane of her belly, down into the hair and beyond. There, a finger wandered back and forth in rhythm with the hand that stroked and kneaded the breast. She began to weave slightly, in time with his rhythm, moaning and whimpering. Then, Waits by the water wriggled her fingers into the side of his breech clout, tugging the leather free of the belt. Her fingers lightly caressed his penis, and she felt it jerk in her hand. "You are ready for me," she whispered, as her lips lightly brushed his ear. He was breathing heavily now as he pressed his lips against hers, his tongue forcing them apart until he could taste her tongue. When the kiss ended, he looked down at her shadowy face. "You know I have been ready for so long." His voice was low, hoarse. "And I am ready for you, sweetheart." He leaned back to pull at his belt, but she grabbed at his hands. "I do this." Her fingers glided over the belt, pushed the leather breech clout aside, and worked at the buckle. The breech clout fell from his waist. She took his rigid member in her hands and gently kneaded the flesh. "You do that too much, and I won't have nothing left for you," he moaned. She withdrew her hands obediently and knelt at his bare feet. Waits by the water tugged at the bottom of both leggings, pulled them free. Then she spidered her fingers up his legs, delicately tickling his thighs. She cupped him, felt him jerk. "I'm warning you, you little she-cat," he said playfully. "Then I want you inside me now." She turned away from him, arched her back as she presented herself. "Come into me as the stud comes to the mare in heat, my love." "Yes." He went to his knees behind her, his hand wandering over the globes of her buttocks, sliding around the slimness of her waist. "Put that which grows inside me before I scream to have it," she breathed. "I have waited so long for this, have dreamed so many times of this with you, Poteani."
"So have I, sweetheart," he rasped. "I have dreamed so much on this, being with you like this."
Weights by the water reached between her legs to guide his member into her. Both of them moaned as she plunged it into her deepest recesses. She was well ready for him, hot and wet. She squirmed, her buttocks wriggling back into him to drive him all the deeper inside her. She felt him move slowly at first, little thrusts and withdrawals until his movements were no longer tentative. He pushed against her, and with hands gripping her shoulders, pulled her back into him with every forward thrust of his hips. Her legs began to quiver, her thighs began to shake. Her arms trembled until they could no longer support her weight, and her upper torso slumped to the robes. He sank still deeper inside her. Her stomach turned at the joy of his deep penetration. He touched parts of her that had never been touched before, even by this white man in their previous lovemaking. He was rigid and trembling inside her, ready to explode. She answered his thrusts with the force of her own body as she rose on his crescendo. Then the explosion rocked her. He burrowed into a place deep inside her that she had felt could never be touched by anyone. Her soul seemed to leave her body and look down on her as she rocked against him. It seemed her body was on fire, the flames spreading out of her groin to crawl up her belly to her breasts where the nipples grew rigid and tender. Then the dam burst and the relief washed over. Her spirit came back into her body just as he finished his final thrust. The side of her face against the buffalo robe was damp with her sweat. Her thighs trembled against his quaking legs. "Lay down," he whispered behind her ear. His breath made her shudder. She dropped to the robes, and he rolled with her so that his penis would not drop out. Weights by the water slipped a hand beneath her belly, past her groin, to his scrotum. There, her fingertips gently kneaded the soft flesh where his explosions originated. The Crow woman felt his breathing become more rhythmic over the long minutes. So, too, did her own slow. "This is what I wait for," she murmured. "Just like your name," he answered. "You waited for me beside the waters of the Yellowstone." "Yes." "You waited until you had to come down to the river to get me to believe you loved me only." "Yes." "The same river where you waited after I left you," he whispered again. "Waited for me." "Yes, Poteani." "And you waited for me beside this river tonight." He nuzzled against her neck where it met the shoulder. "Waited until it could be right for us by the river." She felt his softened member drop from her, and she rolled over to take him into her arms. Bass resisted her pull a moment to kiss both her nipples and gently bite at them before he allowed his head to rest in the crook of her neck. "Yes, my man," she murmured softly. "It were worth the wait for you, pretty one." "Why did you choose me?" she asked in Crow. "As I remember, you chose me," he chuckled. "Yes, I did." "I don't want you making the mistake of blaming me for what has happened between us." "I blame no one." "That is as it should be," he said. "We both have been caught up in this, together." "For the rest of our lives?" she asked. "I would like that." "I too," she sighed. Her cheek brushed against the blue bandana. "Why do you wear this?" "I was scalped," he said. "Left for dead. The cloth now holds the scalp lock of the warrior who did this to me." "Does it hurt you often?" "Almost never, no," he answered. "Not any more now." "May I take off you?" "No." He was quick with the word. "I mean, it is probably better that I leave it on." But if it does not hurt you, then you should not be ashamed. He realized that through all these years, he had been ashamed. Not just because of the loss of hair, for he had been losing enough of that the last few years anyway. He had watched his hairline receding further and further on either side of his forehead. So it was not just the hair. It was more the humiliation from having been scalped. It was like admitting a weakness. "You're right," he whispered. He felt the lump grow in his throat. So hot, so large that he did not know if he could speak at first. Why is it that you love me so much?" he choked. "It is so big, this love I have for you. And I do love you so." She cradled him tenderly. "It does not matter now. It does not matter that you wear the blue cloth. It does not matter that you were scalped. You were strong enough to rise from it." Her cheek brushed against the bandana again, and she kissed the side of his temple. "That is why I love you. Your strength. Your quiet, deep strength. Like a fire that will not die, so deep inside you. You pull me to you, to be warmed by that strong fire deep within you. A strong fire it makes in my heart for you. I could not deny what you did to my heart with your power. Potayani became a ruler there, in my heart. Like a lord." She tapped her finger against her breast. "That is truly where I wish to be a lord," he answered in Crow. "And I wish be this sweetheart of yours, my love," she replied. "To be a good taste in your mouth. You taste good, taste sweet my mouth. That is my love for you." She shifted his body, slid out from beneath him. After a moment of staring down at this man in the moonlight, Waits by the water let her fingertips glide down his chest and belly, down to his soft member. She took hold of it lightly and kneaded the flesh gently. The Crow woman felt it twitch beneath her caress. "That which grows," she began, then looked up into his eyes, "grows all the stronger with my touch." He groaned, fully under the spell of her gentle caress. Do not know how you do that to me." "Shh," she whispered. Her fingertips roamed across his lower belly, then wandered down along the inside of his thigh before she grasped his penis again. He felt it jerk with the sensation that shot through him. It was not at all a localized pleasure. The burning began low in the belly and spread across his chest like liquid fire the more she stroked him. He could feel himself stretching, hardening, growing every second now as she continued gently to knead him the full length of his growing member. He moaned low and let his head fall back as Waits by the water grew more excited herself. It stimulated some secret place down within her own body to caress his most private part, to feel him grow with her touch, to hear him moan. "You like this touch?" she asked. "Jumpin', Lord, yes," he murmured, and shuddered with her stimulation. This is very good." "I like to feel you grow strong, grow big, under the power of my touch," she said. "I want to show love for you, want to give you much pleasure, get much pleasure back from the man I love." You like this too?" "Yes." She lay a palm lightly across his lower belly. The Crow woman could feel the muscles twitch and dance in spasms as he moved closer to explosion. Too, the muscles in his member wriggled and gyrated more and more the further she took him to climax. Finally, Waits by the water heard his breathing become heavy and grow into an audible moan that throbbed at her ears. "I want you to finish in me," she whispered as she rose to her knees above him. "Yes," was all he could whisper. Waits by the water rose from her hands and knees and squatted over his abdomen, letting herself descend while her hand guided his penis into her. Never before had she sat atop a man like this. Those two before had come to rob her of any joy, of any explosion, to take from her any opportunity for her own pleasure. But this white man, he was a part of her, and she a big part of him. They each could pull much pleasure from the other simply by giving and granting that pleasure to the other. Bass slid his hands up her thighs, his fingertips climbing across the flat of her belly, then up to cup the firm mounds. He pulled her shoulders toward him and raised his head so that he could suck on her breasts. He was so close now. She gyrated faster with the stimulation to her breasts. Her moving for him, on him, with him, pushed Scratch to those final moments before climax as her bucking dance topped a fiery crescendo. He moaned as he exploded within her, feeling her close tightly about him as he expended himself. The Crow woman threw her head back with her own ecstasy and nearly lost her balance. They rocked on together, his hips pushing upward into her like some yet-to-be-broken pony would gyrate to throw its rider. They rocked on through it, her heels dug into the back of his knees so that he could not throw her with the strength of his climax. Finally, their dance began to slow. She gasped twice and fell across him, keeping his member firmly planted within her moistness. Her breathing began to slow and become more rhythmic. She sighed as he began to stroke her hair. She sensed his heart next to her chest, heard the pumping of the blood in her ears. "You are more than waits by the water, remember," she whispered hoarsely. "Poteani is all the bigger in my heart than when he left me to go away for a long time." Waits by the water became silent, feeling and listening to the man beneath her. The trapper began to snore lightly. She cocked her head to look at him. His head had fallen to the side as he slipped into sleep. She smiled and eased off from him. Rising to her knees in the chill night air, Waits by the water gazed down at her man. Her loving gaze caressed him much as her hair and lips had brushed across his flesh. Those sharp lines denoting where the sun had stopped and the white flesh began stood out dimly in the moonlight. She let her fingers lightly touch the circle within the little hair in the center of his chest. She reached out and pulled the front of the bandana down more securely over his forehead, then let her fingertips brush his cheek. The Crow woman bent over to kiss his cheek above the whiskers, and then she pulled at the blankets near the foot of their bed. Waits by the water was filled with so much of him, with his love and with his power. As she lay beside him to snuggle into the fetal curve made by his sleeping body, the woman rested her cheek against the coarse buffalo robe and nuzzled her nose into his chest to smell of his musk. The smoke and tobacco and pine, the sweat and the blood and the pain, leather and damp wool, and excitement. They were all there for her in his smell. She had chosen well, she thought. She had believed her life had nearly ended the evening he had left her, but she had somehow kept that flame within her alive for him. If she lost him again, there would never be another. No one else had his own peculiar, peaceful strength. If she lost him now, she did not want to think. She would just have to do everything she could to ensure that she would never be without him. She heard him snore more loudly, more restfully as he turned in his sleep, snuggled into her. Waits by the water smiled and closed her eyes. She wanted to grow old listening to his peaceful snores. The weariness of the trail finally began to slip from her mind and her body. The waiting was over. The beginning was at hand once more. They would venture into that tomorrow place together, as unafraid as she could be. She would not lose him again. 22.
"Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, come on, boy," Bass hollered. "Let's get these women all prettied up with some gewgaws, gurloos, and foo-for-ah."
He swung up into the saddle, tied off the lead rope for the 4 pack animals carrying the beaver packs. Josiah and the 2 women mounted their ponies and trotted alongside the older trapper. "Red," said Waits by the water.
"Red?"
Scratch asked. What you mean by that?"
"Red cloth," she explained, rubbing her hand across her breasts and down the front of her dress. "Get red cloth of trader."
"Ah," he answered knowingly. "You want me to get you some red trade cloth from the trader, huh?"
"Yes."
"Why, you damn betcha, little lady. You damn betcha I will."
"I'll get some blue for looks far," Josiah added. "They make 'em up some fine dresses for strutting round rendezvous."
"That wool'll be warm for 'em, too." Bass nudged his pony forward with the others. "Keep 'em warm come winter."
"Where you headin' for winter?" Paddock inquired. "Figure to head back to Absarica and the Crow again?"
"Give myself some thought to that, I have of recent," Bass replied. "Been some long time since last I was down to Bayou Salade, down to South Park. Fair bit of winterin' down to that place, it is."
"Ain't gonna go back to see Arapawish?"
"S'pose I could do me that."
"He wanted to know if I'd found you all right. Wanted to know you was all right and have me bring you back to Absarica."
"He did, huh?" Bass looked straight ahead into the distance. "Old brother, man. Love him, I surely does. Have to think on that. Been wantin' to head down toward Taos for winter doin's for last few years. Maybe so it's time for that to get done."
Bass looked over at his friend.
"We can send us some word to Rotten Belly that we see him next year, that everything be all right. We gonna be seeing him this time next year, after rendezvous next year."
"Whereabouts you plannin' on trappin' this fall?" the younger man asked. "And come next spring?"
"Headin' down toward South Park, that be where we trap for the fall. So damned close to there now, I can feel it in my bones. Feel it ticklin' my blood to come on down there. Trap our way in and out of Park Kayak, then in and out of Middle Park, right on down to the Bayou Salade. Like I was sayin', maybe so we even take these here ladies on down for some fandango to Taos. Drink some of that lightnin' I hear tell has gotten better over the years. Hell, was good enough when first I had me some."
"Lightnin'?"
"The whiskey, they make 'em down to Taos, up to the Arroyo Hondo," Bass said.
"Better than Trader's whiskey?"
"Wah!" he snorted with a quiet, grisly battle cry. "Traders always dump shit in their whiskey. Put red peppers, tobacco, and molasses in the whiskey here to rendezvous. They water down the alcohol so much they gotta add that stuff to give it the whiskey color, give it back the bite of real whiskey, you see. Down to Taos, Josiah, that lightnin' be pure whiskey. Ain't gonna have it cut with nothin'."
"Maybe," Josiah said thoughtfully. "Maybe you're right. Might be a good thing for us to get on down south for the winter. We can both send word to Arapawish we all right and we be seeing him come next year. Want to see this South Park Bayou Salade you always talkin' about. Even on down to this Mexican town you say is some now."
"It is," Bass replied. "Truly is. Many's the man what winters down there. Many's the free trapper what works out of Taos and down to Santa Fe. Maybe so we even trade off some plues from the fall trappin' down there whilst we at it, son."
"Let's do it."
"Does sound some good, don't it?"
"Damn if it don't."
"You're on, son." Bass winked as they rode into a scattering of tents, lean-tos, and other improvised shelters. Men ambled about on foot. Others rode horses through the camp a little more than 2 miles south of Bonneville's fort. More men lounged in the shade of their shelters, drinking and watching the rendezvous activities swirling around them. Most nodded back to Scratch as he nodded to them in passing. "Skin trappers," Bass muttered out of the corner of his mouth.
"What you mean, skin trappers?"
"They work for the company, see?" he replied. "They ain't like us. They ain't cocks of the walk, son. We the best. No man holds a candle to us." He sat straight and proud in the saddle.
He stared at Waits by the water.
Damn if he wasn't proud of this woman. She was some now, and getting a few glances from the men they were passing by.
"None better than us, huh?"
Paddock said. "You got it, son," Bass boasted. "We work for no man. No goddamned bushway tellin' this here nigger where to throw his bedrobes come night. No nigger tellin' this child where he can set his traps and then tellin' me what I made for the year. No, sir, Josiah Paddock. Ain't no man like a free trapper." These here fellas don't seem to be doing all that bad now, Josiah grinned. These boys? Bass snorted. They ain't got 'em no outfit like what we got, now do they? No, it don't appear to be they got 'em. That's right, they don't. They get what they can get from the bushway and the company trader. They ain't got 'em no wives neither, Josiah. I see that. Ain't got 'em a chance to, Bass said. Maybe so, the bushway knows a woman mightn't just take a man's mind off in trappin' and be puttin' his mind onto other things, huh? He winked over at his young partner. Could be, Josiah nodded. Maybe so, these here fellas only get themselves laid 'bout once a year, son, Bass concluded. They gotta find themselves a squaw down to rendezvous to get their wipin' stick wet in, some woman what's gettin' sold by her buck. Maybe so if'n she's lucky enough, that buck buy her something pretty, too. Yep, he nodded as he looked around. These here fellas gotta get themselves a hurried job of lovin' whilst they can. Bass watched the approach of a man on foot, tugging a string of 3 ponies toward the southern edge of the encampment. Bass drew up. Howdy, friend, he hollered. How do? Been trading, I see, Scratch observed. Yep, I have, the man smiled up at Bass. Campbell's outfit? Nope, down just a piece to American fur this time. They ain't far? Nah, the stranger pointed. Just past them trees. American fur, huh? You with 'em? Wouldn't have nothing to do with a company bushway, this nigger wouldn't, the man commented sourly. I'm a free trapper. Me and 5 others wintered over on the Snake west of here. Spent 2 seasons over that part of the country. Nez Perce doin's, huh? Scratch said. You got something to feel right proud about round here, being a free trapper, like us here. See that, the stranger said, glancing at the 2 women. We come in to get us some plunder, drink their bad whiskey, and have a song or 2 before we head back west and north some for fall trappin'. Campbell and Sublet's train in yet? Yeah, the stranger said. He beat American Fur into rendezvous by some 3 days. We was all waitin' for 'em both. See which one come in first. Last year, American didn't get into rendezvous at all. The man spit some tobacco juice on the ground near his foot. Sublet had the whole trade to himself. I know, Bass said. Things be a little different this year, it seems, the stranger went on. Drips was here waitin', and Fontenelle finally come in last Monday, the 8th, with all his goods. They set up just back there, he pointed. Campbell on down? That's right, they down on Horse Creek. Campbell seems to have little better prices, appears to me. Horse Creek? How far? Just some 2, maybe 3 mile, no more'n that. Gets its name from 24 when old Tom Fitzpatrick had some ponies stoled by crows down near there. He named it Horse Creek in honor of the occasion. The stranger smiled. You been up doing some trading with Bonneville up at his Fort Nonsense? Nonsense? Yep, he smiled broader. We call it that. Can't see why a man build a fort out here on the high prairie. Really didn't see no sense in that neither, Bass agreed. Nah, we ain't been trading. Don't think this Bonneville's here. Looked to be not much trading going on. Oh, he's there all right, and for certain he ain't doing much trading. Just got some whiskey for his men. That be what they mostly doing up there. I'm camped nearby. We spended us a night not far from that fort, Bass said. The handle do fit it, don't it? Fort Nonsense. This Bonneville got to be some stupid bushway. Ever you see a smart bushway? Come to think of it, I ain't now. He and Josiah laughed with the stranger. Yeah, that Bonneville come in some 3 days back, on Friday the 12th, packing along some 100 or so men, and a big herd of ponies. Better than 300 of them animals. Near as I could tell, anyway. From the looks of it, the fellow would figure Captain Bonneville would have had him a good year. He didn't fare all that well? That he didn't, for certain, the stranger replied. Even though he's got some real hard-knot boys working the field for him, Joe Walker, Lil Michael Sarah, like them. They good boys, too.
How they got hooked up to that slicker, I ain't never gonna know.
Free trappin' best, ain't it, friend? Bass said, as he presented a hand to the stranger.
That it be,
he replied, and brought up his hand to shake with Bass.
Name's Fry Teeter, friend.
Titus Bass, recent of the Columbia by way of the Yellowstone.
Whoo! Teeter exclaimed with a short, low whistle. You done some travelin', Bass.
This here's my partner, Josiah Paddock. That be Josiah's woman, she called Looks Far woman, and this here be the apple of this old nigger's eye, waits by the water, my crow gal. Teeter nodded politely to each of the women and touched the brim of his hat.
Some fine-looking women you got there, fellas. Some of us got Nez Perce wives, mine a digger. That be a workin' fool there, that woman. I'm thinking she be so damned grateful to have her a warm robe to sleep under and a full belly all the time. She do her share of the work in camp, that'n. My woman, and proud of her.
As it should be, man, Bass said.
Best be getting back to her and the others up to camp.
Fry tugged at the pack animal's lead rope. And we best be to tradin'.
You come on up and have a drink on Fry Teeter, he hollered over his shoulder.
Same go for you, Fry, Bass yelled back. Bass and his group moved into the expanse of open land south of the American Fur Company camp, heading toward the Campbell supply tents and the camp of Rocky Mountain Fur Company. The tents were thrown up on the point of land formed by the junction of Horse Creek and the Green River. A pretty sight, with the lean-tos and shelters nestled back in the evergreens and among the willows. 4 large canvas tarps were strung out from the giant wall tent Campbell had erected. The sides of the tent had been rolled up to allow the breezes to move in and out of the saloon. There seemed to be more activity around the saloon tent than beneath the canvas awnings where trade goods were laid out on the crude, rough-hewn counters. A few men leaned against the counters, negotiating with the clerks. Bass pulled up on the reins as the others brought their ponies to a halt. Waits by the water immediately slipped off her horse and began unloading the beaver packs from the horses.
First we do this, Scratch nodded toward the crude trading counters. Then we get us some of that. He nodded toward the saloon where a noisy celebration was going on in the middle of the day.
Sounds like they're having a good time.
Just like we gonna, son.
The 2 trappers studied the saloon with its complement of comatose drunks stretched out on the ground. Some men wandered in and out, carrying mugs of all sizes, stumbling back and forth between the drunks on the ground. Others merely leaned back against the huge tree limbs that served as poles for the tent and awnings. Looks Far helped the Crow woman drag the beaver bundles to the counter. Bass and Paddock joined in, then went back to picket 4 of the ponies and tie the 3 pack animals off. Bass stepped up to the trading counter, his eyes on the saloon tent.
Can I help you? A clerk asked. I suppose you wish to cash in some furs for credit, then step over to the watering hole?
No, son, Scratch replied, now turning to study the clerk. The old man knew that each year it was automatically an adversary relationship with these employees of the trader. Fine, he thought. Long as I know how it's going to be, it's just fine then. Want to get us some truck first off, mister? The old trapper studied the spare, wiry man. Probably a Frenchie, he thought. What can we help you with first, sir? The 26-year-old Charles Larpenter inquired. How be your lead and powder, son? The pound?
Lead be Galena's finest, and the best American powder is some $3.80 the pound.
I'll have me a look-see over your goods here. Bass bowed to look closely over the trays of goods containing the small items. Then he peered into the back of the structure at the barrels and tins of hidden treasures. The young clerk swept around the end of the counter.
I'll have a look at your skins.
He headed for the bundles the 2 trappers had dragged up.
Free trappers? He asked as he eyed the 2 Indian women.
That's right, Josiah answered, watching the clerk's gaze drift back down to the beaver bales. "Why do you ask?" "I just supposed you were," Larpenteur answered. "Packing squaws along." "They ain't our squaws," Josiah snapped. "They are wives, man." Larpenteur glanced up from the cutting he was doing on the thick rawhide strips that held the heavy bundles together. "Lots of free trappers have Indian wives, is why I asked." "We need some extra traps, son," Scratch said. "Sacks behind the counter," Charles nodded toward the back of the awning. "Help yourselves." "Believe we will." Scratch led Josiah around the end of the counter, and each opened a heavy leather sack. Bass pulled out an iron trap and set it on the ground. Deftly, the old trapper placed a foot upon each spring and watched the two square jaws flop open. He bounced up and down on the trap springs, then finally knelt with the balls of his feet on the trap to set the pan and the trigger. Metal groaned under the strain. Then he looked up at Josiah, who watched him with amusement. "What you think?" Paddock asked. "They good. Tough." Bass looked up at his younger partner. "They do us." "How much?" Josiah turned toward Larpenteur as the clerk straightened himself. "The traps are $20 the half dozen," Larpenteur replied, reaching for a tall, narrow, leather-bound ledger. "How many we need?" Josiah asked Bass. "Maybe a dozen," Bass said. "That'd be enough for you to work along with what we already got." "That's some bit of money, Scratch." "Ain't no way we gonna make us money lessen we spend some money on traps, no ways." He glanced over at the clerk, who had sorted the plues into 3 stacks. "We gotta spend some of our plues to make us some more." "Maybe we ought to just settle on me using Ace's traps," Paddock suggested. "No telling how long it been since last he set any of 'em in water," Bass said. "They need work for sure." "I'd rather repair them traps than pay all that money for these new ones, old man." "I'll think on your idea, son. I'll think on it." Bass went on to look over some more of the items in the tin containers and the small wooden barrels. He sifted through flints that clattered together like coins and poked around at wiping sticks and spare locks that made soft clicks as he tested them. Let his fingers toy with the selection of small strung beads and the larger Venetian trade beads. Finally, he came to what looked to be bundles of blankets. "How your blankets?" "They are by the point, sir," Larpenteur said. "Haven't got many left, however. It seems everyone needed an extra blanket this year. Go ahead and take a look at what we have left." Scratch pulled back the blanket that draped over several of the hidden bundles. "Come here," he said in Crow to Waits by the water. "You like any of these?" "This one." She pointed to a blanket that was white with light blue and bright red stripes at either end. Bass held it up and unfolded it for her. The cloth whispered like wind through aspen leaves. 4-point. It's some pretty, all right," he commented. "Yeah, just for you." He turned his head. "Josiah, your woman needs her another blanket to keep her warm. The boy needs one too." Bass glanced quickly at the flathead woman. "Looks far, come here." She came over, beaming happily. "I like this one." She pointed toward a bright red blanket with a black stripe at either end. Josiah unfolded the blanket and held it up for her inspection. "Don't know why you think Looks Far needs another blanket, old man. She got me to keep her warm." "In that case, young'un," Bass said with a wide grin, "better be getting your woman 2 blankets." Paddock groaned. "You like this one, huh?" he said to his woman. "Yes," Looks Far answered with a wide smile. "It's yours, lil' woman," he replied as he handed it to her. Looks Far took the heavy woolen blanket and draped it around her shoulders, as Waits by the Water had done, each admiring the other's choice. They sniffed the cloth, smelling the musty scent of newly woven wool. They turned and curvetted friskily, like young colts. They made little cooing sounds of pleasure as they performed for each other. "You gotta get another, Looks Far," Bass said.
That boy of your'n be getting too big real soon and gonna need a blanket of his own.
Come here and pick another one out. Josiah waved her back to the counter. What one for Joshua? Looks Far studied all of the blankets, trying to make up her mind. She had always wanted a red blanket, and now she had it. But to choose another one, even if for their son, this was beyond her wildest dreams. Finally, she pointed toward the forest green blankets near Bass. This one.
Green one, huh?
Yes, she answered Bass. Green one for Joshua. Bass picked the folded blanket off the top of the stack and handed it to the younger trapper.
There you be, son. For you and the boy.
Glad you thought of that, Scratch, Josiah said. Joshua'll be getting too big for his cradle soon, and we gotta be keeping him warm some way this comin' winter.
Don't want the little pup freezin' come robe season, son. Just makes sense to me to be getting them all warm blankets now. The warmer we keep our women folk, after all, the warmer they gonna keep us.
He winked at Josiah.
Right?
You right there, old man, Josiah smiled widely. Looks Far asked me for some cloth to make a dress from. Where you find it? They got anything like that here? He glanced around at the stacks of trade goods.
You got any cloth for dresses, shirts, and such? Scratch called to Charles Larpenter. Yes, sir, said Campbell's clerk. Keep on going down the stacks of blankets. Cloth hasn't been moving too well last few days. Most men are drinking. It's under the blankets.
He went back to separating the plues.
Lot of drinking, huh? Bass said. That's right. In fact, I was not supposed to work the tent here, but the fellow who was, Redman, has gotten himself so drunk every day that Fitzpatrick turned the trade clerking over to me while Campbell was over to Pierre's hole to raise a cache of furs. That's him, Redman, over there. As you can see, he's not worth a tinker's dam right now.
Bass glanced over at the saloon tent. One man, apparently passed out or sleeping it off, leaned against another, who silently watched the trading. Flies buzzed around the drunk man's whiskered chin, the dried vomit caked on his shirt. The watchful second man's glazed, sullen eyes flickered as he dropped his gaze to look back into his tin cup before he brought it to his lips to drink. They trappers, I bet, Scratch commented as he turned back toward Charles.
Get a good drunk on myself, I'm planning.
No, said Larpenter.
They came with the pack train. The one who's out cold was supposed to clerk, but obviously can't. Hasn't been able to for many days. Robert Campbell's going to be docking his pay some. Boys should learn to get their work done first, then comes the play, said Scratch. Be needin' some sugar, coffee, flour. His gaze drifted to the canvas awning above his head as he continued through his mental checklist. Get some flints, powder, lead.
Beads, Josiah added.
Yepper, some beads too, Bass agreed.
Some trade cloth. He pulled the blankets away to get to the bolts of cloth. He grabbed a bolt of bright red cloth and another of royal blue, set them both on the countertop with a muffled thump.
What you think of them, ladies? Scratch smiled at the two women.
The Indian women rushed to the counter and fingered the coarse wool cloth, each one caressing first the blue, then the red. I take this one, Looks Far said, holding the edge of the blue cloth. That's blue, Josiah told her. Red? Waits by the Water asked of Josiah as she held up the cloth for him. Yes, red that one is, he answered. Yes, red one I like, she nodded at Bass now.
How much the cloth? Bass asked Larpenter. The trade cloth is $10 per yard.
Bass considered. Ain't never buyed me none of that afore. 3 feet to the yard. How many you s'posin' we need for them women, Josiah? What you askin' me for? Josiah countered. I don't know a thing 'bout women folks' clothes. Let's just try it on for size. Bass grabbed the large bolt of cloth, unwrapped it until he thought he had enough strung out. Then he unfolded it and held the cloth up for the Crow woman. Come, step in here, he directed. Waits by the water waltzed into the semicircle he had made of the cloth. He wrapped it around her twice, then marked the spot with his 2 fingertips. "That be 'nough, I s'pose." Carefully, he unwrapped the Crow woman, keeping his fingers tightly on the spot where he wanted the cloth cut. "How you want us to mark this, son?" "Just cut it yourself, sir," Larpenteur replied. "Scissors on a chain at the back of the counter." "Get 'em for me?" Bass asked Josiah. Paddock hunted around until he located the scissors and then handed them to the older trapper. Still marking the spot with his fingers, Scratch spread the cloth out across the countertop. After smoothing the cloth out, Bass slipped his fingers into the handles of the large scissors and hacked raggedly across the cloth. When he was done, he looked up proudly. "You're next," he said to Looks Far. "Just cut it same size," Josiah suggested. "Be all right, won't it?" "I s'pose," Bass answered as he wrestled the blue bolt out across the counter. He measured it with the red and hacked off a long piece. The 2 women folded their choices and set them atop the 3 folded blankets. "You gonna tell us how much credit we got, son?" Bass asked Larpenteur, who was behind the counter where a crude scale was set up. "That is the next order of business," the clerk said, "once I see how many pounds of each grade you have here." "This be where the screwin' starts, boy," Bass mumbled as he nudged Josiah. "I know that," Josiah replied. "I learned all about that last year, 'member?" Josiah's thoughts flew back to the bright mental images of his first rendezvous in Pierre's Hole west of the Tetons, and his first instruction from Titus Bass about the intricacies of barter. Scratch had smiled broadly with those twinkling, merry, wrinkled eyes as he had spoken. "I laugh at a red nigger I'm trading with, telling him he's stupid for giving me a few plues, maybe even a buffler robe, for a handful of shiny blue beads. That nigger, you know, goes and laughs right at me then, telling me I'm the dumb shit in the trading, giving him some blue beads he can have his squaw put on a new pair of moccasins, maybe a war shirt, and me asking in trade only them skins. He's laughing at me for giving him something what come all the way from St. Louis, saying he's giving me what comes right out of these here hills. Furs any man can get, he says. I s'pose we both walk away from the trading thinking the other's a dumb shit no-mind nigger. S'pose that's what trading's all about anyways when you looks at it. Both of us happy, thinking we got the best of the deal, thinking we did the screwing on the other nigger. Yeah, old friend, Josiah continued. I learned all about that last year. Then I tell someone what doesn't know yet. Bast looked over at Looks Far and the Crow woman. Let me talk with Joshua. The two women glanced at each other, not at all sure the old trapper was in his right mind. Finally, the Flathead woman turned so that the cradleboard faced Bass. Now, son, he began, leaning into the infant's face, I know I'm starting you early enough, and I know your mama may not want you to be a trapper, but this here is a 'portant lesson for any young pup of a trapper to be learning. This fella here, he gestured toward Larpenteur, he's gonna try screwing me now, saying what my plues be worth, you see. The worst he can make it for me, Joshua, the better he make it for the trader. The two Indian women glanced at one another again. Josiah clapped a hand over his mouth to keep from chuckling too loudly. That be your first lesson, Joshua, Bass concluded. You pay close attention to what's going on here. You'll be a master trapper like your old Uncle Scratch. Your grand-uncle Scratch, that is. Thank you, Joshua, for your kind attention. He lifted a flap of deerskin from the boy's face. I'll be damned. The boy was asleep all the time I was teaching him, he snorted. Pups these days. What the world coming to when a pup won't pay attention to his elders? Josiah laughed, then turned to the clerk. What beaver be worth, anyway? $4 the pound on beaver plew, Larpenteur said. $4? Woo-wee! Bass exclaimed. Mother of whores, bless me on Sundays, was only $3 just last year. That's some now. I hear the market has gotten itself healthier, Charles commented. $1 a pound healthier? Wah! Bass roared.
We just gonna see how much healthier when we get to the pricing on your trade goods, son. Market gone up on what beaver brings. Trader gets a mind to raise his prices all in the same, too. He moved up to Larpenteur. What these blankets bringin' a point? $6 a point, Larpenteur answered, without looking up from his ledger. Those are 4-point heavy ones. That comes to $24 a blanket.
Ooh, Bass exclaimed, and slapped a hand across his belly. Josiah, I've been gut shot by Bobby Campbell, I have.
Would you rather have the 3-point? That can save you some $6 a blanket.
Nah, them ladies already picked 'em their blankets, and one for the boy there, Bass said. We keep them heavy 4-pointers for winter doin's.
A wise choice, sir, Charles replied. You have quite a credit here. Looks as if you will net about $6 a plew for your work, gentlemen.
That's some, ain't it, Josiah? I suppose, Paddock agreed, still somewhat confused by the beaver market and his niche in that marketplace.
So, how much we got? Scratch inquired. You have netted 355 pounds of beaver here, Larpenteur answered. In my grading of them. Watch out, Josiah, Bass interrupted. This boy's about ready to put it to us, about ready to skin us live.
That's not part of my job, sir, Larpenteur retorted testily.
Just a joke, son, Bass said. Now how about telling me what you come up with?
Just leave the man alone, will you, Scratch?
I am, said the old trapper, a little subdued. I am. Just want him to tell us what he come up to with his ciphering. I have arrived at a total of 232 pelts. Of those beaver, 58 are poor for some $356. The poor come to a little over 89 pounds.
You boys always say a passel of a man's furs be poor, Bass commented.
Well, son, they didn't look poor to me when I was the freezin' nigger to pull 'em out of the water, grain 'em, and stretch 'em afore I packed the mother's sons up for rendezvous.
It is merely what I have been trained to do, sir, Charles said politely. Mr. Campbell himself taught me how to grade the beaver for him.
I'm sure he trained you some good, too.
That he did, sir. Next, your good grade amounts to 92 pelts at 142 pounds. That puts you in at $568 more. Your subtotal is now $924.
That's more than last year's take, Scratch, Josiah whispered.
Beaver gone up, boy, he whispered hoarsely. Sides, we should have us all the more plews, you working them streams with me, son.
And finally, your prime plews amount to 82 pelts at some 124 pounds, or some $496. What'd that make my total come to? Your 355 skins amount to some $1,420 in credit, sir. Now, if you will just tell me your names.
Wah! Bass roared. That'd be a lot of plew, Josiah.
About 600 better than last year. You right, boy. Oh, he turned back to the clerk. My name be Bass, Titus Bass. That's spelled Titus. Titus Bass, he repeated as he wrote. Very good. Now you, sir? He eyed Josiah.
Paddock.
First name?
Josiah.
Josiah Paddock, Larpenteur intoned.
Behind them, against the poles of the saloon tent, one of the two mule tenders sat up a little straighter. Hickerson Newt rose to his feet clumsily. His head spun with the effects of his hangover. He was groggy, he knew that. But he was sure he had heard the name right. He wandered over toward the awnings and counters as casually as he could. He wanted to take it slow now. Perhaps the long wait was over.
Now, with a sizable credit such as this, Larpenteur went on, what do you two gentlemen feel like buying? Before the whiskey, that is.
How much we got in that cloth here? Bass slapped a hand back down on the stack of blankets and trade cloth.
Coarse cloth is $10 a yard, Larpenteur said. Fine cloth, like the linens and calicos, comes to $20 a yard.
How much we got here? He tapped the cloth. Larpenteur pulled at the bundles of trade cloth and began to measure them against marks along the top of the counter, while Bass and Paddock went back to digging through the treasures behind the counter. Newt approached the two trappers slowly.
"You fellas drinking?" he slurred.
Scratch turned around first to find the stranger's attention fixed on Paddock. "No, friend. Not yet, we ain't."
"How about having you a drink on Hickerson Newt, then?"
He offered Paddock a large tin cup he held unsteadily. The liquid sloshed around in miniature amber waves. Josiah stared into the stranger's eyes. He looked down into the tin cup, saw it was about half full of the discolored grain alcohol with bits of grass and hair floating on the surface. "No thanks, friend," Josiah smiled slightly and turned back to the trade goods.
"You ain't gonna drink with me?" Newt snarled.
"No thanks, friend," Bass responded this time. "We got us some business to be dealing with right now. Maybe later."
"You too good to drink with me? Just who the hell you sons of bitches think you are anyway?" Newt exploded.
Bass slowly examined his antagonist, then glanced over Newt's shoulder at the saloon tent where it had gotten suddenly quiet. "Us?" He tapped a finger against his own chest. "You want to know just who the hell mother horse sons you talking to, boy?" His voice had a controlled, finely honed edge to it now. From the corner of his eye, Scratch watched Paddock move away slightly. "You want to know, boy? I asked you the question, son."
"Yeah,"
Newt said hoarsely.
"I want to know. Know why you ain't gonna drink with me, Paddock."
The younger trapper swung around to face Hickerson. "How you know my name?"
"I heard you tell it to Charlie here."
He pointed to Larpenteur, who began to edge toward the three men. "Hickerson?" Charles reached out for Newt's arm. "I think you had best sit down and finish your drinking."
"Don't touch me, you asshole weasel face!"
Newt spit toward Charles and knocked the clerk's hand off his arm. "Hey, son," Bass said, moving between the clerk and Newt. "The young fella said he thought it best for you to go back and finish up your drinking now."
"You goddamned all-roaring mighty mountain men," Newt snarled. "What's that you got in your ear there, old mountain man? Wearing a earring like a woman, huh?"
His upper lip curled in a derisive sneer.
"Thinking you so tough. Maybe you ain't so—"
"Maybe you just better shut your mouth before it gets you in trouble any deeper," Josiah warned. Newt started to weave, then looked up into Paddock's face and, with a flick of his wrist, lashed the warm whiskey into the young trapper's eyes. Josiah jerked backward as he fought to see, the image of Hickerson lunging at him now only a hazy blur. Scratch dove toward the big man and laid a shoulder into the drunk's belly, sending the mule tender sprawling. Then he sprang to the balls of his feet near the prostrate drunk, waiting for him to recover. "I've seen me some real asshole muleheads afore, but you take the circle," Bass said. "Son, it best be you leave my partner alone. You best read me, and read me good. What I about to say ain't no bald-face, tall, boy. You gotta come through me to get to him." The voice was as calm as he could make it. Josiah had heard this razor's edge to the old man's words few times before. Newt struggled to his feet, staggering sideways a couple of times before he crouched low to maintain his balance. His right hand darted to his waist, where he yanked free a big knife. But just as suddenly, it was kicked out of his hand and sent sailing, sliding in the grass toward Scratch's feet. The young stranger who had kicked at Newt's hand stepped right up to the drunk. "What the hell's going on here, Newt?" Robert Campbell asked, pushing his way in between Newt and the older trapper. "You're making a goddamned spectacle of yourself. What the hell's gotten into you, man?"
A
sheepish look crawled across his face.
"I just wanted him to have a drink with me is all, and these bastards didn't want to drink with Hickerson Newt."
"Maybe they've trading to do." Campbell looked at Bass and Paddock. "Perhaps they aren't interested in having a drink. God damn it, man, behave yourself. Maybe,
Lord knows, just maybe I should have let Stewart cut your liver out back there along the Platte. But I saved you then, and I've always got to come along and save you from getting yourself cut up. You get back over there." He pointed to the saloon tent. Campbell waited a long moment until he saw that Newt was not going to move. "Now!" he yelled. "You go and finish your drunk and leave the trading tent. It's off bounds to you from now on out. Move, man!" Newt glared at him before he slinked back to his place beside Redman. Obadiah had snored through the whole thing. Newt crumpled to the ground beside his partner and roughly shoved Redman aside, jostling his head and making Obadiah awaken. The second man looked about sleepily, as if in a dense fog, to see why he had been so rudely awakened. Then his head plopped back down on Newt's shoulder. Hickerson shoved it alongside roughly. "What the hell you do that for?" Obadiah asked as he raised his head. "Mind your own goddamned business." What the hell going on with you?" "Tell you later, goddammit. Go back to sleep." Redman fell asleep, and Campbell knelt down to pick Newt's knife off the ground. He slipped it into his belt while the mule tender watched him so that Hickerson would know where it was. Campbell turned then to Larpenteur. "Let's just all go back to work, boys. It's all in a day's fun, this is. Let's just be going back to our business." Campbell headed for his tent on the other side of the saloon, while Larpenteur returned to the counter. "You have $72 in the 3 4-point blankets, along with 3 yards apiece on the cloth. That comes to $60 plus the 72, a subtotal of $132. How much your red paint?" "The vermilion, $8 the pound." "Chinese?" "Yes, sir." 6 pounds, he ordered, as Larpenteur went to measure the powdered pigment. Bass turned to Josiah. "Them women do like their red paint, don't they?" "But 6 pounds of it?" Josiah asked. "We promised to get 'em all the gewgaws we could, son, right?" He turned back to Charles. "Tell me what the damage be on these here pretties." His fingers played with the bracelets, rings, and necklaces resting in several wooden trays. "Finger rings be 75 cents per dozen, $1 the dozen for bracelets. Those necklaces in the last box are $1.10 apiece. Son, you pick out 2 dozen of them bracelets, couple dozen of the rings, and 'bout 3 of them real pretty necklaces with a lot of hangy-downs on 'em for the ladies each." Paddock set to work pulling the items out of the wooden trays, while Bass ambled down the counter toward more displays, glancing up once to see Newt glowering at him. "How much these mirrors?" He held up a small mirror with a soft lead border around it. "This pretty ribbon, too." "That ribbon is 10 cents a yard," said Larpenteur as he finished wrapping the vermilion in small folded waxed papers, "and the hand mirrors are 60 cents a dozen." "I'm going to set 2 dozen these mirrors out for you and the clerk, son," Bass explained to Paddock. "Then you get us measured some 50 yards of this here ribbon. There be 5 real pretty colors here for the women. Get 'em 10 yard of each color." "You gonna wrap yourself up for a pretty present? For your woman, huh?" Paddock winked. "Wouldn't need no 50 yard, I wouldn't," Bass laughed. "Close, but not quite. How much that come to, Mr. Clerk?" Larpenteur was bent over the ledger page, trying to keep up with Bass's instructions to the younger trapper. He jerked his hand back and forth between the paper and the inkwell, racing his quill across the page. Finally, he raised his head. "Your subtotal is now 196.30 cents. "Good," Bass smiled. "We rollin' now, son. Need lead. How much the mark on Galena?" "Galena is $1.60 per pound." "If'n you be sure it come from the Galena mines, give me 200 pounds. 200 pounds? Josiah almost choked. "Why so damned much?" "Got more rifles, 2 more ladies, 2 more guns we might be using sometimes." He turned back to the clerk. "Make that 200 pounds, son." $320, Larpenteur stroked the number on the ledger page. "Powder? American?" Nah, Bass replied. English. $4.60 a pound.
Bass considered and calculated, staring at and moving his fingers slightly in his projections.
75 pounds of the shootin' stuff and some 15 pounds of the primin' grade.
Larpenteur stroked some more ink on the paper before he looked up again.
The powder comes to $414. How you doin', son?
Bass watched Josiah going through the bracelets and rings, making them jingle, picking out the prettiest among the many wide and narrow brass bands. Paddock held up 6 long necklaces, 3 strung across each hand. The necklaces had blue and red chevrons, colored beads, and tiny brass balls hanging from each of their strings.
They look good, Josiah. Them'll do.
He turned back to Charles.
Wiping sticks? $1.25 each. Straight-grained hickory, I take it.
Nothing but, sir.
3 dozen.
3, Paddock started.
We got us more guns now, Bass quieted him instantly. Gotta have us more wiping sticks getting broken. What's your flints? American? Nah, son, I want the best you got. You have any French ambers? Yes, sir, right over here, he said, motioning toward a small keg that had its top pulled off. Pretty little things they are, too. Josiah, you finish with them gewgaws, get us 3 dozen of them wiping sticks, straightest ones you can find. Then get us some 12 dozen of them amber flints.
They are 65 cents a dozen, Larpenteur commented.
Don't make no never mind to me, Bass replied. They the best. You getting all this down? How much we up to now?
Campbell's clerk went back to his calculating. When he raised his head, he said, all of that comes to $791.65, bringing your total now to $987.95, sir.
We rollin' some now, Josiah. How much credit we still got left?
Something in the way of $400, Larpenteur said.
2 of them square axes there.
He pointed to the axes hanging from a post that supported a section of the canvas awning.
3 of them big butcher knives, and 3 of them skinning knives there. How much are they?
Axes are $3 each, the clerk answered. Knives are 90 cents each.
Nails? Brass?
Yes, 60 cents per dozen.
4 dozen we need for nailin' repairs and decoration. Them fire steels and alls, what they?
Fire steels and alls both are $2.50 a dozen. He wrote furiously as Scratch was placing his order.
4 dozen of each, then. How we set on the numbers, son?
That little run cost you only 33 cents, bringing your total to, $1,021.75, Mr. Bass.
We almost there now, Bass said.
He looked around the tent.
Don't see no coffee, flour, maybe some pepper, salts, and sugar.
Coffee right here. Larpenteur gestured behind him at the burlap sacks full of beans. The rest over here, too.
Coffee?
$3 the pound.
25 pound. Flour?
2.65 cents.
Just 10 pound'll do us for that. Sugar?
$3 the pint.
Take some 15 pint of that.
What?
Paddock suddenly lifted his head from counting out the amber flints.
What we needin' so much sugar for?
You sudden got a sweet tooth, old man?
Might say that, son, Bass replied.
Might say that. The woman I'm so sweet on likes her coffee with a little sugar to it. Way you make coffee, I'd say she needs a lot of sugar. You sayin' I make bad coffee? Never heard you complain about it afore.
Don't take it so hard, Josiah chuckled and returned to his counting. Get the sugar, Scratch.
Plannin' on it, son, plannin' on it.
Bass eyed Larpenteur.
Forget the salt. Do with the pepper only. How's it? $7.50 the pound. 5 pounds'll do of that, Bass decided. You got some numbers so far?
Larpenteur raised his head.
You are getting there, sir. That was $184 even, and now you are up to $1,205.75.
You ain't gonna forget tobaccy, are you? Paddock asked the older trapper.
How's your baccy? $2.80 per pound.
Give us some 30 pound of the honeydew.
Josiah, you pick us out some carrots and twists. Best to smell it up good afore you choose it.
Don't want to be getting sick off bad tobacco like I done one year. He craned his neck toward the counter. S'pose we needin' some of these beads on them strings there, for tradin' and for them women folk making up some things. We want 'em to be prettied up with fancy beadwork, and we can't forget Joshua's clothes. Won't be long, he won't be having to ride in that cradle board there. He gonna need some right fancy duds too. What the damage on the beads, Mr. Clerk? $6 per pound. £5, and give me the total, Bass sighed. I think I better call it quits for now. Tobacco comes to $84, and the beads come to $30. Larpenteur burrowed down to calculate his grand total. Them beads give our women lot of winter work, wherever we be come freeze-up, wherever we plan on putting down robes for the season, son. Your grand total comes to $1,319.75. Well, Bass drawled, what'd that leave us credit? Credit? Yeah, credit, for the whiskey tent, son. Credit, the clerk stated matter-of-factly. Afraid there isn't much of that left you, sir. Just how much ain't left us, Mr. Clerk? Only $100.25. Ain't much to wet my dry, Josiah. 'Bout as much as you had to drink on last year. Some $95 got you pretty drunk last year. Things have a funny way of evening themselves right on out. Beavers got up to $4 a pound, so the trader marks his own prices up to match. Keeps a fella about even. And it seems this nigger always only got about $100 left to get drunk and hung over with each and every year. Paddock grinned wide. So be it, Bass said. Let's get the ponies loaded with all this plunder. We gonna have to walk, us two, it looks to be, son. Use 6 of 'em to carry all the truck. Maybe so, the women still got enough room to ride with them other ponies all loaded. We get that done, we get us our paper from Mr. Clerk here to say we got that $100 of drinkin' over to Campbell's watering hole. I bet I've got a thirsty that comes close to matching yours, old man, Josiah said, as he started dragging the bundles of newly traded goods over to the horses. The women were already loading the things as Scratch concluded his negotiations with the clerk. They had wrapped up the smaller items inside the pieces of trade cloth, while other items had been secured inside the 3 blankets. They lashed these to the ponies. Then the sacks of flour, lead, coffee, and sugar, along with the tins of powder, they strapped on top for the short walk back to their camp. Joshua began to whimper quietly. Feed to camp, said Looksfar as she mounted. Yeah, Josiah replied as he swung the last load atop a pack animal and cinched the bundle down. The boy ain't the only one who's hungry. We all get us something to eat. Get back to camp. You ready? Bass asked his crow woman. Yes, she said. We walk slow. If you ain't gonna be outrunning us, you're gonna have to walk them ponies slow. He turned back to the clerk beneath the shade of the awning. Thank you, son, he hollered cheerfully at Larpenteur. We be back, most like not till tomorrow, then we stoppin' in to spend some of the rest of that credit with Mr. Campbell over there. He nodded toward the saloon tent. Bass squinted in that direction, and the wide smile disappeared from his lips. The drunk was still passed out against the post, but the loud-mouthed big man was gone. Redman was alone. Newt was nowhere to be seen. He looked over at Josiah. Let's be making tracks, son. We got us a lot of work to do sorting and packing away all this plunder and truck for traveling. We'll make supper this night for the women. They can be making their dresses and we fix dinner. Even have us some coffee, too. That sounds good now. Saw them red wool shirts they was selling. Better idea be to get some pretty cloth for to make a new shirt, Bass mused. For the one you tore up last year? Yep. But get them women folk all decked out like we gonna first. We just get 'em all the gewgaws and finery on, we take us a stroll back down here tomorrow and do some drinking with Bobby Campbell. Nigger like me don't need a new shirt. Hell, I got me a woman to do some fine sewing for me now. And besides, if the women got any cloth left after they cut out the dresses, you can be using it for a shirt. Sounds to be a handsome idea, son, Bass nodded. Damn, if this ain't gonna be the best goddamned rendezvous for this child. Looks to be, Josiah agreed. Best by a long chalk, Josiah, Bass sighed. Both got our women here with us, got us enough clues for trading plunder for another year, sides a little drinkin' to boot. Be the best damned rendezvous for this child ever. Bigger and better. Some distance behind the small party, a large shadow slipped through the trees. He stayed in the darkness of the shadows as he skittered from tree to tree, following the trappers and the two women. He would come back to tell Redmond later, when Obadiah was sober. Tonight. Yes, tonight they would collect their prize. And with the pistol in hand, they were assured of a small treasure upon their return to St. Louis. But for now, he would follow to see where the two trappers camped, memorize the location, and study the other tents nearby so he could bring Redmond directly to it after they had made plans for their job. Newt smiled. This was getting easier all the time. Get this young fella out of the way, and then he could wrap up all the celebrating by going after that Scot. Finish it. Settle the score with that fancy son of a bitch. But tonight, he wanted to get his hands on that French dueling pistol. Tonight, he would hold on to the pistol and wipe the blood from his knife. That thought made him smile more broadly as he slid quickly and quietly from tree to tree. Blood on his knife.
23. You sure this is their camp? Redmond whispered into his partner's ear, his breath stale, whiskey-sodden.
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, I ain't so damned sure, Hick. Redmond shook his head, the movement almost imperceptible in the darkness of the undergrowth where they huddled and waited. All I seen for close to an hour is them two squaws round that fire. I ain't so damned sure as you.
I was the one that saw him, Newt replied. Was the one that saw him. I stood right next to the son of a bitch paddock, and I followed him here this afternoon, right here.
You're sure? You're sure?
I'm certain as I can be, Newt answered irritably.
Damn, Obadiah cursed. Wish I knew where them two sons of bitches was. Make this whole thing all so easy.
Why don't we just go in and take them women? Newt suggested.
What for? Obadiah shot back. Ain't you had enough women since you got here? He shook his head. Jesus Christ, you still got a hankering to wet your stinger in them red sluts, huh?
Might say that.
Well, out with it, Obadiah prodded. What's your plan?
Ain't really got much of a plan, but way I see it, we take them women, maybe get 'em tied up. Tie 'em both down so they can't fight us much. Then we wait till the men get back and finish the job up slick. You like the sound of that?
Don't know, Redmond considered. Don't like not knowing where the men are.
They off drinking, most like.
How can you be so damned sure, you buckle-brain?
I was the one saw 'em trading this afternoon, wasn't I? Newt asked. I know they was planning on getting some drinking done with the money left after buying all them supplies. You wouldn't know. You was damned near plowed under there.
Still my head's ringing, Redmond said in some little misery. Not in the best shape to be cutting a man up.
I ain't the best neither, Hickerson whispered. But I come all this way to cut this sapsucker's heart out and get me a pistol to take back to St. Lou, he said hoarsely. I ain't about to let a little headache go bothering me now.
I ain't backing out on you now. Obadiah felt chastised. I just wish I could get my mind on something else.
That's just what I was talking about, going in and getting them women.
He twisted a smile toward his partner.
Make me feel all relaxed and loose for when them menfolk come back home tonight. Be ready for 'em both myself, then.
Maybe a little fun with them bang-tail squaws make me feel a little better. Maybe you're right, Hick.
Course I am.
You fixin' on going in just as you please?
Nope. Them two'll set up a real caterwauling something fierce. Nope, we just gotta wait till one of 'em goes out to the woods. Then we slip in on the one in camp, get her tied down, and get the other one when she comes back."
"Sounds good," Redmond had to admit. "You getting smarter and smarter the longer I know you." The two Missouri River men did not have to wait long. The Crow woman rose and walked out of the dancing firelight toward the shadows. Redmond nodded for Hickerson to slip toward the right. He himself would head to the left around the back of the blanket and brush bowers. Looks Far had grown tired. She did not wish to wait any longer for Josiah. He would just have to find her asleep when he returned. She rose slowly, carrying the baby into their lean-to. After she had placed Joshua on his blanket and covered him with the deer hide, she rose from her knees and looked down at his peaceful, smiling face in the dim firelight. Suddenly, a shadow crossed behind her without a sound, and the light disappeared from Joshua's face. Looks Far spun around, sensing the danger before she even got a look at the man. He stood between her and the fire. Her gaze dropped to the blankets where she had put her knives and the camp axe they had purchased that afternoon. Then she raised her eyes to stare back at the shadow maker. He just stood there, grinning at her with those missing teeth. And his smile told her all she needed to know. He was not there to steal from her. He had come after something else, something far more precious than material objects. Looks Far glanced down at the axe again and began to inch toward that side of the shelter. Suddenly, a greasy hand clamped over her mouth to stifle her surprised, pained scream. Another arm came around behind her and pinned her two arms together, arching her shoulders and making her yelp in discomfort. The first stranger started toward her. She was scared. Deep in the pit of her belly, she was truly scared. Looks Far hoped they would not hurt her son. Take whatever they wanted and just go, but not hurt the boy. The first man came into the light. "This'n no more than a girl," Redmond said.
"Strong one for a little girl," Hickerson observed. "Get me something to tie her up with."
"She don't look like she's gonna be a fighter, Hick," Redmond whispered low as his eyes gleamed in the dance of light and shadow. "You just take her now, like it is. I get her second. I'll wait and watch for the other gal. I get that other one first."
"Do sound fair to me, Obadiah. More than fair."
Looks Far felt the hot, stale whiskey smell of death odor on his breath on her skin as he brought his lips down onto the place where her neck and shoulder met. He licked at the bare skin and smacked his lips. Then he bit hard into her shoulder. She tried to scream, but the strong fingers clamped a smelly vice over her mouth.
"This'n got more fight to her than I thought, maybe." Newt pushed the flathead woman toward the grass beside the lean-to.
Looks Far resisted, twisting and turning, despite the pain in her arms and shoulder, to free herself from his powerful grip. Finally, the man who had locked her arms kicked viciously at her ankles. The blows knocked her off balance, sent her sprawling. The young woman landed on her knees, the jolt shooting slivers of pain up through her thighs into her belly. He pushed her on over. Looks Far woman's glance shifted from the man on top of her to the one who stood beside them and leered down at her. The one on top of her grabbed the neckline of her new wool dress that she had laced up that afternoon. His fingers reached inside to the milk-swollen breasts, then brutally ripped the cloth. The blue wool sundered with a sound like steam hissing to expose her breasts.
"I'm gonna suck some young mama's milk here, Obadiah," he exclaimed, bending his head down into the crook of her neck. He bit her hard again.
Looks Far struggled, the pain coursing through her. She tossed her head from side to side to fight him as best she could, to loosen the clamp his teeth had on her. "Go ahead, get it over with," Redmond husked, his voice a nervous rasp. Lust flooded him as he watched his partner toy with the attractive Indian woman. Her breasts thrust up firm in the moonlight, the nipples erect. Obadiah felt himself getting hard.
Goddamned right, Newt growled as he rose on his knees, straddling the prostrate woman.
Hickerson Newt pressed hard against her, pinning her arms beneath her. He eased his hand down to unbutton the flap on his pants. 5 buttons before the flap fell. His member swelled in anticipation of violent conquest. He grasped his swollen flesh and shook it for her as he rose back on his knees.
See this, you red slut, he rasped. You gonna get the best of Hickerson Newt, and then you gonna want some more, ain't you?
Just get it over with, damn it, Redmond insisted.
I am.
Newt glared up at Obadiah.
You just shut your mouth and let me do this the way I want to do it.
Just get it done, will you? Newt let go of his penis and screwed his hands down onto one of her breasts. Then he dipped his head down and savagely bit at her nipple until she felt he would bite it off. Instead, he withdrew and looked down at the blood he had started flowing from the breast.
That's so you can 'member this night with Hickerson Newt, he whispered lustfully. 'Member me with your scar, you red whore slut.
You gonna fuck her or sit there talking to her?
You bet I'm gonna fuck her.
Newt yanked savagely at her dress, ripped it down the middle. He brushed the remnants off her body and let his right hand wander down her quivering flesh.
That's good. Real good. I like it when they cry. Go ahead. Cry some more. Cry some louder. I like that. Come on, you goddamn slut. Cry.
He slapped her across the mouth. Blood began to trickle down her chin onto her neck. He backhanded her, driving her head to the other side. Again, she did not cry out. Something inside Looks Far told her this was what the man wanted. He wanted her to fight back. He wanted her to cry out for mercy, cry out for compassion. That was his real lust, more than lust for her body. She bit her tongue as he lashed back and forth across her face, pounding her head against the ground. Each time he struck her, she bit her tongue to keep from crying out. She felt blood welling up at the back of her throat. She coughed, spraying a crimson cloud over Hickerson as he bent over to try to kiss her lips.
You lil' bitch,
he slapped her one more time.
I'm gonna show you. You don't spit nothing on Hickerson Newt, cheap Injun slut.
He shoved her onto her side, then pushed her over onto her belly. He yanked the torn dress out of the way to expose the rounded globes of her bottom.
Gonna fuck you in the ass the way any good Injun whore likes it, right?
He took his penis in his hand as he knelt between her legs. Looks Far had an idea what was coming and tried to put her mind someplace else. Perhaps if she thought of her man, her mind would not know what was happening to her. It would not remember what had happened to her this night. She felt the tip of his organ spread the globes apart and begin to force itself against her anus. Then she felt him jerk suddenly and twitch off of her.
God damn! God damn! God damn!
He hollered as he rolled off of Looks Far.
It's a goddamned knife, Obadiah.
He grabbed at the handle of the small camp butcher knife embedded partway in his rear.
Stuck me in the ass! I'm stuck in the ass!
Hush up, Redmond commanded as he scanned the perimeter of the camp for the one who had wielded the knife out of the darkness. Keep her down. We got somebody out there.
I'm bleeding, Obadiah. I'm bleeding to death. Oh, God damn it. I'm stuck in the goddamned ass.
Told you be quiet. Hush now, he ordered. I gotta hear. But it was too late. She was on his back, her arms around his neck and her legs straddling his waist, at the same time pinning his arms to his sides as he struggled to rise again with her weight atop him. Redmond twisted and turned, trying to throw her off, trying to wrench an arm free to grab at his tormentor. He stumbled and twisted toward the fire pit. The Crow woman spun violently, then began to fall along with her attacker. Downward, on down until the sparks shot up all around them. Redmond landed in the fire pit with most of his weight on top of her, which jolted the breath from her lungs. He twisted and grabbed the Indian woman, yanking her to her feet. The sparks hung in the air as she shook the dizziness from her head. It hurt where she had banged it against a log. Her hair and cloth dress smoldered, sending puffs of acrid smoke into the dim light. "I ain't gonna burn you up yet, honey," he whispered to her as he wrenched her around, forcing an arm up her back until she started to whimper. She bit her lip, the pain almost more than she could bear. "You ain't gonna cry neither, eh?" He grabbed her other wrist. "We just see how much pain you take afore you cry out, slut."
"Forget about her," Newt said, still whimpering. "Come get this goddamned knife out of me first."
"Pull the goddamned thing out yourself and quit crying like a stuck pig."
"I'm gonna bleed to death, I do that."
"No, you ain't. You keep that bitch down there and pull that sticker out. You keep your hand over the hole till I get this untied, then we wrap up your bleeding." He looked around the camp until he saw what he was looking for, some rawhide strips which were used to tie the baggage together. The strips hung from one of the cross members of a lean-to near him. He dragged the dazed Crow woman along with him, twisting and shoving her arm up her back every time she faltered. "I'm gonna teach you pain, bitch," he snarled as he yanked one of the strips down and tied her hand behind her. Her wrists bound, he ripped down another strip and used it to pull her elbows together. Then he stepped around in front of her. Redman reached out with both hands open and chopped savagely along both sides of Waits by the Water's head. She felt an explosion in her skull, felt herself falling, and then she felt nothing. He jerked her legs around and brought down another rawhide thong and tied it around her ankles. He glanced over at his partner. Newt was leaning against the flathead woman, holding her down with one arm while his free hand clamped the handle of the camp knife. He rocked back and forth, shuddering with pain. Redman turned back to the Crow woman. He grabbed the red trade cloth that decorated the hem around her neck with a thin leather thong and wrenched it. Her neck snapped as the cloth gave way, and her head flew back against the grass with an audible thud. He tore savagely at the remaining rags until she was fully exposed to him. He felt himself grow harder as he looked at her in the firelight, the great expanses of golden skin laid bare and waiting for him to plunge himself into her. He started to unbutton the fly on his breeches.
"You ain't gonna fuck her 'fore you help me," Hickerson pleaded. "You gotta get this knife out of me. Get me something stop this bleeding. Then you can fuck her. Do what you want with her then."
"Ah, goddamn," Redman murmured almost under his breath as he stuffed his rigid member back inside his breeches. He walked over to his partner. He untied the dirty red scarf on his neck. He stuffed it around the knife guard and down the blade, then began slowly to pull the steel out of Newt's buttock.
"Ah!"
Newt gritted in pain.
"Just pull it out now."
Redman yanked on the blade with one swift motion, shoving the dirty neckerchief over the ragged hole as the tip of the sharp steel tore from the flesh.
"God damn, God damn, God damn,"
Newt whined as he rolled off the flathead woman.
"You get done with that'n over there,"
he said, nodding his head toward Waits by the Water.
"I want her."
"She's mine, damn it."
"Don't want to fuck her. I want to watch her die," he snarled. "For this."
"You ain't touching her," Redman commanded. "This and yours." He scooted past his partner and grabbed the back of the flathead woman's hair to shake her head. Looks Far regained consciousness. She looked up fearfully toward the big white man who held her hair gathered in his hand. Then her eyes rolled wildly until they focused on Waits by the Water. She saw that her friend was tied and unconscious on the ground near the lean-to. Suddenly, the pain at the back of her head increased, and she realized he was dragging her across the ground. Redman slammed her head down, then kicked at her jaw viciously. Looks Far saw sparks flash in her brain before she slipped back into the dark void of unconsciousness. When she came to, the world was blurred. A shadow moved over her face. She saw Waits by the Water nearby, her flesh bruised, her dress ripped as hers was. She looked up to see the man called Redman standing over the two of them, looking back and forth between them with a greasy sneer. Her gaze wandered down his body, saw his member rigid, and stiff in his hands. "You're first, lil' mama," he whispered, "since this other bitch made it so my partner can't give you what you need." Redmond addressed the Crow woman. "I'm gonna give you both what you deservin' tonight. Then, when I'm finished with you both, we all just sit back and wait till them men of yours get back to camp. We gonna have a little more fun later on when they come back all liquored up. Ain't gonna be expectin' a thing, they ain't." He rolled looks far onto her back and knelt between her knees, shoving her thighs apart with his left hand while his right gripped his organ like a knife. He began to rock forward, thrusting to penetrate her. The flathead woman felt the head of his penis begin to ram against her flesh. How much fight did she have left in her now, she wondered. It didn't matter. She had no fight left. She would push her mind away as this thing was taken from her, as this brutal act was forced upon her. She felt her flesh give way as his rigid member burst past the entrance to her most private self. "Getting late, son," Bass suggested, looking across the fire at the younger trapper. "Maybe best we headin' back to camp and the women now." "S'pose you're right, old man," Paddock replied. Then he looked over at Fry Teeter. "We gotta make sure these old folks get their sleep, you know." Paddock and Teeter chuckled as Bass rose to his feet. Teeter's wife had long since gone to bed, having tired of listening to the white men's stories, their friendly bravado and profane humor. She did not like to see Fry drinking that much either. She always scolded him for being worthless when he was drunk. But tonight he had behaved himself by and large. Teeter had put down enough to give himself a rosy glow and then quit, from that point on sipping at the whiskey from the kettle only as some of the warm spot inside him began to wear off. "You'll think old," Bass said, "when I take to whipping the both of you young." The first rumbling blast of rifle fire slashed through the night. There had been the usual shouts, the loud laughter, and off-key songs all night long. But the low bass boom of the gunshot stopped everything else. A second and a third shot sounded close on its heels. Bass looked quickly at the other two men across the fire and scooped up his rifle before setting off toward the fading echo. Behind the trio ran more of those free trappers who had set up their shelters near the American Fur Company campsite. All night, between the choruses of good-natured, fun-loving songs and the roaring of belly-felt laughter, there had been the cries of the sentries, singing out "All's well" from their posts. But now the shouts were not of those guards watching over the camp and the horse herd. The words that sprang from the trappers' throats, as the trio ran into the camp, were of a different tone. "There the son of a bitch goes." Then, "Shoot him, Caleb." "Dear God, I'm bit," followed quickly by another strident voice shouting, "He bit me! He bit me! The son of a goddamned bitch bit me!" Bass and the others scrambled into the melee of running, darting bodies, some carrying rifles, others brandishing limbs from the various fires for use as torches as they scurried back and forth through the tents in search of something. They all hollered instructions, suggestions, orders, and curses back and forth in the wild confusion. Some of those who were not running were sitting on the ground beside their blankets, as many men had chosen to sleep in the open on this warm, pleasant night. Then one of the guards could be heard barking his orders. "He's in the horses!" The animals whinnied and cried out in their confusion and fright, rearing back against their picket pins. There was the distinct staccato thudding of hundreds of hooves stomping the ground, giving a rhythmic backdrop to the horses' cries of panic and the herd guards shouting orders to one another. "He's over here now, Micah. I see him, I see him. Don't shoot the goddamned horses, you idiot. I see him, damn it." And then another blast from a rifle, the muzzle fire briefly brightening a piece of sky against the wide pasture where the horses milled. Bass tore off in that direction, catching up to one of the American Fur Company trappers who was running in his long handles, a shooting pouch and powder horn hastily slung over his shoulder, a rifle ready in his hand. "What's all the goddamned ruckus 'bout?" Scratch rasped. Wolf, wheezed the man beside him. Wolf, huh? Rabid wolf. The stranger skidded to a halt near 3 of the guards who stalked slowly into the midst of the swirling, stamping horses. Rabid? Yeah. What'd that mean, rabid? Mad. A mad wolf. How you fellas know it's rabid? Goddamn bastard bit 3 men back to American Fur just a shake ago. That you, Davy? Sure be, the stranger replied to one of the guards in front of them. Critter got 3 of the boys, huh? Yeah, 3 of them. The guards halted to await the telling of the rest of the story. Go on, damn it. The sumbitch just strolls on in from the dark like some Injun dog, so most of us don't give the ugly critter no never mind. Couldn't really see him good with the little fires and all, he continued. Then all of a sudden, the bastard jumps over on them by Henry's fire, takes on old Neil Bottoms first, and then goes right on down the line, finishing by ripping up old Henry's face. Told you, one of the guards shoved an elbow into the ribs of another. You told me nothing, he snarled back. We gotta get that goddamned wolf out of the ponies, and fast. He looked over at the trio of free trappers. Who you fellas? We come long to help, Teeter answered. You with American Fur? Nope, we help anyways, Bass answered this time. Looks like we can use some of that. Let's go. He led the men into the panic-stricken herd of horses and mules. Whinnies and brays mingled with the sound of stamping hooves. Here, yelled a guard who was running toward them. Bring me that torch, he instructed another of the guards. Over here. The small knot of men rushed to follow the one who had requested the torch. They soon stopped near a pony which had been bitten several times around the throat and muzzle by the wolf. It kept dipping its head between its forelegs and rubbed at the bloody, gaping wounds. That's one, Teeter commented sourly. Figure more? Sure, Fry answered. Wolf just working his way through camp and the herd, too. Less we get him, less we stop him now. We fixin' to do just that, the first guard replied as he plunged off into the darkness. The horse's shadows swallowed him whole. Then the rest of the men bolted off behind him, their small group illuminated by the dashing torch held overhead by one of the guards. Mad wolf! The cry came from their right, just before more gunshots racketed through the night. The men shoved their way past the ponies toward the sound of the gunfire and shouting. Soon they encountered 4 more men from camp, all standing in the darkness reloading their rifles. Fontenelle's gonna be some pissed about this. Drips, too, another added. Losing some ponies to a goddamned mad wolf? You bet I'm pissed, a voice bellowed. You kill the son of a bitch yet? Then the disembodied voice merged with a growing shadow as the field commander of the American Fur Company pushed through the ponies toward the group of men. He had been in command of the mountain brigades of the American Fur Company ever since the previous fall when Vanderburg had been killed by the Blackfeet. He was a small, wiry, and feisty sort who naturally waded right into the danger. No, we ain't, sir. But we gonna, Mr. Drips, a guard added. Not like this, you ain't, he scolded. Get your asses out into them horses. Now! You can hear where the son of a bitch is by listening to the ponies. Get that bastard! Most of the guards took off in the direction where the animals were in an uproar to the north, toward the free trappers' camp and their horse herd. You fellas gonna stand there with your thumbs up your butts? Drips barked at the 3 who remained behind. We don't work for you, Bass quietly answered. Drips drew closer to inspect the 3 strangers in the moonlight. I'll be damned. You don't work for me. He chuckled shortly. Who you with? Nobody, Teeter replied. We free trappers, Mr. Drips. Don't work for no one. You fellas can go to work for me anytime, Drips remarked. Need good men, good hands with the traps and engines all the time. The horses whinnied wildly again behind Drips. In fact, you can go to work for me right now, on the payroll right now. You go get that goddamned wolf. Sounds to be he's heading toward our camp, Fry nodded toward Bass and Paddock. It does that, Bass replied. The beast chewed up 3 of my men in camp a while ago. There was an edge of desperation to his voice. I think your boy's gonna get him, Teeter responded. We heading back to watch our own ponies. Bass said.
Passing up to $1,500 a year right on by, Drips offered. We've been paying such for a master trapper to hire on for a year. Supplies and goods up front too, fellas.
That's some good money, Paddock responded. But we like paying ourselves. Taking care of ourselves too, Mr. Drips. Thanks just the same. You keep your money and your wolf. We gotta go take care of our own now. Paddock started to step away with the two other free trappers.
I'm gonna be losing 3 of them boys back there.
Drips jerked a thumb back toward the American Fur Company campsite.
3 of 'em bit, and they ain't gonna make it. Could use 3 more good hands.
Mister, Bass began, think the young fella here just told you we take care of our own. We thank you kindly for the offer, but we just don't cotton to no man saying he's bushway over us. We like playing on our own hook, we do. Bass started walking to the northwest toward the free trappers' camp and Teeter's group of tents. The 2 others shrugged and followed Scratch.
You be sorry, fellas,
Drips hollered after them in the darkness.
$1,500 be more than you'll see in a few seasons.
Scratch and the others heard hoofbeats before they saw the horsemen bearing down on them. The riders came out of the darkness and pulled up their horses in a swirling, snorting fury beside the men on foot. You seen him? One half-dressed man yelled breathlessly.
Naw,
Bass answered simply.
We ain't none of us seen the wolf. Just hear of him moving through the herd there.
You American Fur?
Why does everybody want to know if we work for American Fur? Teeter exclaimed.
No, we ain't, Josiah answered.
You with them?
No, Rocky Mountain, said a second rider who pranced up to the trio on horseback. Scurvy critters started off in our camp, down to the herd. Got him the herd bull, too. Billy Sublet's finest. From Sublet's own farm, he was. That fine animal surely be a goner now.
Cows ain't belonging out here anyway, Fry commented dryly.
Just the same, the fellow on the horse offered. The bastard bit some men in Rocky Mountain before he come up to the American Fur Company camp. It figures, said Josiah. You going after him? The first rider asked.
We going to check up on our own ponies, Teeter answered.
Fare you well, boys. He kicked his pony and twisted into a run, followed by the other horsemen. They all dashed toward the shouts and gunfire that were growing more distant with every passing moment.
Seems they've run the critter off for the time being, Teeter observed.
Seems so, Bass replied. They don't get him, Josiah said. He come back? Sure will, son, Scratch answered. Critter knows there be flesh down here. Mad Wolf needs some flesh to chew on, he does. There was thoughtful silence among the trio for the rest of the short walk back to Teeter's camp. The women and the rest of the men of his group were up and eager for news. A few sat around Fry's kettle of whiskey. Someone was putting a pot of coffee on to boil over the rekindled flames.
Care to stay for a cup?
Fry offered.
Afraid not, Bass answered.
Yeah, we best be getting back to our own camp, see how the ponies and women are, Paddock begged off.
Want me to come with you? Fry asked. Case you need another rifle, you run onto that mad wolf?
Nah, Bass said. We be just fine, Fry. Much obliged to you, we are. Real fine time this evening, jawin' and drinkin' some. We do it next time down to our diggin's, all right?
You're on, fellas.
Teeter smiled again and nodded as the 2 trappers traipsed out of the circle of firelight into the darkness. Bass and Paddock clambered aboard their saddleless mounts, headed south. I'll take the horses, Josiah offered as they neared their tents. You go and check on the women folk, Scratch. I'll see if we had anything bothering the animals. Bass nodded. He slipped from his horse and handed the reins up to his young partner. You need help out there, you holler. See you back to camp. Josiah slipped into the shadows toward the pasture where their stock was picketed. Scratch watched him disappear and then set off toward the 2 dimly lit huts. The fire was low, looking almost unattended. The fire pit seemed oddly disturbed, ashes strewn around it. He gazed into the shadows of the tents and the surrounding vegetation. Looks to be the women went to bed, he thought. With the shadows so thick and dark, he could not tell for sure, but it looked as if the women were sleeping over beside Looks-Far Woman's lean-to. But There was something strange here. The way they were lying down, the way the two were stretched out, flat on their backs with their legs together. He felt it suddenly in the pit of his stomach and lurched into a run, tightening his grip on the rifle. Something was terribly wrong. God damn! The wolf had come right on through their camp and got the women. God damn! He cursed himself for being away when the wolf went roaring through. He was sure the women were dead as he came to the firelight and skidded to a halt. His heart hung still in his chest. They were lying there, very still, their arms by their sides, their legs close together. That was odd. He sucked in against the lump in his throat, against the fiery knot of fear in his belly. He knew they were dead. He could feel the tears starting to well in his eyes. Damn. Oh, damn it. Why had they gone up to Teeter's? Then he saw Waits by the water raise her head to stare at him a brief moment, and then twist toward Looks Far. In the glow of the embers, he thought he saw a gag in the Crow woman's mouth. He saw that their clothes had been torn, were barely hanging from their bodies. He stepped hesitantly, not sure of any of this at all. He was totally confused. The wolf could not have done all this. The Crow woman was not at all bloody. There was a little blood on Looks Far woman's bare breast. He took another tentative step forward and saw Waits by the water lift her head again. She shook it violently, trying to tell him something, but only muffled, indistinct sounds escaped the gag over her mouth. Scratch stepped toward the women to sort this all out when the figure stepped from behind Josiah's lean-to. Bass was not sure in the dim light, but he thought he had seen the face before. Only recently, too. There was a smile on that face. A wild, crazy, twisted, and perverted smile. And in his hands, a rifle pointed directly at Bass. Scratch quickly glanced down at the women and put it all together. They had been raped. The women were tied down and raped, both of them. Maybe the boy might even be dead. He wanted to shout for help, but he knew he was all the women had for a little while anyway, until Josiah walked back from the pasture. He was all they had. It was just him and this fella here. But how could one man get both of them down, tie both of them up like that? There had to be another. The old trapper turned at the sound of the Crow woman's muffled scream, moving his gaze from the distorted, wild expression on the one man's face, at the same time feeling the approach of another, sensing there was another man close by. Scratch's mind suddenly brought up the words Josiah had spoken the year before. You know, I might be having some fellers come hunting me. Bass felt the air suddenly shift around his body and along his neck before he really saw the second man. And then, everything went black. 24. Josiah lifted the rawhide rein over the horse's head, let it dangle while he played out the rope. He took out a picket pin from his bag. He drove the pin into the soil with a rock and tied the pony to it. He secured Bass's mount to another rope picket, stripped both animals of their halters. Josiah touched the pistol in his waistband, checked the lock on his rifle, just in case. He listened, scanned the wide pasture, saw nothing amiss. The other horses grazed peacefully. Evidently the wolf had not ranged here this evening. Horses belonging to the other free trappers whickered at him from across the pasture. There was no fear in the sound. Moonlight dusted the meadow, and he listened to the sound of teeth tearing at fodder, the rustle of ropes snaking across the still dry grass. Satisfied, Josiah headed back toward their camp, toward their lean-tos and the robes. Back to his woman and their child. He continually marveled at what a warm, secure place Looks Far occupied within his heart. It still amazed him that he could feel this way about one woman, about this sense of family, about having it all wrapped up in this beautiful wilderness. A man could get lucky, he thought to himself, and he was one of those few. Some men really could be lucky and have it all, without a care in the world, perhaps, except where the next meal might come from or the next camp might be. Josiah reflected on the healing that had occurred many weeks before. He had been shown the way by Arapuesh and the Sparrowhawk people. He had been shown that he was the only one who could truly heal himself. And it was down that long, tortuous path his own soul had taken him. He had come finally to realize the worth of those small things, the love of a good woman, a beautiful man-child to call his own and raise here in the wilderness as he saw fit, and the best friend a man could want. He took the shortcut through the trees. He was weary, and what few steps the shortcut saved him would be worth both the stumbling and the bruised toes. As he emerged from the trees, he bent over a moment to pick a twig out of the side of his moccasin. He was home again, and home was back with his family. For sure his home could move, and he was not at all ready to set down real roots, but for now, his woman and their son proved to be the embodiment of home to him. It made that warm spot inside him shimmer all the brighter. There was the sound of a muffled voice. Then the first voice was answered by another. Josiah held his breath. He stood at the edge of the trees, only some 10 yards from the back of their camp. Neither of the voices belonged to Bass. He could not place it, but the deeper of the two voices sounded vaguely familiar to him. He let his breath out slowly. He drew in a quick breath, held it, as he saw the profile of a stranger over the top of the lean-to. Paddock studied the man as he turned in the dim firelight, looking down at something. Then he saw another head above the lean-to. The two strangers jerked the slumped, unconscious body of a third man upright, roughly jostled him back and forth between them. It was Bass, and Paddock could see that the older trapper was missing his bandana. Blackstone Publishing presents BorderLords, a novel by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. For Rhonda and Joshua, the two loves of my life, they have been the wings that have given this eagle his flight. It has been demonstrated over and over again in the history of the West that the existence of laws and the presence of lawyers to expound and of officers to enforce them are not indispensable to just and orderly condition in thinly settled portions of a country. It was the universal testimony of those who were familiar with the life of the trapper, that crimes of all colors were never so few, nor punishment for such as were committed so just and swift and sure as in those remote localities where there were neither laws nor lawyers. Each man was in a measure a law to himself. Those rude men had a true sense of justice, and if they administered it in a rough fashion, there was rarely a complaint that their judgments were wrong. Hiram M. Chittenden, The American Fur Trade of the Far West. No court or jury is called to adjudicate upon his disputes and abuses save his own conscience, and no powers are invoked to redress them save those with which the God of nature had endowed him. Josiah Gregg, Commerce of the Prairies. Prologue. They had always come, through all those years, and he knew, always knew, days before they showed up at the door. The ones who always came to barter for his services, to use his talents, to contract his time. 18 winters since the massacre at Seven Oaks. 18 winters since he had buried the body of his mother along with the remains of the others left behind by the wolves. All those years of carrying this burning fire within his breast. All those winters of moving in some way to right the wrong done him. Those who came had always sat with him around the warm fire, while cold winter winds screeched along the logs of the hut, and always ate with him before they told him of the job at hand. He always wanted it that way, that they should eat together before the task was discussed, matters of death. This time, there had been 3 men. They had come to bring him to St. Louis. The sounds of those words made a good taste in his mouth. He had never been to this St. Louis before. He had always worked north of that jumping-off point for the western fur trade. But now, 3 of them had come. Never had there been more than 2. Perhaps these 3 men were as afraid of him as were the victims who were to be killed each time he took a job. The man who had hired him had also hired these 3 to come into this wilderness to seek him out, to ask him to take this job. And all he had to do this time was to kill 1 man. 1. To escape the wind, Titus Bass headed them back toward the rimrock for their camp. It seemed somehow fitting, too, for above them, someplace along the rocky, castle-like walls bordering the west rim of the valley, lay the body of Josiah Paddock's Indian pony. The immense cold slithering into the valley hand in hand with the deep purple shadows of early evening froze blood on a wound. Funny to be thinking about all the blood freezing. He looked down at his own leg, wrapped tightly against the flow of the dark red fluid. And he recalled the arrow that had bit at his flesh as he had torn it from the leg. Now the blood trying to escape from the jagged wound fought to flow in the dropping temperature. The improvised bandage and the leather of his legging showed no new spread of the dark fluid from the wound. Little comfort in that, what with the pain of hobbling along, using his rifle as a crutch under one arm, the other hand gripping the long rein tied to the 1 pony left to the 2 of them. He turned slightly to look back at the travois and nearly stumbled over some sage hidden in the drifting snow. When there was sun, he could make out the small mounds over the rolling flatland of the river valley, was able to see the short shadows that warned of a clump of sage. But now, in the dimming light, his moccasins had to be his eyes, and he told himself they would not make the shelter of the rimrock before the light was gone. Bass's thoughts drifted to the young trapper, Josiah Paddock, suspended in the travois sling behind the pony. He thought of the cold that had staunched the flow of blood from the chest wound, a gaping, ragged hole, and he shuddered. Perhaps from the cold, he told himself. Perhaps from his fear the boy would not make it back to the Crow village some 6, maybe 7 days away. He thought back, too, back to that very afternoon when he had made the crude litter. Bass lashed 1 buffalo robe across 2 lodgepole pines, then tied the poles to the saddle atop the only animal left to the 2 of them, the strong Indian pony. Then he carefully wrapped the boy up with the 3 remaining buffalo robes. "Gonna cover your head, son. Warmer. Keep you warm." "No," young Paddock whispered with trembling lips. "No. Wanna see the sun. Watch it go down. See it on the mountains. Please, watch the sun on the mountains, Scratch." Titus almost smiled, but the cold that bit and tore at his bare cheeks above the whiskers, flecked with streaks and patches of gray, froze his face to a stiff mask. Scratch. Long had he carried that handle. "Most call me now by a name I got hung with some years back. Ol' Scratch, it is. Give me that name when I was comin' to my first rendezvous, 26 it were. Had met me 3 fellers out of Bayou Salade down toward Watooyar in them southern Rockies, and they had felt sorry for this coon.
Bud, Billy, and Silas felt sorry for me and teached me what I would need to keep my hair. My clothes were store-boughten, linsey-woolsey they was. Sides, the seams was full of little graybacks by then. Had the graybacks bad, I did. Well, those boys come to calling me Scratch on account of all that itching I was doing all the time. Finally got me decked out in a set of Utah skins. Didn't scratch no more after that, but that damned name was stuck to me so hard that I couldn't shake it. By the time I left them 3 coons, they was calling me Ol' Scratch, on account of me getting the green ward off so's to be a regular mountain man. The pony snorted, and Scratch glanced over at the animal. The cold, blue frost billowed up from the animal's nostrils as the pony strained against the dead weight of the travois and its load. The boy needed warmth, and soon. There hadn't been that much Scratch could do for the wound back there in the pines where Josiah had fallen. The lead ball had passed through the chest, so there was nothing to remove from the blackening hole. But the young man needed warmth, and Bass would build a fire as soon as they reached the rimrock for the night. Several times he had considered stopping for the night out here in the valley along the river that flowed north into the Yellowstone. Stop somewhere in the trees and willows. But the wind would be too strong. The clouds told him that. High and stringy, blown out like a pony's tail on the run. They would have some bitter wind this night, their first on the trail back, after a day of death. His beard itched as it stiffened against the cold, and he raised a hand. The dirty fingernail protruding from a hole in his mitten clawed at the frozen blood in his beard, and then he remembered again the searing pain that had shot through the ragged, raw flesh along his face. The ribbon of torn tissue ran from the corner of his eye down into his whiskers at the cheek. The claw had ripped his flesh open. But he chuckled to himself. Funny now to still be thinking it was the bear that had attacked him. It had not been claws, only a crude iron hook that the white-haired Asa McCafferty had worn in place of a right hand that had been shattered to ribbons some years ago. Bass remembered now the tall Crow warrior who had challenged the white men's right to hunt the white hare down. "It was I who first met the white-haired one winters ago when his hand was cut off. I was the one who cut off the hand to save his life. It was this one who first knew the white-haired man when we had stolen trappers' ponies." The Scotsman McCafferty had stolen much more this time, he thought. Much more than ponies. And lost much more than a hand for it. Not a claw at all, only a crude iron hook. The mind plays some strange, desperate tricks on itself in a life-or-death struggle. But Scratch had won, even against the odds he had mounted against himself. Every now and then he heard a groan of pain from the young trapper as the poles of the litter bounced and jostled over the scrub sage. "Won't be long now," Scratch said to himself. Looking up at the rimrocks ahead, he thought of how long a day it had been for all of them. He turned his head to look behind him. Behind Josiah's travois, dropping farther and farther away, stood the bare, lonely tree where McCafferty's body lay lashed across the limbs. Sharp thorns and brambles lay about the base of the trunk where Bass had pulled them so that no dark thief of the forest would steal the cold flesh that was to remain forever in that place. Beneath the man lay the dark hide of the wolf, and wrapped over the lifeless form was the hide of the medicine animal, the great bear. And Scratch remembered them pulling away from the tree at last, as the sun was running to find its bed for the night. Beneath the warm robes, Paddock had held the scalp in both hands. He had taken the long, white tendrils into his fingers and clutched them tightly. Rocking gently in the travois, Josiah had watched the tree grow ever smaller behind him, then closed his eyes to sleep. So much behind them now,
as Bass turned his head to gaze forward once more. He felt so very old for this day. Behind him lay so much of his life. The man he had been sent to hunt down and kill, now secured high in a cottonwood. That had been a supreme struggle, what with his leg torn up by the arrow. And that feat of superhuman strength had come after he had dragged the white-hare's body up and out of the high country bowl where they had fought to the death. And now the body rested behind them, high in a cottonwood, wrapped and bound against carrion-eating birds. But McCafferty's body was safe, buried proper. He had done right by Asa at the end. And that was odd, too, to be thinking of doing right by the man you had just killed. No. He shook his head and felt the braid brush across his cheek. The old man's hair was flecked and streaked with gray, with one single thick braid on the right side of his head, encircled with a piece of dirty, greasy red cloth. The hair that hung down from the back of his head, however, was not like the hair on the sides. Instead of the streaks of gray, it was coal black and hung straight down past his shoulders, unlike the gray hair that was curly and wavy, except for the one tight, red-wrapped braid. No, it wasn't like the final fight had come as a shock at all. It wasn't sudden, either. He supposed he had known it was to come down to that for some time. But still, the feelings when that time came slapped him across the mouth like a brutal blow delivered from the hand of reality. It ought to have been different, he told himself. But who was he, after all? Merely a man doing what had to be done to buy himself another day, another season, perhaps another year in the mountains, without running away. No, he could never run away. He had run headlong into this and had not cowered from it. But he had been afraid, perhaps more so than Paddock had been, and he had dealt with that fear. This realization gave him a little more strength to struggle the last few yards across the snow-covered sage that fought to trip him up until he got them to the foot of the rimrock. "You wake?" He stopped the pony and hobbled back to the travois. "How you—" Paddock coughed, strangling on the fluid deep in his throat. "How you 'spect me to sleep?" He hacked again into the cold air. "When you're bouncing me over every rock you can find." "Ain't rocks, son." "Huh?" "Sage." "Ah." Then he coughed against the pain. "We stopped now, for the night, Josiah." He felt like kneeling beside the travois, but knew he would only have to struggle to rise once more on the bad leg. If he got down, his tired body might not want to move again. "Got me work to do." He started off toward the pony. "Bass?" "Yep." The older man scooted back to the travois. "We have us a fire tonight?" It was like pleading. "We both need one," Bass replied. "Yes, son. We gonna have us a good fire." "Thanks." Titus hobbled up alongside the Indian pony, the Nez Perce buffalo runner he had traded for back to the rendezvous in Pierre's Hole last summer. He ran his hand down the animal's neck, stroking the damp hide along its withers. Then his hand wandered down and touched the medicine bundle's thick rawhide loop. It hung from the saddle's large pommel. Such a long, long day. Time to build a fire. Time to push away the darkness some. Slowly, with the biting cramp in his fingers, his cold, numb hands loosened the knots in the rawhide thongs securing the travois poles to the pony's saddle. Moving back toward the litter, the trapper bent over to step between the two poles. He stood upright, took a step forward, bending his head down so that one pole now sat on each shoulder. Struggling with the weight and trying to balance on the one good leg left him, Bass lifted the poles from the pony's back. Quickly, he swung the rifle that was his crutch so the butt struck the pony smartly on a rear flank. Just enough to nudge him forward a bit, he thought. The pony jerked and moved a few steps, clearing the travois poles before halting once more to hang its head in exhaustion. "Good boy," he said quietly, feeling exhausted himself at the weight of the travois bearing down on his shoulders. Now, he stepped back until the opening of the V was wider than his shoulders and started lowering the poles to the ground. His rifle dropped, its muzzle slipping from under his armpit where he had tucked it. "Damn," he muttered to himself. "What?" The frail question came from the bundle of robes wrapped over the travois. "Nothing," Titus replied. "Just clumsy of me, Saul." When the litter was finally on the ground, he bent over to retrieve the fallen weapon. Snapping the frizzen forward, Scratch blew at the snow around the lock. With his right hand, he brought up the pan brush that hung from his pouch and swept the pan clear of wet snow and powder. He dropped the brush and used the vent pick to probe the touch hole, clear it of any residue. Then he ran a small dusting of priming into the dry pan and dropped the frizzen down over it. He wheeled around so that he could kneel at Paddock's head. "Gonna make us camp here, son," he said as he looked up at the darkening sky. The stars already were beginning to glisten across the growing inkiness. "Gotta get us some wood, and then we'll have us that fire we both needin'." "Coffee?" "Don't have none of that." He felt saddened somehow at not having what the boy wanted, perhaps needed. "Can fix you something warm to be drinkin', howsomever." "It'll do." Josiah hacked again to clear his throat. "It'll have to do," Titus thought, as he rose and turned away from the travois. A few yards away, a narrow creek ran down from the rimrock, headed for the river across the valley. There stood trees and brush where he would have to find some wood for their fire. Against the pain in his tired leg, Titus bent again and again to pick up the branches of deadfall he kicked free of snow cover. Swinging his rifle, he battered the bigger limbs from their grips on dead trunks. Noisy, he thought. But who the hell would dare to follow them down this river? This be Crow country, and they were sent on this manhunt by the Crow. Nobody save for a stray snake or Sioux, maybe. Only them would be anywhere near where they were now. No sense in being quiet anymore. And they were going to have a fire. So many days out of the Crow camp without a night fire to warm them. No hot food to drop in their bellies. But now they could have the warmth that would begin to heal the young trapper, the warmth that would take some of the gnawing fatigue from his own old bones. When he had dragged the last of the large limbs over beneath the trees near the overhanging rock, Bass shuffled around in a wide circle, kicking at the snow with his thick buffalo hide moccasin. He stumbled and fell several times before he cleared enough snow from beneath the overhanging rock shelf so that a lot of the fire's heat could be retained. Kneeling over the pile of dry kindling, he pulled his striker and flint from his pouch before searching for some charred cloth. His numb, aching fingers shook so much that he could not hold on to either the flint or steel. He kept dropping them into the snow dust. Finally, Bass set everything down on the pile of kindling and crossed his arms, stuffing a hand under each armpit. Soon, his fingers began to tingle with renewed feeling. One at a time, he brought them out of their armpit cocoons and placed them in his mouth, where he alternately sucked and blew on them for warmth. When they began to ache enough so that he could move them, he once again picked up the flint and striker, searching once more for dry char in his strike-a-light pouch. This time, he was able to hold on to the flint and char until a spark began to glow in the blackened cloth. Gently, he moved the glowing char to his right hand and brought it close to his lips where he could breathe frostily on the ember while his left hand searched for the rat's nest of tinder he carried in a pocket of his shooting pouch. The fingers tore a section of the dry, ratted grass away, then laid the glowing char atop the tinder. Again, he lifted the tiny pulsing spark close to his mouth, and in an instant the tinder began to glow, then flared into a small, tentative flame. Quickly, Bass set the tinder down atop some dry kindling and began to set more small twigs and wood shavings over the new blaze. Slowly, he added larger and larger twigs and shavings until the fire burned on its own for a few minutes without his nursing it along. He rose, shakily, his one good leg cramped by the cold and the crouch he had been in during the fire building. Without the rifle crutch, he hobbled over to the travois some 10 yards away. Stepping into the middle of the V above Paddock's head, he leaned over and scooped up the 2 poles beneath his arms.
"Where are we going?"
"To get you warm, son." Bass pushed his chest against the narrow part of the V where the 2 poles were lashed together. They creaked under the strain, and he finally began to inch the travois poles forward. It was not a smooth trip for either of them. 1 step at a time, at the cost of extreme labor. Paddock moaned with each new step, with each new jerk, and Scratch groaned against the dead weight, against the almost useless wounded leg, against the sagging strength in the one good leg left him. His arms and shoulders gave out by the time he reached the fire, and the travois dropped to the ground with a dull thud. He heard the exhausted yelp from the back of the litter. "Sorry, boy." He turned around between the poles and scooted over to kneel beside Paddock.
"It be all right, Scratch."
Josiah hacked some fluid up and tried to spit, but the liquid dribbled down the side of his mouth and chin. Bass took the sleeve of his elk-hide coat and wiped the chin dry.
"I can feel the warm now, Paddock croaked. "Thanks."
"You just stay put and feel that fire," Scratch muttered cheerfully, feeling the warmth growing over himself, too. "I'll be getting us some victuals on. Maybe something warm to drink first whack." He started to rise shakily on the one good leg. "You just stay put till I get something fixed up for you."
"Where?" Josiah sputtered again. "Where you think I'm going, old man?"
He hacked as he tried to laugh. "Ain't going nowhere fast, I suppose. Neither of us. We do make a pair, don't we, boy? You ain't going nowhere, and me, why, I ain't going fast." He fought against the clumsiness of the bum leg as he scooted around the fire to reach the pony tied in the willows. Slowly, he loosened the knots holding their remaining baggage on the pony's back, letting each bundle fall, plop quiet in the snow. He pulled the saddle free and dragged it over to the fire near the travois. 3 short trips later, he had the bundles under the overhang of rocks where the heat from the fire radiated off the yellow sandstone into a warm shelter against the cold curtains surrounding them.
"Where are you gonna sleep?"
Josiah asked, slowly turning his head back to look at Bass. "With you, boy."
He coughed. "Like hell you are."
"Ain't gonna lay a hand on your untouched body, son." Titus chuckled at the sudden flash of spirit from his partner. "Onlyest thing is, you got all the sleeping robes for yourself. And the best way we gonna keep each of us warm on this tramp back be to keep each other warm, sharing them robes."
"Ain't never slept next to a man before."
"Never split a robe, huh? And don't you go getting any ideas no ways," Scratch snorted. "I'm figuring on saving myself for a squaw back to Rotten Belly's village. Some gal that's got her some tits. Last time I looked at you, shit, you didn't have you no tits to speak of. You ain't got to worry about me. I want me some tits to sleep with when we gets back home." It hurt, but Josiah had to laugh softly along with the older man. He was only now beginning to feel some release from the thoughts of his own death. Every moment he had been conscious since they left the battlefield, Paddock had felt the depressive, gray veil of death settling over him. There was little he could do for himself during the jolting journey across the snow and sage to escape the grip of the dark specter. But now the old man, his friend, was beginning the exorcism. He was feeling warmer. Titus turned back to the younger trapper. "Sides, you near had one of your tits blowed off back there," he commented, without much humor this time. I, Josiah stammered in a fit of coughing. "I ain't—" "Nah," Bass interrupted. "You ain't going under." He turned away to fiddle once more with the fire. "Leastways, you ain't gonna go under if I got any say in it, young'un. Got me medicines for that hole in you. And prayers that you last till we get back to the Crow," thought Bass. "Gonna take us some time to be getting back to Rotten Belly's camp, what with me walking and Josiah Paddock laying down on the job." "It sure as hell is gonna take us a lot of time to get back," he reasoned. "Too much time. And I hope we both got us that much time left us." "Had me scared, you did," Josiah said finally, his voice muffled through the buffalo robes. "'Tweren't nothing to be getting spooked about, Josiah." Bass reached over for a second small kettle and began to scoop snow up into it as he had done with the first. "We've been through too damned much together to be getting scary now about a couple of holes in our meat. Now, ain't we?" "S'pose." "Damned right." The evening breeze that nudged them into the rim rocks had now grown in weight and bluster. It swirled headily around their camp before rushing headlong up the valley toward the Yellowstone. Bass looked out through the darkness, with his ears seeing all they had to tell him. When next he looked over at Josiah, Scratch saw that the young man was dozing again, his body demanding the rest the wound's healing required. He would have to wake the young trapper in a short time when supper was warmed. He went on with the preparations, humming to himself softly, more so to keep the dark thoughts from pressing in around him, as was the bone-chilling night wind. "Meself was begatted and born in 94, McCafferty had always told the story. "I be a full-blooded Scot, descended from the BorderLords I am, and most proud of that, though I was born this side of that East Ocean. Me pappy came over, brung him his wife and 3 boys over here then. 2 girls and me was to come long later on. Moved right out to get into the wild to be trading axes, blankets, and such as that to Injuns for skins." "Yes, Asa," Bass thought. "You are the cause of much of this darkness about us. Fate always seemed to stalk you. An evil hand always held you in its grip. You never laid claim to your land holdings, so you were easy pickings for the claim jumpers who threw you out of your home. And that was all your first wife Rebecca could stand. By 21, I'd wandered back up close to the Missouri settlements. I heard of a man speaking of a feller named McKnight, fixin' to lay beaver for the greaser country. Asa McCafferty was a lad ready for the West. By 1824, I joined up with John Rowland down to Taos. We wandered some for a few seasons, ending up in Arikara country by 26. That be when you earned you your white hair, old friend." Titus suddenly felt spooked, crawly and wormy inside, calling a dead man his friend. A dead man he had killed himself. "This old feller, a medicine man, come up to me, sayin' he wants to talk with me 'bout Bible, personal-like. Feller just wants me Bible. Told me he'd have it by mornin' anyways, 'long with me scalp hangin' to his medicine bundle. I come down to havin' to part his ribs with me knife when he gone and struck out at me with his hawk. Shaken like the tremblin' earth come Judgment Day, I creeped back to them other white fellers and told 'em quite what's happened. Them fellers just looked and looked at me with the queer on their faces. Rowland finally told me what they was all seein' at on me. Said me hair was white.
A sign 'bout killin' that medicine man it were."
"Seemed to be you always had your hand in the bad of things, Asa. Always had your hand in it, stirring it up. Leastways until you lost that hand of yours."
"Knave that shot me weren't much of a shot. Got me through the wrist. Busted me rifle at that time, too. That right arm, it were of no earthly good, but that rifle still had a ball ready. Picked her up and shot the feller shot me. Ended up having to cut me arm here. One of them Crow niggers took him a long buckskin wang, ran it over and over the blood, then he went to rubbing it in the sand on the bank of the stream. One of them Crow set to and finished cutting on my meat with his knife, then set to the bone with that bloody wang. By that time, the blood dried the sand to the wang so it made one devil of a saw. One of them Crow sewed best he could, as I was in 'nother mind by then. Them Crow give me one of them trade fusils and a good bow with some fine cottonwood arrows."
After adding more and more handfuls of snow to fill the larger kettle, Titus finally pulled the waxy parfleche from his baggage and retrieved some pemmican and jerky. Crumbling and shredding both as best he could with the tired, cold fingers, the older trapper dropped the bits of food into the warming water over the fire. Then he added more of the limbs and twigs to the flames. Bass leaned back against the thick blanket he had draped over his saddle and sighed when the muscles of his injured leg finally relaxed.
"Put me an old iron fork I used to feed with in the fire and let it set. Heated that iron devil up hotter'n the gates of hell, then I beat these 2 tines round for the hook. Carved me a chunk of wood to be 'bout like the end of me arm, then pounded the fork into it."
"You done pretty with the hook, Asa. It were a good job with what you had to work with. I remember the piece of wood with the hook pounded in it. Remember it was held to the lower arm with leather straps tacked to the wood and tied tightly around the arm almost to the elbow." The colorful jig of the flames dancing around the kettles had a soothing, hypnotic effect on Scratch, and he felt himself going forward into time, forcing away the emotional and physical pain of the recent past. There was a loss, no doubt about that. But as he looked into the next few days, he thought perhaps longer than a week it might take them on their journey back east along the Yellowstone. Just get through those days and everything would be all right. No, just get through tomorrow, then the day after would come, and the one after that. Yep, that was how it was done. Everything would be fine. We take the trip a step at a time. He looked down at the leg, its dark bandage stiff now. His warming fingers touched the cloth and found the knots resistant to his first efforts to loosen them. Finally, the frozen cloth gave way, and he dropped the ends away from the wound. Bass pulled a knife free of its scabbard and used the blade to prick at the edges of one hole in the leather legging. Adjusting his leg so that he could move shadows away and replace them with light, Scratch peered down at the tear in his flesh. The one hole was barely an inch in length and looked like a frozen, dark band against the white flesh of his leg. The other hole. He pricked at the leather once more near the outside of his leg, finding he had to cut more leather this time. That's where the damn thing tore so much of the flesh. The wound was puckered and oozing still. He had pulled the coagulated, frozen blood away with the bandage. That's all right, he thought. Let her bleed. Get opened up and bleed before I stuff it with medicines. Rolling over on his side, Bass stretched out to pull another of his parfleshes to his side. This one he had been sure to bring along on this hunt. The medicines. From the parfleche he pulled puffball and yarrow root, putting the latter in his mouth to chew. Grasping the knife by its blade, he smacked the shell of the puffball with the handle before cracking the shell in half with his stiff fingers. Setting both halves between his legs, The trapper pulled the edges of the leather around each wound apart with his left fingers, using his right fingers to crack the coagulated blood loose from the wounds. Then he dipped his fingers repeatedly into the puffball halves, transferring the powder and dropping it into the wound before both halves were empty of their herbal dust. Painfully, he ground that dust into each of the 2 wounds with his fingers, clamping his eyes shut and gritting his teeth against the pain. Bass rested for a few moments after the ordeal of ministering to his own wounds. Finally, the dizzying blackness subsided, and he reached into the parfleche for the small clump of brown, waxed paper. When it was opened, he withdrew the mass of fibrous white threads, tore off a small chunk, and placed it over the smaller of the 2 wounds. He tamped a bigger piece into the other wound. This web of the tree spider would aid in knitting flesh. He had never understood why, but the healing properties inherent in the spider's web hastened the body's own healing. He tore the yarrow root in half and placed a piece on each wound before wrapping cloth around his leg once more for the night. That leg would be sore, so sore and tender come morning, and they had miles to go. So many miles since he had come out of the Ohio country of Kentucky. At 16, he spent little time in school, preferring to reach out into the forest on the hillsides freckled with bright color and light, blasting away at a squirrel now and then. Mostly dreaming of the day he would carve out his own future in the wildness around him. He had finally slipped away before morning light, leaving behind the little cabin where his brothers and sister lay sleeping, the chimney streaming a faint whisper of thready smoke from last night's fire. The young boy had nearly starved to death at first, finally securing work loading the boats that plied the Ohio. The money he earned by the power of his sinewy muscles held him for a while before he drifted down the river to its junction with the Mississippi, and happened upon a settler's farm, and the settler's daughter who would love him before he was ready to return any woman's love. Then, overpowered once more with the itch to move on, this time to St. Louis, where he found work as an apprentice blacksmith, sleeping in the livery, the frosty air each morning filled with the rich smells of animal musk and fresh dung. And his first sight of a mountain trapper, an old veteran of the western spaces who found an eager audience in the young man for his stories of the high places. The young man lapping up the tall, windy tales of those distant horizons, the old trapper lapping up the cheap liquor that kept him talking. Now, Scratch was the old man. Gray-flecked whiskers and the salt and pepper hair that curled out from under the faded blue bandana knotted tightly at the base of his skull. Better than 39 winters, the crow would say about him. An old man in the mountains close to 10 years now. And up here, in the high country, a man was judged to be old if he had passed that many winters by and kept his hair or his sanity. Bass grinned slightly. He'd lost a bit of both through those long seasons. Yep. Up here, a man's age was figured by how much he'd seen or done, rather than by the mere passage of time. So old. So many miles behind him. Many more staring him down. He pushed the thought out of his mind quickly. He could not afford the luxury of self-pity right now as he looked over at the sleeping man in the buffalo robes. And the pony, gnawing at twigs and bark at the edge of the light. Could it last the journey, carrying on its back that baggage he had not chosen to leave behind back there at the creek, and dragging the dead weight of the travois? Bass studied the pony, hoping the animal would find the sustenance and rest he would need to complete the trip. The firelight cast shadows on the animal, but the lightly spotted rump still shone brightly in the flame's illumination. The crackling of the fire soon gave way to the bubbling of the kettles. He was brought out of his thoughts of the next few days and into the present. After removing the boiling jerky and pemmican broth from the flames, Bass dropped some roots and leaves into the smaller kettle remaining over the fire. There, they would boil down into a medicinal broth. Better than coffee, he thought. Perhaps better than whiskey for what ailed them both. A quick search, and he found 2 wooden spoons he had tucked away with his kitchen plunder. They were deep, almost small bowls in themselves. And when the medicinal herbs had boiled for a while, Titus removed the second kettle from the fire so that it too could cool down to a bearable temperature. Leaning a little to his left, the older man reached out to nudge Josiah. "Gotta take me care of your wound, son." He shook the buffalo robe again, and the sleeping man finally stirred. "Josiah, gonna patch you up so's you can start your healing."
"Don't take the robes off," the young man mumbled.
"Gotta, son. Onliest way I can get to them holes. Onliest way I can see what I'm doing."
"Damn," he muttered weakly. "Can't stand the cold right now."
"I know." Titus dragged the parfleche over so that it sat between them. "Won't take me long, if you let me get started." He moved the buffalo robe back from Josiah's right arm and shoulder. Pulling the flap of the blanket coat back, then the flap of the leather shirt, he peered closely at the wound on Paddock's chest. With a free hand, he then snapped off a piece of the yarrow root and brought it near the young trapper's lips. "Here, son, chew on this." Then he slipped it between Paddock's lips.
"Shit!"
Josiah exclaimed, his voice flowing around the piece of bitter root. "Just keep chewing till it gets good and soft." Bass pulled another puffball from the parfleche and cracked the hard shell with the handle of his skinning knife in one swift whack. While Bass took care of the bullet wound, the only sounds he heard were the plaintive whining of the wind, the faint crackling of the fire, and the stoic gulps Josiah made as he chewed the bitter-tasting root. Scratch gently ground the dust of the puffball into the chest wound, the coagulated blood and ragged flesh giving way under the pressure. Paddock flinched and jerked from time to time, but did not say a word. Bass looked up at his face occasionally to see the younger man's eyes narrowed against the pain. He continued to dip his finger into the puffball, then transfer the powder into the wound until the hard shell was empty. Titus then tore a small clump of the spiderweb free and laid it within the edges of ragged flesh bordering the wound. "Let me have it." He cupped his palm below Josiah's lips. Paddock spit the pulverized root into the hand, and Bass scooped it up to place it between his teeth, tearing the root in half. Good to spit that out," Josiah hacked. "Gotta chew some more on this," Scratch said, plopping the second half of the root back between Josiah's lips. "God damn your ass," Josiah sputtered after he'd moved the root to the side of his cheek with his tongue. "Can't help the hurtin'." He pulled a piece of the root from his own lips. "Only help the healin'." He set the soft, moist, lumpy mass over the spiderweb in the hole, then pressed it slightly into the wound. Josiah flinched once, then tried to pull away from the pressure. "You're half some done, boy." He withdrew his finger. "Gonna roll you over now." Helping the younger trapper roll onto his left shoulder, Bass then tugged and pulled at the coat and bottom of the leather shirt until he had moved the flaps away from the lead ball's exit wound. He continued pressing the powder and spiderweb into the hole. "Lucky you were, didn't hit no bones going through you." The only response from Josiah was the moaning against the immense pain. Finally, Paddock's tongue pushed the root to his lips, and he spit it out to swear at Bass. "Ain't you done hurtin' me?" he wheezed, forcing air through the fluid in his chest. "Got me something take that bad taste out in your mouth." Scratch turned to the parfleches beside him. He picked up the first small tin bottle and shook it. "Ain't much left of that one," he muttered, rummaging with his other hand to search for the second tin among his medicines.
I used a lot of that when you sewed my hand up last."
Then he found it. He took the cork from the top of the first bottle, stared at the dull metal container a brief moment, then drained what was left in it. Then he corked the empty tin and tossed it back among the roots, herbs, and medicine pouches.
"Part of my medicine for mending a man up." He smacked his lips as he stared at the second bottle. "You be the skinned polecat what's needin' the juicin' now, son. Trader's whiskey." He put the cork between his teeth to pull it from the neck of the tin bottle.
"Ain't," Josiah hacked wetly, "ain't gonna do me no good now."
"Drink of it, Josiah. It'll be warmin' you from the innards out. Fire here soon be warmin' your outsides what are froze up."
He helped Paddock pour some of the whiskey down his throat.
"Whiskey work to warm your innards. We just unfroze you, you'll come back with some pluck."
He kept dribbling the diluted grain alcohol onto the young trapper's tongue until Josiah finally shook his head weakly and fell back on the buffalo robe. Scratch again began to press the root into the wound. "Damn! When you gonna stop your hurtin' me?" Josiah wheezed. Scratch retrieved the piece of root Paddock had spit out on the robe and set it on the edges of the wound. Every time he pushed the root deeper into the hole, Josiah responded with a fluid-laden cough that ended in a slow, rising moan. Thinking of bandage, Bass finally pulled the sash free of Paddock's waist. Paddock stared down at it while the old man pulled the sash out from under him. It was the sash to his blanket coat, the one he had worn since Charles Keemel had given it to him in St. Louis so long ago. Bass nodded. Yes, the sash would do nicely. Fitting it was, somehow. The sash used to kill the old Crow woman. It had been in the medicine bundle, but Josiah had broken into that bundle and defiled the magic. The circle taking form. Josiah had the sash back, and the medicine of the bundle had returned it to him. Now, the 6-foot-long sash would bind up the wounds caused by the breaking of the medicine. The circle completed. Over both entrance and exit wounds, Scratch placed a small piece of beaver hide before wrapping the sash around the chest and over the right shoulder. Pulling it tight, Titus tied the sash off in a square knot. Josiah, breathless from the squeezing, shuddered as the hacking cough seized him again. "I'm done," he said, pulling gently on Paddock's right shoulder to tell him he could roll over onto his back once more. He saw the broken nose and remembered the fight with the Crow warriors back to Arapuesh's winter camp. Over the days, it had stopped bleeding, yet still there remained some of the dried blood in the brown-blonde hair of the young trapper's mustache. "When you took that fall off the ledge up there," he gestured with a nod of his head, "you busted that nose real good, son. She's really bent over to the west now." Paddock only nodded as he settled back against the soft robes once more. Then Bass saw it in Josiah's left hand as the buffalo robe dropped away. "We put that to a safe place," he said firmly, slipping his fingers around the scalp. "It be in a safe place," Paddock said, struggling to breathe through the fluid in his throat. He yanked the scalp with the white hair back from Scratch's fingers. "Gotta be giving it to Rottenbelly, Arapuesh." Scratch withdrew his fingers, knowing. "Arapuesh waitin' for it." He paused for breath, fixed Bass with a hard stare. "I'm gonna be the one to give it to him." "All right, son. You just take you care with it." He watched Josiah clutch the scalp against his chest all the more tightly. Bass pulled the robes back over the young man's arms. "Got us something warmed up for our bellies." "It really be warm?" Josiah asked, already feeling the whiskey glow spreading out in radiant waves from his stomach. "You can lay your set to that, Josiah." He leaned back over the large kettle and dragged it across the hard ground so that it would set between them. "Got tired of cold food coming out here, you know." Me too, son. Me too. Bass dipped one spoon into the meaty broth and brought it out dripping with the thick juice. Here now, drink you all of this you can stand. Get your fill. Fire warm you from outside in, and this here meat gravy gonna warm you from the inside out. Come on now. He leaned over the buffalo bundle and pulled down the hide so that it was tucked beneath Paddock's chin. With the same empty hand, Bass cupped the young trapper's neck and helped raise Josiah's head so that he could drink the broth from the spoon. "Woo-hoo-hoo!" he exclaimed, sucking in cold air with his lips slightly pursed to cool the heat of the broth in his mouth. "Lil too warm yet?" Bass dipped the spoon back into the kettle. "Burn my mouth, why don't you?" But Josiah shut up as the old trapper forced him to swallow another spoonful of the hot gravy. "Can't be feeling that bad, you cussin' at me now," Scratch chided back. "This here be what we both needin', hot as it be. Gonna do you no good cold. Drink it up, your fill, while it be warm. Won't take it long to be coolin' off real fast in this hoary air." Bass repeated the ritual a spoonful at a time, each mouthful blown on now before he put it up against Paddock's lips to drink. Every few sips, some dribbled down the young man's chin. Then Titus wiped the chin clean with the thick hair of the buffalo robe. "What you got settin' there?" "In the other kettle?" Scratch queried. "That be some medicine whiskey for you." "Got more whiskey with you?" "Nah," he answered. "Just call the medicine my medicine whiskey 'cause it'll burn a bit going down, like Billy Sublet's finest. Gonna do you a whole hell of a lot better mending you up on the insides than the whiskey you had ever could, leastways." He shoved another spoonful into the open mouth. "Had enough of that now," Paddock protested as he gulped down the meaty broth. "Let me try your medicine drink." The older man set the spoon in the broth kettle and dragged the vessel back to the edge of the fire before grasping the bail of the small kettle to pull it to them. "You're gonna like this, son," he announced as he dipped into the herbal broth and fed Josiah the first drink. "Arr!" Paddock spat, spraying broth not only over the buffalo robe but on Bass as well. "What shit is that you're feeding me?" "Told you it'll burn some, like the whiskey done. Ain't never had no whiskey that bad, ever. Or what'll do you this much good," Scratch interrupted. "Come on now. You gotta have the stomach for it. You gotta drink your fill of this here." "I already had my fill." Bass shoved another spoonful of the vile-tasting brew into Josiah's mouth, then laid his fingers quickly over the lips to close them. He watched Josiah's eyes clench shut and his Adam's apple bob up and down as he swallowed quickly. "You don't have to feed me like a goddamn baby," Paddock protested lamely. "Till you drink what I think me to be your fill, I'll force it down you." To emphasize his point, he put another drink into the reluctant trapper's mouth. "I'll drink it," was the answer. Just don't fill up that spoon all the time. Not so much." "I can set with that, son." He let some of the broth drip out of the spoon back into the kettle. Scratch watched the level of the herbal mixture drop in the kettle until he finally spoke. "You best save some for this here, nigger." "Thought you'd never ask." Josiah eased his head back onto the robes as Bass withdrew his hand from behind his neck. "Feel you like sleepin'?" "Most of me does that," Josiah answered. "Don't know about my stomach, though." "The warm feels good, do it?" "Warm? No, ain't warm. Burnin', more like it." He shut his eyes. "Let you get you some sleep." Scratch dropped the spoon into the kettle before tucking the edges of the robe around Paddock's head once more. "I be to finishin' this up, then crawl in them robes with you. Most like you're warmer than I be right now, too." He spooned mouthfuls from each of the two kettles until they were dry, and then leaned back against the saddle once more. A pipe full of tobacco would taste good right now, he thought, but too much trouble to get the damned fixin's, and he was weary.
He stretched his frame around the fire and dragged up several more of the larger limbs, snugged them up to the flames. The rock radiated the heat well at their backs, and they were out of most of the wind that rustled the branches of both cottonwood and willow, its dancing music growing and fading out there in the river valley. He would climb in the robes with Paddock and let sleep overtake him. Dragging himself along by pushing with the good leg, Bass scooted over to the far side of the buffalo robes. He would let Josiah sleep next to the fire. The fire on one side and him on the other. That would help all the more to warm the young man. Scratch lifted the edge of the robes and slid within the warm cocoon beside Josiah. "You sleep again?" There was no answer from the other man except the soft snoring of sleep. Bass let out a sigh as he relaxed and ground his body into the softness of the buffalo bed. Looking out past the overhanging rocks at the dark sky, he studied for a few minutes the points of light in the dark overhead. Then he finally let his eyes close for sleep, a little fearful about the dreams that might invade his weary mind this night. 2. The boy had been marked, the sign of the hunter, eagle's claw tearing strips of flesh from each of his arms. That was their medicine, the crow, Arapuesh, an old chief's medicine, an old chief's words. "You tell the young one this night what will be done with his flesh. You tell him one piece of his flesh will be burned each coming of the stars for the next 4 nights by our medicine seekers. They will say prayers for him as his flesh is sacrificed to the spirits. Tell him he will carry the scars of the flying pony for all his days as a blessing of those spirits. And you say to the young one that the ashes from his burning flesh, even the smoke, when it is finished, all is scattered on the wind, so that our prayers will journey with him. You tell him this when the stars come this night." In the tangled landscape of dream, Bass heard the voices from that time ago, his own thoughts whispering to him as though he were not the speaker, but only a listener, the helpless watcher, seeing it all unfold like some crude map, with only those special landmarks evident to him, those special places where he alone must travel on that dark, lonely journey through his own mind's wilderness. They were sending him and the boy after the man, the white hair. A foolish thing he had done, this white hair, killing Rotten Belly's woman, the chief's woman. But McCafferty must have had him a good reason for the murder. Never knew him to do nothing without a good reason before. His Nez Perce woman had died in childbirth. The loss, the grief, the mourning had driven him to kill the Crow midwife. "The Nez Perce woman, she was to die with the young one inside her, perhaps, to pass to the other side land without knowing her child in this life. She was to take with her sleeps before the door, my first woman. To help on her journey to the spirit land, she took sleeps before the door. Perhaps. This was all to be what the dreamers had seen in their visions. No, not rightly. Asa McCafferty was mourning now, too. He knew exactly what he was doing when he had killed the old squaw. There was little breath left in sleeps before the door when my brother's woman found her in the lodge we shared. My woman wanted me to be told of this man, that he had truly been here before. She had seen him the morning our enemy attacked our camp. This was the man from the north who shot at her to silence my woman from telling of him. This was the man from the north who killed my woman so that she would not tell of the blackness of his heart. Yes, the white hair knew exactly what he was doing now,
running west along the Yellowstone, then cutting south up the river drainage that would take him over the mountains and into the land of smoking waters. Paddock was the hunter, sent by the Crow to avenge the old woman's death. And the old trapper was the spirit helper to guide the way for the hunter. Medicine. And the bundle. He will not be without a medicine bundle to give him strength and courage for the time ahead, to bind him with the spirits who will carry his life in their mouths. A medicine bundle, given to the hunter and spirit helper by the chief. Formed from the head of a coyote, its jaws sewn together with sinew, and from the jowls hung a few small locks of hair wrapped in red cloth. From the back of the head was suspended a round loop of willow, wrapped tightly in rawhide, to which was tied a fully stuffed war eagle. Sacred objects placed in the bundle by the chief. Powerful medicine from a powerful man. Powerful tokens of magic held prisoner within the grotesque, shriveled head of the coyote until Paddock had cut through the sinew one night and broken the medicine's spell. Then they became alone in this circle. Rotten Belly's medicine had escaped the bundle, the coyote. Did not the old men of the tribe tell him their dreams of the coyote coming to help the Crow? To ward off the darkness from the other who had come to kill? The other white man was to wear the skin of the black wolf, perhaps. He was seen by the dreamers, his head wrapped in ice, cold from the place of the winter man. They had known the white hair was coming. The dreamers had told Bass he was to be the coyote who would also come, journeying to Absaroka to help the Crow. Was he to be the coyote? Or was he caught in a trap like a terrified animal? One leg held tightly in the jaws of death, yelping and wailing until dark shadows overtook him. Was he the coyote? Arapuesh would be the one to drive the knife into the black wolf's heart, but white man must kill white man. The one who brought the man with the hair like ice to us, the one who brought him here among us again, that one must go. He felt close to the trap, but did not know when it would spring. Then the low blast of a rifle came echoing from up the canyon. He jerked uncontrollably with the roar, certain they were not being shot at, but feeling the jaws of the trap beginning to close about him. Asa McCafferty was letting them catch up to him now. The nagging doubts of his own strength, his own private power, his medicine. To be a warrior? He ought to quit now. To be a warrior, though, that was the incessant call to his heart. Yet the nagging doubts would not let him escape. He was trapped in all those days gone by, days he would never hold in his grasp ever again. But being up in his mountains, that really was the crucible of it for him. The mountains belonged to the like of them, Asa and himself. At the bottom of the cottonwood-lined draw they found the carcass of the pony McCafferty had shot, and away from the hole in the animal's head led the tracks over the hill above them. But what bothered him was that he was not sure what the white hair had taken with him. The tracks led around the dead pony, and something had been pulled loose from behind the saddle before McCafferty had scurried up the hillside. What had he taken with him on his climb? He's traveling lean, Josiah, real lean. Like a nigger what ain't gonna be on the trail long, come to think of it. He ain't fixin' to be by himself long out here. That, or he got himself something else in mind. There had been the matter of the plunder McCafferty had left back in the Crow camp. Too much left behind. It had nagged at him only slightly until later, when Bass finally began seriously to consider just what Asa had on his mind. Too much left behind. Too little taken with him on this journey. Now the man had deliberately slowed up, no longer trying to outrun his hunters. The nagging finally began to burn in Scratch's mind. The fire. taking time to build one for whatever reason, even smoking his clothes so Bass couldn't smell him. The jaws of the trap were closing slow. The whole thing was out of control now. When a man finally chose his spot and was waiting for you to come to him, you had lost. That man, the one you were hunting, had finally gained the advantage, choosing the time and picking the place. All too often, a man had it sneak up on him, from behind, out of the dark. Death usually came that way. After the time and the place had been settled, death was no longer an enemy. It could be your partner, and not the enemy that came stealing up behind you in the dark when you weren't ready, weren't looking. It was then that the man had taken the power unto himself. Just who had become the hunted while he wasn't looking? Bass eased the hammer on his rifle back to full cock. "Scratch?" the whisper echoed within his dream. "Don't bother me," he snapped back at Paddock, his voice a raspy bark. "Scratch, damn it!" "Said not to bother me." He sniffed the air, trying to catch a whiff of the man who had smoked his buckskins in sage the night before. He would head for the aspens. Those Quakies would not be much cover, but there were a lot of them anyway. From there, they would move on foot, up the hill, after the whitehair. "Scratch, damn it, will you listen?" The blast roared through the narrow draw, the sound bouncing around in the trees he had been hoping to reach for cover. They had been so close. He jerked around to watch the old mule pitch forward, throwing Paddock over her neck. His mule. Falling into the snow in a dusty white cloud. Above them, a gray-white cloud hanging in the green boughs of the trees along the hill. "Hannah!" he screamed, wheeling the pony around, kicking the animal in the ribs to give it flight. The young trapper yelled for him as he came skidding up in a tight circle to put the pony between the position of the last shot and the boy. Bass reached out and yanked on Josiah's arm, pulling him up against the rear flank of the pony as they bounded toward the trees through the white powder billowing up from the ground. They came skidding to a stop and dropped to the ground. Bass slapped the pony's rump and sent it back down the draw to safety. Both men crawled up behind a boulder that had long ago lodged itself against two aspens. Below them lay the body of the mule. Hannah. The mule that had seen the old trapper through so much. Now her life oozed through the hole in her head. "Damn it, Scratch! If you'd only listened to me, I was trying to tell you." "Tell me what, boy?" "God damn it, old man, I saw him. I saw him moving up there on the hill, just—" "You saw McCafferty?" "Weren't him, not rightly. Just saw, something moving up there, trying to tell you. I tried to say something, and then the nigger almost got me." Bass sighed as he stared at the carcass below them. "If'n he wanted you, son, you'd be down there right where Hannah's laying now." "He weren't aiming for me, then?" "No. The nigger wanted Hannah." No longer could he whistle to the mule and watch her ears twitch as she trotted over to him. No more could he watch her snort when he laid a piece of cottonwood before her to chew. Asa had cut off his own chance of escape from this thing when he had sacrificed his pony back there. And now he was chipping away at Bass's chances, too. His heart was small. Such a waste it was, McCafferty killing his pony. And now the old mule, too. But the man up the hill wasn't leaving any loose ends to dangle in the wind. He was cutting himself off from everything. And soon there would be no way out for either of them, if they weren't there already. "This be where we part company, son." "What?" "Arapuesh could have gone and sent him out 20 braves to get the man, but this here's medicine," Bass had explained to Paddock earlier in the manhunt. "Big medicine. Picking white man to go after another white man what killed one of the tribe, and you got your medicine from a chief. That be like it's come from the whole tribe. You're staying here, Josiah."
Now wait just a goddamned minute here. I was the one as them crow told to come after him, and I was the one he knew would. You're sure that's the way you want it to be, then?
Yep, he answered. That's the way it's to be. He studied the trees above their position and began to push off from the edge of the boulder. Bass heard it more than feeling it at first. It was a dull clunk of a sound in his head. For a moment, he imagined it might have been a ball hitting a tree. Same sound. Then he knew what it was as the sparks shot from his eyes and the black poured over him like a dark, liquid curtain. Time let go of him. Through a crack in the curtain, he heard the rifle blast. It seemed to widen that tear in the blackness. Slowly, he opened his eyes and felt the scorching pain in the back of his head. He suddenly jerked himself up on one elbow. It came to him. Josiah was gone. The boy must have hit him over the head from behind, then headed up the hill. The tracks led up the hill to the pines. He eased himself over on his belly and crawled to the edge of the large boulder. Above him there were brown patches of buckskin among the green pine boughs.
Josiah, you're a damned fool, boy.
This be mine now, Scratch.
Ain't none of your... You just stay back now. You get back in...
He saw the young trapper's body jerk violently around with the force of the large lead ball. Spinning slowly, like a dance of death, the body spun into the thick green boughs.
Josiah!
He yelled at the peak of his voice. Bass tore his elk-hide coat from his back and arms, then checked the 2 knives at the back of his belt. He was set. Grabbing the coat by the collar, he brought his left arm violently forward, flinging the coat to the right in front of the boulder where he was concealed. He was off as soon as he heard the lead clunk against rock. A moment later, he heard the blast from Asa's rifle above him.
Josiah, I'm coming for you.
He scrambled and clawed his way up the hill toward the stand of pines where the young trapper had been hit.
Josiah, I'm coming!
He finally skidded to a stop across the snow beneath the boughs.
Oh.
The rest of the word was caught in his throat. The young trapper had been thrown and now lay face down in the snow.
Oh, boy.
Bass yanked on the coat to roll the body over. He ripped open the flaps of the blanket coat and felt the wetness. He stared at his own fingers, wet with the faint red film dripping down his palm. The bullet entered the right side of the chest. There was no heartbeat, and the chest did not move.
You come so far, Josiah. Them squeaky boots of yourn and that belt you had cinched up and pinching round a empty belly. You come a long way, son. Long way with me.
The terrible agony for his friend finally clutched at him, and he began sobbing, low, quietly, shaking with the release of it.
I was coming for you. It were a damned fool thing you done to yourself. I was coming.
Mr. Bass! The sharp voice cracked through the cold, still air to interrupt his mourning. Mr. Bass! The voice had moved a little, back along the top of the hill. Spurred into action, Scratch reached inside the folds of Josiah's coat and pulled the fancy French pistol with its Damascus steel barrel free from the young man's belt and tucked it away in his own. The overwhelming emptiness and aloneness seared his senses, and now he felt that emptiness inside him make ready for McCafferty. He left the branches of the pine and began his climb up the hill. He missed McCafferty with the first shot, saw the white hair dive down the opposite side of the hill before the smoke from the muzzle billowed out to obscure his target. Fingers tightened and clawed at his wheezing chest as he topped the hill. Asa had moved south to this place instead of running on west to the Blackfoots. Why did the man have a thing, such a thing with those red niggers? But then, Asa was ready to die. If not then, now. He was at peace with himself, and he was ready. Bass stood to greet the rising sun as it crept over the top of the hill. He drank in the air, pulled it deep into his lungs. It was warmer in the sunlight. He needed that now. Be tsimbik das asua, he said quietly to the sun, almost like a prayer at first. Then he said it louder, as if in praise. It is a good day to die. He sucked in a deep breath. Be the heathen are sunk down in the pit that they made. In the net which they hid is their own foot taken. McCafferty in his Bible spouting. Man got him belief, faith. If it ain't in himself, it be in something bigger than himself. Be it simbik das asua. Mr. Bass, there be little time left. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. For there is no work, no device, no knowledge, no wisdom in the grave whither thou goest. Maybe so. Wasn't much left behind anyways. Hannah and Josiah both gone. And now McCafferty pulling him toward the edge of that yawning chasm, that dark and grave-like abyss. I've come to take you, McCafferty. He dashed away, skidded to a stop in a small stand of pine. Looking down below him, Scratch could see that the narrow gorge grew into a box. The walls rose above him like the yawning of those walls of the grave into which he knew he was falling. Was hoping they'd be sending 'em some braves after me, Mr. Bass. He paused for a few moments before continuing his hoarse address. S'pose I knew it'd be you that would come. And Josiah? The boy, came the answer from across the bowl. Didn't mean to kill him. Truly didn't, Mr. Bass. And before, I took me a bead on Hannah, thinking it was you as was riding her. Killed her, too. Had to be, Mr. Bass, had to be. I had me something took from me. The mule was just to even up the score. Don't you see, Mr. Bass? Don't you see it now? Scratch watched in the direction from where the voice boomed at him and was only able to catch a fleeting glimpse of the buckskins against the dark background of the trees. Like a ghost flitting along, not real, of no substance. No, I don't see it, McCafferty. I wasn't worthy, Mr. Bass. I'd sinned against the Lord and had something great in me heart took from me. The squaw was took from me. He thought Asa must have halted. At least he could not see or hear movement. You took from me 'cause your God took from you, McCafferty? That it? Man gets old, Mr. Bass, and finds him a woman what loves him, a woman what he can love back. That man were ready to stay on the path of the Lord for her, and she were took from him. With the baby. That man's baby. He could hear the white hair crossing the snow. It finally come down to just you and me, Mr. Bass. Just you and me now, McCafferty. For the woman, Mr. Bass. This is for the woman. It was for more than that. He was here for more than that. He looked up to see the edge of the sunlight beginning to creep down the edge of the bowl. He would have to cross the bottom of the bowl, strewn with deadfall and boulders, to cut McCafferty off. Then he saw him, crawling up the side of the slope toward the top. He pulled the wiping stick out and jammed it down into the crusty snow. He laid the forearm of the stock atop the end of the stick and eased the butt into his right shoulder. The front blade crossed the target and he squeezed the trigger. Above the gray-white cloud of burnt powder, he watched McCafferty slip and lose his grip on his rifle, then skid backward down the slope. He watched the white hair disappear into the brush near the bottom of the bowl. Bass reloaded, then heard the sounds. Asa was crawling up the slope once more. He felt old, his eyesight getting dim, too late to pull out. The jaws of the trap over him were clamping down. Finally, he moved toward the last spot where he had seen the white hair. When he stepped into the disturbed snow where Asa had tumbled into the brush, he spotted the rifle. Picking it up, he knelt to his knees and pulled the hammer back. The lock was broken. His spirits lifted as he let the broken rifle slide once more into the snow. Man left his rifle behind. Broken. The odds might be improving. The faint whistle in the air gave him no time to calculate, no time to act. He jerked as something bit into his thigh just below the hip. Staggering, tripping, falling backward, he began to roll down the slope. The burning sting in his right thigh tore at him again and again as he rolled. "The bow!" he yelled. He had forgotten the damned thing. He hadn't noticed it when he had looked over McCafferty's plunder left behind at the Crow camp. He hadn't put it together when he had seen that something had been removed from behind the saddle of the Whitehair's dead pony. The nigger was good with the damned thing, too. The air burst from his lungs as he thudded against a boulder, ending his slide. He felt lonely. His rifle was back up the hill where the arrow hit him. Bass finally had to look. Just below the bottom of the hunting shirt, he saw the dark ring beginning to bubble, radiating out across the leather legging. And in the center, the ragged stub of the arrow's shaft where it had broken off during his tumble down the slope. He had to do something about it. Slashing fringes from his legging, Bass tied them together and circled his leg a few inches above the broken shaft before knotting the cord against the pain that clawed within his stomach. He took his knife handle and laid it across the first knots, then tied the handle down into the leather wangs. He turned and twisted until the blood's flow began to slow. And now he had to move. Clawing to rise, Bass stumbled behind the big boulder just as another whistling shaft sailed past his arm. Behind the granite shelter, he collapsed. Scratch looked and saw the sun, almighty sun. Its light was beginning to move across the bottom of the bowl now. It was coming for him, and all he had to do was to reach out for it. "The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again, according to his circuits." The Whitehair's voice grew louder as he came closer and closer. "The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north." Couldn't see him, only hear him, just like a ghost, a spirit. "It whirleth about continually." Forever, coming closer. Forever is now. If he could make it to the edge of the light, all right. Everything would be all right. If he could make it to the trunk of the tree on the other side, the light. He fell against the trunk, gasping against the pain in his ribs. Bass brought his right hand up and began to feel the ribs, to count them. Then his fingers touched it, the cause of the pain. He hadn't remembered he had it with him. The boy's pistol, that fancy French dueling pistol. How many had it killed before? His fingers crept around the pistol butt, and a thumb pulled the hammer back as he eased the pistol from his belt. The light began to touch his body. He would lie here, revel in the warmth. Better with the pistol now. Better with the warmth. "Mr. Bass." The voice was close. He twisted his head around to look behind him. The Whitehair stood on the dead tree trunk. Staring down at him, the bowstring taut against the arrow's shaft. "He hath bent his bow and made it ready." He wasn't smiling, eyes narrowed. He glowered down at Bass. "And the Lord's seen to it I have me one last arrow for what was needin' done." He shook the arrow a bit. "Didn't mean to kill the boy," he began. "S'pose I always knew you'd be the one comin' after me. And when I seen the thing move in the trees, I had me no choice but what to shoot. This was somethin' between the two of us. Aye, Mr. Bass, just you and me. So it evened itself out, I s'pose, killin' young Josiah. Evened things up, like killin' Hannah for you." He brought the arrow down a bit. And now I'm heading west, toward the Big Salt once more. Wind's blowing me that way. Bass knew it wasn't true. The Whitehair never intended on going any farther than here. But now, he was to be the victor. The pain bounced around inside him with the confusion. He saw the bowstring inch backward, and the light reached McCafferty's feet as he watched the hook pull away from him slowly. I'll be the one what the Lords chose to carry the wind. Bass rolled onto his right side and pulled the trigger. The blast bit at his ears and continued to roll back at him again and again as the echo resounded back and forth across the bowl. Within the deafening trance, he watched the Whitehair's mouth open wider and move slowly up and down, forming no words, making no sounds. Gradually, the hooked arm moved forward, slowly, until the string was taut no more. The bow and its arrow sagged forward until it pointed at the ground. The arrow drifted to the snow. The hook climbed across the chest to the wound in the neck. McCafferty weaved a bit, then pitched forward, landing full weight on Bass. Titus felt the searing at the side of his head, high up on the cheek. It ran from the corner of his eye in a stinging ribbon down into his whiskers at the left side of his face. It was dark again. The light he had waited for so long was gone. And he fought to breathe, the weight of the monster upon him. He felt the medicine animal swallowing him, the bear. He fought to breathe, clawed for the light. He wanted to live. Bass wrestled and struggled against the medicine animal, whipping his head back and forth, tugging and tearing at the ground to pull himself free from the weight above him. His hand touched a wide leather belt. He pulled on it and the weight moved above him. He stopped and waited a long moment, not sure if the animal would rise to claw life from him once more. Now, Bass could lift the thing from his body, push it aside into the trampled snow. As the darkness moved from his face, there came the light to flood over him again. The warm, yellow light suddenly splashing against his face. And air, pure, sweet, glorious air. He crawled away from the body and dropped his head into the cold snow. The pain at the side of his face bit at him. He scooped up some snow and lightly touched it to the cheek. Bringing the hand back down, he noticed the white was stained with red. War paint. The color of revenge for the crow. He turned back now to look at the body of the thing that had fallen to smother him. McCafferty. Now he remembered. The falling bow, the mouth moving without words. There was a dark hole in the center of the chest. Around that hole spread the dark fluid against the buckskins. Now he pulled the Whitehair toward him and rolled the body over. Quickly gathering the Whitehair into his hand before he might decide not to go through with it, Scratch twisted the long white locks into a tight strand and pricked the flesh with the point of his knife blade. He slid the weapon in a circle around the skull quickly until he returned to where he had started cutting the flesh. Bringing up the left knee to put down on the back of the neck, Bass yanked savagely at the hair until it began to rip free from the bone. Not just a top knot, the whole scalp he must take. He struggled as he rose, then held the scalp up to the sun slowly climbing out of the east. He turned toward the light, toward the warm, yellow light. For you, this is done, he spoke in Crow. For you, it is over now. No more. It is over now. He felt the yellow warmth wash over him. Arapuesh! He yelled at the top of his lungs. McCafferty! His arms stretched in an offering to the sun. Josiah! 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 He felt the warmth running over him in waves, felt the warmth flooding from his eyes to flow down his cheeks. Bass! 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 The echoes of the words came rolling back to him, swelling over the lone man in liquid waves with the warmth of the sun. Over and over he answered the hills as they called back to him. Again and again he yelled out to let them know who this man was who stood in their heart. Bass! 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 Josiah coughed, the word emerging as a hacking whisper. Bass! Bass! He pushed against the body lying near him, out of the robes. Bass! The older man jerked his head up off the cold snow, startled. He was cold and wet on the ground just beyond the edge of the travois where he had rolled when he had tossed and turned in his sleep. Wake up! You're... Josiah sputtered a little. Dreamin'. Some of the robe still lay over him, but he had rolled away from the travois. And Titus felt clammy. The cold rushed in on him now. He shivered as he brought his hand up to feel his face, his forehead. Moisture poured off him. He was sweating in the cold. Scratch stared down at the wet hands and saw the thin lines of dried blood where his old flesh had been scratched by the thorns and brambles he had pulled around the base of the tree to keep the predators from the burial scaffold. Yes, he done it proper. The last thing a man could do for one who had died, especially a warrior. A proper tree burial. The hands were testament to that now. He looked over at Josiah and sighed with the deep exhaustion. What the hell? You was dreamin'. He struggled to pick up the edge of the buffalo robe so that Titus could slip back beneath it. You was yellin' and fightin' with me. The fatigue once more set in. Ain't strong enough to be fightin' you yet. A dream? He asked. I was dreamin'? Only. Scratch began to crawl back into the robes. He shook his head. A dream, huh? Just a dream. A bad one, but just a dream anyways. Josiah rolled over to find a warm spot for his cheek against the thick, coarse fur. Ghosts. What? Ghosts, son. He sighed and closed his eyes. Till I know why, them ghosts'll devil me. Gotta know why. He felt the beginnings of a fear of himself, of being alone with himself. Till I figure it out, them ghosts'll ride with us. He let the air out of his lungs and drew in a long breath. And I don't know why. 3. Emil Sharp turned one last time to look down at the thick, icy fluid of the Wisconsin River flowing into the Father of Waters. And across this Wisconsin River sat the fort at Prairie du Chien. Dog. He smiled and turned to face the south, to push again into the forest. Dog. Some had called him a dog at times over the years, a mad dog at that. Perhaps he was not mad at all, maybe only driven. The man, his large bulk and momentum, moved quickly through the heavy forest, trotting along at an easy, half-loping gait. It was a comfortable pace for him, one he had grown accustomed to over all those years of moving from one place to another through the wilderness. Silent. Deadly. Dog. Cousin to the wolf. He smiled again. Not so different from a wolf was he, after all. Last night's fire had been made back in the trees where it would not be spotted by the sentries, and he had rested a few hours there on the southern bluff where the Wisconsin flowed into the Mississippi. 3 long, rain-sodden days before, he had camped within sight of Fort Snelling, a huge and imposing edifice to most men, a mere annoyance to this solitary stranger. With all its grandeur and military might, Not a soul in that huge stone fortress had known this huge and imposing man had passed their way. He liked that. There was no small pleasure in knowing he was the best any money could buy. Slipping through the forest and the wilderness unheard, unseen, unknown by most. He liked it that way. And he should be the best after all, he told himself. He had been at it all these years, taking the victims one, sometimes two at a time before they even knew what shadow had loomed over them. But some, a few over the years, had come close to making their escape. He had liked that, too. Letting those few victims play out to the end of their ropes, enjoying the hope of escape. Then he had caught them once more, this time to read the panic, that bowel-loosening fear that comes when a lesser man smells the approach of his own death. His one good eye crinkled up in the ever-present grin. Bass gazed down at the shadow, his own long, dark shadow, watched it swing the rifle crutch forward, then advance to merge with the weapon. He had followed the rifle, its rhythm that of pacemaker, for a week now. The first days had been no more than a string of beads, each bead another step eastward. He had not been able to think of the journey back, not even the day's own journey, but only each step beside the pony dragging the travois. That had been enough to keep him going. Each step a bead strung against the others until Bass had finally been able to reach this day, thinking of it as a certain time period with its own boundaries and limits. Up to now, he had pushed his own limits against each day's. But today, they'd be home. He had studied the bluffs rising to the south across the river. Their changing, the ebb and flow of red rock, had marked their own progress the last 3 suns. And now he could see the wisps of gray smoke rising ahead of him. The last rise was easier than he had expected it to be. Perhaps the wound high in his leg was beginning to knit. Perhaps it was the relief of returning that was finally healing his soul. He would not question it. Both were beginning to heal against their deep wounds. He drew on the long rawhide rope and brought the pony to a slow halt. For a long moment, Bass gazed below him to the east and remembered his arrival at this winter camp late last fall. The old, gray-headed chief had explained why the tribe had moved its village to this new place from where the white men were to have found it. "When the last moon rose full from the east, our enemy came to this, our homeland," Arapuesh had explained. "They knew where we camped for the winter and rode down on us with a vengeance. Our people fought bravely, but there were many to sing over when the fighting was done. With struggle, we have moved our winter camp to this place. With pain and heavy hearts, we moved through the snow to this place where the 2 waters meet." "Yes, my old friend," Scratch thought now. "With a struggle, I too have come back to this place. Me too, my brother." With pain, yes, there was pain. But also more joy now that much of the pain could be forgotten, salved for a while. "Mine is not a heavy heart, friend," the old trapper thought. "I have labored through the snow to this place where the 2 waters meet. The meeting of 2 waters, rolling and tumbling together until they are one, just like 2 lives, 2 hearts, a man's and a woman's, mingling together to become one flow, one life." Finally, Bass pulled on the rope once more to move the pony in a wide arc across the snow, so the animal now pointed to the west, where the sun would begin to disappear within the hour. The buffalo runner hung its head in what seemed to be relief as its master hobbled back across the snow toward the travois. "Now you can see," he said as he began pulling the robe down from the younger trapper's face. "See what I've been waiting to lay eyes on most of this day, son." Titus bent forward and slipped his left arm beneath Josiah's neck to help in raising Paddock's head from the travois bed. He sighed as he looked down on the scene both could watch now. Through the naked branches of the cottonwoods, he could see the dark, smoked-blackened lodges, their peaks releasing the drifting, lazy smoke up and into the breeze. South along the river that joined the Yellowstone at this place were the women, bundled against the cold, stooping and bending, tying and hauling, gathering dry wood that would feed those fires of warmth and light. Children scampered through the wood-gathering party, chasing one another in mock battle with limbs for lances and rifles. He could almost hear their cries of joy and delight, the sounds of youthful happiness drifting up to him across the river, across time. To his left, other sounds drew his attention. Below, horsemen were coming through the trees and down the rocky bank of the river to push their ponies into the ice-laden water. One by one, the riders forded the river and urged their animals up the bank, moving left up the rise toward the white men. Bass watched these young warriors approach until the 8 braves had reined their snorting ponies to a halt. The air was suddenly full of sound. Silence had been the partner of the 2 men returned to this place for these many days. Now, their ears welcomed the pawing of so many hooves, the snorting of the ponies, the grunts of approval from the young crows. The air was full of the faint blue mist rising from each animal and man that surrounded the trappers. "Maraksi sekatue," the oldest of the young braves spoke. "Maraksi sekatu," Bass responded, slipping his arm out from under Paddock's head. "Dak akeret bawiki." The warrior still did not smile as he sarcastically congratulated the white men on their unexpected, safe return. "Due." Scratch answered as if no offense had been given, knowing better. Watching the faces of the other young braves, he knew by their silent smiles that he had won the battle of words. "Awak spewiki aretatsewe ua." He asked if the young warrior had come to welcome him home, as he did not have a family of his own among the Crow to welcome him. There was a short grunt. Then, "Kurutsim kandakure keotem," asking if the spirit helper knew if the hunter wrapped in robes had the hair. "Josiah," he looked down at Paddock. "Josiah, show 'em the hair. They want to know if the hunter be comin' back with his hands full." Bass helped to pull back the heavy robe so that Josiah could bring out his left arm. In the hand hung the white hair attached to a full scalp. All the warriors but one yelped their praise and approval, their sudden cries startling some of the ponies, which pawed and jolted against one another under their riders. The guttural sounds and high-pitched cries cut through the cold air for long moments, until the large youth raised the one bare arm that was outside the robe draped over his body. "Dua hukawe. Iaksukska katuwe dakare watsatsk. Batset se wiaruk." The warrior attempted to mask his rage with words of congratulation that the young hunter had been so successful, his spirit helper strong in medicine to bring about the raising of the hair. "Batse tsiri katuak bawiki." Bass repeated that their medicine was strong. "Siwi si kiatawe msigi iakspa surake opirake hu." That the young warrior must never allow himself to think that these 2 men had anything but strong medicine between them. The warrior glared back at the trappers while Scratch pulled the robe back over Josiah's arm and chest. "No," Josiah protested as he moved his arm so that he could keep it on top of the robe. "Keep the hair out," he coughed dryly. "Let him see it." Bass nodded his approval, then looked back at the warrior. The Indian pursed his lips tightly, his jaws clenched against the anger welling within him. He suddenly wheeled his pony around and shot down the slope toward the river. He had been bested, and the cries from the other young men showed that they knew it. Scratch turned also, and pulled on the long rein to move the pony down the slope. The small party of warriors surrounded the travois, waving their weapons in the air, yelping their praise, singing their songs of war, and boasting. As they approached the north bank, dogs began to bark in answer to the cries and songs. Children ran through the trees, followed by adults, to form a growing crowd on the south bank. They waved and yelled, some singing their own songs, others yelling their praise, still more crying out in joy as they pulled their hair and raised their hands to the sky. The dogs raced up and down the bank between the rocks and the legs of those gathered there, scampering about, all the while barking and howling at the noisy throng. Bass stopped the pony at the edge of the icy water. "Be beak me," he turned to the young warriors. "Sikse mo ua bois." Immediately, 3 of the young men came forward. 2 halted by the travois, 1 on either side, and leaned over to pull the travois poles off the rocky beach. The 3rd warrior offered a hand to Bass so the trapper could pull himself up behind the warrior on the Indian's pony. Now, the 2 white men would not get wet in the crossing. Slowly, they inched forward again, Bass pulling on the buffalo runner's rein, the 2 young men on either side of the travois jostling against their heavy load to keep paddock above the icy water until the party was safely on the south bank. There, they lowered the poles carefully, and Bass slid from the Indian's horse. He stumbled and fell against the rear flank of the animal, and the warrior offered his hand again. "We Weakski," Titus waved off the proffered hand. "Peami tsimu, bikmo tsaki." He told them he had been looking forward to this walk for many days now. He would walk into the village by himself. The warrior who had reached out his hand to Bass now turned and waved his rifle at the throng, yelling at them to part. The crowd fell back to form a wall on either side of the party and moved forward as the horses entered the trees. Children ran alongside, laughing, and the adults trotted forward with them, yelling and singing their praise and songs of war once more. The crowd pushed and surged until the young warrior finally halted the party before the lodge where no smoke rose to the sky. Bass glanced at the empty smoke hole and knew of the mourning in this lodge. Bass handed the warrior the rein to his buffalo runner and stepped forward tentatively. To the left of the lodge door stood the tripod as tall as himself. From its apex, formed by the 3 straight limbs, hung the skin of a large white wolf, the hide sewn together to form a medicine bundle. Beside it also hung a mountain lion quiver bulging with arrows. Atop both, over the rawhide shield at the crown of the tripod, dangled a full scalp adorned with the tips of the loser's ears. Bass stopped before the bearskin covering at the door. With an open palm, he slapped several times on the door pole to the left of the opening. "Maraksi," he spoke loudly. "Maraksi sekatu." He waited only a moment, feeling the play of the words across his tongue. Scratch liked the tongue of this tribe, their words being delicate yet sharp as the edge of a knife, without the guttural, club-like heaviness of so many other tongues. "Awakspe, tatsewe." He had come home, proud with his coup. "Kurutsi kandaku kootsi." He had returned with the hare. As Scratch heard sounds from within, he stepped back from the door, leaning on the rifle that for long days had been his crutch and pacemaker. The large leather flap of antelope hide moved to the side, and from the darkness within appeared the head of a Rapuesh. He stuck his head out into the dimming light, squinting against the days of darkness in his lodge, days spent with no fire to offer light or warmth. He squinted and blinked, looking about him, until he finally stepped out of the door to stand before Bass. "Saks mi ua." Titus pointed the way for Rottenbelly to accompany him. The pair moved slowly through the silent throng. The air hung heavy in the approaching twilight, the only sound now the pawing and snorting of the buffalo runner, the animal still weighted with the burden so long on its back. The pair stopped beside the young trapper nestled in the buffalo robes. Arapuesh saw the trophy, but did not immediately reach for it. He glanced at Bass, then looked once more at the scalp. Titus watched the old man's eyes, studying the face and all the pain that was etched there. It ought to have been different, he thought. But the old man had been caught up in the jaws of this thing along with him. Now, Rottenbelly could end his mourning. He would have the hair, the white hair. But Bass had no way to ease his own grief. "Give him the hair, Josiah." Paddock lifted his left arm and brought the white trophy up so that the long hair hung to its full length. There were quiet comments of surprise and awe and adulation from the throng gathered about the three men. Rottenbelly did not move forward at once, but, instead, looked around the group slowly, his eyes finally coming to rest on Bass. "This is a day I watched the sun's path across the sides of my lodge. This is a day I knew you must come back. Or this is a day I knew you had found another trail, a trail into the other side. My heart was growing heavy with the light falling from the sky. My heart was getting small for me as the fireboy took his light into the west. My heart was growing small for you. I began to think of joining the woman on the other side, and my heart was on the ground, thinking I would find you on that same trail, to the other side. I was dreaming, and in the dream, the people were singing of praise, the animals pawed the earth in excitement, and the dogs barked their honor along with the people. And I saw dreams of sweats that pulled poisons from the body like dark clouds blown away by the winds from the west. I saw dreams of feasts that put the fire strength back into your bodies and healed your bellies. And I saw the white hair hanging before my lodge, the white hair dancing on the wind before my lodge. And I heard you call out to me at the door, 'You are here, and the white hair will dance on the wind before my lodge.'" Only then did he reach out to take the scalp from Josiah. Slowly, he wrapped his fingers around the long waves of white hair, examining it in both hands. And finally, he held it aloft. "Poteani has carried the wind!" Arapuesh began to cry his own song of war, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking against the lump that clutched at his throat. His song of joy, his tears of relief, were all answered by the tribe gathered tightly about the trio. The dogs set to howling once more, along with the voices raised in shouts and songs. Bass felt his eyes smart, and the ribbon of healing flesh along his cheek burned with the salty tears as his eyes brimmed and overflowed. He blinked some of the moisture away and looked down at Paddock, feeling the lump rising in his own throat, a lump that grabbed at his words as he tried to speak to the young trapper. But he could not utter a word. Paddock looked up at Scratch, his own lips quivering against the flooding emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks past the broken, misshapen nose. The moisture glistened and froze in his mustache and beard. The two friends cried together for the first time. And there was real joy in the explosion of this feeling. Their tears were for this place and this time, for what they had come through together, and for what they meant to each other. Arapuesh had sent the trappers into his own lodge, then called forth his sister and her daughter to enter also. They were to build a fire and prepare a meal for the white men. The chief then watched over Josiah as several of the warriors lifted Paddock from the travois and carried him into the lodge as the fire was being built. They gently lowered the young trapper to the bed at the rear of the lodge, the bed where the chief had laid in mourning. Bass waited at the door for the old man to enter, but the chief stayed outside. The Indian told the older trapper that he would take up residence in the white men's lodge, turning his own over to the trappers. Few white men had ever had such an honor bestowed upon them. But then, few white men had ever had the honor of avenging a wrong done to the Crow, Bass had thought to himself. Slowly, the lodge came to life as the two Indian women prepared the meal over the warming fire. And then the young woman left suddenly, returning later with the trapper's baggage. She made another trip to the white men's shelter for the rest of their belongings. It was not long before the lodge became a home, as possessions of the white men were brought in, hung alongside those belonging to the Crow chief. Bass ate heartily, many times filling his bowl from the kettle that had steamed over the fire. And he watched the young Crow woman helping to feed Josiah in silence. He watched Josiah's eyes study the young woman. She wanted to nurse their wounds, but Bass told her that would wait until the next day. When the older man finally took his 2 pairs of moccasins from his feet, that was the signal for the 2 women to leave the lodge. When Scratch set a kettle of water near Josiah's bed, the young trapper looked up at him. "Who them 2 women?" Josiah asked. "You remember that young buck what didn't want us being the ones to hunt McCafferty down? The one what got his feelings broke when Arapuesh sent Josiah Paddock?" He waited until Josiah nodded his head. Then Bass sat down on his bed near the door across the lodge before he continued. "That same fella what come up to meet us on the hill and didn't like seeing you holding the hare, McCafferty's hare?" "Yeah." "That older gal be the buck's mama," he explained. "She be Rottenbelly's sister, that'n. She's called Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly, and the buck goes by the name of Strikes in Camp." He lay back into the robes and pulled several of the blankets over himself. "The young gal?" "Waits by the water. Her name. She be Strikes in Camp's lil' sister, Josiah. The fellow what wants him a piece of your hide, she be his sister." He watched the young trapper close his eyes. Then Bass put more wood on the fire against the frosty night air before lying back once more and closing his own eyes to sleep. And sleep came easily that night. The dream, the nightmare, the remembering, none came to trouble his sleep. They had returned to Absarika. Bass stirred, then pulled the blankets back over his head. It was cold in the lodge, and he found it hard to doze. Finally, he pushed the blankets away from his face and opened his eyes into slits. The light was gray. As he pushed the blankets down further, sounds drifted into him from outside the lodge. A dog barked. Children's voices occasionally drifted through the air. Ponies snorted and whinnied as someone led them along outside. A woman scolded someone harshly. And there was laughter. He smiled. It had been some time since he had heard such honest laughter. The sound was good to his ears. In the dim charcoal light of the lodge, he looked across to Paddock and listened to the sounds of the young trapper snoring. It was good that he should sleep so well, so deep, so long. It had not been an easy journey for either of them. And now Josiah could sleep restfully without the jostling, the bumping and jolting of the travois. Scratch sat up and let the blankets fall from his shoulders. The air was frosty as he exhaled into it. He shuddered as he crawled from beneath the blankets and knelt by the door.
Pulling the antelope hide door flap aside slightly, he peered out. The sun would break from the east shortly, yet the village was coming alive already. Bundled against the early morning cold, the people scuffled along in the snow and called out to one another. A young boy shot by, chasing a young puppy that yipped its enjoyment of the game, while the boy giggled and shouted at the animal. He let the door flap down and scooted over to the fire pit. There, he took a short stick and stirred the coals among the ashes. He scattered some wood shavings into the small, glowing embers that were left. As they started to smoke, then burst into flame, Titus placed more small twigs on until the fire had grown enough for larger pieces of wood. He was startled as he turned to reach for a cottonwood limb. The door flap was pulled aside, and the young woman entered. With one leg inside the lodge, she crouched and waited, as startled as he. She looked down, then back at him as he motioned for her to enter. There was a hint of a smile as she dropped the flap over the door once more, then moved over to kneel by the fire. She set down a hide sack and a rawhide box, then waved him away from the fire. Bass returned to the robes without a word being spoken between them, and pulled the blankets over him as he sat back against a willow backrest. Waits by the water looked once at the young trapper, then went about her work. The older man watched her open the sack and rawhide box, pulling from them cooking gear and food with which she started preparing a morning meal for the two white men. "We thank you," he began in Crow, quietly finding the words to use in speaking his thoughts. "Both of us, for helping." She smiled and nodded, glancing up at Bass only momentarily. "I know it is hard for you and your mother, caring for us, when your own brother does not wish us here." With this, she looked into his eyes for the first time. "He does not wish you well. I am sorry." Then she looked away, back to her work again. "Why does he carry such a bad heart for us?" She turned her head, staring at the door for a few moments before answering his question. "He is young. He fought well against our enemies those moons ago. He was proud that our people were proud of him, and he wishes to be strong and proud again. He does not yet know about you. Arapuesh tells us, but my brother does not want to listen. He does not want to believe. My father's brother tells him he cannot always have an enemy to fight. But my brother looks for enemies so that the people will give him praise once more. When you brought back the hair he said you would not come back with, you became his enemy." She turned her head slowly, looking down at her work once more. "I am sorry for him," Bass finally replied. "I am sorry for him," she repeated, "and for you." She nodded at both of the white trappers. "Strikes in camp is mean when he is angry," she continued, slicing on the cold meat before her. "He had blood to kill the day you were sent after the white hair. And he had blood to kill you, him," she nodded toward Josiah, "the last son when you had the hair. My brother believed it was his hair to lift, his hair to bring back to the people, to my uncle, Arapuesh." "Now he wishes to kill us for bringing the hair back?" "Kill?" She thought a moment, looking once more at the door. "I do not know if he wishes to kill. But his blood is bad now. His heart is small in his shame, a shame that you brought him when you carried the hair back. He is not simple. A man that is hard to know, for his blood is quick to turn bad." "He has swallowed a buffalo tail?" Bass interrupted. She looked at him squarely for a moment, knowing that he knew of the belief, then answered, "Yes. Strikes in camp has swallowed the buffalo tail, and it tickles the man within at times." The young woman dropped chunks of meat into the now boiling water over the fire. "Does he wish us harm?" Scratch began. "Does he wish him harm?" motioning toward the sleeping trapper. She stopped and thought a moment. "Perhaps not your body, perhaps. Your spirit, maybe.
He could kill a man and that man die a warrior, honored and proud. But he could kill your spirit. Like the day you went on the hunt, to kill your spirit would hurt a man for all time. To kill a man would make life good for him on the other side. But to kill a man's spirit? Then that man would never rest on the other side.
What you say is crow, but we are not—
Crow?
She looked back at him to interrupt.
Are you not Sparrowhawk? Now? Were you not the spirit helper in the hunt? Did you not hunt down the enemy of the crow? Does not the young one with the crooked nose bear the scars where Arapuesh marked him? Does not your soul bear the scars of the hunt? Are not these things crow? Are they not?
Waits by the water finally looked away, back to her preparation of the meal. There was some relief in those moments that followed, if only that she no longer studied his face for the answer to her question. He watched her for a few minutes, then turned to look at Josiah when the young trapper stirred. The pain of those scars was only beginning to grow. Last night, the first totally free of the haunting since the battle, there had been no nightmares. He had thought perhaps the ghost was releasing him, finally. But now, with the young woman's words, he knew he was a fool to believe that. His own spirit hung in the balance now, his and Josiah's. They would feel their bodies mend and heal, but what of their spirits? Paddock stirred, then pushed the robes away from his face. He squinted into the light of the fire, glanced briefly at the smoke rising through the hole at the top of the lodge, then opened his eyes fully as he saw the young woman. He glanced at Bass quickly, then looked again at the woman. "He is awake now," Scratch declared. She looked up and smiled at Josiah, then spoke a greeting in Crow. The young trapper looked over to Bass for translation. "She's tellin' you, like, a good mornin'," he said quietly. Paddock nodded to the woman, then coughed dryly as he clutched the right side of his chest. She moved toward him around the fire, but he waved her off as he finished hacking. When he caught his breath again, Josiah leaned over and dipped a tin cup into the kettle of water Bass had set by his bed, tapping the cup against the film of ice on the surface of the water. He drank, letting the liquid soothe the dryness in his throat. Cold and dry this time of year, he thought. He leaned back again in the robes, looked over his head at the articles hanging from the poles and the dew-cloth rope. Above him hung his own rifle. Near it were his belt, the two knives in rawhide scabbards suspended from the wide leather strap. He turned his head to the side and found his capote beneath him, rolled up to form a pillow for his head. He closed his eyes and sighed, sucking in a long breath of the frosty yet warming air. The fragrance of boiling meat grew strong in his nostrils. "Yeah, I am hungry," he said with a little enthusiasm. "Last night be the first fit meal for me since we last was eatin' here in camp." "Maybe so you like squaw's cookin' better'n mine, eh?" Bass chided. "Good chance of it, I'd say." He started to chuckle, then hacked against the pain tearing at his chest. The woman looked up this time, but did not rise to try to help. "You will eat, then I will tend to your wounds." She nodded at both men, laying her hand on the painted rawhide box. "Every day until your wounds heal, every day I will put medicine on you to draw the poisons out." She looked over at Scratch. "It has been a long time since you lay in the robes of a woman, both of you. Since a woman spread her legs and offered her arms up to you. The poisons must come out, and you must release what is between your legs, deep within you." He had known the Crow for many years. He knew how ribald, but how matter-of-fact about sex they could be. Yet this morning, it surprised him. Caught off guard, he felt his face growing redder beneath the whiskers. The heat of embarrassment burned deep as he felt her eyes on him, even as he looked away to her hands dipping meat out of the boiling water.
Like the meat of the animals we kill to eat, some juices are poison to us. We must drain those poisons, then the meat will make our bodies strong. You must release your poison for your body to heal quickly."
"What's she saying?" Paddock asked. Scratch cleared his throat of the hot lump that threatened to strangle him before he stammered a reply. She's talking about tending to our wounds. Your wounds." "Your face. It's red," Paddock said. "She say something that made you feel funny?" "Huh?" He hadn't really been listening to Josiah. "She say something make you feel funny, your face red and all?" Bass felt the burning itch from the neck up and across his cheeks. Bass swallowed slightly. "Just feel funny about having a woman mending my leg is all. That's all, son." He tapped the blanket over his right thigh close to the groin. "Never knowed for you to be so scared, so skittish of such a lil' thing. Woman touching me there?" he finished as he watched the woman set a steaming bowl of meat and fry bread before Paddock. "You might enjoy it now, Scratch." "Don't know if I would." He instantly knew better. He watched the young trapper look the young woman over very carefully. "Come to think on it, Scratch," he said, talking around a chunk of meat, "I think I'd enjoy it some myself." Bass could not help it, but he felt stupid, childish even, for the feelings of adolescent jealousy over this young woman. He'd just have to cover up those emotions until the childish passions had cooled off. "Just looking at her, I'd say any man'd want that'n snuggled up in his robes." He smiled at Josiah, almost assured that his act had been successful. Titus watched her set a bowl before him and leaned forward to lift it into his hands. The warmth spread across his palms to match the warmth in his groin. He had grown hard there, rigid even. Bass squirmed to make himself more comfortable. He glanced up to find her looking at him with questions in her wide eyes. "Your friend?" the young woman began. "You told him about the poisons he must release?" He swallowed hard against the meat that was not fully chewed in his mouth, then coughed lightly. Yes, you can work that, can get the, poisons out, work it out between yourselves." He nodded toward Josiah. "What's that?" Paddock inquired. "Just, she's gonna be mending you, your wounds, son. Be tendin' to what healin' you're needin'." He stuffed another chunk of meat into his mouth with his fingers. The stirrings were there, and he had to admit them. There was desire. He ate in silence, listening to Josiah chatter now and then from his bed, swallowing the dry bread and chunks of meat, forcing the food down past the hot lump captured high in his throat. His face no longer burned, but he felt the warmth elsewhere. It had been too long a time since he had been with a woman. He had often put such things out of his mind very easily, contenting himself with his work, its routine, its dangers, and the freedom of each day. And each year, at rendezvous, he allowed himself the luxury of feeling a woman wrapping herself around him, moving with him, and the explosion that often, all too often, left him feeling no better than before he had lifted the squaw's dress. Plunging inside her, their groins bucking, grinding until he was finished. It had been an empty exercise so many times, he could admit now. Could it ever be different for him? Such an old man now? Perhaps she was right. It was poison. A man thinking of such things just poisoned his mind. Couldn't keep his head clear, keep his mind on living, on staying alive. And once a year he had to flush those poisons from his body, from his mind, and from his soul. Then he could refresh himself, renewed for another year in the high lonesome. Paddock finished before Bass. The young trapper lay back against his capote pillow. It was then that the young woman raised the lid of the painted rawhide box and pulled from it several small buckskin pouches. Waits by the water rose and came over to sit beside Paddock on the robes. Pulling the buffalo hide back, she spread apart the loose flaps of the shirt the young man wore. Quickly, she untied the knots binding the ends of the bandage that was wrapped over the shoulder and around his chest. Carefully, she pulled on one end of the sash bandage until she had pulled it free. The small piece of beaver hide fell into his lap. She picked it up and examined it before turning to Bass. "The beaver?" The older trapper nodded to her, and she looked back at the wound while he continued eating slowly, watching her examine the entrance wound. Rising on her knees, Waits by the water looked over Paddock's shoulder to glance at the exit wound behind his shoulder. She poked briefly with her fingers around the hole on the back, then repeated the process around the hole on his chest. With that done, she peered closely at the coloring of the edges of the wound itself, both front and back. Finally, she sat back and addressed Scratch. "You did well?" "You ask that?" "No." She dropped her eyes a moment. "You did well. How long ago?" He thought. 7. He swallowed a piece of meat he had been chewing. "Now 8 sons. 8 sons now." "The medicine is old, then." She dragged the small pouches into her lap, pulling the edge of her skirt up above her knees so that it would not bind her. The calves of her legs were hidden within a tube legging with no decoration, a legging that reached above her knee, but there, in a small border between the bottom of the skirt where she had pulled it and the top of the legging where it was tied, was the dark copper of her flesh. Against it, the short, darker hairs laid sparsely against the deep brown. After she had tossed aside the long sash, Waits by the water pulled at the thongs tying the top of one of the skin pouches. From this pouch, she pulled a small wooden vial and yanked loose the stopper. Turning the wooden container upside down, she poured a small amount of the thick liquid on her fingertip and then applied that liquid to her lips. That done, the woman replaced the stopper in the vial and the vial in its skin pouch. From the same pouch, she next pulled a small 4-inch-long sliver of buffalo bone. With the sharpened end of the bone sliver, she began to probe into the entrance wound. Josiah flinched now and then against the probing, not really experiencing pain, but merely a tenderness. The young woman first pricked out the remains of the chewed yarrow root and threw it into the fire near the front of the lodge. Next, she probed and pricked until the remains of the spider web were pulled free. The web came out slowly, oozing with a thick, yellowish mucus. This mass, too, she flung into the fire where it sizzled. Now, Waits by the water peered closely at the chest wound once more, probing with a finger again directly around the hole. Then she leaned forward and placed her lips over the bullet hole and began to draw her cheeks in, sucking hard on the wound. She drew her head back and spat the mucus on the floor. She placed her lips on the wound again, drawing the fluids from the bullet hole until she was satisfied that the wound was cleansed. Josiah gazed down at the hole in his chest, now free of obstruction. The area immediately around the hole was almost whitish in color, having had most of the blood drawn from the tissues. She looked up at the young trapper and nodded before pulling on his shoulder to roll him over. Waits by the water then repeated the process of probing, pulling, and sucking on the exit wound until it too looked to be cleansed. Only then did she remove the thick liquid from her lips by wiping it free on the back of her hand and forearm. She wiped the bone splinter clean on her skirt and reinserted it into the small pouch. From another pouch, she pulled a small clay bowl, small enough to fit within the palm of her left hand. Into it, she placed a small dusting of powder, then 3 different leaves. With a small, smooth, porous stone, the woman began to grind the leaves and powder together until all were well mixed. She set the stone pestle aside and leaned over the exit wound. Dipping a finger into the mixture, she brought that finger to her lips and tasted it before getting a small, hollow bone from the same pouch. This she placed lightly between her lips and stuck the other end of the bone into the bowl. She drew in a small amount of the pulverized mixture and then placed the free end of the bone inside the edges of the wound. She blew lightly, forcing the mixture into the wound. She repeated this process several times until she had Josiah roll over on his back once more so she could blow the medicines into the chest wound. The only sensation Paddock felt during this part of the ministering was a slight tickle in the wound, nothing more. With the small clay bowl empty, she set it aside and took up another pouch. From it, she took a small bladder with a thong tied around its top and dipped a thick, foul-smelling liquid on the tip of her finger. She smeared the concoction into the wounds repeatedly. Josiah tried to breathe through his mouth rather than his nose to escape its rancid odor. After retying the bladder and packing it away, she pulled out a short, thin piece of pine bark, laid her finger over the chest wound as if to measure the diameter of the hole, then broke off a small piece of the bark. This she set within one edge of the wound, pulled the opposite side of the hole back, and pushed the bark down slightly into the flesh. Satisfied with its placement, Waits by the Water repeated the same process with the wound in Josiah's back. She sat back and smiled first at Bass, then looked at the younger man, her face radiant with her accomplishment. She spoke softly to Paddock. "What'd she say?" "She said you was brave," he answered, "while she pushed and pulled on you where it hurt, where she knows she hurt you." "Weren't much hurtin'," he coughed lightly before continuing. "And sides, weren't about to let her know she was hurtin' me." The older man smiled and nodded his head, then turned his attention to the young woman. He asked why the small pieces of pine bark were in the wounds. She began to gather her pouches once more into her lap and scooted across the floor to sit beside Bass before answering. "It is healing well, but now is the time to keep it open for some days." "How long?" "That I do not know now," she answered. "I will watch the wound for the days to come. It would be poor to have the wound heal over on the outside and not yet be healed on the inside. If there are more poisons to grow inside, we must let them out, not let them be trapped inside. The poisons must be released, I told you before." The young woman laid her hand gently on Scratch's right thigh. "Now it is time for you." "What?" he asked, thoughtful of her earlier proposition. His leg grew warm where she placed her hand. He looked down at her fingers, each encased in a thin brass finger ring. "The poisons?" "No," she answered, her eyes measuring his before they began to twinkle in their dark depths. "Your leg now. It is time for the medicine." She lifted the edge of the blankets and pulled up the bottom of his leather shirt. She began to untie the knot of his right legging. "Hold it," he countered. I'll do it." She withdrew her hands and let him undo the knot. Gently, he pulled the top of the legging down to expose the wounds near the top of his thigh. The woman shook her head and reached forward to grasp the top of the legging herself. She began to pull it down the leg when he reached out to grasp both her wrists. Waits by the Water looked down at the strong hands holding her wrists, then up into his eyes. "I must have the legging off," she explained quietly. "Why?" he responded. "You can see the wounds now." "But you have cut the legging, and I must repair it for you. I am to do everything I can to help you. Everything." She looked down at his right hand, then felt his grip on her wrists slowly loosen. The woman pulled the legging from his right leg over the moccasin, then flung the legging aside on the bedding beside the door. Then, Waits by the Water went through all the steps in ministering to Scratch's wounds as she had done with Josiah. When finished, she replaced the skin pouches back in the painted rawhide box, then withdrew a sewing kit from that same box. The young woman pulled the torn legging across her lap and was beginning to mend the holes in the leather when the door was pulled aside. Strikes in camp stuck his head inside the lodge.
Arapuesh would see the white men, now.
His tone was curt. Bass answered first by asking a question.
Where is Arapuesh? Are we to go to him?
He looked over at the woman and the younger man in the robes, seeing that Waits by the water did not lift her head from her sewing to look up at her brother. Josiah glared at the young warrior from his bed.
No,
he answered with a sneer, looking from his sister, past Josiah, and finally at Bass.
He is coming here. He is coming to his lodge to see you.
He would not miss the opportunity to remind the two visitors that they were guests in another man's lodge. Strikes in camp continued to stare at Bass, his gaze finally dropping once to the white man's bare leg, then back to glare into his eyes. Finally, he withdrew his head from the door without another word and let the flap fall over the opening. There were now sounds of many footsteps on the icy, wind-blown snow outside, and the flap pulled aside once more. The gray-haired chief came through the door. He moved to the left within the lodge and took a seat near the foot of Josiah's bed, across the fire from Bass. He looked for a moment at each of the white men, then saw Waits by the water preparing to leave, having pulled her belongings up into her arms. He placed a hand out, palm down, and motioned the young woman to remain.
I will not be long here, he began. These men need their rest, and what help you can be to them. You are to stay as long as you are needed.
He turned now, finally, to look at the young woman.
For as long as you are needed, you are to sleep here. The healing will not only be by day, but also by night. You will bring your sleeping robes and remain in my lodge, here, so that they can call upon you for their every need and want. You do understand?
His niece nodded.
But you must not lodge here during the time of the moon in your flow. All other times you will bring them wood, water, and food.
He looked over at Bass.
And they are to call on you for all their needs.
After the young woman once more nodded, he looked at her again.
Have you dressed their wounds?
Yes, it is done, she spoke in reply to the chief for the first time.
And?
They are not angry, their wounds, she answered. There will be time, but they will heal. The young one, he will need to be in bed for many suns. In near a moon, he might begin to walk, longer to ride. But there is no evil in their wounds. Bass listened intently to the crow words and began to calculate on when would be the time for them to begin spring trapping. Surely it must now be the end of January, maybe February. Perhaps. He could not be sure. The cold came early and stayed long this far north. He dreamt of the Bayou Salade to the south in Colorado country. There he knew the winter winds would not blow so bitterly. There he would be able to trap much earlier in the spring. He knew if they were to have plews for trading come rendezvous, to add to those of the fall hunt, they would need to have a successful spring season. And the earlier they struck out from the Crow camp, the more profitable that hunt would be. They were talking now of Josiah needing more time to heal, but did they both have that much time? He could not know.
It is good. The spirits have been kind, Arapuesh went on. Your medicine has been strong, he nodded toward Bass. The poisons of the journey and your wounds will drain from your body while you rest in Absaroka. So, we welcome you back. We must celebrate. There will be many feasts of good food that have been provided for the people, and ceremonies to welcome you back to our eyes. Your medicine is strong, and we are glad to have your medicine back with us now.
Rottenbelly then glanced over to the young man. My sister, Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly, will come here after 3 suns have gone from the sky, when Father Sun has traveled halfway across the sky again. She and Waits by the Water will prepare a feast of meat for us. Many of those with strong medicine like yours will eat with us, here, that night after the sun finally falls from the great circle of the sky. I have already given out the red-painted sticks to those who are to come. On that night, my lodge will be a place of good food, laughter, and strong medicine once again. He looked past Josiah to stare at the rip in the lodge cover behind the young trapper. It was there that the lodge had been cut, so that the body of his murdered wife could be removed, along with the body of the young Nez Perce woman who had died in childbirth, the wife of the Whitehair. Now the ripped edges were sewn shut. Perhaps the lodge would heal itself also. My friends, he said, looking at Josiah, then Bass, we will eat that night to come and celebrate. It will be good to laugh once more. Arapuesh rose from the robes and stood, silent for a moment, then bid the trappers farewell. My friends, I will see you again after the sun has journeyed across the sky. He crouched low and stepped out through the door. The flap slid back over the opening. Waits by the Water resumed her sewing on the torn legging, quietly humming some light-hearted song to herself. Your brother will be here this night? Bass asked. No, she answered. It is not to be this way, she said, continuing her sewing without looking up at the white man. He did not receive a red stick from Arapuesh. Then she glanced up at Titus and held his gaze evenly. Arapuesh knows my brother does not wish you well, the both of you. Arapuesh knows this. My brother would bring bad feelings into this lodge. This Arapuesh does not want. And my brother is mad about this meat feast. It was a hard thing for Arapuesh to decide upon. He did not want the bad heart of my brother here, but Arapuesh knows too that my brother has a bad heart about not being counted by Arapuesh for those to come this night. It is a hard thing. I have said enough on this already. Scratch sighed and turned his head to glance over at the young trapper. You sleepin'? Tryin'. With that, he rolled his head to the side toward the lodge cover. You do that, Scratch said. Soon's the gal gets my leggings sewed up, I be going out to see to the ponies. You get you your rest, son. Some big doin's comin' up, so you get you your rest. 4. For most of the afternoon, the two women prepared the wild vegetables and roots they would use in the cooking of the meat and bones to be brought by the guests. Plenty of chopped and split wood lay piled to the right of the door just inside the lodge. Kettles of water and vegetables waited close to the fire that was fed steadily to take the chill from the late afternoon air. The door flap moved aside, and Waits by the water entered with another load of firewood cradled in her left arm. The wood clattered onto the top of the pile, and she turned to kneel by her mother at the fire. Josiah silently watched the two women in their preparations, mostly entranced with the young woman who had ministered to his wounds a few mornings before. Her long hair hung free of braids and ornaments. The eyes were oriental in their lines, and above them rested delicate eyebrows. Her nose straight and small, unlike her mother's, which was larger and somewhat hooked near the top. The cheeks were well pronounced, giving a softness to the lines that circled the full lips. Those cheeks had been rubbed with a faint tint of vermilion to add bright color against the deep bronze of her face. His mind briefly withdrew to the previous summer's rendezvous in the valley west of the Tetons, where he first met the white-hair. So many similarities between this Crow woman and the young Nez Perce wife of Asa McCafferty. "A fine lady, and a beauty for the boots she be," McCafferty had described his woman to Josiah and Bass. "Princess of them people, as her pappy be one of the war chiefs." Haddock felt the warmth of an inward smile flush over him. Surely this one, this young Crow woman, also had to be royalty. Waits by the water untied her sash and let her arms slip free of the blanket coat she had about her. As her shoulders thrust backward to let the coat slip from her arms, the well-formed breasts pressed against the restraining buckskin dress. The soft contours of the mounds reminded him of the tavern maid who had given him the comfort of her body back in St. Louis. But the Indian's breasts seemed firmer. Perhaps she is younger than the blonde gal back there, he thought. He looked over at Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly. You could tell a lot about a woman by studying her mother. So he decided the large, firm breasts would soon become softer, sagging under the weight of age and many nursing children. What she would look like in the years to come, he knew. But for now, she was very desirable, and he could dream about lying beneath the robes with her to warm away the ache of loneliness, a loneliness for another. The women were, at least he knew the young one was, to stay with them here in this lodge until he was healed. There would come a time when he could pull the leggings off her limbs and lift the dress over her head, pull her down into the robes with him to run his hands over her breasts, let his fingers touch the smooth, flat, brown skin of her belly. Would she have known as many men as the Flathead gal? His thoughts flashed back. He never even knew her name. They had spent one night beneath the boughs with the Tetons looking down upon them. More than just a heated rendezvous coupling, more than fiery animal lust. She had been a comfort to him then. And now, his thoughts drifting back to her were disturbing to him. There was something greatly unfinished with the Flathead girl, something that made his heart itch and ache in not knowing. How he had gone again and again to search those last days of rendezvous, never finding her. Never even seeing her after that one night of comfort and healing. Looking now at a patch of skin he studied high on the Crow woman's thigh, Josiah felt unsettled. It had been a long time since his last woman, but that was not the reason for his confusion, for the contradictions in his heart. There remained something undone, something left unsaid within him for the plain-faced Flathead girl. The Crow woman was prettier in a way. She might even be beautiful with him beneath the robes, naked, willing and wanting the pleasure he knew he could give her. The Crow woman's body would give him immense pleasure too, he was certain. But he could not remember her name. Had he ever known her name? She had given him more pleasure in the valley of Pierre's Hole than he had known before. Could he compare? The door flapped open again, and he watched Arapuesh enter the lodge. He stood slightly stooped near the door and nodded to Josiah as the women scooted back from the fire. Moving to the left around the fire and kettles, the chief came to the rear of the lodge to sit on the robes beside Josiah. He nodded once more to the young trapper reclining against a backrest, then turned to address the women. "Where is Poteani?" "He went out some time ago," the younger woman answered, "saying he was going down to the river in the trees to see his ponies again." She paused a moment while gazing into the flames. "He goes to the animals often. I think he grows tired of staying in the lodge. His leg, it needs exercise and grows tired here." "You must go now to find him," Arapuesh responded. "Bring him here now. He must be here before the others arrive." Waits by the water rose and slipped the coat over her shoulders, tying the sash with beaded thongs at its ends about her waist. She nodded to Arapuesh and ducked low to step from the lodge, pulling the flap back over the door opening. After pausing a moment outside the door, the woman turned to her right and moved through the lodges toward the river. In the fading light, she reached the compound where many of the tribe's horses were kept. Making close to a full circle around the corral, Waits by the water did not see the trapper among the animals within the enclosure. Not far away, at the edge of the trees near the lodges, was the white men's shelter. For a brief moment she stood outside the shelter before kneeling down to pull the entrance flap aside. It was dark inside. Slowly her eyes adjusted to the darkness. The trapper was not there. Letting the flap fall once more, the Indian woman rose back to her feet, considering where next to search. Now her thoughts led her to move through the cottonwoods toward the river. From the crowded tree line, she saw him. Bass sat among the larger boulders on the bank near the ice-laden water. His hands were tucked up into his armpits for warmth against the chilly air that was rapidly becoming cold as the sun disappeared to the west. She paused a moment, standing very still, waiting in the trees, watching the man's back. It was then she became conscious of her own breathing. It was heavier. Not from the short walk in the snow. Could not be, she told herself. She tried to slow it, quiet it in the still, frosty air. Through the thin blue clouds she exhaled before her face, Waits by the water watched as Bass first turned his head upriver, looking, as if searching, expectant of something. Then he turned his head slowly to the right and gazed downriver. She watched the white man look up and then down the river again, until finally Bass let his chin drop against his chest and shook it from side to side, his shoulders shuddering slightly. She moved across the rocks quietly. Almost upon the man, with her left hand extended to touch him on the shoulder, the young woman came to an abrupt stop as Bass turned to her. He did not seem startled at first, and she let her arm drop to her side. He turned back to look once again at the river. "You surprised me," he said quietly. "You were almost to touch me before I heard you. My thoughts were not with me." The young woman moved around so that she could sit on the boulder near his knee, dusting the snow from the rock before positioning herself upon it. "And your heart?" "Ah," he began. "My heart. It too may be far away." "It cannot be here with me?" She looked steadily into his eyes, desiring them to say the words her heart had felt for some time now, those words her lips had been unable to utter. He glanced at her face, seeing those eyes, then turned away just as quickly. I don't know. Should my heart be here with you?" She knew that she had said far more to this white man, the bearded savage who had come to her land from his home far away. The big mystery stirred within her, wanting to give rise to those things so long unsaid. To tell him they were both here together. To tell him that her heart could be as big as he needed and with him always. Instead, she could only answer with another question. "Where does your heart rest?" He shook his head for an answer, his lips moving but no words coming forth at first. Bass looked at the young woman briefly, then gestured again. There was a long silence between them, her heart searching out the courage to speak of the mystery, to fight the fear, all her training, her people's ways, yes, her fear of him, that kept her from putting to words the song inside her now. Instead, she finally choked out a question. "Do you have a woman?" "Each winter cold time I come to the Crow, I have a woman who will visit to warm me in my robes. Last year's woman, now she is with a man. No, I do not have a woman." There was the stab of pain in saying it. "And you know that." He was not certain that she knew. She immediately felt the apprehension that too much had already been said, yet there was still deep within her the fear that, unless she spoke out, this white man would pass from her too. "Your eyes," she finally began. "What?" He turned to her once more. "It is in your eyes, Poteani." "What is that, in my eyes?" She did not speak for a long time, continuing to stare at the swirling mists dancing upon the river. Her heart danced too, wanting him to know, yet fearful of the vulnerability. At last she turned and softly laid a hand upon his wounded leg. "Your heart is not big for a woman. In your eyes, they say you do not have a woman to make your heart happy. And I am here to make you happy." She watched his eyes travel slowly to her hand, then climb once more to meet the anxious look on her face. "Can I not make our friend happy?" "Our?" "My people." I'm sure you can," he stammered. "Then it is good." She rose, pulling on one of his hands, then circled her arms around his waist. For an instant she stared up into his eyes before laying her head against his shoulder. After a brief moment, he raised his arms to encircle her shoulders, pulling her closer into him so that their bodies were fully touching, as he remembered the words he had so long ago spoken to his young partner, speaking of the place a woman had in the life of a man who belonged to the high lonesome. A man gets lonesome for the sweet music of a woman's voice after long seasons of hearing nothing but other coons round an evening fire. It was warm here with her in the dimming light and the cold air rolling off the river with the mists. He felt her shudder slightly, then wrapped his arms around her all the more tightly. Slowly his chin dropped so that his cheek lay against her hair. It was somewhat stiff from the chilled grease rubbed into its strands, but still it smelled good to him. He rubbed his nose lightly against the thick black tresses, and she tilted her head to look up to him. With a hand, Waits by the water pulled his head down so that his whiskered cheek would lie against hers. His bristles tickled, and she shivered slightly again. He put a hand up to grasp his beard. "My whiskers?" "Yes," she responded. "They tickle my cheek." "The Crow men you have held do not have beards," Bass said. "You are not used to holding a man with hair on his face." "I have not held a man before, like this," she said softly, and laid her head back against his shoulder. He gazed out at the river before he spoke again. "You have never been with a man?" It was a moment before the young woman pulled her head away from his shoulder to look up at his face. "Would that make you sad?" "No, not sad. You are so... Why are you not with a man now, or before?" "This will be my 17th summer," the woman responded. "My father would only then begin to think of a man taking me into his lodge." "But Crow women they hold men, have men in the robes before..." He sought for the words with desperation. She pulled more tightly against him, despairing at his words, his wanting to know. After many moments, she at last felt ready to answer him. "It is true what you say. Many Crow girls play woman with the young men. My mother has taught me, winters ago with the first time of the moonflow, what a man would be like in the robes." That training, too, she now thought, had also instructed her to wait on a man, to be there for his every bidding. And now she felt ready to respond to the lessons of the older woman. "Do you wish to be with me?" "I'm with you now." "To touch," she hesitated. "That is what I mean. Closer than we are now." She waited a moment again. "Do you not wish to be with me?" "Yes," he began, then looked down at her again. "Yes, I do wish to be with you, but where?" "It is not for now." She pulled away from him slightly, feeling some pain in the parting, now taking his forearms in her hands. "Arapuesh sends me to find you, to bring you back. You must be in the lodge before the others come for the Iruk Ose Waraksua, the cooked meat singing. Will be, much time for us to be together now that we know we wish to be together." Then she started to pull on his coat sleeve. "But now I must take you to Arapuesh." Bass began to walk slowly beside her, using his rifle as a crutch. They had taken a few steps when she stopped and slipped behind him to his right side. There, she took his right wrist in her hand, slid the rifle away to his other side, and lifted his right arm so that she could step under it and place the arm around her shoulder. He looked down at her strangely as she shouldered his weight. With her there to support his right side, he could now carry the rifle over his left shoulder. He moved along with her, swept up by her. Things had boiled down on him in the last few minutes as the sky darkened. He had not noticed the advancing dusk. She had drawn his thoughts and heart away. He did not feel in control of those thoughts, of his heart now, and there was something unsettling about it. This woman had so quickly invaded his thoughts over the past few days. Was it more? There were rumblings of feelings that had not been with him for many years. He had pushed them back, so far back into his soul that emotions could boil, erupt, overwhelm him if he did not struggle to gain some control. And there was confusion about this young woman. Most Crow women have been taken to wife by their 11th, maybe 12th summer. He looked down on the young woman walking at his side. Why is it that you have not had a man before, and you are now 16 summers? You do not believe me? She looked up sideways into his face, scared, yet determined not to let shame expose itself. No, do not say that. He read something in her eyes, and his face burned a little. I only wonder why you have not chosen to be taken to wife. I wait, she answered simply. But now, he began falteringly, but now you wish to, he again sought for the Crow words. You said you wished to, with me, to be close with you? Waits by the water looked up at him briefly once more. Yes, and you ask so many questions. Let this one be for now. She looked forward again as they walked between the first gathering of lodges. Besides, my brother has scared so many away from me before. Many before would take me to wife. He scares them, like a crazy dog sometimes. She shook her head gently. He could feel it warming as it had not for so long. When last? Was it as long ago as Missouri? Longer? The settler's daughter. He had worked on the farm for a while before moving on. Was it that long ago that he had felt the stirrings, the rumblings from within about a woman? Had it really been that many years? 10 winters? Was it more? His mind searched, but there was too much there right now to find the answer. Your brother, he finally remarked. He will not like you with me. He does not like it, you coming to the lodge to help us. He will not be easy about you being with me. He searched for the word for caring, but there was not one to find. It will be hard because of him. I know, Poteani, she answered softly in the twilight mist, then said no more. They circled from the back of the lodge. In front of the door were gathered several men, huddled against the cold and damp mist, who turned to give unspoken recognition when the trapper and the Indian woman drew close. One figure wrapped in a buffalo robe stepped forward through the handful of men. We have been waiting to enter until Poteani has come, until he is in the lodge. The voice belonged to Strikes in Camp. She stopped near the door and turned to look up at the white trapper. My brother did not receive a stick. Crow etiquette did not allow her to address her brother, especially with such a rebuke. Instead, she had delivered her left-hand comment by addressing Bass. I do not know why it is that he says we. She was aware of the seriousness of her words. The other warriors about them would also comprehend the gravity of her rebuke. Ultimately, she knew, her brother would recognize her meaning. The young Indian burned at her words. Before the others, before the white man, his sister had reminded him of Rottenbelly's decision not to invite him to the cooked meat singing. He glowered at the trapper, then turned the intensity of his gaze to the young woman before him. He burned within at the insult once more, feeling the pressure of the others who were watching. I am to guard the door, he snapped. Then it is well for my brother. She spoke diplomatically to Bass, as if her answer would ward off the venom in her brother's gaze. She let go of Bass so she could pull aside the door flap. I wonder if my mother is within. My mother has left, said her brother.
Only the white man, the young one, and Arapuesh remain within.
Scratch bent over to enter the lodge. Waits by the water studied her brother. She had spoken of their mother indirectly to him, and Strikes in Camp had answered of his mother. She had made him very angry to have spoken of his mother. They glared at each other for a moment. Then she turned to leave as Arapuesh instructed the man at the door to allow the guests to enter the lodge. She said no more, but disappeared into the mist among the lodges nearby. Arapuesh gestured with his right arm, inviting Bass to sit beside him on the robes at the rear of the lodge, near Josiah. Then the Indian commanded Strikes in Camp to allow the men gathered outside to enter. One by one, they presented their red-painted sticks to the young warrior and stooped to enter the lodge, some going to the left, while others slipped to the right, until there were 12 men seated around the fire with the Crow Chief.
My heart is happy that each of you has come to sing this night, Arapuesh welcomed his guests. We will sing in praise of these men who have honored us in their hunt of the white hair.
Then he motioned toward the kettles on the rocks at the edge of the fire.
Let each of you place your meat and the mashed bones in the kettles to warm. Soon we will eat to nourish our bodies, but now we sing to nourish our spirits.
One at a time, the older warriors and younger men moved forward to place the meat and bone meal they had brought into the kettles, along with the vegetables prepared by Buffalo Tail Scares the Fly and her daughter. The kettles steamed gently in the warming air of the lodge. When all had presented their portion for the feast, Arapuesh turned around to pull forward a small rolled hide that had been lying behind him. The small reddish-brown robe of a buffalo calf unfurled before the chief.
Bako ritsitse, he now commanded.
Beginning with the man closest to the left side of the door, each passed a small stone to Poteani. The white trapper handed the first to Rottenbelly. The chief then removed a piece of wild carrot root he had placed within the outer coals of the fire and held the stone aloft while letting the incense smoke of the root drift and circle up to envelop the stone. As each stone was purified in the smoke, it was placed before Arapuesh on the buffalo calf robe. The process was repeated for those at the right side of the lodge until finally all the stones sat in a circle on the reddish robe before the chief. He put out the ember burning on the end of the carrot root and set it aside on the rocks near the fire.
We sing.
He nodded once to each side of the lodge. From within his shirt, Arapuesh removed a small buffalo bladder rattle tied to a willow stick, its bark partially removed to create a design along the handle. Once more, Arapuesh took up the carrot root, this time placing the unburned end in the coals to catch fire. When it was burning well, he removed it and blew out the flame so that only a smoking ember remained. Holding the rattle aloft in his right hand as he had with the stones, the chief proceeded to smoke the rattle in the incense of the carrot root. This done to his satisfaction, the rattle was placed within the circle of stones before him, and the root extinguished. Next, he pulled a long, rawhide box from behind him and laid it across his folded legs. Bass remained attentive to the man at his left, although his wounded leg ached. The trapper shifted position so that he could stretch out the leg to full length. There was tenderness in the wounds kept open and seeping by the small pieces of pine bark. He watched Arapuesh pull first from the rawhide box a full marten, its paws and mouth decorated with colorful quills, twisted strips of leather hanging from the same paws and mouth.